Chapter 1. How the Black Sheep Came Forth from the Fold. The great bell of Bordeaux was ringing. Far away through the forest might be heard its musical clangor and swell. Peat cutters on Blackdown and fishers upon the Yxe heard the distant throbbing rising and falling upon the sultry summer air. It was a common sound in those parts, as common as the chatter of the jays and the booming of the bittern. Yet the fishers and the peasants raised their heads and looked questions at each other, for the Angelus had already gone and Vespers was still far off. Why should the great bell of Bordeaux toll when the shadows were neither short nor long? All round the Abbey the monks were trooping in. Under the long green-paved avenues of gnarled oaks and of lichened beeches the white-robed brothers gathered to the sound. From the vineyard and the vine-press, from the Bouverie or ox farm, from the marl pits and salterns, even from the distant ironworks of Soli and the outlying grange of St. Leonard's, they had all turned their steps homewards. It had been no sudden call. A swift messenger had the night before sped round to the outlying dependencies of the Abbey, and had left the summons for every monk to be back in the cloisters by the 3rd hour after noontide. So urgent a message had not been issued within the memory of old lay brother Athanasius, who had cleaned the Abbey knocker since the year after the Battle of Bannockburn. A stranger who knew nothing either of the Abbey or of its immense resources might have gathered from the appearance of the brothers some conception of the varied duties which they were called upon to perform, and of the busy, widespread life which centered in the old monastery. As they swept gravely in by twos and by threes, with bended heads and muttering lips, there were few who did not bear upon them some signs of their daily toil. Here were two with wrists and sleeves all spotted with the ruddy grape juice. There again was a bearded brother with a broad-headed axe and a bundle of faggots upon his shoulders, while beside him walked another with the shears under his arm and the white wool still clinging to his whiter gown. A long, straggling troop bore spades and mattocks, while the two rearmost of all staggered along under a huge basket of fresh-caught carp, for the morrow was Friday, and there were 50 platters to be filled and as many sturdy trenchermen behind them. Of all the throng there was scarce one who was not labor-stained and weary, for Abbot Berghirsch was a hard man to himself and to others. Meanwhile, in the broad and lofty chamber set apart for occasions of import, the abbot himself was pacing impatiently backwards and forwards, with his long white nervous hands clasped in front of him. His thin, thought-worn features and sunken, haggard cheeks bespoke one who had indeed beaten down that inner foe whom every man must face, but had none the less suffered sorely in the contest. In crushing his passions, he had well-nigh crushed himself. Yet, frail as was his person, there gleamed out ever and anon from under his drooping brows a flash of fierce energy, which recalled to men's minds that he came of a fighting stock, and that even now his twin brother, Sir Bartholomew Berghirsch, was one of the most famous of those stern warriors who had planted the cross of St. George before the gates of Paris. With lips compressed and clouded brow, he strode up and down the oaken floor, the very genius and impersonation of asceticism, while the great bell still thundered and clanged above his head. At last the uproar died away in 3 last, measured throbs, and ere their echo had ceased the abbot struck a small gong which summoned a lay brother to his presence. "Have the brethren come?" he asked, in the Anglo-French dialect used in religious houses. "They are here," the other answered, with his eyes cast down and his hands crossed upon his chest. "All 32 of the seniors and 15 of the novices, most holy father. Brother Mark of the Spicarium is sore smitten with a fever and could not come. He said that. It boots not what he said. Fever or no, he should have come on my call. His spirit must be chastened, as must that of many more in this abbey. You yourself, Brother Francis, have twice raised your voice, so it hath come to my ears, when the reader in the refectory hath been dealing with the lives of God's most blessed saints. What hast thou to say?" The lay brother stood meek and silent, with his arms still crossed in front of him. 1,000 Aves and as many credos, said standing with arms outstretched before the shrine of the Virgin, may help thee to remember that the Creator hath given us 2 ears and but 1 mouth, as a token that there is twice the work for the one as for the other. Where is the master of the novices? He is without. Most holy Father, send him hither. The sandaled feet clattered over the wooden floor, and the iron-bound door creaked upon its hinges. In a few moments it opened again to admit a short, square monk with a heavy, composed face and an authoritative manner. "You have sent for me, Holy Father?" "Yes, Brother Jerome. I wish that this matter be disposed of with as little scandal as may be, and yet it is needful that the example should be a public one." The abbot spoke in Latin now, as a language which was more fitted by its age and solemnity to convey the thoughts of two high dignitaries of the order. "It would, perchance, be best that the novices be not admitted," suggested the master. "This mention of a woman may turn their minds from their pious meditations to worldly and evil thoughts." "Woman, woman," groaned the abbot. "Well, has the holy Chrysostom termed them radix malorum? From Eve downwards, what good hath come from any of them? Who brings the plaint? It is Brother Ambrose, a holy and devout young man, a light and a pattern to every novice. Let the matter be brought to an issue, then, according to our old-time monastic habit. Bid the chancellor and the sub-chancellor lead in the brothers according to age, together with Brother John, the accused, and Brother Ambrose, the accuser. And the novices? Let them bide in the north alley of the cloisters. Stay. Bid the sub-chancellor send out to them Thomas the lector to read unto them from the Gestibiti Benedicti. It may save them from foolish and pernicious babbling." The abbot was left to himself once more, and bent his thin gray face over his illuminated breviary. So he remained while the senior monks filed slowly and sedately into the chamber, seating themselves upon the long oaken benches which lined the wall on either side. At the further end, in two high chairs as large as that of the abbot, though hardly as elaborately carved, sat the master of the novices and the chancellor, the latter a broad and portly priest, with dark mirthful eyes and a thick outgrowth of crisp black hair all round his tonsured head. Between them stood a lean, white-faced brother who appeared to be ill at ease, shifting his feet from side to side and tapping his chin nervously with the long parchment roll which he held in his hand. The abbot, from his point of vantage, looked down on the two long lines of faces, placid and sun-browned for the most part, with the large bovine eyes and unlined features which told of their easy, unchanging existence. Then he turned his eager, fiery gaze upon the pale-faced monk who faced him. "This plain is thine, as I learn, Brother Ambrose," said he. "May the holy Benedict, patron of our house, be present this day and aid us in our findings. How many counts are there?" "3, most holy Father," the brother answered in a low and quavering voice. "Have you set them forth according to rule?" "They are here set down, most holy Father, upon a cantle of sheepskin. Let the sheepskin be handed to the chancellor. Bring in Brother John, and let him hear the plaints which have been urged against him." At this order a lay brother swung open the door, and two other lay brothers entered, leading between them a young novice of the order. He was a man of huge stature, dark-eyed and red-headed, with a peculiar half-humorous, half-defiant expression upon his bold, well-marked features. His cowl was thrown back upon his shoulders, and his gown, unfastened at the top, disclosed a round, sinewy neck, ruddy and corded like the bark of the fir. Thick, muscular arms, covered with a reddish down, protruded from the wide sleeves of his habit, while his white shirt, looped up upon one side, gave a glimpse of a huge knotty leg, scarred and torn with the scratches of brambles. With a bow to the abbot, which had in it perhaps more pleasantry than reverence, the novice strode across to the carved prie-dieu which had been set apart for him, and stood silent and erect with his hand upon the gold bell which was used in the private orisons of the abbot's own household. His dark eyes glanced rapidly over the assembly, and finally settled with a grim and menacing twinkle upon the face of his accuser. The chancellor rose, and having slowly unrolled the parchment scroll, proceeded to read it out in a thick and pompous voice, while a subdued rustle and movement among the brothers bespoke the interest with which they followed the proceedings. Charges brought upon the second Thursday after the Feast of the Assumption, in the year of our Lord 1366, against Brother John, formerly known as Hortal John, or John of Hortal, but now a novice in the holy monastic order of the Cistercians. Read upon the same day at the Abbey of Bordeaux in the presence of the most reverend Abbot Berghirsch and of the assembled order. The charges against the said Brother John are the following, namely, to wit. First, that on the above-mentioned feast of the Assumption, small beer having been served to the novices in the proportion of 1 quart to each 4, the said Brother John did drain the pot at 1 draught to the detriment of Brother Paul, Brother Porphyry, and Brother Ambrose, who could scarce eat their nun-meat of salted stockfish on account of their exceeding dryness. At this solemn indictment, the novice raised his hand and twitched his lip, while even the placid senior brothers glanced across at each other and coughed to cover their amusement. The abbot alone sat gray and immutable, with a drawn face and a brooding eye. Item, that having been told by the master of the novices that he should restrict his food for 2 days to a single 3-pound loaf of bran and beans, for the greater honoring and glorifying of Saint Monica, mother of the holy Augustine. He was heard by Brother Ambrose and others to say that he wished 20,000 devils would fly away with the said Monica, mother of the holy Augustine, or any other saint who came between a man and his meat. Item, that upon Brother Ambrose reproving him for this blasphemous wish, he did hold the said brother face downwards over the piscatorium or fish pond for a space, during which the said brother was able to repeat a pater and 4 aves for the better fortifying of his soul against impending death. There was a buzz and murmur among the white-frocked brethren at this grave charge, but the abbot held up his long, quivering hand. "What then?" said he. Item, that between nones and vespers on the feast of James the Less the said Brother John was observed upon the Brockenhurst road, near the spot which is known as Hatchet's Pond, in converse with a person of the other sex, being a maiden of the name of Mary Soley, the daughter of the king's verderer. Item, that after sundry japes and jokes the said Brother John did lift up the said Mary Soley, and did take, carry, and convey her across a stream, to the infinite relish of the devil and the exceeding detriment of his own soul, which scandalous and wilful falling away was witnessed by 3 members of our order. A dead silence throughout the room, with a rolling of heads and upturning of eyes, bespoke the pious horror of the community. The abbot drew his gray brows low over his fiercely questioning eyes. "Who can vouch for this thing?" he asked. "That can I," answered the accuser. "So too can Brother Porphyry, who was with me, and Brother Mark of the Spicarium, who hath been so much stirred and inwardly troubled by the sight that he now lies in a fever through it." "And the woman?" asked the abbot. "Did she not break into lamentation and woe that a brother should so demean himself? Nay, she smiled sweetly upon him and thanked him. I can vouch it, and so can Brother Porphyry." "Canst thou?" cried the abbot in a high, tempestuous tone. "Canst thou so? Hast forgotten that the 35th rule of the order is that in the presence of a woman the face should be ever averted and the eyes cast down? Hast forgot it, I say? If your eyes were upon your sandals, how came ye to see this smile of which ye prate? A week in yourselves, false brethren, a week of rye bread and lentils, with double lauds and double matins, may help ye to remembrance of the laws under which ye live." At this sudden outflame of wrath, the 2 witnesses sank their faces onto their chests, and sat as men crushed. The abbot turned his angry eyes away from them, and bent them upon the accused, who met his searching gaze with a firm and composed face. "What hast thou to say, Brother John, upon these weighty things which are urged against you?" "Little enough, good father, little enough," said the novice, speaking English with a broad West Saxon drawl. The brothers, who were English to a man, pricked up their ears at the sound of the homely and yet unfamiliar speech, but the abbot flushed red with anger and struck his hand upon the oaken arm of his chair. "What talk is this?" he cried. "Is this a tongue to be used within the walls of an old and well-famed monastery? But grace and learning have ever gone hand in hand, and when one is lost it is needless to look for the other." "I know not about that," said Brother John. "I know only that the words come kindly to my mouth, for it was the speech of my fathers before me. Under your favor, I shall either use it now or hold my peace." The abbot patted his foot and nodded his head, as one who passes a point but does not forget it. "For the matter of the ale," continued Brother John, "I had come in hot from the fields, and had scarce got the taste of the thing before I lit upon the bottom of the pot. It may be, too, that I spoke somewhat shortly concerning the bran and the beans, the same being poor provender and unfitted for a man of my inches. It is true also that I did lay my hands upon this jackfool of a brother Ambrose, though, as you can see, I did him little scathe. As regards the maid, too, it is true that I did heft her over the stream, she having on her hosen and shoon, whilst I had but my wooden sandals, which could take no hurt from the water. I should have thought shame upon my manhood, as well as my monkhood, if I had held back my hand from her. He glanced around as he spoke with the half-amused look which he had worn during the whole proceedings. "There is no need to go further," said the abbot. "He has confessed to all. It only remains for me to portion out the punishment which is due to his evil conduct." He rose, and the two long lines of brothers followed his example, looking sideways with scared faces at the angry prelate. "John of Hortel," he thundered, "you have shown yourself during the 2 months of your novitiate to be a recreant monk, and one who is unworthy to wear the white garb which is the outer symbol of the spotless spirit. That dress shall therefore be stripped from thee, and thou shalt be cast into the outer world without benefit of clerkship, and without lot or part in the graces and blessings of those who dwell under the care of the blessed Benedict. Thou shalt come back neither to Bordeaux nor to any of the granges of Bordeaux, and thy name shall be struck off the scrolls of the order." The sentence appeared a terrible one to the older monks, who had become so used to the safe and regular life of the abbey that they would have been as helpless as children in the outer world. From their pious oasis they looked dreamily out at the desert of life, a place full of stormings and strivings, comfortless, restless, and overshadowed by evil. The young novice, however, appeared to have other thoughts, for his eyes sparkled and his smile broadened. It needed but that to add fresh fuel to the fiery mood of the prelate. "So much for thy spiritual punishment," he cried. "But it is to thy grosser feelings that we must turn in such natures as thine. And as thou art no longer under the shield of Holy Church, there is the less difficulty. Ho there, lay brothers, Francis, Naomi, Joseph, seize him and bind his arms. Drag him forth, and let the foresters and the porters scourge him from the precincts." As these 3 brothers advanced towards him to carry out the abbot's direction, the smile faded from the novice's face, and he glanced right and left with his fierce brown eyes, like a bull at a baiting. Then, with a sudden, deep-chested shout, he tore up the heavy oaken prie-dieu and poised it to strike, taking 2 steps backward the while, that none might take him at advantage. "By the black rood of Waltham," he roared, "if any knave among you lays a finger-end upon the edge of my gown, I will crush his skull like a filbert." With his thick, knotted arms, his thundering voice, and his bristle of red hair, there was something so repellent in the man that the 3 brothers flew back at the very glare of him, and the 2 rows of white monks strained away from him like poplars in a tempest. The abbot only sprang forward with shining eyes, but the chancellor and the master hung upon either arm and wrested him back out of danger's way. "He is possessed of a devil," they shouted. "Run, brother Ambrose, brother Joachim, call Hugh of the Mill, and Woodman Watt, and Raoul with his arbalest and bolts. Tell them that we are in fear of our lives. Run, run, for the love of the Virgin." But the novice was a strategist as well as a man of action. Springing forward, he hurled his unwieldy weapon at brother Ambrose, and as desk and monk clattered onto the floor together, he sprang through the open door and down the winding stair. Sleepy old brother Athanasius, at the porter's cell, had a fleeting vision of twinkling feet and flying skirts. But before he had time to rub his eyes, the recreant had passed the lodge and was speeding as fast as his sandals could patter along the Lyndhurst road. Chapter 2. How Alleyne came out into the world. Never had the peaceful atmosphere of the old Cistercian house been so rudely ruffled. Never had there been insurrections so sudden, so short, and so successful. Yet the Abbot Berghirsch was a man of too firm a grain to allow one bold outbreak to imperil the settled order of his great household. In a few hot and bitter words, he compared their false brother's exit to the expulsion of our first parents from the garden, and more than hinted that unless a reformation occurred, some others of the community might find themselves in the same evil and perilous case. Having thus pointed the moral and reduced his flock to a fitting state of docility, he dismissed them once more to their labors and withdrew himself to his own private chamber, there to seek spiritual aid in the discharge of the duties of his high office. The abbot was still on his knees when a gentle tapping at the door of his cell broke in upon his orisons. Rising in no very good humor at the interruption, he gave the word to enter, but his look of impatience softened down into a pleasant and paternal smile as his eyes fell upon his visitor. He was a thin-faced, yellow-haired youth, rather above the middle size, comely and well-shapen, with straight, lithe figure and eager, boyish features. His clear, pensive gray eyes and quick, delicate expression spoke of a nature which had unfolded far from the boisterous joys and sorrows of the world. Yet there was a set of the mouth and a prominence of the chin which relieved him of any trace of effeminacy. Impulsive he might be, enthusiastic, sensitive, with something sympathetic and adaptive in his disposition. But an observer of nature's tokens would have confidently pledged himself that there was native firmness and strength underlying his gentle, monk-bred ways. The youth was not clad in monastic garb, but in lay attire, though his jerkin, cloak, and hose were all of a somber hue, as befitted one who dwelt in sacred precincts. A broad leather strap hanging from his shoulder supported a scrip or satchel, such as travelers were wont to carry. In one hand he grasped a thick staff pointed and shod with metal, while in the other he held his coif or bonnet, which bore in its front a broad pewter metal stamp with the image of Our Lady of Rocamadour. "Art ready then, fair son?" said the abbot. "This is indeed a day of comings and of goings. It is strange that in 112 hours the Abbey should have cast off its foulest weed, and should now lose what we are fain to look upon as our choicest blossom." "You speak too kindly, father," the youth answered. "If I had my will I should never go forth, but should end my days here in Bordeaux. It hath been my home as far back as my mind can carry me, and it is a sore thing for me to have to leave it. Life brings many a cross," said the abbot gently. "Who is without them? Your going forth is a grief to us as well as to yourself. But there is no help. I had given my forward and sacred promise to your father, Edric the Franklin, that at the age of 20 you should be sent out into the world to see for yourself how you like the savor of it. Seat thee upon the settle, Alleyne, for you may need rest ere long." The youth sat down as directed, but reluctantly and with diffidence. The abbot stood by the narrow window, and his long black shadow fell slantwise across the rush-strewn floor. 20 years ago," he said, "your father, the Franklin of Minstead, died, leaving to the Abbey 3 hides of rich land in the 100 of Malwood, and leaving to us also his infant son on condition that we should rear him until he came to man's estate. This he did partly because your mother was dead, and partly because your elder brother, now sockman of Minstead, had already given sign of that fierce and rude nature which would make him no fit companion for you. It was his desire and request, however, that you should not remain in the cloisters, but should at a ripe age return into the world." "But, father," interrupted the young man, "it is surely true that I am already advanced several degrees in clerkship." "Yes, fair son, but not so far as to bar you from the garb you now wear, or the life which you must now lead. You have been porter?" "Yes, father." "Exorcist?" "Yes, father." "Reader?" "Yes, father." "Acolyte?" "Yes, father." "But have sworn no vow of constancy or chastity?" "No, father." "Then you are free to follow a worldly life. But let me hear, ere you start, what gifts you take away with you from Bordeaux. Some I already know. There is the playing of the cithole and the rebec. Our choir will be dumb without you. You carve too." The youth's pale face flushed with the pride of the skilled workman. "Yes, holy father," he answered. "Thanks to good brother Bartholomew, I carve in wood and in ivory, and can do something also in silver and in bronze. From brother Francis I have learned to paint on vellum, on glass, and on metal, with a knowledge of those pigments and essences which can preserve the color against damp or abiding air. Brother Luke hath given me some skill in damask work, and in the enameling of shrines, tabernacles, diptychs, and triptychs. For the rest, I know a little of the making of covers, the cutting of precious stones, and the fashioning of instruments." "A goodly list, truly," cried the superior with a smile. "What clerk of Cambridge or of Oxenford could say as much? But of thy reading, hast not so much to show there, I fear?" "No, father, it hath been slight enough. Yet, thanks to our good chancellor, I am not wholly unlettered. I have read Occam, Bradwardine, and other of the schoolmen, together with the learned Duns Scotus and the Book of the Holy Aquinas. But of the things of this world, what have you gathered from your reading? From this high window you may catch a glimpse over the wooden point and the smoke of Bucklershard of the mouth of the Exe and the shining sea. Now, I pray you, Alleyne, if a man were to take a ship and spread sail across yonder waters, where might he hope to arrive? The youth pondered, and drew a plan amongst the rushes with the point of his staff. Holy Father, said he would come upon those parts of France which are held by the King's Majesty. But if he trended to the south, he might reach Spain and the Barbary States. To his north would be Flanders and the country of the Eastlanders and of the Muscovites. True. And how if, after reaching the king's possessions, he still journeyed on to the eastward? He would then come upon that part of France which is still in dispute, and he might hope to reach the famous city of Avignon, where dwells our blessed Father, the prop of Christendom. And then he would pass through the land of the Almans and the great Roman Empire, and so to the country of the Huns and of the Lithuanian pagans, beyond which lies the great city of Constantine and the kingdom of the unclean followers of Mahmud. And beyond that, fair son? Beyond that is Jerusalem and the Holy Land, and the great river which hath its source in the Garden of Eden. And then, nay, good father, I cannot tell. Methinks the end of the world is not far from there. Then we can still find something to teach thee, Alleyne, said the abbot complacently. Know that many strange nations lie betwixt there and the end of the world. There is the country of the Amazons, and the country of the dwarfs, and the country of the fair but evil women who slay with beholding, like the basilisk. Beyond that again is the kingdom of Prester John and of the great Cham. These things I know for very sooth, for I had them from that pious Christian and valiant knight, Sir John de Mandeville, who stopped twice at Beaulieu on his way to and from Southampton, and discoursed to us concerning what he had seen from the reader's desk in the refectory, until there was many a good brother who got neither bit nor sup. So stricken were they by his strange tales. I would fain know, father, asked the young man, what there may be at the end of the world. There are some things, replied the abbot gravely, into which it was never intended that we should inquire. But you have a long road before you. Whither will you first turn? To my brother's at Minstead. If he be indeed an ungodly and violent man, there is the more need that I should seek him out and see whether I cannot turn him to better ways. The abbot shook his head. The sockman of Minstead hath earned an evil name over the countryside, he said. If you must go to him, see at least that he doth not turn you from the narrow path upon which you have learned to tread. But you are in God's keeping, and Godward should you ever look in danger and in trouble. Above all, shun the snares of women, for they are ever set for the foolish feet of the young. Kneel down, my child, and take an old man's blessing. Alleyne Edricson bent his head while the abbot poured out his heartfelt supplication that heaven would watch over this young soul, now going forth into the darkness and danger of the world. It was no mere form for either of them. To them the outside life of mankind did indeed seem to be one of violence and of sin, beset with physical and still more with spiritual danger. Heaven, too, was very near to them in those days. God's direct agency was to be seen in the thunder and the rainbow, the whirlwind and the lightning. To the believer, clouds of angels and confessors and martyrs, armies of the sainted and the saved, were ever stooping over their struggling brethren upon earth, raising, encouraging, and supporting them. It was then with a lighter heart and a stouter courage that the young man turned from the abbot's room, while the latter, following him to the stairhead, finally commended him to the protection of the holy Julian, patron of travelers. Underneath, in the porch of the abbey, the monks had gathered to give him a last Godspeed. Many had brought some parting token by which he should remember them. There was Brother Bartholomew with a crucifix of rare, carved ivory, and Brother Luke with a white-backed psalter adorned with golden bees, and Brother Francis with the slaying of the innocents, most daintily set forth upon vellum. All these were duly packed away deep in the traveler's scrip, and above them old pippin-faced Brother Athanasius had placed a parcel of simnel bread and rammel cheese, with a small flask of the famous blue-sealed Abbey wine. So, amid handshakings and laughings and blessings, Alleyne turned his back upon Bordeaux. At the turn of the road, he stopped and gazed back. There was the widespread building which he knew so well, the abbot's house, the long church, the cloisters with their line of arches, all bathed and mellowed in the evening sun. There, too, was the broad sweep of the river Yexi, the old stone well, the canopied niche of the Virgin, and in the center of all the cluster of white-robed figures who waved their hands to him. A sudden mist swam up before the young man's eyes, and he turned away upon his journey with a heavy heart and a choking throat. Chapter 3. How Hortal John cozened the Fuller of Lymington. It is not, however, in the nature of things that a lad of 20, with young life glowing in his veins and all the wide world before him, should spend his first hours of freedom in mourning for what he had left. Long ere Alleyne was out of sound of the blue bells, he was striding sturdily along, swinging his staff and whistling as merrily as the birds in the thicket. It was an evening to raise a man's heart. The sun shining slantwise through the trees threw delicate traceries across the road, with bars of golden light between. Away in the distance before and behind, the green boughs, now turning in places to a coppery redness, shot their broad arches across the track. The still summer air was heavy with the resinous smell of the great forest. Here and there a tawny brook prattled out from among the underwood and lost itself again in the ferns and brambles upon the further side. Save the dull piping of insects and the sough of the leaves, there was silence everywhere, the sweet, restful silence of nature. And yet there was no want of life. The whole wide wood was full of it. Now it was a lithe, furtive stoat which shot across the path upon some fell errand of its own. Then it was a wild cat which squatted upon the outlying branch of an oak and peeped at the traveler with a yellow and dubious eye. Once it was a wild sow which scuttled out of the bracken, with 2 young sounders at her heels, and once a lordly red stagard walked daintily out from among the tree trunks and looked around him with the fearless gaze of one who lived under the king's own high protection. Alleyne gave his staff a merry flourish, however, and the red deer bethought him that the king was far off, so streaked away from whence he came. The youth had now journeyed considerably beyond the furthest domains of the Abbey. He was the more surprised, therefore, when, on coming round a turn in the path, he perceived a man clad in the familiar garb of the order and seated in a clump of heather by the roadside. Alleyne had known every brother well, but this was a face which was new to him, a face which was very red and puffed, working this way and that, as though the man were sore perplexed in his mind. Once he shook both hands furiously in the air, and twice he sprang from his seat and hurried down the road. When he rose, however, Alleyne observed that his robe was much too long and loose for him in every direction, trailing upon the ground and bagging about his ankles, so that even with trussed-up skirts he could make little progress. He ran once, but the long gown clogged him, so that he slowed down into a shambling walk and finally plumped into the heather once more. "Young friend," said he, when Alleyne was abreast of him, "I fear from thy garb that thou canst know little of the Abbey of Bordeaux." "Then you are in error, friend," the clerk answered, "for I have spent all my days within its walls." "Hast so indeed?" cried he. "Then perhaps canst tell me the name of a great loathly lump of a brother, freckled face, and a hand like a spade. His eyes were black and his hair was red and his voice like the parish bull. I trow that there cannot be 2 alike in the same cloisters." "That surely can be no other than Brother John," said Alleyne. "I trust he has done you no wrong, that you should be so hot against him." "Wrong, quotha?" cried the other, jumping out of the heather. "Wrong? Why, he hath stolen every plack of clothing off my back, if that be a wrong, and hath left me here in this sorry frock of white falding, so that I have shame to go back to my wife, lest she think that I have donned her old kirtle. Harrow, and alas, that ever I should have met him." "But how came this?" asked the young clerk, who could scarce keep from laughter at the sight of the hot little man so swathed in the great white cloak. "It came in this way," he said, sitting down once more. "I was passing this way, hoping to reach Lymington ere nightfall, when I came on this red-headed knave seated even where we are sitting now. I uncovered and louted as I passed, thinking that he might be a holy man at his orisons. But he called to me and asked me if I had heard speak of the new indulgence in favor of the Cistercians. 'Not I,' I answered. "Then the worse for thy soul," said he. And with that he broke into a long tale how that on account of the virtues of the abbot Berghersh, it had been decreed by the Pope that whoever should wear the habit of a monk of Beaulieu, for as long as he might say the 7 Psalms of David, should be assured of the kingdom of heaven. When I heard this, I prayed him on my knees that he would give me the use of his gown, which after many contentions he at last agreed to do, on my paying him 3 marks towards the regilding of the image of Lawrence the Martyr. Having stripped his robe, I had no choice but to let him have the wearing of my good leathern jerkin and hose, for, as he said, it was chilling to the blood and unseemly to the eye to stand frockless whilst I made my orisons. He had scarce got them on, and it was a sore labor, seeing that my inches will scarce match my girth. He had scarce got them on, I say, and I not yet at the end of the 2nd Psalm, when he bade me do honor to my new dress, and with that set off down the road as fast as feet would carry him. For myself, I could no more run than if I had been sown in a sack. So here I sit, and here I am like to sit, before I set eyes upon my clothes again. Nay, friend, take it not so sadly, said Alleyne, clapping the disconsolate one upon the shoulder. Canst change thy robe for a jerkin once more at the Abbey, unless perchance you have a friend near at hand. That have I, he answered, and close, but I care not to go nigh him in this plight, for his wife hath a gibing tongue, and will spread the tale until I could not show my face in any market from Fordingbridge to Southampton. But if you, fair sir, out of your kind charity, would be pleased to go a matter of 2 bow-shots out of your way, you would do me such a service as I could scarce repay. With all my heart, said Alleyne readily. Then take this pathway on the left, I pray thee, and then the deer track which passes on the right. You will then see under a great beech tree the hut of a charcoal burner. Give him my name, good sir, the name of Peter the Fuller of Lymington, and ask him for a change of raiment, that I may pursue my journey without delay. There are reasons why he would be loath to refuse me. Alleyne started off along the path indicated, and soon found the log hut where the burner dwelt. He was away faggot cutting in the forest, but his wife, a ruddy, bustling dame, found the needful garments and tied them into a bundle. While she busied herself in finding and folding them, Alleyne Edricson stood by the open door looking in at her with much interest and some distrust, for he had never been so nigh to a woman before. She had round red arms, a dress of some sober woolen stuff, and a brass brooch the size of a cheesecake stuck in the front of it. Peter the Fuller, she kept repeating. Mary, come up. If I were Peter the Fuller's wife, I would teach him better than to give his clothes to the first knave who asks for them. But he was always a poor, fond, silly creature, was Peter, though we are beholden to him for helping to bury our 2nd son, who was apprenticed to him at Lymington in the year of the Black Death. But who are you, young sir? I am a clerk on my road from Beaulieu to Minstead. I indeed. Hast been brought up at the Abbey, then? I could read it from thy reddened cheek and downcast eye. Hast learned from the monks, I trow, to fear a woman as thou wouldst a Lazar house. Out upon them, that they should dishonor their own mothers by such teaching. A pretty world it would be with all the women out of it. Heaven forfend that such a thing should come to pass, said Alleyne. Amen and amen. But thou art a pretty lad, and the prettier for thy modest ways. It is easy to see from thy cheek that thou hast not spent thy days in the rain and the heat and the wind, as my poor what hath been forced to do. I have indeed seen little of life, good dame. Wilt find nothing in it to pay for the loss of thy own freshness. Here are the clothes, and Peter can leave them when next he comes this way. Holy Virgin, see the dust upon my doublet. It were easy to see that there is no woman to tend to thee. So, that is better. Now, buss me, boy. Alleyne stooped and kissed her, for the kiss was the common salutation of the age, and as Erasmus long afterwards remarked, more used in England than in any other country. Yet it sent the blood to his temples again, and he wondered, as he turned away, what the abbot Berghersh would have answered to so frank an invitation. He was still tingling from this new experience when he came out upon the high road and saw a sight which drove all other thoughts from his mind. Some way down from where he had left him, the unfortunate Peter was stamping and raving tenfold worse than before. Now, however, instead of the great white cloak, he had no clothes on at all, save a short woolen shirt and a pair of leather shoes. Far down the road, a long-legged figure was running, with a bundle under one arm and the other hand to his side, like a man who laughs until he is sore. "See him," yelled Peter. "Look to him. You shall be my witness. He shall see Winchester jail for this. See where he goes with my cloak under his arm." "Who then?" cried Alleyne. "Who but that cursed brother John? He hath not left me clothes enough to make a galley-bagger. The double thief hath cozened me out of my gown." "Stay though, my friend. It was his gown," objected Alleyne. "It boots not. He hath them all, gown, jerkin, hosen, and all. Gramercy to him that he left me the shirt and the shoon. I doubt not that he will be back for them anon." "But how came this?" asked Alleyne, open-eyed with astonishment. "Are those the clothes? For dear charity's sake give them to me. Not the Pope himself shall have these from me, though he sent the whole college of cardinals to ask it." "How came it?" "Why, you had scarce gone ere this loathly John came running back again, and, when I op-ed-mouthed to reproach him, he asked me whether it was indeed likely that a man of prayer would leave his own godly raiment in order to take a layman's jerkin. He had, he said, but gone for a while that I might be the freer for my devotions. On this I plucked off the gown, and he with much show of haste did begin to undo his points. But when I threw his frock down, he clipped it up and ran off all untrussed, leaving me in this sorry plight. He laughed so the while, like a great croaking frog, that I might have caught him had my breath not been as short as his legs were long." The young man listened to this tale of wrong with all the seriousness that he could maintain. But at the sight of the pursy, red-faced man and the dignity with which he bore him, the laughter came so thick upon him that he had to lean up against a tree trunk. The fuller looked sadly and gravely at him, but finding that he still laughed, he bowed with much mock politeness and stalked onwards in his borrowed clothes. Alleyne watched him until he was small in the distance, and then, wiping the tears from his eyes, he set off briskly once more upon his journey. Chapter 4. How the Bailiff of Southampton slew the two masterless men. The road along which he traveled was scarce as populous as most other roads in the kingdom, and far less so than those which lie between the larger towns. Yet from time to time Alleyne met other wayfarers, and more than once was overtaken by strings of pack mules and horsemen journeying in the same direction as himself. Once a begging friar came limping along in a brown habit, imploring in a most dolorous voice to give him a single groat to buy bread wherewith to save himself from impending death. Alleyne passed him swiftly by, for he had learned from the monks to have no love for the wandering friars, and besides, there was a great half-gnawed mutton bone sticking out of his pouch to prove him a liar. Swiftly as he went, however, he could not escape the curse of the four blessed evangelists which the mendicant howled behind him. So dreadful are his execrations that the frightened lad thrust his fingers into his ear-holes and ran until the fellow was but a brown smirch upon the yellow road. Further on, at the edge of the woodland, he came upon a chapman and his wife, who sat upon a fallen tree. He had put his pack down as a table, and the two of them were devouring a great pasty and washing it down with some drink from a stone jar. The chapman broke a rough jest as he passed, and the woman called shrilly to Alleyne to come and join them, on which the man, turning suddenly from mirth to wrath, began to belabor her with his cudgel. Alleyne hastened on, lest he make more mischief, and his heart was heavy as lead within him. Look where he would, he seemed to see nothing but injustice and violence and the hardness of man to man. But even as he brooded sadly over it and pined for the sweet peace of the Abbey, he came on an open space dotted with holly bushes, where was the strangest sight that he had yet chanced upon. Near to the pathway lay a long clump of greenery, and from behind this there stuck straight up into the air 4 human legs clad in party-colored hosen, yellow and black. Strangest of all was when a brisk tune struck suddenly up, and the 4 legs began to kick and twitter in time to the music. Walking on tiptoe round the bushes, he stood in amazement to see 2 men bounding about on their heads, while they played, the one a viol and the other a pipe, as merrily and as truly as though they were seated in a choir. Alleyne crossed himself as he gazed at this unnatural sight, and could scarce hold his ground with a steady face, when the 2 dancers, catching sight of him, came bouncing in his direction. A spear's length from him, they each threw a somersault into the air, and came down upon their feet with smirking faces and their hands over their hearts. "A guerdon, my knight of the staring eyes," cried one. "A gift, my prince," shouted the other. "Any trifle will serve, a purse of gold, or even a jeweled goblet." Alleyne thought of what he had read of demoniac possession, the jumpings, the twitchings, the wild talk. It was in his mind to repeat over the exorcism proper to such attacks. But the two burst out laughing at his scared face, and turning onto their heads once more, clapped their heels in derision. "Hast never seen tumblers before?" asked the elder, a black-browed, swarthy man, as brown and supple as a hazel twig. "Why shrink from us, then, as though we were the spawn of the evil one? Why shrink, my honeybird? Why so afeard, my sweet cinnamon?" exclaimed the other, a loose-jointed lanky youth with a dancing, roguish eye. "Truly, sirs, it is a new sight to me," the clerk answered. "When I saw your 4 legs above the bush, I could scarce credit my own eyes. Why is it that you do this thing?" "A dry question to answer," cried the younger, coming back onto his feet. "A most husky question, my fair bird. But how? A flask, a flask. By all that is wonderful." He shot out his hand as he spoke, and plucking Alleyne's bottle out of his scrip, he deftly knocked the neck off and poured the half of it down his throat. The rest he handed to his comrade, who drank the wine, and then, to the clerk's increasing amazement, made a show of swallowing the bottle, with such skill that Alleyne seemed to see it vanish down his throat. A moment later, however, he flung it over his head and caught it bottom downwards upon the calf of his left leg. "We thank you for the wine, kind sir," said he, "and for the ready courtesy wherewith you offered it. Touching your question, we may tell you that we are strollers and jugglers, who, having performed with much applause at Winchester Fair, are now on our way to the great Michaelmas market at Ringwood. As our art is a very fine and delicate one, however, we cannot let a day go by without exercising ourselves in it, to which end we choose some quiet and sheltered spot where we may break our journey. Here you find us, and we cannot wonder that you, who are new to tumbling, should be astounded, since many great barons, earls, marshals, and knights, who have wandered as far as the Holy Land, are of one mind in saying that they have never seen a more noble or gracious performance. If you will be pleased to sit upon that stump, we will now continue our exercise." Alleyne sat down willingly as directed, with 2 great bundles on either side of him, which contained the strollers' dresses, doublets of flame-colored silk and girdles of leather, spangled with brass and tin. The jugglers were on their heads once more, bounding about with rigid necks, playing the while in perfect time and tune. It chanced that out of one of the bundles there stuck the end of what the clerk saw to be his cittern. So drawing it forth, he tuned it up and twanged a harmony to the merry lilt which the dancers played. On that they dropped their own instruments, and putting their hands to the ground they hopped about faster and faster, ever shouting to him to play more briskly, until at last for very weariness all 3 had to stop. "Well played, sweet poppet," cried the younger. "Hast a rare touch on the strings. How knew you the tune?" asked the other. "I knew it not. I did but follow the notes I heard." Both opened their eyes at this, and stared at Alleyne with as much amazement as he had shown at them. "You have a fine trick of ear, then," said one. "We have long wished to meet such a man. Wilt join us and jog on to Ringwood? Thy duty shall be light, and thou shalt have 2 pence a day and meat for supper every night, with as much beer as you can put away," said the other, "and a flask of Gascon wine on Sabbaths." "Nay, it may not be. I have other work to do. I have tarried with you over long," quoth Alleyne, and resolutely set forth upon his journey once more. They ran behind him some little way, offering him first 4 pence and then 6 pence a day, but he only smiled and shook his head, until at last they fell away from him. Looking back, he saw that the smaller had mounted on the younger shoulders, and that they stood so, some 10 feet high, waving their adieus to him. He waved back to them, and then hastened on, the lighter of heart for having fallen in with these strange men of pleasure. Alleyne had gone no great distance for all the many small passages that had befallen him. Yet to him, used as he was to a life of such quiet that the failure of a brewing or the altering of an anthem had seemed to be of the deepest import, the quick changing play of the lights and shadows of life was strangely startling and interesting. A gulf seemed to divide this brisk, uncertain existence from the old steady round of work and of prayer which he had left behind him. The few hours that had passed since he saw the Abbey tower stretched out in his memory until they outgrew whole months of the stagnant life of the cloister. As he walked and munched the soft bread from his scrip, it seemed strange to him to feel that it was still warm from the ovens of Bordeaux. When he passed Pennerley, where were 3 cottages and a barn, he reached the edge of the tree country and found the great barren heath of Blackdown stretching in front of him, all pink with heather and bronzed with the fading ferns. On the left the woods were still thick, but the road edged away from them and wound over the open. The sun lay low in the west upon a purple cloud, whence it threw a mild, chastening light over the wild moorland and glittered on the fringe of forest, turning the withered leaves into flakes of dead gold, the brighter for the black depths behind them. To the seeing eye decay is as fair as growth, and death as life. The thought stole into Alleyne's heart as he looked upon the autumnal countryside and marveled at its beauty. He had little time to dwell upon it, however, for there were still 6 good miles between him and the nearest inn. He sat down by the roadside to partake of his bread and cheese, and then with a lighter scrip he hastened upon his way. There appeared to be more wayfarers on the down than in the forest. First he passed 2 Dominicans in their long black dresses, who swept by him with downcast looks and pattering lips, without so much as a glance at him. Then there came a gray friar, or minorite, with a good paunch upon him, walking slowly and looking about him with the air of a man who was at peace with himself and with all men. He stopped Alleyne to ask him whether it was not true that there was a hostel somewhere in those parts which was especially famous for the stewing of eels. The clerk having made answer that he had heard the eels of Soli well spoken of, the friar sucked in his lips and hurried forward. Close at his heels came 3 laborers walking abreast, with spade and mattock over their shoulders. They sang some rude chorus right tunefully as they walked, but their English was so coarse and rough that to the ears of a cloister-bred man it sounded like a foreign and barbarous tongue. One of them carried a young bittern which they had caught upon the moor, and they offered it to Alleyne for a silver groat. Very glad he was to get safely past them, for with their bristling red beards and their fierce blue eyes, they were uneasy men to bargain with upon a lonely moor. Yet it is not always the bulliest and the wildest who are the most to be dreaded. The workers looked hungrily at him, and then jogged onwards upon their way in slow, lumbering Saxon style. A worse man to deal with was a wooden-legged cripple who came hobbling down the path, so weak and so old to all appearance that a child need not stand in fear of him. Yet when Alleyne had passed him, of a sudden, out of pure devilment, he screamed out a curse at him, and sent a jagged flint stone hurtling past his ear. So horrid was the causeless rage of the crooked creature, that the clerk came over a cold thrill, and took to his heels until he was out of shot from stone or word. It seemed to him that in this country of England there was no protection for a man save that which lay in the strength of his own arm and the speed of his own foot. In the cloisters he had heard vague talk of the law, the mighty law which was higher than prelate or baron, yet no sign could he see of it. What was the benefit of a law written fair upon parchment, he wondered, if there were no officers to enforce it? As it fell out, however, he had that very evening, ere the sun had set, a chance of seeing how stern was the grip of the English law when it did happen to seize the offender. A mile or so out upon the moor the road takes a very sudden dip into a hollow, with a peat-colored stream running swiftly down the center of it. To the right of this stood, and stands to this day, an ancient barrow, or burying mound, covered deeply in a bristle of heather and bracken. Alleyne was plodding down the slope upon one side, when he saw an old dame coming towards him upon the other, limping with weariness and leaning heavily upon a stick. When she reached the edge of the stream, she stood helpless, looking to right and to left for some ford. Where the path ran down, a great stone had been fixed in the center of the brook, but it was too far from the bank for her aged and uncertain feet. Twice she thrust forward at it, and twice she drew back, until at last, giving up in despair, she sat herself down by the brink and wrung her hands wearily. There she still sat when Alleyne reached the crossing. "Come, mother," quoth he, "it is not so very perilous a passage." "Alas!" "Good youth," she answered. "I have a humor in the eyes, and though I can see that there is a stone there, I can by no means be sure as to where it lies." "That is easily amended," said he cheerily, and picking her lightly up, for she was much worn with time, he passed across with her. He could not but observe, however, that as he placed her down her knees seemed to fail her, and she could scarcely prop herself up with her staff. "You are weak, mother," said he. "Hast journeyed far?" "I what?" "From Wiltshire, friend," said she, in a quavering voice. "3 days have I been on the road. I go to my son, who is one of the king's regarders at Brockenhurst. He has ever said that he would care for me in mine old age. And rightly too, mother, since you cared for him in his youth. But when have you broken fast?" "At Lindenhurst. But alas! My money is at an end, and I could but get a dish of bran porridge from the nunnery. Yet I trust that I may be able to reach Brockenhurst tonight, where I may have all that heart can desire. For oh, sir, but my son is a fine man, with a kindly heart of his own, and it is as good as food to me to think that he should have a doublet of Lincoln green to his back and be the king's own paid man." "It is a long road yet to Brockenhurst," said Alleyne, "but here is such bread and cheese as I have left, and here, too, is a penny which may help you to supper." "May God be with you! May God be with you, young man!" she cried. "May he make your heart as glad as you have made mine." She turned away, still mumbling blessings, and Alleyne saw her short figure and her long shadow stumbling slowly up the slope. He was moving away himself, when his eyes lit upon a strange sight, and one which sent a tingling through his skin. Out of the tangled scrub on the old, overgrown barrow, 2 human faces were looking out at him. The sinking sun glimmered full upon them, showing up every line and feature. The one was an oldish man with a thin beard, a crooked nose, and a broad red smudge from a birthmark over his temple. The other was a Negro, a thing rarely met in England at that day, and rarer still in the quiet Southland parts. Alleyne had read of such folk, but had never seen one before, and could scarce take his eyes from the fellow's broad, pouting lip and shining teeth. Even as he gazed, however, the 2 came writhing out from among the heather, and came down towards him with such a guilty, slinking carriage that the clerk felt that there was no good in them, and hastened onwards upon his way. He had not gained the crown of the slope, when he heard a sudden scuffle behind him and a feeble voice bleating for help. Looking round, there was the old dame down upon the roadway, with her red wimple flying on the breeze, while the 2 rogues, black and white, stooped over her, wresting away from her the penny and such other poor trifles as were worth the taking. At the sight of her thin limbs, struggling in weak resistance, such a glow of fierce anger passed over Alleyne as set his head in a whirl. Dropping his scrip, he bounded over the stream once more, and made for the 2 villains, with his staff whirled over his shoulder and his gray eyes blazing with fury. The robbers, however, were not disposed to leave their victim until they had worked their wicked will upon her. The black man, with the woman's crimson scarf tied round his swarthy head, stood forward in the center of the path, with a long, dull-colored knife in his hand, while the other, waving a ragged cudgel, cursed at Alleyne and dared him to come on. His blood was fairly aflame, however, and he needed no such challenge. Dashing at the black man, he smote at him with such good will that the other let his knife tinkle into the roadway, and hopped howling to a safer distance. The second rogue, however, made of sterner stuff, rushed in upon the clerk and clipped him round the waist with a grip like a bear, shouting the while to his comrade to come round and stab him in the back. At this the Negro took heart of grace, and picking up his dagger again, he came stealing with prowling step and murderous eye, while the 2 swayed backwards and forwards, staggering this way and that. In the very midst of the scuffle, however, whilst Alleyne braced himself to feel the cold blade between his shoulders, there came a sudden scurry of hoofs, and the black man yelled with terror and ran for his life through the heather. The man with the birthmark, too, struggled to break away, and Alleyne heard his teeth chatter and felt his limbs grow limp to his hand. At this sign of coming aid, the clerk held on the tighter, and at last was able to pin his man down and glance behind him to see where all the noise was coming from. Down the slanting road there was riding a big, burly man, clad in a tunic of purple velvet and driving a great black horse as hard as it could gallop. He leaned well over its neck as he rode, and made a heaving with his shoulders at every bound as though he were lifting the steed instead of it carrying him. In the rapid glance Alleyne saw that he had white doeskin gloves, a curling white feather in his flat velvet cap, and a broad gold, embroidered baldric across his bosom. Behind him rode 6 others, 2 and 2, clad in sober brown jerkins, with the long yellow staves of their bows thrusting out from behind their right shoulders. Down the hill they thundered, over the brook and up to the scene of the contest. "Here is one," said the leader, springing down from his reeking horse, and seizing the white robe by the edge of his jerkin. "This is one of them. I know him by that devil's touch upon his brow. Where are your cords, Peterkin? So, bind him hand and foot. His last hour has come. And you, young man, who may you be?" "I am a clerk, sir, traveling from Bordeaux." "A clerk," cried the other. "Art from Oxenford or from Cambridge? Hast thou a letter from the chancellor of thy college giving thee a permit to beg? Let me see thy letter." He had a stern, square face with bushy side whiskers and a very questioning eye. "I am from Bordeaux Abbey, and I have no need to beg," said Alleyne, who was all of a tremble now that the ruffle was over. "The better for thee," the other answered. "Dost know who I am?" "No, sir, I do not." "I am the law," nodding his head solemnly. "I am the law of England and the mouthpiece of his most gracious and royal majesty, Edward III. Alleyne lauded low to the king's representative. "Truly you came in good time, honored sir," said he. "A moment later, and they would have slain me. But there should be another one," cried the man in the purple coat. "There should be a black man, a shipman with St. Anthony's fire, and a black man who had served him as cook. Those are the pair that we are in chase of." "The black man fled over to that side," said Alleyne, pointing towards the barrow. "He could not have gone far, Sir Bailiff," cried one of the archers, unslinging his bow. "He is in hiding somewhere, for he knew well, black paynim as he is, that our horses for legs could outstrip his 2. "Then we shall have him," said the other. "It shall never be said, whilst I am bailiff of Southampton, that any waster, reaver, drawlatch, or murderer came scathless away from me and my posse. Leave that rogue lying. Now stretch out in line, my merry ones, with arrow on string, and I shall show you such sport as only the king can give. You on the left, Howett, and Thomas of Redbridge upon the right. So, beat high and low among the heather, and a pot of wine to the lucky marksman." As it chanced, however, the searchers had not far to seek. The Negro had burrowed down into his hiding place upon the barrow, where he might have lain snug enough, had it not been for the red gear upon his head. As he raised himself to look over the bracken at his enemies, the staring color caught the eye of the bailiff, who broke into a long screeching whoop and spurred forward sword in hand. Seeing himself discovered, the man rushed out from his hiding place and bounded at the top of his speed down the line of archers, keeping a good 100 paces to the front of them. The 2 who were on either side of Alleyne bent their bows as calmly as though they were shooting at the popinjay at the village fair. 7 yards windage, Hal, said one, whose hair was streaked with gray. 5, replied the other, letting loose his string. Alleyne gave a gulp in his throat, for the yellow streak seemed to pass through the man, but he still ran forward. 7, you jack-fool, growled the first speaker, and his bow twanged like a harp-string. The black man sprang high up into the air and shot out both his arms and his legs, coming down all a-sprawl among the heather. "Right under the blade bone," quoth the archer, sauntering forward for his arrow. "The old hound is the best when all is said," quoth the bailiff of Southampton, as they made back for the roadway. "That means a quart of the best Momsey in Southampton this very night, Matthew Atwood. Art sure that he is dead? Dead as Pontius Pilate, worshipful sir. It is well. Now as to the other knave, there are trees and despair over yonder, but we have scarce leisure to make for them. Draw thy sword, Thomas of Redbridge, and hew me his head from his shoulders." "A boon, gracious sir, a boon," cried the condemned man. "What then?" asked the bailiff. "I will confess to my crime. It was indeed I and the black cook, both from the ship La Rose de Gloire of Southampton, who did set upon the Flanders merchant and rob him of his spicery and his mercery, for which, as we well know, you hold a warrant against us. "There is little merit in this confession," quoth the bailiff sternly. "Thou hast done evil within my bailiwick, and must die." "But, sir," urged Alleyne, who was white to the lips at these bloody doings, "he hath not yet come to trial." "Young clerk," said the bailiff, "you speak of that of which you know nothing. It is true that he hath not come to trial, but the trial hath come to him. He hath fled the law, and is beyond its pale. Touch not that which is no concern of thine. But what is this boon, rogue, which you would crave? I have in my shoe, most worshipful sir, a strip of wood which belonged once to the bark wherein the blessed Paul was dashed up against the island of Melita. I bought it for 2 rose nobles from a shipman who came from the Levant. The boon I crave is that you will place it in my hands and let me die still grasping it. In this manner, not only shall my own eternal salvation be secured, but thine also, for I shall never cease to intercede for thee." At the command of the bailiff they plucked off the fellow's shoe, and there sure enough at the side of the instep, wrapped in a piece of fine sendal, lay a long, dark splinter of wood. The archers doffed caps at the sight of it, and the bailiff crossed himself devoutly as he handed it to the robber. "If it should chance," he said, "that through the surpassing merits of the blessed Paul your sin-stained soul should gain a way into paradise, I trust that you will not forget that intercession which you have promised. Bear in mind, too, that it is Hereward the bailiff for whom you pray, and not Hereward the sheriff, who is my uncle's son. Now, Thomas, I pray you dispatch, for we have a long ride before us, and sun is already set." Alleyne gazed upon the scene. The portly velvet-clad official, the knot of hard-faced archers with their hands to the bridles of their horses, the thief with his arms trussed back and his doublet turned down upon his shoulders. By the side of the track the old dame was standing, fastening her red wimple once more round her head. Even as he looked, one of the archers drew his sword with a sharp whir of steel and stepped up to the lost man. The clerk hurried away in horror, but, ere he had gone many paces, he heard a sudden, sullen thump with a choking, whistling sound at the end of it. A minute later the bailiff and 4 of his men rode past him on their journey back to Southampton, the other 2 having been chosen as grave diggers. As they passed, Alleyne saw that one of the men was wiping his sword blade upon the mane of his horse. A deadly sickness came over him at the sight, and sitting down by the wayside, he burst out weeping, with his nerves all in a jangle. It was a terrible world, thought he, and it was hard to know which were the most to be dreaded, the knaves or the men of the law. Chapter 5. How a strange company gathered at the Pied Merlin. The night had already fallen, and the moon was shining between the rifts of ragged, drifting clouds, before Alleyne Edricson, footsore and weary from the unwonted exercise, found himself in front of the forest in which stood upon the outskirts of Lyndhurst. The building was long and low, standing back a little from the road, with 2 flambeaux blazing on either side of the door as a welcome to the traveler. From one window there thrust forth a long pole with a bunch of greenery tied to the end of it, a sign that liquor was to be sold within. As Alleyne walked up to it, he perceived that it was rudely fashioned out of beams of wood, with twinkling lights all over where the glow from within shone through the chinks. The roof was poor and thatched, but in strange contrast to it there ran all along under the eaves a line of wooden shields, most gorgeously painted with chevron, bend, and saltire, and every heraldic device. By the door a horse stood tethered, the ruddy glow beating strongly upon his brown head and patient eyes, while his body stood back in the shadow. Alleyne stood still in the roadway for a few minutes reflecting upon what he should do. It was, he knew, only a few miles further to Minstead, where his brother dwelt. On the other hand, he had never seen this brother since childhood, and the reports which had come to his ears concerning him were seldom to his advantage. By all accounts, he was a hard and a bitter man. It might be an evil start to come to his door so late and claim the shelter of his roof. Better to sleep here at this inn, and then travel on to Minstead in the morning. If his brother would take him in, well and good. He would bide with him for a time and do what he might to serve him. If, on the other hand, he should have hardened his heart against him, he could only go on his way and do the best he might by his skill as a craftsman and a scrivener. At the end of a year, he would be free to return to the cloisters, for such had been his father's bequest. A monkish upbringing, 1 year in the world after the age of 20, and then a free selection one way or the other. It was a strange course which had been marked out for him. Such as it was, however, he had no choice but to follow it. And if he were to begin by making a friend of his brother, he had best wait until morning before he knocked at his dwelling. The rude plank door was ajar, but as Alleyne approached it, there came from within such a gust of rough laughter and clatter of tongues that he stood irresolute upon the threshold. Summoning courage, however, and reflecting that it was a public dwelling, in which he had as much right as any other man, he pushed it open and stepped into the common room. Though it was an autumn evening and somewhat warm, a huge fire of heaped billets of wood crackled and sparkled in a broad, open grate, some of the smoke escaping up a rude chimney, but the greater part rolling out into the room, so that the air was thick with it, and a man coming from without could scarce catch his breath. On this fire a great cauldron bubbled and simmered, giving forth a rich and promising smell. Seated round it were a dozen or so folk, of all ages and conditions, who set up such a shout as Alleyne entered that he stood peering at them through the smoke, uncertain what this riotous greeting might portend. "Arouse! Arouse!" cried one rough-looking fellow in a tattered jerkin. "One more round of mead or ale, and the score to the last comer." "'Tis the law of the Pied Merlin," shouted another. "Oh, there, Dame Eliza! Here is fresh custom come to the house, and not a drain for the company. I will take your orders, gentles. I will assuredly take your orders," the landlady answered, bustling in with her hands full of leathern drinking cups. "What is it that you drink, then?" "Beer for the lads of the forest, mead for the gleeman, strong waters for the tinker, and wine for the rest. It is an old custom of the house, young sir. It has been the use at the Pied Merlin this many a year back that the company should drink to the health of the last comer. Is it your pleasure to humor it?" "Why, good dame," said Alleyne, "I would not offend the customs of your house, but it is only sooth when I say that my purse is a thin one. As far as 2 pence will go, however, I shall be right glad to do my part." "Plainly said and bravely spoken, my suckling friar," roared a deep voice, and a heavy hand fell upon Alleyne's shoulder. Looking up, he saw beside him his former cloister companion, the renegade monk, Hortal John. "By the thorn of Glastonbury, ill days are coming upon Bordeaux," said he. "Here they have got rid in one day of the only 2 men within their walls. For I have had mine eyes upon thee, youngster, and I know that for all thy baby face there is the making of a man in thee. Then there is the abbot, too. I am no friend of his, nor he of mine, but he has warm blood in his veins. He is the only man left among them. The others, what are they?" "They are holy men," Alleyne answered gravely. "Holy men? Holy cabbages, holy bean pods. What do they do but live and suck in sustenance and grow fat? If that be holiness, I could show you hogs in this forest who are fit to head the calendar. Think you it was for such a life that this good arm was fixed upon my shoulder, or that head placed upon your neck? There is work in the world, man, and it is not by hiding behind stone walls that we shall do it." "Why, then, did you join the brothers?" asked Alleyne. "A fair enough question, but it is as fairly answered. I joined them because Marjorie Allspay, of Boulder, married crooked Thomas of Ringwood, and left a certain John of Hortal in the cold, for that he was a ranting, roving blade who was not to be trusted in wedlock. That was why, being fond and hot-headed, I left the world, and that is why, having had time to take thought, I am right glad to find myself back in it once more. Ill betide the day that ever I took off my yeoman's jerkin to put on the white gown." Whilst he was speaking, the landlady came in again, bearing a broad platter, upon which stood all the beakers and flagons charged to the brim with the brown ale or the ruby wine. Behind her came a maid with a high pile of wooden plates and a great sheaf of spoons, one of which she handed round to each of the travelers. 2 of the company, who were dressed in the weather-stained green doublet of foresters, lifted the big pot off the fire, and a third, with a huge pewter ladle, served out a portion of steaming collops to each guest. Alleyne bore his share and his ale-mug away with him to a retired trestle in the corner, where he could sup in peace and watch the strange scene, which was so different to those silent and well-ordered meals to which he was accustomed. The room was not unlike a stable. The low ceiling, smoke-blackened and dingy, was pierced by several square trapdoors with rough-hewn ladders leading up to them. The walls of bare, unpainted planks were studded here and there with great wooden pins, placed at irregular intervals and heights, from which hung over tunics, wallets, whips, bridles, and saddles. Over the fireplace were suspended 6 or 7 shields of wood, with coats of arms rudely daubed upon them, which showed by their varying degrees of smokiness and dirt that they had been placed there at different periods. There was no furniture save a single long dresser covered with coarse crockery, and a number of wooden benches and trestles, the legs of which sank deeply into the soft clay floor, while the only light, save that of the fire, was furnished by 3 torches stuck in sockets on the wall, which flickered and crackled, giving forth a strong resinous odor. All this was novel and strange to the cloister-bred youth. But most interesting of all was the motley circle of guests who sat eating their collops round the blaze. They were a humble group of wayfarers, such as might have been found that night in any inn through the length and breadth of England. But to him they represented that vague world against which he had been so frequently and so earnestly warned. It did not seem to him, from what he could see of it, to be such a very wicked place after all. 3 or 4 of the men round the fire were evidently underkeepers and verderers from the forest, sunburned and bearded, with the quick, restless eye and lithe movements of the deer among which they lived. Close to the corner of the chimney sat a middle-aged gleeman, clad in a faded garb of Norwich cloth, the tunic of which was so outgrown that it did not fasten at the neck and at the waist. His face was swollen and coarse, and his watery, protruding eyes spoke of a life which never wandered very far from the wine-pot. A gilt harp, blotched with many stains and with 2 of its strings missing, was tucked under one of his arms, while with the other he scooped greedily at his platter. Next to him sat 2 other men of about the same age, one with a trimming of fur to his coat, which gave him a dignity which was evidently dearer to him than his comfort, for he still drew it round him in spite of the hot glare of the faggots. The other, clad in a dirty russet suit with a long sweeping doublet, had a cunning, foxy face with keen, twinkling eyes and a peaky beard. Next to him sat Hortel John, and beside him 3 other rough, unkempt fellows with tangled beards and matted hair, free laborers from the adjoining farms, where small patches of freehold property had been suffered to remain scattered about in the heart of the royal domain. The company was completed by a peasant in a rude dress of undyed sheepskin, with the old-fashioned galligaskins about his legs, and a gaily dressed young man with striped cloak jagged at the edges and party-colored hosen, who looked about him with high disdain upon his face, and held a blue smelling flask to his nose with one hand, while he brandished a busy spoon with the other. In the corner, a very fat man was lying all a-sprawl upon a truss, snoring stertorously, and evidently in the last stage of drunkenness. "That is what the limner," quoth the landlady, sitting down beside Alleyne and pointing with the ladle to the sleeping man. "That is he who paints the signs and the tokens. Alack and alas, that ever I should have been fool enough to trust him. Now, young man, what manner of a bird would you suppose a Pied Merlin to be, that being the proper sign of my hostels?" "Why," said Alleyne, "a merlin is a bird of the same form as an eagle or a falcon. I can well remember that learned brother Bartholomew, who is deep in all the secrets of nature, pointed one out to me as we walked together near Vinny Ridge. A falcon or an eagle, quotha, and pied, that is of 2 several colors. So any man would say, except this barrel of lies. He came to me, look you, saying that if I would furnish him with a gallon of ale, wherewith to strengthen himself as he worked, and also the pigments and a board, he would paint for me a noble Pied Merlin which I might hang along with the blazonry over my door. I, poor simple fool, gave him the ale and all that he craved, leaving him alone too, because he said that a man's mind must be left untroubled when he had great work to do. When I came back the gallon jar was empty, and he lay as you see him, with the board in front of him with this sorry device." She raised up a panel which was leaning against the wall, and showed a rude painting of a scraggy and angular fowl, with very long legs and a spotted body. "Was that," she asked, "like the bird which thou hast seen?" Alleyne shook his head, smiling. "No, nor any other bird that ever wagged a feather." It is most like a plucked pullet which has died of the spotted fever. And scarlet too. What would the gentle Sir Nicholas Borehunt, or Sir Bernard Brocas of Rochecourt, say if they saw such a thing, or perhaps even the king's own majesty himself, who often has ridden past this way, and who loves his falcons as he loves his sons? It would be the downfall of my house. The matter is not past mending, said Alleyne. I pray you, good dame, to give me those 3 pigment pots and the brush, and I shall try whether I cannot better this painting. Dame Eliza looked doubtfully at him, as though fearing some other stratagem, but as he made no demand for ale, she finally brought the paints and watched him as he smeared on his background, talking the while about the folk round the fire. The 4 forest lads must be jogging soon, she said. They bide at Emery Down a mile or more from here. Yeoman prickers they are, who tend to the king's hunt. The gleeman is called Floyding Will. He comes from the north country, but for many years he hath gone the round of the forest from Southampton to Christchurch. He drinks much and pays little, but it would make your ribs crackle to hear him sing the jest of Hendy Tobias. Mayhap he will sing it when the ale has warmed him. Who are those next to him? Asked Alleyne, much interested. He of the fur mantle has a wise and reverent face. He is a seller of pills and salves, very learned in humours and rheums and fluxes and all manner of ailments. He wears, as you perceive, the vernicle of sainted Luke, the first physician, upon his sleeve. May good St. Thomas of Kent grant that it may be long before either I or mine need his help. He is here tonight for herbergage, as are the others except the foresters. His neighbour is a tooth-drawer. That bag at his girdle is full of the teeth that he drew at Winchester Fair. I warrant that there are more sound ones than sorry, for he is quick at his work and a trifle dim in the eye. The lusty man next him with the red head I have not seen before. The 4 on this side are all workers, 3 of them in the service of the bailiff of Sir Baldwin Redvers, and the other, he with the sheepskin, is, as I hear, a villain from the Midlands who hath run from his master. His year and day are well nigh up, when he will be a free man. And the other? Asked Alleyne in a whisper. He is surely some very great man, for he looks as though he scorned those who were about him. The landlady looked at him in a motherly way and shook her head. You have had no great truck with the world, she said, or you would have learned that it is the small men and not the great who hold their noses in the air. Look at those shields upon my wall and under my eaves. Each of them is the device of some noble lord or gallant knight who has slept under my roof at one time or another. Yet milder men or easier to please I have never seen, eating my bacon and drinking my wine with a merry face, and paying my score with some courteous word or jest which was dearer to me than my profit. Those are the true gentles. But your chapman or your bear-ward will swear that there is a lime in the wine and water in the ale, and fling off at the last with a curse instead of a blessing. This youth is a scholar from Cambridge, where men are wont to be blown out by a little knowledge, and lose the use of their hands in learning the laws of the Romans. But I must away to lay down the beds. So may the saints keep you and prosper you in your undertaking. Thus left to himself, Alleyne drew his panel of wood where the light of one of the torches would strike full upon it, and worked away with all the pleasure of the trained craftsman, listening the while to the talk which went on round the fire. The peasant in the sheepskins, who had sat glum and silent all evening, had been so heated by his flagon of ale that he was talking loudly and angrily with clenched hands and flashing eyes. Sir Humphrey Tennant of Ashby may till his own fields for me, he cried. The castle has thrown its shadow upon the cottage overlong. For 300 years my folk have swinked and sweated, day in and day out, to keep the wine on the Lord's table and the harness on the Lord's back. Let him take off his plates and delve himself, if delving must be done. A proper spirit, my fair son, said one of the free laborers. I would that all men were of thy way of thinking. He would have sold me with his acres. The other cried, in a voice which was hoarse with passion, the man, the woman, and their litter. So ran the words of the dotard bailiff. Never a bullock on the farm was sold more lightly. He may wake some black night to find the flames licking about his ears. For fire is a good friend to the poor man, and I have seen a smoking heap of ashes where overnight there stood just such another Castlewick as Ashby. This is a lad of metal, shouted another of the laborers. He dares to give tongue to what all men think. Are we not all from Adam's loins, all with flesh and blood, and with the same mouth that must needs have food and drink? Where all this difference, then, between the ermine cloak and the leathern tunic, if what they cover is the same? Ay, Jenkin, said another, our foeman is under the stole, and the vestment as much as under the helmet and plate of proof. We have as much to fear from the tonsure as from the hauberk. Strike at the noble, and the priest shrieks. Strike at priest, and the noble lays his hand upon glaive. They are twin thieves who live upon our labor. It would take a clever man to live upon thy labor, Hugh, remarked one of the foresters, seeing that the half of thy time is spent in swilling mead at the Pied Merlin. Better that than stealing the deer that thou art placed to guard, like some folk I know. If you dare open that swine's mouth against me, shouted the woodman, I'll crop your ears for you before the hangman has the doing of it, thou long-jawed lack-brain. Nay, gentles, gentles, cried Dame Eliza, in a sing-song, heedless voice, which showed that such bickerings were nightly things among her guests. No brawling or brabbling, gentles. Take heed to the good name of the house. Besides, if it comes to the cropping of ears, there are other folk who may say their say, quoth the third laborer. We are all freemen, and I trow that a yeoman's cudgel is as good as a forester's knife. By Street Anselm, it would be an evil day if we had to bend to our master's servants as well as to our masters. No man is my master save the king, the woodman answered. Who is there, save a false traitor, who would refuse to serve the English king? I know not about the English king, said the man Jenkin. What sort of English king is it who cannot lay his tongue to a word of English? You mind last year when he came down to Malwood with his inner marshal and his outer marshal, his justiciar, his seneschal, and his 24 guardsmen. One noontide I was by Franklin Swinton's gate, when up he rides with a yeoman pricker at his heels. Ouvre, he cried, ouvre, or some such word, making signs for me to open the gate, and then merci, as though he were adrat of me. And you talk of an English king? I do not marvel at it, cried the Cambridge scholar, speaking in the high drawling voice which was common among his class. It is not a tongue for men of sweet birth and delicate upbringing. It is a foul, snorting, snarling manner of speech. For myself, I swear by the learned Polycarp that I have most ease with Hebrew, and after that perchance with Arabian. I will not hear a word said against old King Ned, cried Hortle John in a voice like a bull. What if he is fond of a bright eye and a saucy face? I know one of his subjects who could match him at that. If he cannot speak like an Englishman, I trow that he can fight like an Englishman. And he was hammering at the gates of Paris while alehouse topers were grutching and grumbling at home. This loud speech, coming from a man of so formidable an appearance, somewhat daunted the disloyal party, and they fell into a sullen silence, which enabled Alleyne to hear something of the talk which was going on in the further corner between the physician, the tooth-drawer, and the gleeman. A raw rat, the man of drugs was saying. That is what it is ever my use to order for the plague. A raw rat with its paunch cut open. Might it not be broiled? Most learned, sir, asked the tooth-drawer. A raw rat sounds a most sorry and cheerless dish. Not to be eaten, cried the physician, in high disdain. Why should any man eat such a thing? Why indeed? Asked the gleeman, taking a long drain at his tankard. It is to be placed on the sore or swelling. For the rat, mark you, being a foul living creature, hath a natural drawing or affinity for all foul things, so that the noxious humours pass from the man into the unclean beast. Would that cure the Black Death, master? Asked Jenkin. Aye, truly would it, my fair son. Then I am right glad that there were none who knew of it. The Black Death is the best friend that ever the common folk had in England. How that then? Asked Hortle John. Why, friend, it is easy to see that you have not worked with your hands, or you would not need to ask. When half the folk in the country were dead, it was then that the other half could pick and choose who they would work for, and for what wage. That is why I say that the Mern was the best friend that the Burrell folk ever had. True, Jenkin, said another workman, but it is not all good that is brought by it either. We well know that through it cornland has been turned into pasture, so that flocks of sheep with perchance a single shepherd wander now, where once 100 men had work and wage. There is no great harm in that, remarked the tooth-drawer, for the sheep give many folk their living. There is not only the herd, but the shearer and brander, and then the dresser, the curer, the dyer, the fuller, the webster, the merchant, and a score of others. If it come to that, said one of the foresters, the tough meat of them will wear folks' teeth out, and there is a trade for the man who can draw them. A general laugh followed this sally at the dentist's expense, in the midst of which the gleeman placed his battered harp upon his knee and began to pick out a melody upon the frayed strings. "Elbow room for floyding, Will," cried the woodman. "Twang us a merry lilt." Aye, the lasses of Lancaster," one suggested. "Or St. Simeon and the devil. Or the jest of Hendy Tobias." To all these suggestions the jongleur made no response, but sat with his eye fixed abstractedly upon the ceiling, as one who calls words to his mind. Then, with a sudden sweep across the strings, he broke out into a song so gross and so foul that ere he had finished a verse the pure-minded lad sprang to his feet with the blood tingling in his face. "How can you sing such things?" he cried. "You too, an old man who should be an example to others." The wayfarers all gazed in the utmost astonishment at the interruption. "By the holy daikon of Hampole, our silent clerk has found his tongue," said one of the woodmen. "What is amiss with the song, then? How has it offended your babyship? A milder and better-mannered song hath never been heard within these walls," cried another. "What sort of talk is this for a public inn? Shall it be a litany, my good clerk?" shouted a third. "Or would a hymn be good enough to serve?" The jongleur had put down his harp in high dudgeon. "Am I to be preached to by a child?" he cried, staring across at Alleyne with an inflamed and angry countenance. "Is a hairless infant to raise his tongue against me, when I have sung in every fair from Tweed to Trent, and have twice been named aloud by the High Court of the Minstrels of Beverley? I shall sing no more tonight." "Nay, but you will so," said one of the laborers. "Hi, Dame Eliza, bring a stoup of your best to Will to clear his throat. Go forward with thy song, and if our girl-faced clerk does not love it, he can take to the road and go whence he came." "Nay, but not too last," broke in Hortal John. "There are two words in this matter. It may be that my little comrade has been over-quick in reproof, he having gone early into the cloisters and seen little of the rough ways and words of the world. Yet there is truth in what he says, for, as you know well, the song was not of the cleanest. I shall stand by him, therefore, and he shall neither be put out on the road, nor shall his ears be offended indoors." "Indeed, your high and mighty grace," sneered one of the yeomen, "have you in sooth so ordained?" "By the Virgin," said a second, "I think that you may both chance to find yourselves upon the road before long, and so belabored as to be scarce able to crawl along it," cried a third. "Nay, I shall go, said Alleyne hurriedly, as Hortal John began to slowly roll up his sleeve and bare an arm like a leg of mutton. "I would not have you brawl about me." "Hush, lad," he whispered, "I count them not a fly. They may find they have more tow on their distaff than they know how to spin. Stand thou clear, and give me space." Both the foresters and the laborers had risen from their bench, and Dame Eliza and the traveling doctor had flung themselves between the two parties with soft words and soothing gestures, when the door of the Pied Merlin was flung violently open, and the attention of the company was drawn from their own quarrel to the newcomer who had burst so unceremoniously upon them. Chapter 6. How Sankin Aylward wagered his feather-bed. He was a middle-sized man, of most massive and robust build, with an arching chest and extraordinary breadth of shoulder. His shaven face was as brown as a hazelnut, tanned and dried by the weather, with harsh, well-marked features, which were not improved by a long white scar which stretched from the corner of his left nostril to the angle of the jaw. His eyes were bright and searching, with something of menace and of authority in their quick glitter, and his mouth was firm-set and hard, as befitted one who was wont to set his face against danger. A straight sword by his side and a painted longbow jutting over his shoulder proclaimed his profession, while his scarred brigandine of chainmail and his dinted steel cap showed that he was no holiday soldier, but one who was even now fresh from the wars. A white surcoat with the lion of St. George in red upon the center covered his broad breast, while a sprig of new-plucked broom at the side of his headgear gave a touch of gaiety and grace to his grim, war-worn equipment. "Huh," he cried, blinking like an owl in the sudden glare. "Good even to you, comrades? Hola! A woman, by my soul! and in an instant he had clipped Dame Eliza round the waist and was kissing her violently, his eye happening to wander upon the maid. However, he instantly abandoned the mistress and danced off after the other, who scurried in confusion up one of the ladders and dropped the heavy trapdoor upon her pursuer. He then turned back and saluted the landlady once more with the utmost relish and satisfaction. "La petite is frightened," said he. "Ah, c'est l'amour. Curse this trick of French which will stick to my throat. I must wash it out with some good English ale. By my hilt, camarada, there is no drop of French blood in my body, and I am a true English bowman, Samkin Aylward by name. And I tell you, Amos, that it warms my very heart roots to set my feet on the dear old land once more. When I came off the galley at Hythe, this very day, I down on my bones, and I kissed the good brown earth, as I kiss thee now, ma belle, for it was 8 long years since I had seen it. The very smell of it seemed life to me. But where are my 6 rascals? Hola there, in avant!" At the order, 6 men, dressed as common drudges, marched solemnly into the room, each bearing a huge bundle upon his head. They formed in military line, while the soldiers stood in front of them with stern eyes, checking off their several packages. "Number 1, a French feather-bed with the 2 counterpanes of white sendal," said he. "Here, worthy sir," answered the first of the bearers, laying a great package down in the corner. "Number 2, 7 ells of red Turkey cloth and 9 ells of cloth of gold. Put it down by the other. Good dame, I prythee give each of these men a bottrine of wine or a jack of ale. 3, a full piece of white Genoan velvet with 12 ells of purple silk. Thou rascal, there is dirt on the hem. Thou hast brushed it against some wall? Coken. Not I, most worthy sir," cried the carrier, shrinking away from the fierce eyes of the bowman. "I say yes, dog. By the 3 kings, I have seen a man gasp out his last breath for less. Had you gone through the pain and unease that I have done to earn these things, you would be at more care. I swear by my 10 finger bones that there is not one of them that hath not cost its weight in French blood. For an incense boat, a ewer of silver, a gold buckle, and a cope worked in pearls. I found them, camarada, at the church of Saint Denis in the harrying of Narbonne, and I took them away with me, lest they fall into the hands of the wicked. 5, a cloak of fur turned up with minever, a gold goblet with stand and cover, and a box of rose-colored sugar. See that you lay them together. 6, a box of moneys, 3 pounds of limousine gold work, a pair of boots, silver tagged, and lastly a store of naping linen. So, the tally is complete. Here is a groat apiece, and you may go. Go whither, worthy sir? Asked one of the carriers. Whither? To the devil, if you will. What is it to me? Now, ma belle, to supper. A pair of cold capons, a mortress of brawn, or what you will, with a flask or 2 of the right Gascony. I have crowns in my pouch, my sweet, and I mean to spend them. Bring in wine while the food is dressing. Buvons, my brave lads. You shall each empty a stoup with me. Here was an offer which the company in an English inn at that, or any other date, are slow to refuse. The flagons were regathered and came back with the white foam dripping over their edges. 2 of the woodmen and 3 of the laborers drank their portions off hurriedly and trooped off together, for their homes were distant and the hour late. The others, however, drew closer, leaving the place of honor to the right of the gleeman to the free-handed newcomer. He had thrown off his steel cap and his brigandine, and had placed them with his sword, his quiver, and his painted longbow on the top of his varied heap of plunder in the corner. Now, with his thick and somewhat bowed legs stretched in front of the blaze, his green jerkin thrown open, and a great quart pot held in his corded fist, he looked the picture of comfort and of good fellowship. His hard-set face had softened, and the thick crop of crisp brown curls which had been hidden by his helmet grew low upon his massive neck. He might have been 40 years of age, though hard toil and harder pleasure had left their grim marks upon his features. Alleyne had ceased painting his Pied Merlin and sat, brush in hand, staring with open eyes at a type of man so strange and so unlike any whom he had met. Men had been good or had been bad in his catalogue, but here was a man who was fierce one instant and gentle the next, with a curse on his lips and a smile in his eye. What was to be made of such a man as that? It chanced that the soldier looked up and saw the questioning glance which the young clerk threw upon him. He raised his flagon and drank to him, with a merry flash of his white teeth. "A toy, mon garçon," he cried. "Hast surely never seen a man-at-arms, that thou shouldst stare so?" "I never have," said Alleyne frankly, "though I have oft heard talk of their deeds." "By my hilt," cried the other, "if you were to cross the narrow sea, you would find them as thick as bees at a tea-hole. Couldst not shoot a bolt down any street of Bordeaux, I warrant, but you would pink archer, squire, or knight. There are more breastplates than gabardines to be seen, I promise you." "And where got you all these pretty things?" asked Hortal John, pointing at the heap in the corner. "Where there is as much more waiting for any brave lad to pick it up, where a good man can always earn a good wage, and where he need look upon no man as his paymaster, but just reach his hand out and help himself. Aye, it is a goodly and a proper life. And here I drink to mine old comrades, and the saints be with them. Arouse all together me on fawn, under pain of my displeasure. To Sir Claude Latour and the White Company." "Sir Claude Latour and the White Company," shouted the travelers, draining off their goblets. "Well, quaff me, es braves. It is for me to fill your cups again, since you have drained them to my dear lads of the white jerkin. Hola! Mon ange, bring wine and ale. How runs the old stave? We'll drink all together, to the gray goose feather, and the land where the gray goose flew." He roared out the catch in a harsh, unmusical voice, and ended with a shout of laughter. "I trust that I am a better bowman than a minstrel," said he. "Methinks I have some remembrance of the lilt," remarked the gleeman, running his fingers over the strings, "hoping that it will give thee no offense, most holy sir," with a vicious snap at Alleyne, "and with the kind permit of the company, I will even venture upon it." Many a time in the after days Alleyne Edricson seemed to see that scene, for all that so many which were stranger and more stirring were soon to crowd upon him. The fat, red-faced gleeman, the listening group, the archer with upraised finger beating in time to the music, and the huge, sprawling figure of Hortal John, all thrown into red light and black shadow by the flickering fire in the center. Memory was to come often lovingly back to it. At the time he was lost in admiration at the deft way in which the jongleur disguised the loss of his two missing strings, and the lusty, hearty fashion in which he trolled out his little ballad of the outland bowman, which ran in some such fashion as this. "What of the bow? The bow was made in England, of true wood, of yew wood, the wood of English bows. So men who are free love the old yew tree, and the land where the yew tree grows. What of the cord? The cord was made in England, a rough cord, a tough cord, a cord that bowmen love. So we'll drain our jacks to the English flax, and the land where the hemp was wove. What of the shaft? The shaft was cut in England, a long shaft, a strong shaft, barbed and trim and true. So we'll drink all together to the gray goose feather, and the land where the gray goose flew. What of the men? The men were bred in England, the bowmen, the yeomen, the lads of dale and fell. Here's to you, and to you, to the hearts that are true, and the land where the true hearts dwell. Well sung, by my hilt, shouted the archer in high delight. Many a night have I heard that song, both in the old wartime and after in the days of the White Company, when Black Simon of Norwich would lead the stave, and 400 of the best bowmen that ever drew string would come roaring in upon the chorus. I have seen old John Hawkwood, the same who has led half the company into Italy, stand laughing in his beard as he heard it, until his plates rattled again. But to get the full smack of it, ye must yourselves be English bowmen, and be far off upon an outland soil. Whilst the song had been singing Dame Eliza, and the maid had placed a board across two trestles, and had laid upon it the knife, the spoon, the salt, the tranquire of bread, and finally the smoking dish which held the savory supper. The archer settled himself to it like one who had known what it was to find good food scarce, but his tongue still went as merrily as his teeth. "It passes me," he cried, "how all you lusty fellows can bide scratching your backs at home when there are such doings over the seas. Look at me. What have I to do? It is but the eye to the cord to the shaft, and the shaft to the mark. There's the whole song of it. It is but what you do yourselves for pleasure upon a Sunday evening at the parish village butts." "And the wage?" asked a laborer. "You see what the wage brings," he answered. I eat of the best, and I drink deep. I treat my friend, and I ask no friend to treat me. I clap a silk gown on my girl's back. Never a knight's lady shall be better betrimmed and betrinketed. How of all that, mon garçon? And how of the heap of trifles that you can see for yourselves in yonder corner? They are from the South French, every one, upon whom I have been making war. By my hilt, camarada, I think that I may let my plunder speak for itself. It seems indeed to be a goodly service, said the tooth-drawer. Tête bleu. Yes, indeed. Then there is the chance of a ransom. Why, look you, in the affair at Brignais some 4 years back, when the companies slew James of Bourbon and put his army to the sword, there was scarce a man of ours who had not count, baron, or knight. Peter Carsdale, who was but a common country lout newly brought over, with the English fleas still hopping under his doublet, laid his great hands upon the Sieur Maury de Chatonville, who owns half Picardy, and had 5,000 crowns out of him, with his horse and harness. 'Tis true that a French wench took it all off Peter as quick as the Frenchman paid it. But what then? By the twang of string. It would be a bad thing if money was not made to be spent. And how better than on woman? Emma Belle. It would indeed be a bad thing if we had not our brave archers to bring wealth and kindly customs into the country, quoth Dame Eliza, on whom the soldiers' free and open ways had made a deep impression. "Atoy, ma chérie," said he, with his hand over his heart. Hola! There is La Petite peeping from behind the door. Atoy. Aussi, ma petite. Mon Dieu! But the lass is a good color. There is one thing, fair sir, said the Cambridge student in his piping voice, which I would fain that you would make more clear. As I understand it, there was peace made at the town of Bretigny some 6 years back between our most gracious monarch and the king of the French. This being so, it seems most passing strange that you should talk so loudly of war and of companies when there is no quarrel between the French and us. Meaning that I lie, said the archer, laying down his knife. May heaven forfend, cried the student hastily. Magna est veritas sed rara, which means in the Latin tongue that archers are all honorable men. I come to you seeking knowledge, for it is my trade to learn. I fear that you are yet apprentice to that trade, quoth the soldier. For there is no child over the water but could answer what you ask. Know then that though there may be peace between our own provinces and the French, yet within the marches of France there is always war, for the country is much divided against itself, and is furthermore harried by bands of flayers, skinners, Brabacons, Tardvinus, and the rest of them. When every man's grip is on his neighbor's throat, and every 5-sou piece of a baron is marching with tuck of drum to fight whom he will, it would be a strange thing if 500 brave English boys could not pick up a living. Now that Sir John Hawkwood hath gone with the East Anglian lads and the Nottingham woodmen into the service of the Marquis of Montferrat to fight against the Lord of Milan, there are but 10 score of us left. Yet I trust that I may be able to bring some back with me to fill the ranks of the White Company. By the tooth of Peter, it would be a bad thing if I could not muster many a Hamptonshire man who would be ready to strike in under the red flag of St. George. And the more so, if Sir Nigel Loring of Christchurch should don hauberk once more and take the lead of us. Ah, you would indeed be in luck then, quoth a woodman, for it is said that, setting aside the prince, and mayhap good old Sir John Chandos, there was not in the whole army a man of such tried courage. It is sooth, every word of it, the archer answered. I have seen him with these 2 eyes in a stricken field, and never did man carry himself better. Mon Dieu! Yes, you would not credit it to look at him, or to hearken to his soft voice, but from the sailing from Orwell down to the foray to Paris, and that is clear 20 years, there was not a skirmish, onfall, sally, bushment, escalado, or battle, but Sir Nigel was in the heart of it. I go now to Christchurch with a letter to him from Sir Claude Latour to ask him if he will take the place of Sir John Hawkwood, and there is the more chance that he will if I bring 1 or 2 likely men at my heels. What say you, woodman? Wilt leave the bucks to loose a shaft at a nobler mark? The forester shook his head. I have wife and child at Emery Down, quoth he. I would not leave them for such a venture. You then, young sir? Asked the archer. Nay, I am a man of peace, said Alleyne Edrickson. Besides, I have other work to do. Pest, growled the soldier, striking his flagon on the board until the dishes danced again. What in the name of the devil hath come over the folk? Why sit ye all moping by the fireside, like crows round a dead horse, when there is man's work to be done within a few short leagues of ye? Out upon you all, as a set of laggards and hangbacks. By my hilt, I believe that the men of England are all in France already, and that what is left behind are in sooth the women dressed up in their paltocks and hosen. Archer, quoth Hortal John, you have lied more than once and more than twice, for which, and also because I see much in you to dislike, I am sorely tempted to lay you upon your back. By my hilt, then, I have found a man at last, shouted the bowman. And, for God, you are a better man than I take you for if you can lay me on my back, mon garçon. I have won the ram more times than there are toes to my feet, and for 7 long years I have found no man in the company who could make my jerkin dusty. We have had enough bobbins and boasting, said Hortal John, rising and throwing off his doublet. I will show you that there are better men left in England than ever went thieving to France. Pasques you, cried the archer, loosening his jerkin, and eyeing his foeman over with the keen glance of one who is a judge of manhood. I have only once before seen such a body of a man. By your leave, my red-headed friend, I should be right sorry to exchange buffets with you, and I will allow that there is no man in the company who would pull against you on a rope. So let that be a salve to your pride. On the other hand, I should judge that you have led a life of ease for some months back, and that my muscle is harder than your own. I am ready to wager upon myself against you, if you are not afeard. Afeard, thou learn, growled Big John. I never saw the face yet of the man that I was afeard of. Come out, and we shall see who is the better man. But the wager, I have not to wager. Come out for the love and the lust of the thing. Not to wager, cried the soldier. Why, you have that which I covet above all things. It is that big body of thine that I am after. See now, mon garçon, I have a French feather bed there, which I have been at pains to keep these years back. I had it at the sacking of Issoudun, and the king himself hath not such a bed. If you throw me, it is thine. But if I throw you, then you are under a vow to take bow and bill and hie with me to France, there to serve in the White Company as long as we be enrolled. A fair wager, cried all the travelers, moving back their benches and trestles, so as to give fair field for the wrestlers. Then you may bid farewell to your bed, soldier, said Hortal John. Nay, I shall keep the bed, and I shall have you to France in spite of your teeth, and you shall live to thank me for it. How shall it be then, mon enfant, collar and elbow, or close-lock, or catch how you can? To the devil with your tricks, said John, opening and shutting his great red hands. Stand forth, and let me clip thee. Shalt clip me as best you can then, quoth the archer, moving out into the open space, and keeping a most wary eye upon his opponent. He had thrown off his green jerkin, and his chest was covered only by a pink silk jupon, or undershirt, cut low in the neck and sleeveless. Hortal John was stripped from his waist upwards, and his huge body, with his great muscles swelling out like the gnarled roots of an oak, towered high above the soldier. The other, however, though near a foot shorter, was a man of great strength, and there was a gloss upon his white skin which was wanting in the heavier limbs of the renegade monk. He was quick on his feet, too, and skilled at the game, so that it was clear, from the poise of head and shine of eye, that he counted the chances to be in his favor. It would have been hard that night, through the whole length of England, to set up a finer pair in face of each other. Big John stood waiting in the center with a sullen, menacing eye, and his red hair in a bristle, while the archer paced lightly and swiftly to the right and the left with crooked knee and hands advanced. Then with a sudden dash, so swift and fierce that the eye could scarce follow it, he flew in upon his man and locked his leg round him. It was a grip that, between men of equal strength, would mean a fall, but Hortal John tore him off from him, as he might a rat, and hurled him across the room, so that his head cracked up against the wooden wall. My foy, cried the bowman, passing his fingers through his curls. You were not far from the feather bed then, mon gar. A little more, and this good hostel would have a new window. Nothing daunted, he approached his man once more, but this time with more caution than before. With a quick feint he threw the other off his guard, and then, bounding upon him, threw his legs round his waist and his arms round his bull neck, in the hope of bearing him to the ground with the sudden shock. With a bellow of rage, Hortel John squeezed him limp in his huge arms, and then, picking him up, cast him down upon the floor with a force which might well have splintered a bone or two, had not the archer with the most perfect coolness clung to the other's forearms to break his fall. As it was, he dropped upon his feet and kept his balance, though it sent a jar through his frame which set every joint a-creaking. He bounded back from his perilous foeman, but the other, heated by the bout, rushed madly after him, and so gave the practiced wrestler the very vantage for which he had planned. As Big John flung himself upon him, the archer ducked under the great red hands that clutched for him, and, catching his man round the thighs, hurled him over his shoulder, helped as much by his own mad rush as by the trained strength of the heave. To Alleyne's eye, it was as if John had taken unto himself wings and flown. As he hurtled through the air, with giant limbs revolving, the lad's heart was in his mouth. For surely no man ever yet had such a fall and came scathless out of it. In truth, hardy as the man was, his neck had been assuredly broken had he not pitched head first on the very midriff of the drunken artist, who was slumbering so peacefully in the corner, all unaware of these stirring doings. The luckless limner, thus suddenly brought out from his dreams, sat up with a piercing yell, while Hortel John bounded back into the circle almost as rapidly as he had left it. "One more fall, by all the saints!" he cried, throwing out his arms. "Not I," quoth the archer, pulling on his clothes. "I have come well out of the business. I would sooner wrestle with the great bear of Navarre." "It was a trick," cried John. "How was it? By my 10 finger bones. It is a trick that will add a proper man to the ranks of the company." "Oh, for that," said the other, "I count it not a fly, for I had promised myself a good hour ago that I should go with thee, since the life seems to be a goodly and proper one. Yet I would fain have had the feather bed." "I doubt it not, mon ami," quoth the archer, going back to his tankard. "Here is to thee, lad, and may we be good comrades to each other. But, hola! What is it that ails our friend of the wrathful face?" The unfortunate limner had been sitting up rubbing himself ruefully and staring about with a vacant gaze, which showed that he knew neither where he was nor what had occurred to him. Suddenly, however, a flash of intelligence had come over his sodden features, and he rose and staggered for the door. "Where the ale?" he said in a hoarse whisper, shaking a warning finger at the company. "Oh, Holy Virgin, where the ale?" And slapping his hands to his injury, he flitted off into the darkness, amid a shout of laughter, in which the vanquished joined as merrily as the victor. The remaining forester and the 2 laborers were also ready for the road, and the rest of the company turned to the blankets which Dame Eliza and the maid had laid out for them upon the floor. Alleyne, weary with the unwonted excitements of the day, was soon in a deep slumber broken only by fleeting visions of twittering legs, cursing beggars, black robbers, and the many strange folk whom he had met at the Pied Merlin. Chapter 7. How the 3 comrades journeyed through the woodlands. At early dawn the country was all alive, for it was rare indeed that an hour of daylight would be wasted at a time when lighting was so scarce and dear. Indeed, early as it was when Dame Eliza began to stir, it seemed that others could be earlier still, for the door was ajar, and the learned student of Cambridge had taken himself off, with a mind which was too intent upon the high things of antiquity to stoop to consider the 4pence which he owed for bed and board. It was the shrill outcry of the landlady when she found her loss, and the clucking of the hens, which had streamed in through the open door, that first broke in upon the slumbers of the tired wayfarers. Once afoot, it was not long before the company began to disperse. A sleek mule with red trappings was brought round from some neighboring shed for the physician, and he ambled away with much dignity upon his road to Southampton. The tooth-drawer and the gleeman called for a cup of small ale apiece, and started off together for Ringwood Fair, the old jongler looking very yellow in the eye and swollen in the face after his overnight potations. The archer, however, who had drunk more than any man in the room, was as merry as a grig, and having kissed the matron and chased the maid up the ladder once more, he went out to the brook, and came back with the water dripping from his face and hair. "Hola, my man of peace," he cried to Alleyne. "Whither are you bent this morning?" "To Minstead," quoth he. "My brother Simon Edrickson is sockman there, and I go to bide with him for a while." "I pry thee, let me have my score, good dame." "Score indeed," cried she, standing with upraised hands in front of the panel on which Alleyne had worked the night before. "Say, rather, what it is that I owe to thee, good youth. Aye, this is indeed a Pied Merlin, and with a leveret under its claws, as I am a living woman, by the rood of Waltham. But thy touch is deft and dainty. And see the red eye of it," cried the maid. "Aye, and the open beak, and the ruffled wing," added John. "By my hilt," cried the archer, "it is the very bird itself." The young clerk flushed with pleasure at this chorus of praise, rude and indiscriminate indeed, and yet so much heartier and less grudging than any which he had ever heard from the critical brother Jerome or the short-spoken abbot. There was, it would seem, great kindness as well as great wickedness in this world, of which he had heard so little that was good. His hostess would hear nothing of his paying either for bed or for board, while the archer and John placed a hand upon either shoulder and led him off to the board, where some smoking fish, a dish of spinach, and a jug of milk were laid out for their breakfast. "I should not be surprised to learn, mon camarade," said the soldier, as he heaped a slice of fish upon Alleyne's tranquire of bread, "that you could read written things, since you are so ready with your brushes and pigments." "It would be shame to the good brothers of Beaulieu if I could not," he answered, "seeing that I have been their clerk this 10 years back." The bowman looked at him with great respect. "Think of that," said he, "and you with not a hair to your face and a skin like a girl. I can shoot 350 paces with my little popper there, and 420 with the great war bow. Yet I can make nothing of this, nor read my own name if you were to set Sam Aylward up against me." In the whole company there was only one man who could read, and he fell down a well at the taking of Venadour, which proves what the thing is not suited to a soldier, though most needful to a clerk. "I can make some show at it," said Big John, "though I was scarce long enough among the monks to catch the whole trick of it." "Here, then, is something to try upon," quoth the archer, pulling a square of parchment from the inside of his tunic. It was tied securely with a broad band of purple silk and firmly sealed at either end with a large red seal. John pored long and earnestly over the inscription upon the back, with his brows bent as one who bears up against great mental strain. Not having read much of late, he said, "I am loath to say too much about what this may be. Some might say one thing and some another, just as one bowman loves the yew, and a second will not shoot save with the ash. To me, by the length and the look of it, I should judge this to be a verse from one of the Psalms." The bowman shook his head. "It is scarce likely," he said, "that Sir Claude Latour should send me all the way across seas with not more weighty than a psalm verse. You have clean overshot the butts this time, mon camarade. Give it to the little one. I will wager my feather bed that he makes more sense of it." "Why, it is written in the French tongue," said Alleyne, "and in a right clerkly hand. This is how it runs. A le molt puissant et molt honorable chevalier, Sir Nigel Loring de Christchurch, de son très fidèle ami Sir Claude Latour, capitaine de la Compagnie Blanche, Chatelain de Biscar, Grand Seigneur de Montchateau, Vavasseur de l'eau Renom Gaston, Comte de Foy, Tenant les Droits de la Haute Justice, de la Milieu, et de la Basse, which signifies in our speech, to the very powerful and very honorable knight, Sir Nigel Loring of Christchurch, from his very faithful friend Sir Claude Latour, captain of the White Company, Chatelain of Biscar, Grand Lord of Montchateau, and vassal to the renowned Gaston, Count of Foy, who holds the rights of the high justice, the middle, and the low." "Look at that now," cried the bowman in triumph. "That is just what he would have said. I can see now that it is even so," said John, examining the parchment again, "though I scarce understand this high, middle, and low. By my hilt, you would understand it if you were Jacques Bonhomme. The low justice means that you may fleece him, and the middle that you may torture him, and the high that you may slay him. That is about the truth of it. But this is the letter which I am to take, and since the platter is clean, it is time that we trussed up and were afoot. You come with me, mon gros Jean. And as to you, little one, where did you say that you journeyed? To Minstead? Ah, yes. I know this forest country well, though I was born myself in the hundred of Esborne, in the rape of Chichester, hard by the village of Midhurst. Yet I have not a word to say against the Hampton men, for there are no better comrades or truer archers in the whole company than some who learned to loose the string in these very parts. We shall travel round with you to Minstead, lad, seeing that it is little out of our way. I am ready, said Alleyne, right pleased at the thought of such company upon the road. So am not I. I must store my plunder at this inn, since the hostess is an honest woman. Hola, ma chérie, I wish to leave with you my gold work, my velvet, my silk, my feather bed, my incense boat, my ewer, my naping linen, and all the rest of it. I take only the money in a linen bag, and the box of rose-colored sugar which is a gift from my captain to the Lady Loring. Wilt guard my treasure for me? It shall be put in the safest loft, good archer. Come when you may, you shall find it ready for you. Now, there is a true friend, cried the bowman, taking her hand. There is a bonne amie. English land and English women, say I, and French wine and French plunder. I shall be back anon, mon ange. I am a lonely man, my sweeting, and I must settle some day, when the wars are over and done. Mayhap you and I, mashani, there is La Petite peeping from behind the door. Now, John, the sun is over the trees. You must be brisker than this when the bugle man blows, bows, and bills. I have been waiting this time back, said Hortel John gruffly. Then we must be off. Adieu, ma vie. The 2 livres shall settle the score, and buy some ribbons against the next kermesse. Do not forget Sam Aylward, for his heart shall ever be thine alone, and thine, ma petite. So, marchins, and may Street Julian grant us as good quarters elsewhere. The sun had risen over Ashurst and Denny Woods, and was shining brightly, though the eastern wind had a sharp flavor to it, and the leaves were flickering thickly from the trees. In the high street of Lyndhurst the wayfarers had to pick their way, for the little town was crowded with the guardsmen, grooms, and yeoman prickers who were attached to the king's hunt. The king himself was staying at Castle Malwood, but several of his suite had been compelled to seek such quarters as they might find in the wooden or wattle and daub cottages of the village. Here and there a small escutcheon, peeping from a glassless window, marked the knight's lodging of knight or baron. These coats of arms could be read, where a scroll would be meaningless, and the bowman, like most men of his age, was well versed in the common symbols of heraldry. There is the Saracen's head of Sir Bernard Brocas, quoth he. I saw him last at the ruffle at Poictiers some 10 years back, when he bore himself like a man. He is the master of the king's horse, and can sing a right jovial stave, though in that he cannot come nigh to Sir John Chandos, who is first at the board or in the saddle. 3 martlets on a field azure, that must be one of the Luttrells. By the crescent upon it, it should be the second son of old Sir Hugh, who had a bolt through his ankle at the intaking of Romorantin, he having rushed into the fray ere his squire had time to clasp his soleret to his greave. There, too, is the hackle, which is the old device of the de Brays. I have served under Sir Thomas de Bray, who was as jolly as a pie, and a lusty swordsman until he got too fat for his harness. So the archer gossiped as the 3 wayfarers threaded their way among the stamping horses, the busy grooms, and the knots of pages and squires who disputed over the merits of their masters' horses and deerhounds. As they passed the old church, which stood upon a mound at the left-hand side of the village street, the door was flung open, and a stream of worshippers wound down the sloping path, coming from the morning mass, all chattering like a cloud of jays. Alleyne bent knee and doffed hat at the sight of the open door. But ere he had finished an Ave, his comrades were out of sight round the curve of the path, and he had to run to overtake them. What, he said, not one word of prayer before God's own open house. How can ye hope for his blessing upon the day? My friend, said Hortel John, I have prayed so much during the last 2 months, not only during the day, but at matins, lauds, and the like, when I could scarce keep my head upon my shoulders for nodding, that I feel that I have somewhat overprayed myself. How can a man have too much religion? Cried Alleyne earnestly. It is the one thing that availeth. A man is but a beast as he lives from day to day, eating and drinking, breathing and sleeping. It is only when he raises himself and concerns himself with the immortal spirit within him that he becomes in very truth a man. Bethink ye how sad a thing it would be that the blood of the Redeemer should be spilled to no purpose. Bless the lad, if he doth not blush like any girl, and yet preach like the whole college of cardinals, cried the archer. In truth I blush that any one so weak and so unworthy as I should try to teach another that which he finds it so passing hard to follow himself. Prettily said mon garçon, touching that same slaying of the Redeemer. It was a bad business. A good padre in France read to us from a scroll the whole truth of the matter. The soldiers came upon him in the garden. In truth, these apostles of his may have been holy men, but they were of no great account as men-at-arms. There was one, indeed, Sir Peter, who smote out like a true man, but, unless he is belied, he did but clip a varlet's ear, which was no very knightly deed. By these 10 finger bones, had I been there with Black Simon of Norwich, and but 1 picked men of the company, we had held them in play. Could we do no more? We had at least filled the false knight, Sir Judas, so full of English arrows that he would curse the day that ever he came on such an errand. The young clerk smiled at his companion's earnestness. Had he wished help, he said, he could have summoned legions of archangels from heaven. So what need had he of your poor bow and arrow? Besides, bethink you of his own words, that those who live by the sword shall perish by the sword. And how could man die better? Asked the archer. If I had my wish, it would be to fall so, not, mark you, in any mere skirmish of the company, but in a stricken field, with the great lion banner waving over us and the red oriflamme in front, amid the shouting of my fellows and the twanging of the strings. But let it be sword, lance, or bolt that strikes me down. For I should think it shame to die from an iron ball from the firecrake or bombard, or any such unsoldierly weapon, which is only fitted to scare babes with its foolish noise and smoke. I have heard much even in the quiet cloisters of these new and dreadful engines, quoth Alleyne. It is said, though I can scarce bring myself to believe it, that they will send a ball twice as far as a bowman can shoot his shaft, and with such force as to break through armor of proof. True enough, my lad. But while the armorer is thrusting in his devil's dust, and dropping his ball, and lighting his flambeau, I can very easily loose 6 shafts, or 8 maybe, so he hath no great vantage after all. Yet I will not deny that at the intaking of a town it is well to have good store of bombards. I am told that at Calais they made dints in the wall that a man might put his head into. But surely, comrades, someone who is grievously hurt hath passed along this road before us. All along the woodland track there did indeed run a scattered straggling trail of blood marks, sometimes in single drops, and in other places in broad, ruddy gouts, smudged over the dead leaves or crimsoning the white. A tall man, much stooped in the shoulders, was walking slowly with bended head and clasped hands in the center of the path. He was dressed from head to foot in a long white linen cloth and a high white cap with a red cross printed upon it. His gown was turned back from his shoulders, and the flesh there was a sight to make a man wince, for it was all beaten to a pulp, and the blood was soaking into his gown and trickling down upon the ground. Behind him walked a smaller man with his hair touched with gray, who was clad in the same white garb. He intoned a long, whining rhyme in the French tongue, and at the end of every line he raised a thick cord, all jagged with pellets of lead, and smote his companion across the shoulders until the blood spurted again. Even as the 3 wayfarers stared, however, there was a sudden change, for the smaller man, having finished his song, loosened his own gown and handed the scourge to the other, who took up the stave once more and lashed his companion with all the strength of his bare and sinewy arm. So, alternately beating and beaten, they made their dolorous way through the beautiful woods and under the amber arches of the fading beech trees, where the calm strength and majesty of nature might serve to rebuke the foolish energies and misspent strivings of mankind. Such a spectacle was new to Hortel John or to Alleyne Edricson, but the archer treated it lightly, as a common matter enough. These are the beating friars, otherwise called the flagellants, quoth he. I marvel that ye should have come upon none of them before, for across the water they are as common as galley-baggers. I have heard that there are no English among them, but that they are from France, Italy, and Bohemia. And avant, camarada, that we may have speech with them. As they came up to them, Alleyne could hear the doleful dirge which the beater was chanting, bringing down his heavy whip at the end of each line, while the groans of the sufferer formed a sort of dismal chorus. It was in old French and ran somewhat in this way, or avant, entre nous 2 frères, battens nos charons bien fort. In remembrant la grande misère. De Dieu et petus mort. Que fut pris in la genamire. Et vendus et tres tort. Et bastu sa chair, vierge et dear. Au nom de si battens plus fort. Then at the end of the verse the scourge changed hands, and the chanting began anew. Truly, holy fathers, said the archer in French as they came abreast of them, you have beaten enough for today. The road is all spotted like a shambles at Martimas. Why should ye mishandle yourselves thus? Say poor vos peches, poor vos peches, they droned, looking at the travelers with sad, lackluster eyes, and then bent to their bloody work once more without heed to the prayers and persuasions which were addressed to them. Finding all remonstrance useless, the three comrades hastened on their way, leaving these strange travelers to their dreary task. Mordieu, cried the bowman, there is a bucketful or more of my blood over in France, but it was all spilled in hot fight, and I should think twice before I drew it drop by drop as these friars are doing. By my hilt, our young one here is as white as a Picardy cheese. What is amiss then, mon cher? It is nothing, Alleyne answered. My life has been too quiet. I am not used to such sights. My foe, the other cried, I have never yet seen a man who was so stout of speech, and yet so weak of heart. Not so, friend, quoth Big John. It is not weakness of heart, for I know the lad well. His heart is as good as thine or mine, but he hath more in his pate than ever you will carry under that tin pot of thine. And as a consequence, he can see farther into things, so that they weigh upon him more. Surely to any man it is a sad sight, said Alleyne, to see these holy men, who have done no sin themselves, suffering so for the sins of others. Saints are they, if in this age any may merit so high a name. I count them not a fly, cried Hortal John, for who is the better for all their whipping and yowling? They are like other friars, I trow, when all is done. Let them leave their backs alone, and beat the pride out of their hearts. By the three kings, there is sooth in what you say, remarked the archer. Besides, methinks if I were le bon Dieu, it would bring me little joy to see a poor devil cutting the flesh off his bones. And I should think that he had but a small opinion of me, that he should hope to please me by such provost-martial work. No, by my hilt, I should look with a more loving eye upon a jolly archer, who never harmed a fallen foe, and never feared a hale one. Doubtless you mean no sin, said Alleyne. If your words are wild, it is not for me to judge them. Can you not see that there are other foes in this world besides Frenchmen, and as much glory to be gained in conquering them? Would it not be a proud day for knight or squire if he could overthrow 7 adversaries in the lists? Yet here are we in the lists of life, and there come the 7 black champions against us, Sir Pride, Sir Covetousness, Sir Lust, Sir Anger, Sir Gluttony, Sir Envy, and Sir Sloth. Let a man lay those 7 low, and he shall have the prize of the day, from the hands of the fairest queen of beauty, even from the Virgin Mother herself. It is for this that these men mortify their flesh, and to set us an example, who would pamper ourselves overmuch. I say again that they are God's own saints, and I bow my head to them. And so you shall, mon petit, replied the archer. I have not heard a man speak better since old Dom Bertrand died, who was at one time chaplain to the White Company. He was a very valiant man, but at the Battle of Brignais he was spitted through the body by a Hainaut man-at-arms. For this we had an excommunication read against the man, when next we saw our Holy Father at Avignon. But as we had not his name, and knew nothing of him, save that he rode a dapple-grey Roussan, I have feared sometimes that the blight may have settled upon the wrong man. Your company has been, then, to bow knee before our Holy Father, the Pope Urban, the prop and center of Christendom, asked Alleyne, much interested. Perchance you have yourself set eyes upon his august face? Twice I saw him, said the archer. He was a lean little rat of a man, with a scab on his chin. The first time we had 5,000 crowns out of him, though he made much ado about it. The second time we asked 10,000, but it was 3 days before we could come to terms, and I am of opinion myself that we might have done better by plundering the palace. His chamberlain and cardinals came forth, as I remember, to ask whether we would take 7,000 crowns with his blessing and a plenary absolution, or the 10,000 with his solemn ban by bell, book, and candle. We were all of one mind that it was best to have the 10,000 with the curse. But in some way they prevailed upon Sir John, so that we were blessed and shriven against our will. Perchance it is as well, for the company were in need of it about that time. The pious Alleyne was deeply shocked by this reminiscence. Involuntarily, he glanced up and around to see if there were any trace of those opportune levin flashes and thunderbolts which, in the actus sanctorum, were wont so often to cut short the loose talk of the scoffer. The autumn sun streamed down as brightly as ever, and the peaceful red path still wound in front of them through the rustling, yellow-tinted forest. Nature seemed to be too busy with her own concerns to heed the dignity of an outraged pontiff. Yet he felt a sense of weight and reproach within his breast, as though he had sinned himself in giving ear to such words. The teachings of 20 years cried out against such license. It was not until he had thrown himself down before one of the many wayside crosses, and had prayed from his heart both for the archer and for himself, that the dark cloud rolled back again from his spirit. Chapter 8. The Three Friends. His companions had passed on whilst he was at his orisons, but his young blood and the fresh morning air both invited him to a scamper. His staff in one hand and his scrip in the other, with springy step and floating locks, he raced along the forest path, as active and as graceful as a young deer. He had not far to go, however, for on turning a corner, he came on a roadside cottage with a wooden fence-work around it, where stood Big John and Aylward the bowman, staring at something within. As he came up with them, he saw that two little lads, the one about 9 years of age and the other somewhat older, were standing on the plot in front of the cottage, each holding out a round stick in their left hands, with their arms stiff and straight from the shoulder, as silent and still as two small statues. They were pretty, blue-eyed, yellow-haired lads, well-made and sturdy, with bronze skins, which spoke of a woodland life. "Here are young chips from an old bow stave," cried the soldier in great delight. "This is the proper way to raise children. By my hilt, I could not have trained them better had I the ordering of it myself." "What is it, then?" asked Hortle John. "They stand very stiff, and I trust that they have not been struck so. Nay, they're training their left arms, that they may have a steady grasp of the bow. So my own father trained me, and 6 days a week I held out his walking staff till my arm was heavy as lead." "Allons, mes enfants, how long will you hold out?" "Until the sun is over the great lime tree, good master," the elder answered. "What would ye be, then? Woodmen? Verderers?" "Nay, soldiers," they cried both together. "By the beard of my father! But ye are whelps of the true breed. Why so keen, then, to be soldiers?" "That we may fight the Scots," they answered. "Daddy will send us to fight the Scots." "And why the Scots, my pretty lads? We have seen French and Spanish galleys no further away than Southampton, but I doubt that it will be some time before the Scots find their way to these parts." "Our business is with the Scots," quoth the elder, for it was the Scots who cut off Daddy's string fingers and his thumbs. "Aye, lads, it was that," said a deep voice from behind Alleyne's shoulder. Looking round, the wayfarer saw a gaunt, big-boned man with sunken cheeks and a sallow face, who had come up behind them. He held up his two hands as he spoke, and showed that the thumbs and two first fingers had been torn away from each of them. "My foi, camarade," cried Aylward, "who hath served thee in so shameful a fashion? It is easy to see, friend, that you were born far from the marches of Scotland," quoth the stranger, with a bitter smile. "North of Humber there is no man who would not know the handiwork of Devil Douglas, the Black Lord James." "And how fell you into his hands?" asked John. "I am a man of the North Country, from the town of Beverley and the wapentake of Holderness," he answered. "There was a day when, from Trent to Tweed, there was no better marksman than Robin Heathcote. Yet, as you see, he hath left me, as he hath left many another poor border archer, with no grip for bill or bow. Yet the king hath given me a living here in the Southlands, and please God these two lads of mine will pay off a debt that hath been owing over long. What is the price of Daddy's thumbs, boys?" 20 Scottish lives," they answered together. "And for the fingers?" "Half a score. When they can bend my war bow and bring down a squirrel at 100 paces, I send them to take service under Johnny Copeland, the Lord of the Marches and Governor of Carlisle. By my soul, I would give the rest of my fingers to see the Douglas within arrow flight of them. "May you live to see it," quoth the bowman. "And hark ye, yes, on fawn, take an old soldier's reed, and lay your bodies to the bow, drawing from hip and thigh as much as from arm. Learn also, I pray you, to shoot with a dropping shaft. For though a bowman may at times be called upon to shoot straight and fast, yet it is more often that he has to do with a town guard behind a wall, or an arbalestier with his mantlet raised, when you cannot hope to do him scathe, unless your shaft falls straight upon him from the clouds. I have not drawn string for 2 weeks, but I may be able to show ye how such shots should be made." He loosened his long bow, slung his quiver round to the front, and then glanced keenly round for a fitting mark. There was a yellow and withered stump some way off, seen under the drooping branches of a lofty oak. The archer measured the distance with his eye, and then, drawing 3 shafts, he shot them off with such speed that the first had not reached the mark ere the last was on the string. Each arrow passed high over the oak, and of the 3, 2 stuck fair into the stump, while the third, caught in some wandering puff of wind, was driven a foot or 2 to one side. "Good!" cried the North countryman. "Hearken to him, lads. He is a master bowman. Your dad says amen to every word he says." "By my hilt," said Aylward, "if I am to preach on bowmanship, the whole long day would scarce give me time for my sermon. We have marksmen in the company who will notch with a shaft every crevice and joint of a man-at-arms harness, from the clasp of his bassinet to the hinge of his greave. But, with your favor, friend, I must gather my arrows again, for while a shaft costs a penny, a poor man can scarce leave them sticking in wayside stumps. We must, then, on our road again, and I hope from my heart that you may train these 2 young goshawks here until they are ready for a cast even at such a quarry as you speak of." Leaving the thumbless archer and his brood, the wayfarers struck through the scattered huts of Emery Down, and out on to the broad rolling heath covered deep in ferns and in heather, where droves of the half-wild black forest pigs were rooting about amongst the hillocks. The woods about this point fall away to the left and the right, while the road curves upwards and the wind sweeps keenly over the swelling uplands. The broad strips of bracken glowed red and yellow against the black peaty soil, and a queenly doe who grazed among them turned her white front and her great questioning eyes towards the wayfarers. Alleyne gazed in admiration at the supple beauty of the creature, but the archer's fingers played with his quiver, and his eyes glistened with the fell instinct which urges a man to slaughter. "Tete Dieu," he growled, "were this France, or even Guienne, we should have a fresh haunch for our nun meat. Law or no law, I have a mind to loose a bolt at her. I would break your stave across my knee first," cried John, laying his great hand upon the bow. "What? Man, I am forsborn, and I know what comes of it. In our own township of Hordle 2 have lost their eyes, and one his skin for this very thing. On my troth, I felt no great love when I first saw you, but since then I have conceived over much regard for you to wish to see the verderer's flayer at work upon you. It is my trade to risk my skin," growled the archer, but none the less he thrust his quiver over his hip again and turned his face for the west. As they advanced, the path still tended upwards, running from heath into copses of holly and yew, and so back into heath again. It was joyful to hear the merry whistle of blackbirds as they darted from one clump of greenery to the other. Now and again a peaty amber-colored stream rippled across their way, with ferny, overgrown banks, where the blue kingfisher flitted busily from side to side, or the gray and pensive heron, swollen with trout and dignity, stood ankle-deep among the sedges. Chattering jays and loud wood-pigeons flapped thickly overhead, while ever and anon the measured tapping of nature's carpenter, the great green woodpecker, sounded from each wayside grove. On either side, as the path mounted, the long sweep of country broadened and expanded, sloping down on the one side through yellow forest and brown moor to the distant smoke of Lymington and the blue misty channel which lay alongside the skyline, while to the north the woods rolled away, grove topping grove, to where in the furthest distance the white spire of Salisbury stood out hard and clear against the cloudless sky. To Alleyne, whose days had been spent in the low-lying coastland, the eager upland air and the wide, free countryside gave a sense of life and of the joy of living which made his young blood tingle in his veins. Even the heavy John was not unmoved by the beauty of their road. while the bowmen whistled lustily or sang snatches of French love songs in a voice which might have scared the most stout-hearted maiden that ever hearkened to serenade. "I have a liking for that north countryman," he remarked presently. "He hath good power of hatred. Could see by his cheek and eye that he is as bitter as verjuice. I warm to a man who hath some gall in his liver." "Ah me," sighed Alleyne, "would it not be better if he had some love in his heart?" "I would not say nay to that. By my hilt, I shall never be said to be traitor to the little king. Let a man love the sex. Pasque Dieu. They are made to be loved, les petites, from wimple down to shoestring. I am right glad, mon garçon, to see that the good monks have trained thee so wisely and so well. Nay, I meant not worldly love, but rather that his heart should soften towards those who have wronged him." The archer shook his head. "A man should love those of his own breed," said he. "But it is not nature that an English-born man should love a Scot or a Frenchman. Ma foi, you have not seen a drove of Nithsdale raiders on their Galloway nags, or you would not speak of loving them. I would as soon take Beelzebub himself to my arms. I fear, mon gar, that they have taught thee but badly at Bordeaux. For surely a bishop knows more of what is right and what is ill than an abbot can do, and I myself with these very eyes saw the Bishop of Lincoln HEW into a Scottish hobbler with a battle-axe, which was a passing strange way of showing him that he loved him." Alleyne scarce saw his way to argue in the face of so decided an opinion on the part of a high dignitary of the church. "You have borne arms against the Scots, then?" he asked. "Why, man, I first loosed string in battle when I was but a lad, younger by 2 years than you, at Neville's Cross, under the Lord Mowbray. Later, I served under the warden of Berwick, that very John Copeland of whom our friend spake, the same who held the King of Scots to ransom. Ma foi, it is rough soldiering, and a good school for one who would learn to be hardy and war-wise." "I have heard that the Scots are good men of war," said Hortal John. "For axemen and for spearmen I have not seen their match," the archer answered. "They can travel, too, with bag of meal and gridiron slung to their sword-belt, so that it is ill to follow them. There are scant crops and few beeves in the borderland, where a man must reap his grain with sickle in one fist and brown bill in the other. On the other hand, they are the sorriest archers that I have ever seen, and cannot so much as aim with the arbalest, to say naught of the longbow. Again, they are mostly poor folk, even the nobles among them, so that there are few who can buy as good a brigandine of chainmail as that which I am wearing, and it is ill for them to stand up against our own knights, who carry the price of 5 Scotch farms upon their chest and shoulders. Man for man, with equal weapons, they are as worthy and valiant men as could be found in the whole of Christendom. And the French?" asked Alleyne, to whom the archer's light gossip had all the relish that the words of the man of action have for the recluse. "The French are also very worthy men. We have had great good fortune in France, and it hath led to much bobbance and campfire talk, but I have ever noticed that those who know the most have the least to say about it. I have seen Frenchmen fight both in open field, in the intaking and the defending of towns or castle-wicks, in escalados, camisades, night forays, bushmen's sallies, outfalls, and nightly spear-runnings. Their knights and squires, lad, are every whit as good as ours, and I could pick out a score of those who ride behind Du Guesclin, who would hold the lists with sharpened lances against the best men in the army of England. On the other hand, their common folk are so crushed down with gabelle and poll-tax and every manner of cursed tallage that the spirit has passed right out of them. It is a fool's plan to teach a man to be a cur in peace and think that he will be a lion in war. Fleece them like sheep, and sheep they will remain. If the nobles had not conquered the poor folk, it is like enough that we should not have conquered the nobles. But they must be sorry folk to bow down to the rich in such a fashion," said Big John. "I am but a poor commoner of England myself, and yet I know something of charters, liberties, franchises, usages, privileges, customs, and the like. If these be broken, then all men know that it is time to buy arrowheads. But the men of the law are strong in France as well as the men of war. By my hilt, I hold that a man has more to fear there from the ink-pot of the one than from the iron of the other. There is ever some cursed sheepskin in their strong boxes to prove that the rich man should be richer and the poor man poorer. It would scarce pass in England, but they are quiet folk over the water. "And what other nations have you seen in your travels, good sir?" asked Alleyne. His young mind hungered for plain facts of life, after the long course of speculation and of mysticism on which he had been trained. "I have seen the Low Countryman in arms, and I have naught to say against him. Heavy and slow is he by nature, and is not to be brought into battle for the sake of a lady's eyelash or the twang of a minstrel's string, like the hotter blood of the South. But my FOI, lay hand on his wool bales or trifle with his velvet of Bruges, and out buzzes every stout burgher, like bees from the tea-hole, ready to lay on as though it were his one business in life. By Our Lady, they have shown the French at Courtrai and elsewhere that they are as deft in wielding steel as in welding it. And the men of Spain? They too are very hardy soldiers, the more so as for many hundred years they have had to fight hard against the cursed followers of the Black Mahound, who have pressed upon them from the south and still, as I understand, hold the fairer half of the country. I had a turn with them upon the sea when they came over to Winchelsea, and the good queen with her ladies sat upon the cliffs looking down at us, as if it had been joust or tourney. By my hilt, it was a sight that was worth the seeing, for all that was best in England was out on the water that day. We went forth in little ships and came back in great galleys. For of 50 tall ships of Spain, over 200 flew the cross of St. George ere the sun had set. But now, youngster, I have answered you freely, and I trow it is time what you answered me. Let things be plain and plain between us. I am a man who shoots straight at his mark. You saw the things I had with me at yonder hostel. Name which you will, save only the box of rose-colored sugar which I take to the Lady Loring, and you shall have it if you will but come with me to France. Nay, said Alleyne, I would gladly come with ye to France or where else ye will, just to list to your talk, and because you're the only 2 friends that I have in the whole wide world outside of the cloisters. But indeed it may not be, for my duty is towards my brother, seeing that father and mother are dead, and he my elder. Besides, when ye talk of taking me to France, ye do not conceive how useless I should be to you, seeing that neither by training nor by nature am I fitted for the wars, and there seems to be naught but strife in those parts. That comes from my fool's talk, cried the archer, for being a man of no learning myself, my tongue turns to blades and targets, even as my hand does. Know then that for every parchment in England there are 20 in France. For every statue, cut gem, shrine, carven screen, or what else might please the eye of a learned clerk, there are a good 100 to our one. At the spoiling of Carcassonne, I have seen chambers stored with writing, though not one man in our company could read them. Again, in Alls and Nîmes, and other towns that I could name, there are the great arches and fortalices still standing which were built of old by giant men who came from the south. Can I not see by your brightened eye how you would love to look upon these things? Come then with me, and by these 10 finger bones, there is not one of them which you shall not see. I should indeed love to look upon them, Alleyne answered, but I have come from Bordeaux for a purpose, and I must be true to my service, even as thou art true to thine. Bethink you again, mon ami, quoth Aylward, that you might do much good yonder, since there are 300 men in the company, and none who has ever a word of grace for them. And yet the Virgin knows that there was never a set of men who were in more need of it. Sickerly the one duty may balance the other. Your brother hath done without you this many a year, and, as I gather, he hath never walked as far as Bordeaux to see you during all that time, so he cannot be in any great need of you. Besides, said John, the sockman of Minstead is a byword through the forest from Bramshaw Hill to Holmesley Walk. He is a drunken, brawling, perilous churl, as you may find to your cost. The more reason that I should strive to mend him, quoth Alleyne. There is no need to urge me, friends, for my own wishes would draw me to France, and it would be a joy to me if I could go with you. But indeed, and indeed it cannot be. So here I take my leave of you, for yonder square tower amongst the trees upon the right must surely be the church of Minstead, and I may reach it by this path through the woods. Well, God be with thee, lad, cried the archer, pressing Alleyne to his heart. I am quick to love, and quick to hate, and, for God, I am loath to part. Would it not be well, said John, that we should wait here, and see what manner of greeting you have from your brother? You may prove to be as welcome as the king's purveyor to the village dame. Nay, nay, he answered, ye must not bide for me, for where I go I stay. Yet it may be as well that you should know whither we go, said the archer. We shall now journey south through the woods until we come out upon the Christchurch road, and so onwards, hoping tonight to reach the castle of Sir William Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, of which Sir Nigel Loring is constable. There we shall bide, and it is like enough that for a month or more you may find us there, ere we are ready for our voyage back to France. It was hard indeed for Alleyne to break away from these two new but hearty friends, and so strong was the combat between his conscience and his inclinations that he dared not look round, lest his resolution should slip away from him. It was not until he was deep among the tree trunks that he cast a glance backwards, when he found that he could still see them through the branches on the road above him. The archer was standing with folded arms, his bow jutting from over his shoulder, and the sun gleaming brightly upon his headpiece and the links of his chainmail. Beside him stood his giant recruit, still clad in the homespun and ill-fitting garments of the fuller of Lymington, with arms and legs shooting out of his scanty garb. Even as Alleyne watched them, they turned upon their heels and plodded off together upon their way. Chapter 9. How Strange Things Befell in Minstead Wood. The path which the young clerk had now to follow lay through a magnificent forest of the very heaviest timber, where the giant boles of oak and of beech formed long aisles in every direction, shooting up their huge branches to build the majestic arches of nature's own cathedral. Beneath lay a broad carpet of the softest and greenest moss, flecked over with fallen leaves, but yielding pleasantly to the foot of the traveler. The track which guided him was one so seldom used that in places it lost itself entirely among the grass, to reappear as a reddish rut between the distant tree trunks. It was very still here in the heart of the woodlands. The gentle rustle of the branches and the distant cooing of pigeons were the only sounds which broke in upon the silence, save that once Alleyne heard afar off a merry call upon a hunting bugle and the shrill yapping of the hounds. It was not without some emotion that he looked upon the scene around him, for in spite of his secluded life, he knew enough of the ancient greatness of his own family to be aware that the time had been when they had held undisputed and paramount sway over all that tract of country. His father could trace his pure Saxon lineage back to that Godfrey Maff who had held the manors of Bisterne and of Minstead at the time when the Norman first set mailed foot upon English soil. The afforestation of the district, however, and its conversion into a royal domain had clipped off a large section of his estate, while other parts had been confiscated as a punishment for his supposed complicity in an abortive Saxon rising. The fate of the ancestor had been typical of that of his descendants. During 300 years their domains had gradually contracted, sometimes through royal or feudal encroachment, and sometimes through such gifts to the church as that with which Alleyne's father had opened the doors of Bordeaux Abbey to his younger son. The importance of the family had thus dwindled, but they still retained the old Saxon manor house, with a couple of farms and a grove large enough to afford pannage to 100 pigs, silva decinum porcis, as the old family parchments describe it. Above all, the owner of the soil could still hold his head high as the veritable sockman of Minstead, that is, as holding the land in free soccage, with no feudal superior, and answerable to no man lower than the king. Knowing this, Alleyne felt some little glow of worldly pride as he looked for the first time upon the land with which so many generations of his ancestors had been associated. He pushed on the quicker, twirling his staff merrily, and looking out at every turn of the path for some sign of the old Saxon residence. He was suddenly arrested, however, by the appearance of a wild-looking fellow armed with a club, who sprang out from behind a tree and barred his passage. He was a rough, powerful peasant, with cap and tunic of untanned sheepskin, leather breeches, and galligaskins round legs and feet. "Stand!" he shouted, raising his heavy cudgel to enforce the order. "Who are you who walk so freely through the wood? Whither would you go? And what is your errand?" "Why should I answer your questions, my friend?" said Alleyne, standing on his guard. "Because your tongue may save your pate. But where have I looked upon your face before?" "No longer ago than last night, at the Pied Merlin," the clerk answered, recognizing the escaped serf who had been so outspoken as to his wrongs. "By the Virgin, yes. You were the little clerk who sat so mum in the corner, and then cried FY on the gleeman. What hast in the scrip? Not of any price. How can I tell that, clerk? Let me see. Not I. Fool, I could pull you limb from limb like a pullet. What would you have? Hast forgot that we are alone far from all men? How can your clerkship help you? Wouldst lose scrip and life too? I will part with neither without fight. A fight, quotha? A fight betwixt spurred cock and new-hatched chicken. Thy fighting days may soon be over. Hadst asked me in the name of charity, I would have given freely, cried Alleyne. As it stands, not one farthing shall you have with my free will. And when I see my brother, the sockman of Minstead, he will raise hue and cry from ville to ville, from hundred to hundred, until you are taken as a common robber and a scourge to the country. The outlaw sank his club. The sockman's brother, he gasped. Now, by the keys of Peter, I had rather that hand withered and tongue was palsied ere I had struck or miscalled you. If you are the sockman's brother, you are one of the right side, I warrant, for all your clerkly dress. His brother I am, said Alleyne. But if I were not, is that reason why you should molest me on the king's ground? I give not the pip of an apple for king or for noble, cried the serf passionately. Ill have I had from them, and ill I shall repay them. I am a good friend to my friends, and, by the Virgin, an evil foeman to my foes, and therefore the worst of foemen to thyself, said Alleyne. But I pray you, since you seem to know him, to point out to me the shortest path to my brother's house. The serf was about to reply, when the clear, ringing call of a bugle burst from the wood close behind them, and Alleyne caught sight for an instant of the dun side and white breast of a lordly stag glancing swiftly betwixt the distant tree trunks. A minute later came the shaggy deerhounds, a dozen or 14 of them, running on a hot scent, with nose to earth and tail in air. As they streamed past the silent forest around broke suddenly into loud life, with galloping of hoofs, crackling of brushwood, and the short, sharp cries of the hunters. Close behind the pack rode a forrier and a yeoman pricker, whooping on the laggards and encouraging the leaders, in a shrill half-French jargon, which was the language of venery and woodcraft. Alleyne was still gazing after them, listening to the loud Hike Bayard, Hike Pomers, Hike Libret, with which they called upon their favorite hounds, when a group of horsemen crashed out through the underwood at the very spot where the serf and he were standing. The one who led was a man between 50 and 60 years of age, war-worn and weather-beaten, with a broad, thoughtful forehead and eyes which shone brightly from under his fierce and overhung brows. His beard, streaked thickly with gray, bristled forward from his chin, and spoke of a passionate nature, while the long, finely cut face and firm mouth marked the leader of men. His figure was erect and soldierly, and he rode his horse with the careless grace of a man whose life had been spent in the saddle. In common garb, his masterful face and flashing, I would have marked him as one who was born to rule. But now, with his silken tunic powdered with golden fleurs-de-lis, his velvet mantle lined with the royal minever, and the lions of England stamped in silver upon his harness, none could fail to recognize the noble Edward, most warlike and powerful of all the long line of fighting monarchs who had ruled the Anglo-Norman race. Alleyne doffed hat and bowed head at the sight of him, but the serf folded his hands and leaned them upon his cudgel, looking with little love at the knot of nobles and knights-in-waiting who rode behind the king. "Ah!" cried Edward, reining up for an instant his powerful black steed. "Le serf est passé? Non? ICI brocas. Tu parles anglais." "The dear clowns," said a hard-visaged, swarthy-faced man, who rode at the king's elbow. "If ye have headed it back, it is as much as your ears are worth." "It passed by the blighted beech there," said Alleyne, pointing, "and the hounds were hard at its heels." "It is well," cried Edward, still speaking in French, for though he could understand English, he had never learned to express himself in so barbarous and unpolished a tongue. "By my faith, sirs," he continued, half turning in his saddle to address his escort, "unless my woodcraft is sadly at fault, it is a stag of 6 tines and the finest that we have roused this journey. A golden St. Hubert to the man who was the first to sound the mort." He shook his bridle as he spoke, and thundered away, his knights lying low upon their horses and galloping as hard as whip and spur would drive them, in the hope of winning the king's prize. Away they drove down the long green glade, bay horses, black and gray, riders clad in every shade of velvet, fur, or silk, with glint of brazen horn and flash of knife and spear. One only lingered, the black-browed Baron Brocas, who, making a gambade which brought him within arm's sweep of the surf, slashed him across the face with his riding whip. "Doff, dog, doff," he hissed, "when a monarch deigns to lower his eyes to such as you," then spurred through the underwood and was gone, with a gleam of steel shoes and flutter of dead leaves. The villain took the cruel blow without wince or cry, as one to whom stripes are a birthright and an inheritance. His eyes flashed, however, and he shook his bony hand with a fierce, wild gesture after the retreating figure. "Black hound of Gascony," he muttered, "evil the day that you and those like you set foot in free England. I know thy kennel of Rochecourt. The night will come when I may do to thee and thine what you and your class have wrought upon mine and me. May God smite me if I fail to smite thee, thou French robber, with thy wife and thy child, and all that is under thy castle roof." "Forbear," cried Alleyne. "Mix not God's name with these unhallowed threats." And yet it was a coward's blow, and one to stir the blood and loose the tongue of the most peaceful. Let me find some soothing simples, and lay them on the wheel to draw the sting. Nay, there is but one thing that can draw the sting, and that the future may bring to me. But, clerk, if you would see your brother, you must on, for there is a meeting today, and his merry men will await him ere the shadows turn from west to east. I pray you not to hold him back, for it would be an evil thing if all the stout lads were there, and the leader a missing. I would come with you, but sooth to say, I am stationed here, and may not move. The path over yonder, betwixt the oak and the thorn, should bring you out into his nether field." Alleyne lost no time in following the directions of the wild, masterless man, whom he left among the trees where he had found him. His heart was the heavier for the encounter, not only because all bitterness and wrath were abhorrent to his gentle nature, but also because it disturbed him to hear his brother spoken of as though he were a chief of outlaws or the leader of a party against the state. Indeed, of all the things which he had seen yet in the world to surprise him, there was none more strange than the hate which class appeared to bear to class. The talk of laborer, woodman, and villain in the inn had all pointed to the widespread mutiny, and now his brother's name was spoken as though he were the very center of the universal discontent. In good truth, the commons throughout the length and breadth of the land were heart-weary of this fine game of chivalry which had been played so long at their expense. So long as knight and baron were a strength and a guard to the kingdom, they might be endured. But now, when all men knew that the great battles in France had been won by English yeomen and Welsh stabbers, warlike fame, the only fame to which his class had ever aspired, appeared to have deserted the plate-clad horsemen. The sports of the lists had done much in days gone by to impress the minds of the people, but the plumed and unwieldy champion was no longer an object either of fear or of reverence to men whose fathers and brothers had shot into the press at Crécy or Poitiers, and seen the proudest chivalry in the world unable to make head against the weapons of disciplined peasants. Power had changed hands. The protector had become the protected, and the whole fabric of the feudal system was tottering to a fall. Hence the fierce mutterings of the lower classes and the constant discontent, breaking out into local tumult and outrage, and culminating some years later in the Great Rising of Tyler. What Alleyne saw and wondered at in Hampshire would have appealed equally to the traveler in any other English county from the Channel to the marches of Scotland. He was following the track, his misgivings increasing with every step which took him nearer to that home which he had never seen, when of a sudden the trees began to thin and the sward to spread out onto a broad, green lawn, where 5 cows lay in the sunshine and droves of black swine wandered unchecked. A brown forest stream swirled down the center of this clearing, with a rude bridge flung across it, and on the other side was a second field sloping up to a long, low-lying wooden house, with thatched roof and open squares for windows. Alleyne gazed across at it with flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, for this, he knew, must be the home of his fathers. A wreath of blue smoke floated up through a hole in the thatch, and was the only sign of life in the place, save a great black hound which lay sleeping chained to the doorpost. In the yellow shimmer of the autumn sunshine it lay as peacefully and as still as he had oft pictured it to himself in his dreams. He was roused, however, from his pleasant reverie by the sound of voices, and 2 people emerged from the forest some little way to his right, and moved across the field in the direction of the bridge. The one was a man with yellow flowing beard and very long hair of the same tint drooping over his shoulders. His dress of good Norwich cloth and his assured bearing marked him as a man of position, while the somber hue of his clothes and the absence of all ornament contrasted with the flash and glitter which had marked the king's retinue. By his side walked a woman, tall and slight and dark, with lithe, graceful figure and clear-cut, composed features. Her jet-black hair was gathered back under a light pink coif, her head poised proudly upon her neck, and her step long and springy, like that of some wild, tireless woodland creature. She held her left hand in front of her, covered with a red velvet glove, and on the wrist a little brown falcon, very fluffy and bedraggled, which she smoothed and fondled as she walked. As she came out into the sunshine, Alleyne noticed that her light gown, slashed with pink, was all stained with earth and with moss upon one side from shoulder to hem. He stood in the shadow of an oak staring at her with parted lips, for this woman seemed to him to be the most beautiful and graceful creature that mind could conceive of. Such had he imagined the angels, and such he had tried to paint them in the Beaulieu missals. But here there was something human, were it only in the battered hawk and discolored dress, which sent a tingle and thrill through his nerves such as no dream of radiant and stainless spirit had ever yet been able to conjure up. Good, quiet, uncomplaining Mother Nature, long slighted and miscalled, still bides her time and draws to her bosom the most errant of her children. The two walked swiftly across the meadow to the narrow bridge, he in front and she a pace or two behind. There they paused and stood for a few minutes face to face, talking earnestly. Alleyne had read and had heard of love and of lovers. Such were these, doubtless, this golden-bearded man and the fair damsel with the cold, proud face. Why else should they wander together in the woods, or be so lost in talk by rustic streams? And yet as he watched, uncertain whether to advance from the cover or to choose some other path to the house, he soon came to doubt the truth of this first conjecture. The man stood, tall and square, blocking the entrance to the bridge, and throwing out his hands as he spoke in a wild, eager fashion, while the deep tones of his stormy voice rose at times into accents of menace and of anger. She stood fearlessly in front of him, still stroking her bird, but twice she threw a swift, questioning glance over her shoulder, as one who was in search of aid. So moved was the young clerk by these mute appeals, that he came forth from the trees and crossed the meadow, uncertain what to do, and yet loath to hold back from one who might need his aid. So intent were they upon each other that neither took note of his approach, until, when he was close upon them, the man threw his arm roughly round the damsel's waist and drew her towards him, she straining her lithe, supple figure away and striking fiercely at him, while the hooded hawk screamed with ruffled wings and pecked blindly in its mistress's defense. Bird and maid, however, had but little chance against their assailant who, laughing loudly, caught her wrist in one hand while he drew her towards him with the other. "The best rose has ever the longest thorns," said he. "Quiet, little one, or you may do yourself a hurt. Must pay Saxon toll on Saxon land, my proud Maud, for all your airs and graces. You boor," she hissed. "You base, underbred clod. Is this your care and your hospitality? I would rather what a branded serf from my father's fields. Leave go, I say. Ah, good youth, heaven has sent you. Make him loose me, by the honor of your mother. I pray you to stand by me, and to make this knave loose me." "Stand by you I will, and that blithely," said Alleyne. "Surely, sir, you should take shame to hold the damsel against her will." The man turned a face upon him, which was lion-like in its strength and in its wrath. With his tangle of golden hair, his fierce blue eyes, and his large, well-marked features, he was the most comely man whom Alleyne had ever seen, and yet there was something so sinister and so fell in his expression that child or beast might well have shrunk from him. His brows were drawn, his cheek flushed, and there was a mad sparkle in his eyes which spoke of a wild, untamable nature. "Young fool," he cried, holding the woman still to his side, though every line of her shrinking figure spoke her abhorrence. "Do you keep your spoon in your own broth? I rede you to go on your way, lest worse befall you. This little wench has come with me, and with me she shall bide." "Liar," cried the woman, and, stooping her head, she suddenly bit fiercely into the broad brown hand which held her. He whipped it back with an oath, while she tore herself free and slipped behind Alleyne, cowering up against him like the trembling leveret who sees the falcon poising for the swoop above him. "Stand off my land," the man said fiercely, heedless of the blood which trickled freely from his fingers. "What have you to do here? By your dress, you should be one of those cursed clerks who overrun the land like vile rats, poking and prying into other men's concerns, too caitiff to fight and too lazy to work. By the rood, if I had my will upon ye, I should nail you upon the Abbey doors, as they hang vermin before their holes. Art neither man nor woman, young shaveling. Get thee back to thy fellows ere I lay hands upon you, for your foot is on my land, and I may slay you as a common drawlatch." "Is this your land, then?" gasped Alleyne. "Would you dispute it, dog? Would you wish by trick or quibble to juggle me out of these last acres? No, base-born knave, that you have dared this day to stand in the path of one whose race have been the advisers of kings and the leaders of hosts, ere ever this vile crew of Norman robbers came into the land, or such half-blood hounds as you were let loose to preach that the thief should have his booty and the honest man should sin if he strove to win back his own. You are the sockman of Minstead? That am I, and the son of Edric the Sockman, of the pure blood of Godfrey the Thane, by the only daughter of the house of Alluric, whose forefathers held the white horse banner at the fatal fight where our shield was broken and our sword shivered. I tell you, clerk, that my folk held this land from Bramshaw wood to the Ringwood road, and by the soul of my father, it will be a strange thing if I am to be bearded upon the little that is left of it. Begone, I say, and meddle not with my affair. If you leave me now, whispered the woman, then shame forever upon your manhood. Surely, sir, said Alleyne, speaking in as persuasive and soothing a way as he could, if your birth is gentle, there is the more reason that your manners should be gentle too. I am well persuaded that you did but jest with this lady, and that you will now permit her to leave your land either alone or with me as a guide, if she should need one, through the wood. As to birth, it does not become me to boast, and there is sooth in what you say as to the unworthiness of clerks, but it is none the less true that I am as well born as you. Dog, cried the furious Sockman, there is no man in the South who can say as much. Yet can I, said Alleyne smiling, for indeed I also am the son of Edric the Sockman, of the pure blood of Godfrey the Thane, by the only daughter of Alluric of Brockenhurst. Surely, dear brother, he continued, holding out his hand, you have a warmer greeting than this for me. There are but 2 boughs left upon this old Saxon trunk. His elder brother dashed his hand aside with an oath, while an expression of malignant hatred passed over his passion-drawn features. You are the young cub of Bully, then, said he. I might have known it by the sleek face and the slavish manner, too monk-ridden and craven in spirit to answer back a rough word. Thy father, Shaveling, with all his faults, had a man's heart, and there were few who could look him in the eyes on the day of his anger. But you, look there, rat, on yonder field where the cows graze, and on that other beyond, and on the orchard hard by the church. Do you know that all these were squeezed out of your dying father by greedy priests to pay for your upbringing in the cloisters? I, the Sockman, am shorn of my lands that you may snivel Latin and eat bread for which you never did hands turn. You robbed me first, and now you would come preaching and whining, in search mayhap of another field or 2 for your priestly friends. Knave, my dog shall be set upon you. But, meanwhile, stand out of my path, and stop me at your peril. As he spoke, he rushed forward, and, throwing the lad to one side, caught the woman's wrist. Alleyne, however, as active as a young deerhound, sprang to her aid and seized her by the other arm, raising his iron-shod staff as he did so. You may say what you will to me, he said between his clenched teeth. It may be no better than I deserve. But, brother or no, I swear by my hopes of salvation that I will break your arm if you do not leave hold of the maid. There was a ring in his voice and a flash in his eyes which promised that the blow would follow quick at the heels of the word. For a moment the blood of the long line of hot-headed thanes was too strong for the soft whisperings of the doctrine of meekness and mercy. He He was conscious of a fierce, wild thrill through his nerves and a throb of mad gladness at his heart, as his real human self burst for an instant the bonds of custom and of teaching which had held it so long. The sockman sprang back, looking to left and to right for some stick or stone which might serve him for weapon. But finding none, he turned and ran at the top of his speed for the house, blowing the while upon a shrill whistle. "Come," gasped the woman. "Fly, friend, ere he come back." "Nay, let him come," cried Alleyne. "I shall not budge a foot for him or his dogs." "Come, come," she cried, tugging at his arm. "I know the man. He will kill you. Come, for the Virgin's sake, or for my sake, for I cannot go and leave you here." "Come, then," said he, and they ran together to the cover of the woods. As they gained the edge of the brushwood, Alleyne, looking back, saw his brother come running out of the house again, with the sun gleaming upon his hair and his beard. He held something which flashed in his right hand, and he stooped at the threshold to unloose the black hound. "This way," the woman whispered, in a low, eager voice. "Through the bushes to that forked ash. Do not heed me. I can run as fast as you, I trow. Now into the stream, right in over ankles to throw the dog off, though I think it is but a common cur like its master." As she spoke, she sprang herself into the shallow stream and ran swiftly up the center of it, with the brown water bubbling over her feet and her hand outstretched toward the clinging branches of bramble or sapling. Alleyne followed close at her heels, with his mind in a whirl at this black welcome and sudden shifting of all his plans and hopes. Yet, grave as were his thoughts, they would still turn to wonder as he looked at the twinkling feet of his guide and saw her lithe figure bend this way and that, dipping under boughs, springing over stones, with a lightness and ease which made it no small task for him to keep up with her. At last, when he was almost out of breath, she suddenly threw herself down upon a mossy bank between two holly bushes and looked ruefully at her own dripping feet and bedraggled skirt. "Holy Mary," said she, "what shall I do? Mother will keep me to my chamber for a month, and make me work at the tapestry of the 9 bold knights. She promised as much last week, when I fell into Wilverley Bog, and yet she knows that I cannot abide needlework." Alleyne, still standing in the stream, glanced down at the graceful pink and white figure, the curve of raven-black hair, and the proud, sensitive face which looked up frankly and confidingly at his own. "We had best on," he said. "He may yet overtake us." "Not so. We are well off his land now, nor can he tell in this great wood which way we have taken. But you had him at your mercy. Why did you not kill him?" "Kill him? My brother? And why not?" With a quick gleam of her white teeth. "He would have killed you. I know him, and I read it in his eyes. Had I had your staff, I would have tried. Aye, and done it too." She shook her clenched white hand as she spoke, and her lips tightened ominously. "I am already sad in heart for what I have done," said he, sitting down on the bank and sinking his face into his hands. "God help me. All that is worst in me seemed to come uppermost. Another instant, and I had smitten him, the son of my own mother, the man whom I have longed to take to my heart. Alas, that I should still be so weak." "Weak," she exclaimed, raising her black eyebrows. "I do not think that even my father himself, who is a hard judge of manhood, would call you that. But it is, as you may think, sir, a very pleasant thing for me to hear that you are grieved at what you have done, and I can but read that we should go back together, and you should make your peace with the sockman by handing back your prisoner. It is a sad thing that so small a thing as a woman should come between two who are of one blood." Simple Alleyne opened his eyes at this little spurt of feminine bitterness. "Nay, lady," said he, "that were worst of all. What man would be so caitiff and thrall as to fail you at your need? I have turned my brother against me, and now, alas, I appear to have given you offense also with my clumsy tongue. But indeed, lady, I am torn both ways, and can scarce grasp in my mind what it is that has befallen. Nor can I marvel at that," said she, with a little tinkling laugh. "You came in as the knight does in the jongler's romances, between dragon and damsel, with small time for the asking of questions. Come," she went on, springing to her feet and smoothing down her rumpled frock, "let us walk through the shaw together, and we may come upon Bertrand with the horses. If poor Troubadour had not cast a shoe, we should not have had this trouble. Nay, I must have your arm, for, though I speak lightly, now that all is happily over I am as frightened as my brave Roland. See how his chest heaves, and his dear feathers all awry. The little knight who would not have his lady mishandled. So she prattled on to her hawk, while Alleyne walked by her side, stealing a glance from time to time at this queenly and wayward woman. In silence they wandered together over the velvet turf and on through the broad Minstead woods, where the old lichen-draped beeches threw their circles of black shadow upon the sunlit sward. "You have no wish, then, to hear my story?" said she, at last. "If it pleases you to tell it me," he answered. "Oh," she cried, tossing her head, "if it is of so little interest to you, we had best let it bide." "Nay," said he eagerly, "I would fain hear it. You have a right to know it, if you have lost a brother's favor through it. And yet, well, you are, as I understand, a clerk, so I must think of you as one step further in orders, and make you my father-confessor. Know then that this man has been a suitor for my hand, less as I think for my own sweet sake, than because he hath ambition and had it on his mind that he might improve his fortunes by dipping into my father's strong box, though the Virgin knows that he would have found little enough therein. My father, however, is a proud man, a gallant knight, and tried soldier of the oldest blood, to whom this man's churlish birth and low descent. Oh, lackaday! I had forgot that he was of the same strain as yourself." "Nay, trouble not for that," said Alleyne. "We are all from good Mother Eve. Streams may spring from one source, and yet some be clear and some be foul," quoth she quickly. "But, to be brief over the matter, my father would have none of his wooing, nor in sooth would I. On that he swore a vow against us. And as he is known to be a perilous man, with many outlaws and others at his back, my father forbade that I should hawk or hunt in any part of the wood to the north of the Christchurch road. As it chanced, however, this morning my little Roland here was loosed at a strong-winged heron, and Page Bertrand and I rode on, with no thoughts but for the sport, until we found ourselves in Minstead woods. Small harm then, but that my horse Troubadour trod with a tender foot upon a sharp stick, rearing and throwing me to the ground. See to my gown, the third that I have befouled within the week. Woe worth me, when Agatha, the tirewoman, sets eyes upon it." "And what then, lady?" asked Alleyne. "Why, then away ran Troubadour, for belike I spurred him in falling, and Bertrand rode after him as hard as hoofs could bear him. When I rose, there was the sockman himself by my side, with the news that I was on his land, but with so many courteous words besides, and such gallant bearing, that he prevailed upon me to come to his house for shelter, there to wait until the page returned. By the grace of the Virgin, and the help of my patron St. Magdalene, I stopped short ere I reached his door, though, as you saw, he strove to hale me up to it. And then, she shivered and chattered like one in an ague fit. "What is it?" cried Alleyne, looking about in alarm. "Nothing, friend, nothing. I was but thinking how I bit into his hand. Sooner would I bite living toad or poison snake. Oh, I shall loathe my lips forever. But you, how brave you were, and how quick, how meek for yourself, and how bold for a stranger. If I were a man, I should wish to do what you have done." "It was a small thing," he answered, with a tingle of pleasure at these sweet words of praise. "But you, what will you do? There is a great oak near here, and I think that Bertrand will bring the horses there, for it is an old hunting tryst of ours. Then hey for home, and no more hawking today. A 12-mile gallop will dry feet and skirt. But your father? Not one word shall I tell him. You do not know him. But I can tell you, he is not a man to disobey as I have disobeyed him. He would avenge me, it is true, but it is not to him that I shall look for vengeance. Some day, perchance, in joust or in tourney, Knight may wish to wear my colors, and then I shall tell him that if he does indeed crave my favor, there is wrong unredressed, and the wronger the sockman of Minstead. So my knight shall find a venture such as bold knights love, and my debt shall be paid, and my father none the wiser, and one rogue the less in the world. Say, is not that a brave plan? Nay, lady, it is a thought which is unworthy of you. How can such as you speak of violence and of vengeance? Are none to be gentle and kind, none to be piteous and forgiving? Alas! It is a hard, cruel world, and I would that I had never left my Abbey cell. To hear such words from your lips is as though I heard an angel of grace preaching the devil's own creed." She started from him as a young colt who first feels the bit. "Gramercy for your rede, young sir," she said with a little curtsy. "As I understand your words, you are grieved that you ever met me, and look upon me as a preaching devil. Why, my father is a bitter man when he is wroth, but hath never called me such a name as that. It may be his right and duty, but certes it is none of thine. So it would be best, since you think so lowly of me, that you should take this path to the left while I keep on upon this one, for it is clear that I can be no fit companion for you." So saying, with downcast lids and a dignity which was somewhat marred by her bedraggled skirt, she swept off down the muddy track, leaving Alleyne standing staring ruefully after her. He waited in vain for some backward glance or sign of relenting, but she walked on with a rigid neck until her dress was only a white flutter among the leaves. Then, with a sunken head and a heavy heart, he plodded wearily down the other path, wroth with himself for the rude and uncouth tongue which had given offense where so little was intended. He had gone some way, lost in doubt and in self-reproach, his mind all tremulous with 1,000 new-found thoughts and fears and wonderments, when of a sudden there was a light rustle of the leaves behind him, and glancing round, there was this graceful, swift-footed creature, treading in his very shadow, with her proud head bowed, even as his was, the picture of humility and repentance. "I shall not vex you, nor even speak," she said, "but I would fain keep with you while we are in the wood." "Nay, you cannot vex me," he answered, all warm again at the very sight of her. "It was my rough words which vexed you. But I have been thrown among men all my life, and indeed, with all the will, I scarce know how to temper my speech to a lady's ear." "Then unsay it," cried she quickly. "Say that I was right to wish to have vengeance on the sockman." "Nay, I cannot do that," he answered gravely. "Then who is ungentle and unkind now?" she cried in triumph. "How stern and cold you are for one so young. Art surely no mere clerk, but bishop or cardinal at the least. Shouldst have crozier for staff and mitre for cap. Well, well, for your sake I will forgive the sockman and take vengeance on none but on my own wilful self, who must needs run into danger's path." "So will that please you, sir?" "There spoke your true self," said he, "and you will find more pleasure in such forgiveness than in any vengeance." She shook her head, as if by no means assured of it, and then, with a sudden little cry, which had more of surprise than of joy in it, "Here is Bertrand with the horses." Down the glade there came a little green-clad page with laughing eyes and long curls floating behind him. He sat perched on a high bay horse, and held on to the bridle of a spirited black palfrey, the hides of both glistening from a long run. "I have sought you everywhere, dear Lady Maud," said he in a piping voice, springing down from his horse and holding the stirrup. Troubadour galloped as far as home hill ere I could catch him. "I trust that you have had no hurt or scathes." He shot a questioning glance at Alleyne as he spoke. "No, Bertrand," said she, "thanks to this courteous stranger. And now, sir," she continued, springing into her saddle, "it is not fit that I leave you without a word more. Clerk or no, you have acted this day as becomes a true knight. King Arthur and all his table could not have done more. It may be that, as some small return, my father or his kin may have power to advance your interest. He is not rich, but he is honored and hath great friends. Tell me what is your purpose, and see if he may not aid it." "Alas! Lady, I have now no purpose. I have but 2 friends in the world, and they have gone to Christchurch, where it is likely I shall join them." "And where is Christchurch?" "At the castle which is held by the brave knight, Sir Nigel Loring, constable to the Earl of Salisbury." To his surprise, she burst out a-laughing, and, spurring her palfrey, dashed off down the glade, with her page riding behind her. Not one word did she say, but as she vanished amid the trees she half turned in her saddle and waved a last greeting. Long time he stood, half hoping that she might again come back to him. But the thud of the hoofs had died away, and there was no sound in all the woods but the gentle rustle and dropping of the leaves. At last he turned away and made his way back to the high road, another person from the light-hearted boy who had left it a short 3 hours before. Chapter 10. How Hortal John found a man whom he might follow, if he might not return to Bordeaux within the year, and if his brother's dogs were to be set upon him, if he showed face upon Minstead land, then indeed he was adrift upon earth. North, south, east, and west, he might turn where he would, but all was equally chill and cheerless. The abbot had rolled 10 silver crowns in a lettuce leaf and hid them away in the bottom of his scrip, but that would be a sorry support for 12 long months. In all the darkness there was but the one bright spot of the sturdy comrades whom he had left that morning. If he could find them again, all would be well. The afternoon was not very advanced, for all that had befallen him. When a man is afoot, at cock-crow much may be done in the day. If he walked fast he might yet overtake his friends ere they reached their destination. He pushed on therefore, now walking and now running. As he journeyed he bit into a crust which remained from his Bordeaux bread, and he washed it down by a draught from a woodland stream. It was no easy or light thing to journey through this great forest, which was some 20 miles from east to west, and a good 16 from Bramshaw Woods in the north to Lymington in the south. Alleyne, however, had the good fortune to fall in with a woodman, axe upon shoulder, trudging along in the very direction that he wished to go. With his guidance he passed the fringe of Boulderwood Walk, famous for old ash and yew, through Mark Ash with its giant beech trees, and on through the Knightwood groves, where the giant oak was already a great tree, but only one of many comely brothers. They plodded along together, the woodman and Alleyne, with little talk on either side, for their thoughts were as far asunder as the poles. The peasants' gossip had been of the hunt, of the bracken, of the gray-headed kites that had nested in Wood Fidley, and of the great catch of herring brought back by the boats of Pitt's Deep. The clerk's mind was on his brother, on his future, above all on this strange, fierce, melting, beautiful woman who had broken so suddenly into his life, and as suddenly passed out of it again. So distrait was he and so random his answers, that the woodman took to whistling, and soon branched off upon the track to Burley, leaving Alleyne upon the main Christchurch road. Down this he pushed as fast as he might, hoping at every turn and rise to catch sight of his companions of the morning. From Vinny Ridge to Rhinefield Walk the woods grow thick and dense up to the very edges of the track, but beyond the country opens up into broad, dun-colored moors, flecked with clumps of trees, and topping each other in long, low curves up to the dark lines of forest in the furthest distance. Clouds of insects danced and buzzed in the golden autumn light, and the air was full of the piping of the songbirds. Long, glinting dragonflies shot across the path, or hung tremulous with gauzy wings and gleaming bodies. Once a white-necked sea-eagle soared screaming high over the traveler's head, and again a flock of brown bustards popped up from among the bracken and blundered away in their clumsy fashion, half running, half flying, with strident cry and whir of wings. There were folk, too, to be met upon the road, beggars and couriers, chapmen and tinkers, cheery fellows for the most part, with a rough jest and homely greeting for each other and for Alleyne. Near Shotwood he came upon 5 seamen, on their way from Poole to Southampton, rude red-faced men, who shouted at him in a jargon which he could scarce understand, and held out to him a great pot from which they had been drinking. Nor would they let him pass until he had dipped pannikin in and taken a mouthful, which set him coughing and choking, with the tears running down his cheeks. Further on he met a sturdy black-bearded man, mounted on a brown horse, with a rosary in his right hand and a long 2-handed sword jangling against his stirrup iron. By his black robe and the 8-pointed cross upon his sleeve, Alleyne recognized him as one of the Knights Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem, whose presbytery was at Baddesley. He held up 2 fingers as he passed, with a benetic "Filly me," whereat Alleyne doffed hat and bent knee, looking with much reverence at one who had devoted his life to the overthrow of the infidel. Poor simple lad! He had not learned yet that what men are and what men profess to be are very wide asunder, and that the Knights of St. John, having come in a large part of the riches of the ill-fated Templars, were very much too comfortable to think of exchanging their palace for a tent, or the cellars of England for the thirsty deserts of Syria. Yet ignorance may be more precious than wisdom, For Alleyne, as he walked on, braced himself to a higher life by the thought of this other sacrifice, and strengthened himself by his example, which he could scarce have done had he known that the Hospitaler's mind ran more upon Malmsey than on Mamelukes, and on venison rather than victories. As he pressed on, the plain turned to woods once more in the region of Wilverley Walk, and a cloud swept up from the south with the sun shining through the chinks of it. A few great drops came pattering loudly down, and then in a moment the steady swish of a brisk shower, with the dripping and dropping of the leaves. Alleyne, glancing round for shelter, saw a thick and lofty holly bush, so hollowed out beneath that no house could have been drier. Under this canopy of green 2 men were already squatted, who waved their hands to Alleyne that he should join them. As he approached, he saw that they had 5 dried herrings laid out in front of them, with a great hunch of wheaten bread and a leathern flask full of milk. But instead of setting to at their food, they appeared to have forgot all about it, and were disputing together with flushed faces and angry gestures. It was easy to see by their dress and manner that they were 2 of those wandering students who formed about this time so enormous a multitude in every country in Europe. The one was long and thin, with melancholy features, while the other was fat and sleek, with a loud voice and the air of a man who is not to be gainsaid. "Come hither, good youth," he cried. "Come hither, vultus ingenui pure. Heed not the face of my good coz here. Finum habet in cornu, as Don Horace has it, but I warn him harmless for all that." "Stick your bulls bellowing," exclaimed the other. "If it come to Horace, I have a line in my mind. Loquaces esse sapiat. How doth it run? The English oath being that a man of sense should ever avoid a great talker. That being so, if all were men of sense, then thou wouldst be a lonesome man, cuz, alas, Dicon, I fear that your logic is as bad as your philosophy or your divinity, and God, what it would be hard to say a worse word than that for it. For, hark ye, granting propter argumentum, that I am a talker, then the true reasoning runs that since all men of sense should avoid me, and thou hast not avoided me, but art at the present moment eating herrings with me under a holly bush, ergo you are no man of sense, which is exactly what I have been dinning into your long ears ever since I first clapped eyes on your sunken chops." "Tut, tut," cried the other. "Your tongue goes like the clapper of a mill wheel. Sit down here, friend, and partake of this herring. Understand first, however, that there are certain conditions attached to it. I had hoped," said Alleyne, falling into the humor of the twain, "that a tranquire of bread and a draught of milk might be attached to it." Hark to him, cried the little fat man. "It is even thus, Dicon. Wit, lad, is a catching thing like the itch or the sweating sickness. I exude it round me. It is an aura. I tell you, cuz, that no man can come within 17 feet of me without catching a spark. Look at your own case. A duller man never stepped, and yet within the week you have said 3 things which might pass, and 1 thing the day we left Fordingbridge which I should not have been ashamed of myself." "Enough, Rattlepaday, enough," said the other. "The milk you shall have, and the bread also, friend, together with the herring. But you must hold the scales between us." "If he hold the herring, he holds the scales, my sapient brother," cried the fat man. "But I pray you, good youth, to tell us whether you are a learned clerk, and if so, whether you have studied at Oxenford or at Paris." "I have some small stock of learning," Alleyne answered, picking at his herring, "but I have been at neither of these places. I was bred amongst the Cistercian monks at Bordeaux Abbey." "Pooh, pooh," they cried both together. "What sort of an upbringing is that?" "Non cuivis contingit adire Corinthum," quoth Alleyne. "Come, brother Stephen, he has some tincture of letters," said the melancholy man more hopefully. "He may be the better judge, since he hath no call to side with either of us. Now, attention, friend, and let your ears work as well as your nether jaw. Judex damnator, you know the old saw. Here am I upholding the good fame of the learned Duns Scotus against the foolish quibblings and poor silly reasonings of Willie Ockham, while I, quoth the other loudly, do maintain the good sense and extraordinary wisdom of that most learned William against the crack-brained fantasies of the muddy Scotchman, who hath hid such little wit as he has under so vast a pile of words, that it is like 1 drop of Gascony in a firkin of ditch water. Solomon his wisdom would not suffice to say what the rogue means. Certes, Stephen Hapgood, his wisdom doth not suffice, cried the other. It is as though a mole cried out against the morning star, because he could not see it. But our dispute, friend, is concerning the nature of that subtle essence which we call thought. For I hold with the learned Scotus that thought is in very truth a thing, even as vapor or fumes, or many other substances which our gross bodily eyes are blind to. For look you, that which produces a thing must be itself a thing, and if a man's thought may produce a written book, then must thought itself be a material thing, even as the book is. Have I expressed it? Do I make it plain? Whereas I hold, shouted the other, with my revered preceptor, Dr. Preclaris et Excellentissimus, that all things are but thought. For when thought is gone, I pry thee, where are the things then? Here are trees about us, and I see them because I think I see them, but if I have swooned, or sleep, or am in wine, then my thought having gone forth from me, lo, the trees go forth also. How now, coz? Have I touched thee on the raw? Alleyne sat between them munching his bread, while the twain disputed across his knees, leaning forward with flushed faces and darting hands, in all the heat of argument. Never had he heard such jargon of scholastic philosophy, such fine-drawn distinctions, such crossfire of major and minor, proposition, syllogism, attack and refutation. Question clattered upon answer like a sword on a buckler. The ancients, the fathers of the church, the moderns, the scriptures, the Arabians, were each sent hurtling against the other, while the rain still dripped and the dark holly leaves glistened with the moisture. At last the fat man seemed to weary of it, for he set to work quietly upon his meal, while his opponent, as proud as the rooster who was left unchallenged upon the midden, crowed away in a last long burst of quotation and deduction. Suddenly, however, his eyes dropped upon his food, and he gave a howl of dismay. "You double thief," he cried, "you have eaten my herrings, and I without bite or sup since morning." "That," quoth the other complacently, "was my final argument, my crowning effort, or peroratio, as the orators have it. For cause, since all thoughts are things, you have but to think a pair of herrings, and then conjure up a pottle of milk wherewith to wash them down." "A brave piece of reasoning," cried the other, "and I know of but one reply to it." On which, leaning forward, he caught his comrade a rousing smack across his rosy cheek. "Nay, take it not amiss," he said, "since all things are but thoughts, then that also is but a thought and may be disregarded." This last argument, however, by no means commended itself to the pupil of Occam, who plucked a great stick from the ground and signified his dissent by smiting the realist over the pate with it. By good fortune, the wood was so light and rotten that it went to 1,000 splinters, but Alleyne thought it best to leave the twain to settle the matter at their leisure, the more so as the sun was shining brightly once more. Looking back down the pool-strewn road, he saw the two excited philosophers waving their hands and shouting at each other, but their babble soon became a mere drone in the distance, and a turn in the road hid them from his sight. And now, after passing Holmesley Walk and the Wootton Heath, the forest began to shred out into scattered belts of trees, with gleam of cornfield and stretch of pasture land between. Here and there by the wayside stood little knots of wattle and daub huts with shock-haired laborers lounging by the doors and red-cheeked children sprawling in the roadway. Back among the groves he could see the high gable ends and thatched roofs of the Franklins' houses, on whose fields these men found employment, or more often a thick dark column of smoke marked their position and hinted at the coarse plenty within. By these signs Alleyne knew that he was on the very fringe of the forest, and therefore no great way from Christchurch. The sun was lying low in the west and shooting its level rays across the long sweep of rich green country, glinting on the white-fleeced sheep and throwing long shadows from the red kine, who waded knee-deep in the juicy clover. Right glad was the traveler to see the high tower of Christchurch Priory gleaming in the mellow evening light, and gladder still when, on rounding a corner, he came upon his comrades of the morning seated astraddle upon a fallen tree. They had a flat space before them, on which they alternately threw little square pieces of bone, and were so intent upon their occupation that they never raised eye as he approached them. He observed with astonishment, as he drew near, that the archer's bow was on John's back, the archer's sword by John's side, and the steel cap laid upon the tree trunk between them. "Mort de ma vie," Aylward shouted, looking down at the dice. "Never had I such cursed luck. A murn on the bones. I have not thrown a good main since I left Navarre. A 1 and a 3. An avant camarade. 4 and 3, cried Hortel John, counting on his great fingers. That makes 7. Ho, archer, I have thy cap. Now have it thee for thy jerkin. Mon Dieu, he growled, I am like to reach Christchurch in my shirt. Then suddenly glancing up, Hola, by the splendor of heaven, here is our cher petit. Now by my 10-finger bones, this is a rare sight to mine eyes. He sprang up and threw his arms round Alleyne's neck, while John, no less pleased, but more backward and Saxon in his habits, stood grinning and bobbing by the wayside, with his newly won steel cap stuck wrong side foremost upon his tangle of red hair. "Has come to stop?" cried the bowman, patting Alleyne all over in his delight. "Shall not get away from us again. I wish no better," said he, with a pringling in the eyes at this hearty greeting. "Well said, lad," cried Big John. "We three shall to the wars together, and the devil may fly away with the abbot of Bordeaux. But your feet and hosen are all besmudged. Hast been in the water, or I am the more mistaken." "I have in good sooth," Alleyne answered. And then as they journeyed on their way, he told them the many things that had befallen him, his meeting with the villain, his sight of the king, his coming upon his brother, with all the tale of the black welcome and of the fair damsel. They strode on either side, each with an ear slanting towards him. But ere he had come to the end of his story, the bowman had spun round upon his heel, and was hastening back the way they had come, breathing loudly through his nose. "What then?" asked Alleyne, trotting after him and gripping at his jerkin. "I am back from Minstead, lad. And why, in the name of sense? To thrust a handful of steel into the sockman. What? Hail a demoiselle against her will, and then loose dogs at his own brother. Let me go." "Ninny, ninny," cried Alleyne, laughing. "There was no scath done. Come back, friend." And so, by mingled pushing and entreaties, they got his head round for Christchurch once more. Yet he walked with his chin upon his shoulder, until, catching sight of a maiden by a wayside well, the smiles came back to his face and peace to his heart. "But you," said Alleyne, "there have been changes with you also. Why should not the workman carry his tools? Where are bow and sword and cap? And why so warlike, John?" "It is a game which friend Aylward hath been a-teaching of me, and I found him an over-apt pupil," grumbled the bowman. "He hath stripped me as though I had fallen into the hands of the tarred Venus. But, by my hilt, you must render them back to me, camarade, lest you bring discredit upon my mission, and I will pay you for them at armorers' prices." "Take them back, man, and never heed the pay," said John. "I did but wish to learn the feel of them, since I am like to have such trinkets hung to my own girdle for some years to come." "My foi, he was born for a free companion," cried Aylward. "He hath the very trick of speech and turn of thought. I take them back then, and indeed it gives me unease not to feel my yew-stave tapping against my leg bone. But see, es garçons, on this side of the church rises the square and darkling tower of Earl Salisbury's castle, and even from here I seem to see on yonder banner the red roebuck of the Montagues." "Red upon white," said Alleyne, shading his eyes, "but whether roebuck or no is more than I could vouch. How black is the great tower, and how bright the gleam of arms upon the wall! See below the flag, how it twinkles like a star." "Aye, it is the steel headpiece of the watchman," remarked the archer. "But we must on, if we are to be there before the drawbridge rises at the vespers bugle, for it is likely that Sir Nigel, being so renowned a soldier, may keep hard discipline within the walls, and let no man enter after sundown." So saying, he quickened his pace, and the three comrades were soon close to the straggling and broad-spread town which centered round the noble church and the frowning castle. It chanced on that very evening that Sir Nigel Loring, having supped before sunset, as was his custom, and having himself seen that Palmer's and Cadsand, his 2 war horses with the 13 hacks, the 5 jennets, my lady's 3 palfreys, and the great dapple-grey Roussan, had all their needs supplied, had taken his dogs for an evening breather. 60 or 70 of them, large and small, smooth and shaggy, deerhound, boarhound, bloodhound, wolfhound, mastiff, Alleyne, talbot, lurcher, terrier, spaniel, snapping, yelling, and whining, with score of lolling tongues and waving tails, came surging down the narrow lane which leads from the Twynham kennels to the bank of Avon. 2 russet-clad varlets, with loud halloo and cracking whips, walked thigh-deep amid the swarm, guiding, controlling, and urging. Behind came Sir Nigel himself, with Lady Loring upon his arm, the pair walking slowly and sedately, as befitted both their age and their condition, while they watched with a smile in their eyes the scrambling crowd in front of them. They paused, however, at the bridge, and, leaning their elbows upon the stonework, they stood looking down at their own faces in the glassy stream, and at the swift flash of speckled trout against the tawny gravel. Sir Nigel was a slight man of poor stature, with soft, lisping voice and gentle ways. So short was he that his wife, who was no very tall woman, had the better of him by the breadth of 3 fingers. His sight having been injured in his early wars by a basketful of lime, which had been emptied over him when he led the Earl of Derby's stormers up the breach at Bergerac, he had contracted something of a stoop, with a blinking, peering expression of face. His age was 46, but the constant practice of arms, together with a cleanly life, had preserved his activity and endurance unimpaired, so that from a distance he seemed to have the slight limbs and swift grace of a boy. His face, however, was tanned of a dull yellow tint, with a leathery, poreless look which spoke of rough outdoor doings, and the little pointed beard which he wore, in deference to the prevailing fashion, was streaked and shot with gray. His features were small, delicate, and regular, with clear-cut, curving nose, and eyes which jutted forward from the lids. His dress was simple and yet spruce. A Flandrish hat of beaver, bearing in the band the token of Our Lady of Embrun, was drawn low upon the left side to hide that ear which had been partly shorn from his head by a Flemish man-at-arms in a camp broil before Tournay. His coat-hardie, or tunic, and trunkhosen were of a purple plum color, with long weepers which hung from either sleeve to below his knees. His shoes were of red leather, daintily pointed at the toes, but not yet prolonged to the extravagant lengths which the succeeding reign was to bring into fashion. A gold-embroidered belt of knighthood encircled his loins. With his arms, 5 roses gules on a field argent, cunningly worked upon the clasp. So stood Sir Nigel Loring upon the bridge of Avon, and talked lightly with his lady. And certes had the 2 visages alone been seen, and the stranger been asked which were the more likely to belong to the bold warrior, whose name was loved by the roughest soldiery of Europe, he had assuredly selected the lady's. Her face was large and square and red, with fierce, thick brows, and the eyes of one who was accustomed to rule. Taller and broader than her husband, her flowing gown of sendal and fur-lined tippet could not conceal the gaunt and ungraceful outlines of her figure. It was the age of martial women. The deeds of Black Agnes of Dunbar, of Lady Salisbury, and of the Countess of Montfort were still fresh in the public minds. With such examples before them, the wives of the English captains had become as warlike as their mates, and ordered their castles in their absence with the prudence and discipline of veteran seneschals. Right easy were the Montacutes of their castle of Twynham, and little had they to dread from roving galley or French squadron, while Lady Mary Loring had the ordering of it. Yet even in that age it was thought that, though a lady might have a soldier's heart, it was scarce as well that she should have a soldier's face. There were men who said that of all the stern passages and daring deeds by which Sir Nigel Loring had proved the true temper of his courage, not the least was his wooing and winning of so forbidding a dame. I tell you, my fair lord, she was saying, that it is no fit training for a demoiselle. Hawks and hounds, rotes and citoles singing a French rondel, or reading the jest de Dune de Mayence, as I found her yesternight, pretending sleep, the artful, with the corner of the scroll thrusting forth from under her pillow. Lent her by Father Christopher of the Priory, forsooth, that is ever her answer. How shall all this help her when she has castle of her own to keep, with 100 mouths all agape, for beef and beers? True, my sweet bird, true, answered the knight, picking a comfit from his gold drageoir. The maid is like the young filly, which kicks heels and plunges for very lust of life. Give her time, dame, give her time, Well, I know that my father would have given me, not time, but a good hazel stick across my shoulders. My FOI, I know not what the world is coming to, when young maids may flout their elders. I wonder that you do not correct her, my fair lord. Nay, my heart's comfort, I never raised hand to woman yet, and it would be a passing strange thing if I began on my own flesh and blood. It was a woman's hand which cast this lime into mine eyes, and though I saw her stoop, and might well have stopped her ere she threw, I deemed it unworthy of my knighthood to hinder or balk one of her sex. "The hussy!" cried Lady Loring, clenching her broad right hand. "I would I had been at the side of her, and so would I, since you would have been the nearer me my own. But I doubt not that you are right, and that Maud's wings need clipping, which I may leave in your hands when I am gone. For in sooth, this peaceful life is not for me, and were it not for your gracious kindness and loving care, I could not abide it a week. I hear that there is talk of warlike muster at Bordeaux once more, and by St. Paul, it would be a new thing if the lions of England and the red pile of Chandos were to be seen in the field, and the roses of Loring were not waving by their side. Now woe worth me, but I feared it," cried she, with the color all struck from her face. "I have noted your absent mind, your kindling eye, your trying and riveting of old harness. Consider, my sweet lord, that you have already won much honor, that we have seen but little of each other, that you bear upon your body the scar of over 20 wounds received and I know not how many bloody encounters. Have you not done enough for honor and the public cause? My lady, when our liege lord, the king at 80 years, and my lord Chandos at 80, are blithe and ready to lay lance and rest for England's cause, it would beseem me to prate of service done. It is sooth that I have received 27 wounds. There is the more reason that I should be thankful that I am still long of breath and sound in limb. I have also seen some bickering and scuffling. 6 great land battles I count, with 4 upon sea, and 57 onfalls, skirmishes, and bushments. I have held 22 towns, and I have been at the intaking of 31. Surely, then it would be bitter shame to me, and also to you, since my fame is yours, that I should now hold back if a man's work is to be done. Besides, bethink you how low is our purse, with bailiff and reeve ever croaking of empty farms and wasting lands. Were it not for this constableship which the Earl of Salisbury hath bestowed upon us, we could scarce uphold the state which is fitting to our degree. Therefore, my sweeting, there is the more need that I should turn to where there is good pay to be earned and brave ransoms to be won. Ah, my dear lord, quoth she, with sad, weary eyes, I thought that at last I had you to mine own self, even though your youth had been spent afar from my side. Yet my voice, as I know well, should speed you on to glory and renown, not hold you back when fame is to be won. Yet what can I say? For all men know that your valor needs the curb and not the spur. It goes to my heart that you should ride forth now a mere knight bachelor, when there is no noble in the land who hath so good a claim to the square pennon, save only that you have not the money to uphold it. And whose fault that, my sweet bird? Said he. No fault, my fair lord, but of virtue. For how many rich ransoms have you won, and yet have scattered the crowns among page and archer and varlet, until in a week you had not as much as would buy food and forage. It is a most knightly largesse, and yet withouten money how can man rise? Dirt and dross, cried he. What matter rise or fall, so that duty be done and honor gained? Banneret or bachelor, square pennon or forked, I would not give a denier for the difference, and the less in Sir John Chandos, chosen flower of English chivalry, is himself but a humble knight. But meanwhile fret not thyself, my heart's dove, for it is like that there may be no war waged, and we must await the news. But here are 3 strangers and one, as I take it, a soldier fresh from service. It is likely that he may give us word of what is stirring over the water. Lady Loring, glancing up, saw in the fading light 3 companions walking abreast down the road, all gray with dust and stained with travel, yet chattering merrily between themselves. He in the midst was young and comely, with boyish open face and bright gray eyes, which glanced from right to left as though he found the world around him both new and pleasing. To his right walked a huge red-headed man, with broad smile and merry twinkle, whose clothes seemed to be bursting and splitting at every seam, as though he were some lusty chick who was breaking bravely from his shell. On the other side, with his knotted hand upon the young man's shoulder, came a stout and burly archer, brown and fierce-eyed, with sword at belt and long yellow yew-stave peeping over his shoulder. Hard face, battered headpiece, dinted brigandine, with faded red lion of St. George ramping on a discolored ground, all proclaimed as plainly as words that he was indeed from the land of war. He looked keenly at Sir Nigel as he approached, and then, plunging his hand under his breastplate, he stepped up to him with a rough, uncouth bow to the lady. "Your pardon, fair sir," said he, "but I know you the moment I clap eyes on you, though in sooth I have seen you oftener in steel than in velvet. I have drawn string besides you at La Roche-d'Arien, Romorantin, Maupertuis, Nogent, Ori, and other places. Then, good archer, I am right glad to welcome you to Twynham Castle, and in the steward's room you will find provant for yourself and comrades. To me also your face is known, though mine eyes play such tricks with me that I can scarce be sure of my own squire. Rest a while, and you shall come to the hall anon, and tell us what is passing in France. For I have heard that it is likely that our pennons may flutter to the south of the great Spanish mountains ere another year be past." "There was talk of it in Bordeaux," answered the archer, "and I saw myself that the armorers and smiths were as busy as rats in a wheat rick. But I bring you this letter from the valiant Gascon knight, Sir Claude Latour. And to you, lady," he added after a pause, "I bring from him this box of red sugar of Narbonne, with every courteous and knightly greeting which a gallant cavalier may make to a fair and noble dame." This little speech had cost the blunt bowman much pains and planning, but he might have spared his breath, for the lady was quite as much absorbed as her lord in the letter, which they held between them, a hand on either corner, spelling it out very slowly, with drawn brows and muttering lips. As they read it, Alleyne, who stood with Hortel John a few paces back from their comrade, saw the lady catch her breath, while the knight laughed softly to himself. "You see, dear heart," said he, "that they will not leave the old dog in his kennel when the game is afoot. And what of this white company, Archer?" "Ah, sir, you speak of dogs," cried Aylward. "But there are a pack of lusty hounds who are ready for any quarry, if they have but a good huntsman to halloo them on. Sir, we have been in the wars together, and I have seen many a brave following, but never such a set of woodland boys as this. They do but want you at their head, and who will bar the way to them?" "Pardieu," said Sir Nigel, "if they are all like their messenger, they are indeed men of whom a leader may be proud. Your name, good archer?" "Sam Aylward, sir, of the 100 of Esbourne and the Rape of Chichester." "And this giant behind you?" "He is Big John, of Hortel, a forest man, who hath now taken service in the company. A proper figure of a man-at-arms," said the little knight. "Why, man, you are no chicken, yet I warned him the stronger man. See to that great stone from the coping which hath fallen upon the bridge. For of my lazy varlets strove this day to carry it hence. I would that you too could put them to shame by budging it, though I fear that I overtask you, for it is of a grievous weight." He pointed as he spoke to a huge rough-hewn block which lay by the roadside, deep sunken from its own weight in the reddish earth. The archer approached it, rolling back the sleeves of his jerkin, but with no very hopeful countenance, for indeed it was a mighty rock. John, however, put him aside with his left hand, and, stooping over the stone, he plucked it single-handed from its soft bed and swung it far into the stream. There it fell with mighty splash, one jagged end peeking out above the surface, while the waters bubbled and foamed with far-circling eddy. "Good lack!" cried Sir Nigel, and "Good lack!" cried his lady, while John stood laughing and wiping the caked dirt from his fingers. "I have felt his arms round my ribs," said the bowman, "and they crackle yet at the thought of it. This other comrade of mine is a right learned clerk, for all that he is so young. Hight Alleyne, the son of Edric, brother to the sockman of Minstead." "Young man," quoth Sir Nigel, sternly, "if you are of the same way of thought as your brother, you may not pass under portcullis of mine." "Nay, fair sir," cried Aylward hastily, "I will be pledged for it that they have no thought in common. For this very day his brother hath set his dogs upon him, and driven him from his lands. "And are you, too, of the White Company?" asked Sir Nigel. "Hast had small experience of war, if I may judge by your looks and bearing." "I would fain to France with my friends here," Alleyne answered, "but I am a man of peace, a reader, exorcist, acolyte, and clerk." "That need not hinder," quoth Sir Nigel. "No, fair sir," cried the bowman joyously. "Why, I myself have served 2 terms with Arnold de Servals, he whom they called the archpriest. By my hilt, I have seen him ere now, with monk's gown trussed to his knees, over his sandals in blood, in the forefront of the battle. Yet, ere the last string had twanged, he would be down on his 4 bones among the stricken, and have them all houseled and shriven, as quick as shelling peas. My FOI, there were those who wished that he would have less care for their souls, and a little more for their bodies. It is well to have a learned clerk in every troop, said Sir Nigel. By St. Paul, there are men so caitiff that they think more of a scrivener's pen than of their lady's smile, and do their devoir in hopes that they may fill a line in a chronicle or make a tag to a jongler's romance. I remember well that, at the siege of Redders, there was a little sleek, fat clerk of the name of Chaucer, who was so apt at rondel, servant, or tunson, that no man dare give back a foot from the walls, lest he find it all set down in his rhymes and sung by every underling and varlet in the camp. But, my soul's bird, you hear me prate as though all were decided, when I have not yet taken counsel either with you or with my lady mother. Let us to the chamber, while these strangers find such fare as pantry and cellar may furnish. The night air strikes chill, said the lady, and turned down the road with her hand upon her lord's arm. The 3 comrades dropped behind and followed, Aylward much the lighter for having accomplished his mission, Alleyne full of wonderment at the humble bearing of so renowned a captain, and John loud with snorts and sneers, which spoke his disappointment and contempt. "What ails the man?" asked Aylward in surprise. "I have been cozened and bejaped," quoth he gruffly. "By whom? Sir Samson the Strong? By the Sir Balaam, the false prophet? By my hilt," cried the archer, "though I be not Balaam, yet I hold converse with the very creature that spake to him. What is amiss, then, and how have I played you false?" "Why, Mary, did you not say, and Alleyne here will be my witness, that if I would hie to the wars with you, you would place me under a leader who was second to none in all England for valor? Yet here you bring me to a shred of a man, peaky and ill-nourished, with eyes like a molting owl, who must needs, forsooth, take counsel with his mother ere he buckle sword to girdle. Is that where the shoe galls?" cried the bowman, and laughed aloud. "I will ask you what you think of him 3 months hence, if we be all alive, for sure I am that." Aylward's words were interrupted by an extraordinary hubbub, which broke out that instant some little way down the street in the direction of the priory. There was deep-mouthed shouting of men, frightened shrieks of women, howling and barking of curs, and over all a sullen, thunderous rumble, indescribably menacing and terrible. Round the corner of the narrow street, there came rushing a brace of whining dogs with tails tucked under their legs, and after them a white-faced burgher with outstretched hands and wide-spread fingers, his hair all abristle, and his eyes glinting back from one shoulder to the other, as though some great terror were at his very heels. "Fly, my lady, fly!" he screeched and whizzed past them like bolt from bow, while close behind came lumbering a huge black bear, with red tongue lolling from his mouth, and a broken chain jangling behind him. To right and left the folk flew for arch and doorway. Portal John caught up the Lady Loring as though she had been a feather, and sprang with her into an open porch, while Aylward, with a whirl of French oaths, plucked at his quiver and tried to unsling his bow. Alleyne, all unnerved at so strange and unwonted a sight, shrunk up against the wall with his eyes fixed upon the frenzied creature, which came bounding along with ungainly speed, looking the larger in the uncertain light, its huge jaws agape, with blood and slaver trickling to the ground. Sir Nigel alone, unconscious to all appearance of the universal panic, walked with unfaltering step up the center of the road, a silken handkerchief in one hand and his gold comfit-box in the other. It sent the blood cold through Alleyne's veins to see that as they came together, the man and the beast, the creature reared up, with eyes ablaze with fear and hate, and whirled its great paws above the knight to smite him to the earth. He, however, blinking with puckered eyes, reached up his kerchief and flicked the beast twice across the snout with it. "Ah, saucy, saucy," quoth he with gentle chiding, on which the bear, uncertain and puzzled, dropped its 4 legs to earth again, and, waddling back, was soon swathed in ropes by the bear ward and a crowd of peasants who had been in close pursuit. A scared man was the keeper, for, having chained the brute to a stake while he drank a stoup of ale at the inn, it had been baited by stray curs, until, in wrath and madness, it had plucked loose the chain, and smitten or bitten all who came in its path. Most scared of all was he to find that the creature had come nigh to harm the lord and lady of the castle, who had power to place him in the stretched neck or to have the skin scourged from his shoulders. Yet, when he came with bowed head and humble entreaty for forgiveness, he was met with a handful of small silver from Sir Nigel, whose dame, however, was less charitably disposed, being much ruffled in her dignity by the manner in which she had been hustled from her lord's side. As they passed through the castle gate, John plucked at Aylward's sleeve, and the two fell behind. "I must crave your pardon, comrade," said he bluntly. "I was a fool not to know that a little rooster may be the gamest. I believe that this man is indeed a leader whom we may follow." Chapter 11. How a young shepherd had a perilous flock. Black was the mouth of Twynham Castle, though a pair of torches burning at the further end of the gateway cast a red glare over the outer bailey, and sent a dim, ruddy flicker through the rough-hewn arch, rising and falling with fitful brightness. Over the door the travellers could discern the escutcheon of the Montacutes, of roebuck gules on a field argent, flanked on either side by smaller shields which bore the red roses of the veteran constable. As they passed over the drawbridge, Alleyne marked the gleam of arms in the embrasures to right and left, and they had scarce set foot upon the causeway ere a hoarse blare burst from a bugle, and, with screech of hinge and clank of chain, the ponderous bridge swung up into the air, drawn by unseen hands. At the same instant the huge portcullis came rattling down from above and shut off the last fading light of day. Sir Nigel and his lady walked on in deep talk, while a fat understeward took charge of the 3 comrades, and led them to the buttery, where beef, bread, and beer were kept ever in readiness for the wayfarer. After a hearty meal and a dip in the trough to wash the dust from them, they strolled forth into the bailey, where the bowman peered about through the darkness at wall and at keep, with the carping eyes of one who has seen something of sieges and is not likely to be satisfied. To Alleyne and to John, however, it appeared to be as great and as stout a fortress as could be built by the hands of man. Erected by Sir Balwin de Redvers in the old fighting days of the 12th century, when men thought much of war and little of comfort, Castle Twynham had been designed as a stronghold pure and simple, unlike those later and more magnificent structures where warlike strength had been combined with the magnificence of a palace. From the time of the Edwards, such buildings as Conway or Carnarvon castles, to say nothing of Royal Windsor, had shown that it was possible to secure luxury in peace as well as security in times of trouble. Sir Nigel's trust, however, still frowned above the smooth-flowing waters of the Avon, very much as the stern race of early Anglo-Normans had designed it. There were the broad outer and inner baileys, not paved, but sown with grass to nourish the sheep and cattle which might be driven in on sign of danger. All round were high and turreted walls, with at the corner a bare square-faced keep, gaunt and windowless, rearing up from a lofty mound, which made it almost inaccessible to an assailant. Against the bailey walls were rows of frail wooden houses and leaning sheds, which gave shelter to the archers and men-at-arms who formed the garrison. The doors of these humble dwellings were mostly open, and against the yellow glare from within Alleyne could see the bearded fellows cleaning their harness, while their wives would come out for a gossip, with their needlework in their hands, and their long black shadows streaming across the yard. The air was full of the clack of their voices and the merry prattling of children, in strange contrast to the flash of arms and constant warlike challenge from the walls above. "Methinks a company of school lads could hold this place against an army," quoth John. "And so say I," said Alleyne. "Nay, there you are wide of the clout," the bowman said gravely. "By my hilt, I have seen a stronger fortalice carried in a summer evening. I remember such a one in Picardy, with a name as long as a Gascon's pedigree. It was when I served under Sir Robert Knowles, before the days of the company, and we came by good plunder at the sacking of it. I had myself a great silver bowl, with 2 goblets and a plastron of Spanish steel. Past you. There are some fine women over yonder. More de ma vie. See to that one in the doorway. I will go speak to her. But whom have we here? Is there an archer here hight Sam Aylward? Asked a gaunt man-at-arms, clanking up to them across the courtyard. My name, friend, quoth the bowman. Then sure I have no need to tell thee mine, said the other. By the rood, if it is not Black Simon of Norwich, cried Aylward. Amon cur, camarade, amon cur. Ah, but I am blithe to see thee. The two fell upon each other and hugged like bears. And where from, old blood and bones? Asked the bowman. I am in service here. Tell me, comrade, is it sooth that we shall have another fling at these Frenchmen? It is so rumored in the guard-room, and that Sir Nigel will take the field once more. It is like enough, mon gar, as things go. Now may the Lord be praised, cried the other. This very night will I set apart a golden ouch to be offered on the shrine of my name-saint. I have pined for this, Aylward, as a young maid pines for her lover. Art so set on plunder, then? Is the purse so light that there is not enough for a rouse? I have a bag in my belt, camarade, and you have but to put your fist into it for what you want. It was ever share and share between us. Nay, friend, it is not the Frenchman's gold, but the Frenchman's blood that I would have. I should not rest quiet in the grave, 'cause, if I had not another turn at them. For with us in France it has ever been fair and honest war, a shut fist for the man, but a bended knee for the woman. But how was it at Winchelsea, when their galleys came down upon it some few years back? I had an old mother there, lad, who had come down thither from the Midlands to be the nearer her son. They found her afterwards by her own hearthstone, thrust through by a Frenchman's bill. My second sister, my brother's wife, and her 2 children, they were but ash heaps in the smoking ruins of their house. I will not say that we have not wrought great scath upon France, but women and children have been safe from us. And so, old friend, my heart is hot within me, and I long to hear the old battle cry again, and by God's truth, if Sir Nigel unfurls his pennon, here is one who will be right glad to feel the saddle flaps under his knees. We have seen good work together, old war dog, quoth Aylward, and by my hilt, we may hope to see more ere we die. But we are more like the hawk at the Spanish woodcock than at the French heron. Though certes it is rumored that Du Guesclin with all the best lances of France have taken service under the lions and towers of Castile. But, comrade, it is in my mind that there is some small matter of dispute still open between us. For God, it is sooth, cried the other, I had forgot it. The provost marshal and his men tore us apart when last we met, on which, friend, we vowed that we should settle the point when next we came together. Hast thy sword, I see, and the moon throws glimmer enough for such old night-birds as we. On guard, mon gar! I have not heard clink of steel this month, or more. Out from the shadow, then, said the other, drawing his sword. A vow is a vow, and not lightly to be broken. A vow to the saints, cried Alleyne, is indeed not to be set aside. But this is a devil's vow, and simple clerk as I am yet the mouthpiece of the true church when I say that it were mortal sin to fight on such a quarrel. What? Shall 2 grown men carry malice for years, and fly like snarling curs at each other's throats? No malice, my young clerk, no malice, quoth Black Simon. I have not a bitter drop in my heart for mine old comrade. But the quarrel, as he hath told you, is still open and unsettled. Fall on, Aylward, not whilst I can stand between you, cried Alleyne, springing before the bowman. It is shame and sin to see 2 Christian Englishmen turn swords against each other like the frenzied, bloodthirsty Paynim. And what is more, said Hortlejohn, suddenly appearing out of the buttery with the huge board upon which the pastry was rolled, if either raise sword I shall flatten him like a Shrovetide pancake. By the black rood, I shall drive him into the earth, like a nail into a door, rather than see you do scath to each other. For God, this is a strange way of preaching peace, cried Black Simon. You may find the scath yourself, my lusty friend, if you raise your great cudgel to me. I had as lief have the castle drawbridge drop upon my pate. Tell me, Aylward, said Alleyne earnestly, with his hands outstretched to keep the pair asunder. What is the cause of quarrel? That we may see whether honorable settlement may not be arrived at. The bowman looked down at his feet, and then up at the moons. Parbleu, he cried, the cause of quarrel? Why, mon petit, it was years ago in Limousin, and how can I bear in mind what was the cause of it? Simon there hath it, at the end of his tongue. Not I, in troth, replied the other. I've had other things to think of. There was some sort of bickering over dice, or wine. Or was it a woman, cuz? Past you. But you have nicked it, cried Aylward. It was indeed about a woman, and the quarrel must go forward, for I am still of the same mind as before. What of the woman, then? Asked Simon. May the murrain strike me if I can call to mind aught about her. It was La Blanche Rose, made at the sign of the Trois Corbeaux at Limoges. Bless her pretty heart. Why, mon gar, I loved her. So did a many, quoth Simon. I call her to mind now. On the very day that we fought over the little hussy, she went off with Evan A.P. Price, a long-legged Welsh dagsman. They have a hostel of their own now, somewhere on the banks of the Garonne, where the landlord drinks so much of the liquor that there is little left for the customers. So ends our quarrel, then, said Aylward, sheathing his sword. A Welsh dagsman, I faith. See Tate Mauvais gout, camarade, and the more so when she had a jolly archer and a lusty man-at-arms to choose from. True, old lad, and it is as well that we can compose our differences honorably, for Sir Nigel had been out at the first clash of steel, and he hath sworn that if there be quarreling in the garrison, he would smite the right hand from the broilers. You know him of old, and that he is like to be as good as his word. Mordieu, yes, but there are ale, mead, and wine in the buttery, and the steward a merry rogue, who will not haggle over a quart or two. Buvons, mon gar. For it is not every day that two old friends come together. The old soldiers and Hortel John strode off together in all good fellowship. Alleyne had turned to follow them, when he felt a touch upon his shoulder, and found a young page by his side. The Lord Loring commands, said the boy, that you will follow me to the great chamber, and await him there. But my comrades? His commands were for you alone. Alleyne followed the messenger to the east end of the courtyard, where a broad flight of steps led up to the doorway of the main hall, the outer wall of which is washed by the waters of the Avon. As designed at first, no dwelling had been allotted to the lord of the castle and his family, but the dark and dismal basement story of the keep. A more civilized or more effeminate generation, however, had refused to be pent up in such a cellar, and the hall with its neighboring chambers had been added for their accommodation. Up the broad steps Alleyne went, still following his boyish guide, until at the folding oak doors the latter paused and ushered him into the main hall of the castle. On entering the room, the clerk looked round, but, seeing no one, he continued to stand, his cap in his hand, examining with the greatest interest a chamber which was so different to any to which he was accustomed. The days had gone by when a nobleman's hall was but a barn-like, rush-strewn enclosure, the common lounge and eating room of every inmate of the castle. The Crusaders had brought back with them experiences of domestic luxuries, of Damascus carpets and rugs of Aleppo, which made them impatient of the hideous bareness and want of privacy which they found in their ancestral strongholds. Still stronger, however, had been the influence of the Great French War. For however well matched the nations might be in martial exercises, there could be no question but that our neighbors were infinitely superior to us in the arts of peace. A stream of returning knights, of wounded soldiers, and of unransomed French noblemen had been for a quarter of a century continually pouring into England, every one of whom exerted an influence in the direction of greater domestic refinement, while shiploads of French furniture from Calais, Rouen, and other plundered towns had supplied our own artisans with models on which to shape their work. Hence, in most English castles, and in Castle Twynham among the rest, chambers were to be found which would seem to be not wanting either in beauty or in comfort. In the great stone fireplace a log fire was spurting and crackling, throwing out a ruddy glare which, with the 4 bracket lamps which stood at each corner of the room, gave a bright and lightsome air to the whole apartment. Above was a wreathwork of blazonry, extending up to the carved and corniced oaken roof, while on either side stood the high canopied chairs placed for the master of the house and for his most honored guest. The walls were hung all round with most elaborate and brightly colored tapestry, representing the achievements of Sir Bevis of Hampton, and behind this convenient screen were stored the tables dormant and benches which would be needed for banquet or high festivity. The floor was of polished tiles, with a square of red and black diapered Flemish carpet in the center, and many settees, cushions, folding chairs, and carved bancals littered all over it. At the further end was a long black buffet or dresser, thickly covered with gold cups, silver salvers, and other such valuables. All this Alleyne examined with curious eyes. But most interesting of all to him was a small ebony table at his very side, on which, by the side of a chessboard and the scattered chessmen, there lay an open manuscript written in a right clerkly hand, and set forth with brave flourishes and devices along the margins. In vain Alleyne bethought him of where he was, and of those laws of good breeding and decorum which should restrain him. Those colored capitals and black, even lines drew his hand down to them, as the lodestone draws the needle, until, almost before he knew it, he was standing with the romance of Garin de Montglain before his eyes, so absorbed in its contents as to be completely oblivious both of where he was and why he had come there. He was brought back to himself, however, by a sudden little ripple of quick feminine laughter. Aghast, he dropped the manuscript among the chessmen and stared in bewilderment round the room. It was as empty and as still as ever. Again he stretched his hand out to the romance, and again came that roguish burst of merriment. He looked up at the ceiling, back at the closed door, and round at the stiff folds of motionless tapestry. Of a sudden, however, he caught a quick shimmer from the corner of a high-backed bancal in front of him, and, shifting a pace or two to the side, saw a white, slender hand, which held a mirror of polished silver in such a way that the concealed observer could see without being seen. He stood irresolute, uncertain whether to advance or to take no notice. But, even as he hesitated, the mirror was whipped in, and a tall and stately young lady swept out from behind the oaken screen, with a dancing light of mischief in her eyes. Alleyne started with astonishment as he recognized the very maiden who had suffered from his brother's violence in the forest. She no longer wore her gay riding dress, however, but was attired in a long sweeping robe of black velvet of Bruges, with delicate tracery of white lace at neck and at wrist, scarce to be seen against her ivory skin. Beautiful as she had seemed to him before, the lithe charm of her figure and the proud, free grace of her bearing were enhanced now by the rich simplicity of her attire. "Ah, you start," said she, with the same sidelong look of mischief, "and I cannot marvel at it. Didst not look to see the distressed damosel again? Oh, that I were a minstrel, that I might put it into rhyme, with the whole romance, the luckless maid, the wicked sockman, and the virtuous clerk. So might our fame have gone down together for all time, and you be numbered with Sir Percival or Sir Galahad, or all the other rescuers of oppressed ladies." "What I did," said Alleyne, "was too small a thing for thanks, and yet, if I may say it without offense, it was too grave and near a matter for mirth and raillery. I had counted on my brother's love, but God has willed that it should be otherwise. It is a joy to me to see you again, lady, and to know that you have reached home in safety, if this be indeed your home. Yes, in sooth, Castle Twynham is my home, and Sir Nigel Loring my father. I should have told you so this morning, but you said that you were coming thither, so I bethought me that I might hold it back as a surprise to you." "Oh, dear, but it was brave to see you," she cried, bursting out laughing once more, and standing with her hand pressed to her side, and her half-closed eyes twinkling with amusement. "You drew back and came forward with your eyes upon my book there, like the mouse who sniffs the cheese and yet dreads the trap. I take shame," said Alleyne, "that I should have touched it. Nay, it warmed my very heart to see it. So glad was I, that I laughed for very pleasure. My fine preacher can himself be tempted then, thought I. He is not made of another clay to the rest of us. God help me! I am the weakest of the weak," groaned Alleyne. "I pray that I may have more strength." "And to what end?" she asked sharply. "If you are, as I understand, to shut yourself forever in your cell within the four walls of an abbey, then of what use would it be were your prayer to be answered?" "The use of my own salvation." She turned from him with a pretty shrug and wave. "Is that all?" she said. Then you are no better than Father Christopher and the rest of them. Your own, ever your own. My father is the king's man, and when he rides into the press of fight, he is not thinking ever of the saving of his own poor body. He recks little enough if he leave it on the field. Why then should you, who are soldiers of the spirit, be ever moping or hiding in cell or in cave, with minds full of your own concerns, while the world, which you should be mending, is going on its way, and neither sees nor hears you? Were ye all as thoughtless of your own souls as the soldier is of his body, you would be of more avail to the souls of others. There is sooth in what you say, lady, Alleyne answered, and yet I scarce can see what you would have the clergy and the church to do. I would have them live as others and do men's work in the world, preaching by their lives rather than their words. I would have them come forth from their lonely places, mix with the Bordeaux folks, feel the pains and the pleasures, the cares and the rewards, the temptings and the stirrings of the common people. Let them toil and swinken, and labor, and plow the land, and take wives to themselves. Alas! Alas! Cried Alleyne aghast. You have surely sucked this poison from the man Wycliffe, of whom I have heard such evil things. Nay, I know him not. I have learned it by looking from my own chamber window and marking these poor monks of the priory, their weary life, their profitless round. I have asked myself if the best which can be done with virtue is to shut it within high walls as though it were some savage creature. If the good will lock themselves up, and if the wicked will still wander free, then alas for the world. Alleyne looked at her in astonishment, for her cheek was flushed, her eyes gleaming, and her whole pose full of eloquence and conviction. Yet in an instant she had changed again to her old expression of merriment leavened with mischief. "Wilt do what I ask?" said she. "What is it, lady?" "Oh, most ungallant clerk, a true knight would never have asked, but would have vowed upon the instant. 'Tis but to bear me out in what I say to my father." "In what?" "In saying, if he ask, that it was south of the Christchurch road that I met you. I shall be shut up with the tirewomen else, and have a week of spindle and bodkin, when I would fain be galloping troubadour up Wilverley Walk, or loosing little Roland at the Vinny Ridge Herons. I shall not answer him if he ask. Not answer, but he will have an answer. Nay, but you must not fail me, or it will go ill with me." "But, lady," cried poor Alleyne in great distress, "how can I say that it was to the south of the road, when I know well that it was 4 miles to the north? You will not say it? Surely you will not, too, when you know that it is not so?" "Oh, I weary of your preaching," she cried, and swept away with a toss of her beautiful head, leaving Alleyne as cast down and ashamed as though he had himself proposed some infamous thing. She was back again in an instant, however, in another of her varying moods. "Look at that, my friend," said she. "If you had been shut up in Abbey or in cell this day, you could not have taught a wayward maiden to abide by the truth. Is it not so? What avail is the shepherd if he leaves his sheep?" "A sorry shepherd," said Alleyne humbly. "But here is your noble father, and you shall see how worthy a pupil I am. Father, I am much beholden to this young clerk, who was of service to me, and helped me this very morning in Minstead Woods, for miles to the north of the Christchurch road, where I had no call to be, you having ordered it otherwise." All this she reeled off in a loud voice, and then glanced with sidelong, questioning eyes at Alleyne for his approval. Sir Nigel, who had entered the room with a silvery-haired old lady upon his arm, stared aghast at this sudden outburst of candor. Maud," said he, shaking his head, "it is more hard for me to gain obedience from you than from the 10 score drunken archers who followed me to Guienne. Yet, hush, little one, for your fair lady mother will be here anon, and there is no need that she should know it. We will keep you from the provost marshal this journey. Away to your chamber, sweeting, and keep a blithe face, for she who confesses is shriven. And now, fair mother," he continued, when his daughter had gone, "sit you here by the fire, for your blood runs colder than it did. Alleyne Adrixon, I would have a word with you, for I would fain that you should take service under me. And here in good time comes my lady, without whose counsel it is not my wont to decide aught of import. But, indeed, it was her own thought that you should come, for I have formed a good opinion of you, and can see that you are one who may be trusted, said the lady Loring. And in good sooth my dear lord hath need of such a one by his side, for he recks so little of himself that there should be one there to look to his needs and meet his wants. You have seen the cloisters. It were well that you should see the world too, ere you make choice for life between them. It was for that very reason that my father willed that I should come forth into the world at my 20th year, said Alleyne. Then your father was a man of good counsel, said she, and you cannot carry out his will better than by going on this path, where all that is noble and gallant in England will be your companions. You can ride? Asked Sir Nigel, looking at the youth with puckered eyes. Yes, I have ridden much at the Abbey. Yet there is a difference betwixt a friar's hack and a warrior's destrier. You can sing and play on citole, flute, and rebec. Good. You can read blazonry. Indifferent well. Then read this, quoth Sir Nigel, pointing upwards to one of the many quarterings which adorned the wall over the fireplace. Argent, Alleyne answered, a fess azure charged with 3 lozenges dividing 3 mullet sable. Over all, on an escutcheon of the first, a jam gules. A jam gules erased, said Sir Nigel, shaking his head solemnly. Yet it is not amiss for a monk-bred man. I trust that you are lowly and serviceable. I have served all my life, my lord. Canst carve too? I have carved 2 days a week for the brethren. A model truly. Wilt make a squire of squires. But tell me, I pray, canst curl hair? No, my lord, but I could learn. It is of import, said he, for I love to keep my hair well ordered, seeing that the weight of my helmet for 30 years hath in some degree frayed it upon the top. He pulled off his velvet cap of maintenance as he spoke, and displayed a pate which was as bald as an egg, and shone bravely in the firelight. You see, said he, whisking round, and showing one little strip where a line of scattered hairs, like the last survivors in some fatal field, still barely held their own against the fate which had fallen upon their comrades. These locks need some little oiling and curling, for I doubt not that if you look slantwise at my head, when the light is good, you will yourself perceive that there are places where the hair is sparse. It is for you also to bear the purse, said the lady, for my sweet lord is of so free and gracious a temper that he would give it gaily to the first who asked alms of him. All these things, with some knowledge of venery, and of the management of horse, hawk, and hound, with the grace and hardihood and courtesy which are proper to your age, will make you a fit squire for Sir Nigel Loring. Alas, lady, Alleyne answered, I know well the great honor that you have done me in deeming me worthy to wait upon so renowned a knight. Yet I am so conscious of my own weakness that I scarce dare incur duties which I might be so ill-fitted to fulfill. Modesty and a humble mind, said she, are the very first and rarest gifts in page or squire. Your words prove that you have these, and all the rest is but the work of use and time. But there is no call for haste. Rest upon it for the night, and let your orisons ask for guidance in the matter. We knew your father well, and would fain help his son, though we have small cause to love your brother the sockman, who is forever stirring up strife in the county. We can scare hope, said Nigel, to have all ready for our start before the feast of St. Luke, for there is much to be done in the time. You will have leisure, therefore, if it please you to take service under me, in which to learn your devoir. Bertrand, my daughter's page, is hot to go, but in sooth he is over young for such rough work as may be before us. And I have one favor to crave from you, added the lady of the castle, as Alleyne turned to leave their presence. You have, as I understand, much learning which you have acquired at Bordeaux. Little enough, lady, compared with those who were my teachers, yet enough for my purpose, I doubt not. For I would have you give an hour or 2 a day whilst you are with us in discoursing with my daughter, the Lady Maud, for she is somewhat backward, I fear, and hath no love for letters, save for these poor fond romances, which do but fill her empty head with dreams of enchanted maidens and of errant cavaliers. Father Christopher comes over after nones from the priory, but he is stricken with years and slow of speech, so that she gets small profit from his teaching. I would have you do what you can with her, and with Agatha my young tirewoman, and with Dorothy Pierpont. And so Alleyne found himself not only chosen as squire to a knight, but also as squire to 3 damosels, which was even further from the part which he had thought to play in the world. Yet he could but agree to do what he might, and so went forth from the castle hall with his face flushed and his head in a whirl at the thought of the strange and perilous paths which his feet were destined to tread. Chapter 12. How Alleyne learned more than he could teach. And now there came a time of stir and bustle, of furbishing of arms and clang of hammer from all the Southland counties. Fast spread the tidings from thorpe to thorpe and from castle to castle, that the old game was afoot once more, and the lions and lilies to be in the field with the early spring. Great news this for that fierce old country, whose trade for a generation had been war, her exports archers, and her imports prisoners. For 6 years her sons had chafed under an unwonted peace. Now they flew to their arms as to their birthright. The old soldiers of Cressy, of Nogent, and of Poitiers were glad to think that they might hear the war trumpet once more, and glad as still were the hot youth who had chafed for years under the martial tales of their sires. To pierce the great mountains of the south, to fight the tamers of the fiery moors, to follow the greatest captain of the age, to find sunny cornfields and vineyards, when the marches of Picardy and Normandy were as rare and bleak as the Jedburgh forests. Here was a golden prospect for a race of warriors. From sea to sea there was stringing of bows in the cottage and clang of steel in the castle. Nor did it take long for every stronghold to pour forth its cavalry, and every hamlet its footmen. Through the late autumn and the early winter every road and country lane resounded with nacre and trumpet, with the neigh of the war-horse and the clatter of marching men. From the Wrekin in the Welsh marches to the Cotswolds in the west or Butser in the south, there was no hilltop from which the peasant might not have seen the bright shimmer of arms, the toss and flutter of plume and of pencil. From bypath, from woodland clearing, or from winding moorside track these little rivulets of steel united in the larger roads to form a broader stream, growing ever fuller and larger as it approached the nearest or most commodious seaport. And there all day, and day after day, there was bustle and crowding and labor, while the great ships loaded up, and one after the other spread their white pinions and darted off to the open sea, amid the clash of cymbals and rolling of drums, and lusty shouts of those who went and of those who waited. From Orwell to the Dart there was no port which did not send forth its little fleet, gay with streamer and bunting, as for a joyous festival. Thus in the season of the waning days the might of England put forth onto the waters. In the ancient and populous county of Hampshire, there was no lack of leaders or of soldiers for a service which promised either honor or profit. In the north, the Saracen's Head of the Brocas and the Scarlet Fish of the De Roches were waving over a strong body of archers from Holt, Woolmer, and Harewood forests. De Borhunt was up in the east, and Sir John de Montague in the west. Sir Luke de Poninges, Sir Thomas West, Sir Maurice de Bruin, Sir Arthur Lipscombe, Sir Walter Ramsay, and stout Sir Oliver Buttesthorn were all marching south with levies from Andover, Arlesford, Odium, and Winchester, while from Sussex came Sir John Clinton, Sir Thomas Shane, and Sir John Fallis Lee, with a troop of picked men-at-arms, making for their port at Southampton. Greatest of all the musters, however, was that of Twynham Castle, for the name and the fame of Sir Nigel Loring drew towards him the keenest and boldest spirits, all eager to serve under so valiant a leader. Archers from the New Forest and the Forest of Bear, billmen from the pleasant country, which is watered by the Stour, the Avon, and the Itchen, young cavaliers from the ancient Hampshire houses, all were pushing for Christchurch to take service under the banner of the 5 Scarlet Roses. And now, could Sir Nigel have shown the bushels of land which the laws of rank required, he might well have cut his forked pennon into a square banner, and taken such a following into the field as would have supported the dignity of a banneret. But poverty was heavy upon him, his land was scant, his coffers empty, and the very castle which covered him the holding of another. Sore was his heart when he saw rare bowmen and war-hardened spearmen turned away from his gates, for the lack of the money which might equip and pay them. Yet the letter which Aylward had brought him gave him powers which he was not slow to use. In it Sir Claude Latour, the Gascon lieutenant of the White Company, assured him that there remained in his keeping enough to fit out 100 archers and 20 men-at-arms, which, joined to the 300 veteran companions already in France, would make a force which any leader might be proud to command. Carefully and sagaciously the veteran knight chose out his men from the swarm of volunteers. Many an anxious consultation he held with Black Simon, Sam Aylward, and other of his more experienced followers, as to who should come and who should stay. By All Saints' Day, however, ere the last leaves had fluttered to earth in the Wilverley and Holmesley glades, he had filled up his full numbers, and mustered under his banner as stout a following of Hampshire foresters as ever twanged their war-bows. 20 men-at-arms, too, well mounted and equipped, formed the cavalry of the party, while young Peter Tulake of Fareham and Walter Ford of Botley, the martial sons of martial sires, came at their own cost to wait upon Sir Nigel and to share with Alleyne Edricson the duties of his squireship. Yet, even after the enrollment, there was much to be done ere the party could proceed upon its way. For armor, swords, and lances, there was no need to take much forethought, for they were to be had both better and cheaper in Bordeaux than in England. With the long bow, however, it was different. Yew-staves indeed might be got in Spain, but it was well to take enough and to spare with them. Then 3 spare cords should be carried for each bow, with a great store of arrowheads, besides the brigandines of chain mail, the wadded steel caps, and the brassarts or arm guards, which were the proper equipment of the archer. Above all, the women for miles round were hard at work cutting the white surcoats which were the badge of the company, and adorning them with the red lion of St. George upon the center of the breast. When all was completed and the muster called in the castle yard, the oldest soldier of the French wars was fain to confess that he had never looked upon a better equipped or more warlike body of men. From the old knight with his silk jupon, sitting his great black war-horse in the front of them, to Hortel John, the giant recruit, who leaned carelessly upon a huge black bowstave in the rear. Of the 60, fully half had seen service before, while a fair sprinkling were men who had followed the wars all their lives, and had a hand in those battles which had made the whole world ring with the fame and the wonder of the island infantry. 6 long weeks were taken in these preparations, and it was close on Martinmas ere all was ready for a start. Nigh 2 months had Alleyne Edricson been in Castle Twynham, months which were fated to turn the whole current of his life, to divert it from that dark and lonely bourne towards which it tended, and to guide it into freer and more sunlit channels. Already he had learned to bless his father for that wise provision which had made him seek to know the world ere he had ventured to renounce it. For it was a different place from that which he had pictured, very different from that which he had heard described when the master of the novices held forth to his charges upon the ravening wolves who lurked for them beyond the peaceful folds of Beaulieu. There was cruelty in it, doubtless, and lust and sin and sorrow. But were there not virtues to atone, robust positive virtues which did not shrink from temptation, which held their own in all the rough blasts of the workaday world? How colorless by contrast appeared the sinlessness which came from inability to sin, the conquest which was attained by flying from the enemy. Monk-bred as he was, Alleyne had native shrewdness and a mind which was young enough to form new conclusions and to outgrow old ones. He could not fail to see that the men with whom he was thrown in contact, rough-tongued, fierce and quarrelsome as they were yet of deeper nature and of more service in the world than the ox-eyed brethren who rose and ate and slept from year's end to year's end in their own narrow, stagnant circle of existence. Abbot Berghirsch was a good man, but how was he better than this kindly knight who lived as simple a life, held as lofty and inflexible an ideal of duty, and did with all his fearless heart whatever came to his hand to do? In turning from the service of the one to that of the other, Alleyne could not feel that he was lowering his aims in life. True that his gentle and thoughtful nature recoiled from the grim work of war. Yet in those days of martial orders and militant brotherhoods, there was no gulf fixed betwixt the priest and the soldier. The man of God and the man of the sword might, without scandal, be united in the same individual. Why then should he, a mere clerk, have scruples when so fair a chance lay in his way of carrying out the spirit as well as the letter of his father's provision? Much struggle it cost him, anxious spirit questionings and midnight prayings, with many a doubt and a misgiving. But the issue was that ere he had been 3 days in Castle Twynham, he had taken service under Sir Nigel, and had accepted horse and harness, the same to be paid for out of his share of the profits of the expedition. Henceforth, for 7 hours a day, he strove in the tilt yard to qualify himself to be a worthy squire to so worthy a knight. Young, supple and active, with all the pent energies from years of pure and healthy living. It was not long before he could manage his horse and his weapon well enough to earn an approving nod from critical men-at-arms, or to hold his own against Terlake and Ford, his fellow servitors. But were there no other considerations which swayed him from the cloisters towards the world? So complex is the human spirit that it can itself scarce discern the deep springs which impel it to action. Yet to Alleyne had been opened now a side of life of which he had been as innocent as a child, but one which was of such deep import that it could not fail to influence him in choosing his path. A woman, in monkish precepts, had been the embodiment and concentration of what was dangerous and evil, a focus whence spread all that was to be dreaded and avoided. So defiling was their presence that a true Cistercian might not raise his eyes to their face or touch their fingertips under ban of church and fear of deadly sin. Yet here, day after day for an hour after nones, and for an hour before vespers, he found himself in close communion with three maidens, all young, all fair, and all therefore doubly dangerous from the monkish standpoint. Yet he found that in their presence he was conscious of a quick sympathy, a pleasant ease, a ready response to all that was most gentle and best in himself, which filled his soul with a vague and new-found joy. And yet the Lady Maud Loring was no easy pupil to handle. An older and more world-wise man might have been puzzled by her varying moods, her sudden prejudices, her quick resentment at all constraint and authority. Did a subject interest her? Was there space in it for either romance or imagination? She would fly through it with her subtle, active mind, leaving her two fellow students and even her teacher toiling behind her. On the other hand, were there dull patience needed with steady toil and strain of memory? No single fact could by any driving be fixed in her mind. Alleyne might talk to her of the stories of old gods and heroes, of gallant deeds and lofty aims, or he might hold forth upon moon and stars, and let his fancy wander over the hidden secrets of the universe. And he would have a rapt listener with flushed cheeks and eloquent eyes, who could repeat after him the very words which had fallen from his lips. But when it came to Almagest and Astrolabe, the counting of figures and reckoning of epicycles, away would go her thoughts to horse and hound, and a vacant eye and listless face would warn the teacher that he had lost his hold upon his scholar. Then he had but to bring out the old romance book from the priory, with befingered cover of sheepskin and gold letters upon a purple ground, to entice her wayward mind back to the paths of learning. At times, too, when the wild fit was upon her, she would break into pertness and rebel openly against Alleyne's gentle firmness. Yet he would jog quietly on with his teachings, taking no heed to her mutiny, until suddenly she would be conquered by his patience, and break into self-revilings 100 times stronger than her fault demanded. It chanced, however, that, on one of these mornings when the evil mood was upon her, Agatha, the young tire-woman, thinking to please her mistress, began also to toss her head and make tart rejoinder to the teacher's questions. In an instant the Lady Maud had turned upon her two blazing eyes and a face which was blanched with anger. "You would dare," said she. "You would dare." The frightened tire-woman tried to excuse herself. "But my fair lady," she stammered, "what have I done? I have said no more than I heard." "You would dare," repeated the lady in a choking voice. "You, a graceless baggage, a foolish lack-brain, with no thought above the hemming of shifts. And he so kindly and handy and long-suffering. You would. You may well flee the room." She had spoken with a rising voice and a clasping and opening of her long, white fingers, so that it was no marvel that ere the speech was over the skirts of Agatha were whisking round the door, and the click of her sobs to be heard dying swiftly away down the corridor. Alleyne stared open-eyed at this tigress who had sprung so suddenly to his rescue. "There is no need for such anger," he said mildly. "The maid's words have done me no scath. It is you yourself who have erred. I know it," she cried. "I am a most wicked woman. But it is bad enough that one should misuse you. My foi, I will see that there is not a second one." "Nay, nay, no one has misused me," he answered. "But the fault lies in your hot and bitter words. You have called her a baggage and a lack-brain, and I know not what. And you are he who taught me to speak the truth," she cried. "Now I have spoken it. and yet I cannot please you. Lack brain she is, and lack brain I shall call her." Such was a sample of the sudden janglings which marred the peace of that little class. As the weeks passed, however, they became fewer and less violent, as Alleyne's firm and constant nature gained sway and influence over the Lady Maud. And yet, sooth to say, there were times when he had to ask himself whether it was not the Lady Maud who was gaining sway and influence over him. If she were changing, so was he. In drawing her up from the world, he was day by day being himself dragged down towards it. In vain he strove and reasoned with himself as to the madness of letting his mind rest upon Sir Nigel's daughter. What was he, a younger son, a penniless clerk, a squire unable to pay for his own harness, that he should dare to raise his eyes to the fairest maid in Hampshire? So spake reason. But in spite of all, her voice was ever in his ears and her image in his heart. Stronger than reason, stronger than cloister teachings, stronger than all that might hold him back, was that old tyrant who will brook no rival in the kingdom of youth. And yet it was a surprise and a shock to himself to find how deeply she had entered into his life, how completely those vague ambitions and yearnings which had filled his spiritual nature centered themselves now upon this thing of earth. He had scarce dared to face the change which had come upon him, when a few sudden chance words showed it all up hard and clear, like a lightning flash in the darkness. He had ridden over to Poole, one November day, with his fellow squire, Peter Tollake, in quest of certain yew-staves from Wat Swaffling, the Dorsetshire armourer. The day for their departure had almost come, and the two youths spurred it over the lonely downs at the top of their speed on their homeward course, for evening had fallen and there was much to be done. Peter was a hard, wiry, brown-faced, country-bred lad who looked on the coming war as the schoolboy looks on his holidays. This day, however, he had been sombre and mute, with scarce a word a mile to bestow upon his comrade. "Tell me, Alleyne Edricson," he broke out suddenly as they clattered along the winding track which leads over the Bournemouth hills, "has it not seemed to you that of late the Lady Maud is paler and more silent than is her wont?" "It may be so," the other answered shortly, "and would rather sit distrait by her oriel than ride gaily to the chase as of old. Methinks, Alleyne, it is this learning which you have taught her that has taken all the life and sap from her. It is more than she can master, like a heavy spear to a light rider." "Her lady mother has so ordered it," said Alleyne. "By Our Lady, and withouten disrespect," quoth Tollake, "it is in my mind that her lady mother is more fitted to lead a company to a storming than to have the upbringing of this tender and milk-white maid. Hark ye, lad Alleyne, to what I never told man or woman yet. I love the fair Lady Maud, and would give the last drop of my heart's blood to serve her." He spoke with a gasping voice, and his face flushed crimson in the moonlight. Alleyne said nothing, but his heart seemed to turn to a lump of ice in his bosom. "My father has broad acres," the other continued, "from Fareham Creek to the slope of the Portsdown Hill. There is filling of granges, hewing of wood, malting of grain, and herding of sheep as much as heart could wish, and I the only son. Sure am I that Sir Nigel would be blithe at such a match." "But how the lady?" asked Alleyne, with dry lips. "Ah, lad, there lies my trouble. It is a toss of the head and a droop of the eyes if I say one word of what is in my mind. 'Twere as easy to woo the snow dame that we shaped last winter in our castle yard. I did but ask her yesternight for her green veil, that I might bear it as a token or lambrequin upon my helm. But she flashed out at me that she kept it for a better man, and then all in a breath asked pardon for that she had spoke so rudely. Yet she would not take back the words either, nor would she grant the veil. Has it seemed to thee, Alleyne, that she loves anyone?" "Nay, I cannot say," said Alleyne, with a wild throb of sudden hope in his heart. "I have thought so, and yet I cannot name the man. Indeed, save myself and Walter Ford and you, who are half a clerk, and Father Christopher of the Priory, and Bertrand the page, who is there whom she sees? I cannot tell," quoth Alleyne shortly, and the two squires rode on again, each intent upon his own thoughts. Next day at morning lesson the teacher observed that his pupil was indeed looking pale and jaded, with listless eyes and a weary manner. He was heavy-hearted to note the grievous change in her. "Your mistress, I fear, is ill, Agatha," he he said to the tire-woman, when the Lady Maud had sought her chamber. The maid looked aslant at him with laughing eyes. "It is not an illness that kills," quoth she. "Pray God not," he cried. "But tell me, Agatha, what it is that ails her." "Methinks that I could lay my hand upon another who is smitten with the same trouble," said she, with the same sidelong look. "Canst not give a name to it, and thou so skilled in leechcraft? Nay, save that she seems a-weary. Well, bethink you that it is but 3 days ere you will all be gone, and Castle Twynham be as dull as the Priory. Is there not enough there to cloud a lady's brow?" "In sooth, yes," he answered. "I had forgot that she is about to lose her father." "Her father!" cried the tire-woman, with a little trill of laughter. "Oh, simple, simple!" And she was off down the passage like arrow from bow, while Alleyne stood gazing after her, betwixt hope and doubt, scarce daring to put faith in the meaning which seemed to underlie her words. Chapter 13. How the White Company set forth to the wars. St. Luke's Day had come and had gone, and it was in the season of Markmas, when the oxen are driven into the slaughter, that the White Company was ready for its journey. Loud shrieked the brazen bugles from keep and from gateway, and merry was the rattle of the war drum, as the men gathered in the outer bailey, with torches to light them, for the morn had not yet broken. Alleyne, from the window of the armory, looked down upon the strange scene. The circles of yellow flickering light, the lines of stern and bearded faces, the quick shimmer of arms, and the lean heads of the horses. In front stood the bowmen, 10 deep, with a fringe of under-officers, who paced hither and thither marshalling the ranks with curt precept or short rebuke. Behind were the little clump of steel-clad horsemen, their lances raised, with long pencils drooping down the oaken shafts. So silent and still were they, that they might have been metal-sheathed statues, were it not for the occasional quick, impatient stamp of their chargers, or the rattle of chamfron against neck-plates as they tossed and strained. A spear's length in front of them sat the spare and long-limbed figure of Black Simon, the Norwich fighting man, his fierce, deep-lined face framed in steel, and the silk guidon marked with the 5 scarlet roses slanting over his right shoulder. All round, in the edge of the circle of the light, stood the castle servants, the soldiers who were to form the garrison, and little knots of women, who sobbed in their aprons and called shrilly to their named saints to watch over the Wat, or Will, or Peterkin, who had turned his hand to the work of war. The young squire was leaning forward, gazing at the stirring and martial scene, when he heard a short, quick gasp at his shoulder, and there was the Lady Maud, with her hand to her heart, leaning up against the wall, slender and fair, like a half-plucked lily. Her face was turned away from him, but he could see, by the sharp intake of her breath, that she was weeping bitterly. "Alas! Alas!" he cried, all unnerved at the sight. "Why is it that you are so sad, lady?" "It is the sight of these brave men," she answered, "and to think how many of them go, and how few are like to find their way back. I have seen it before, when I was a little maid, in the year of the prince's great battle. I remember then how they mustered in the bailey, even as they do now, and my lady mother holding me in her arms at this very window that I might see the show. Please God, you will see them all back ere another year be out," said he. She shook her head, looking round at him with flushed cheeks and eyes that sparkled in the lamplight. "Oh, but I hate myself for being a woman," she cried, with a stamp of her little foot. "What can I do that is good? Here I must bide, and talk and sew, and spin and sew and talk. Ever the same dull round, with nothing at the end of it. And now you're going too, who could carry my thoughts out of these gray walls, and raise my mind above tapestry and distaffs. What can I do? I am of no more use or value than that broken bowstave. You are of such value to me," he cried, in a whirl of hot, passionate words, "that all else has become naught. You are my heart, my life, my one and only thought. Oh, Maud, I cannot live without you. I cannot leave you without a word of love. All is changed to me since I have known you. I am poor and lowly and all unworthy of you. But if great love may weigh down such defects, then mine may do it. Give me but one word of hope to take to the wars with me, but one. Ah, you shrink, you shudder. My wild words have frightened you." Twice she opened her lips, and twice no sound came from them. At last she spoke in a hard and measured voice, as one who dare not trust herself to speak too freely. "This is over sudden," she said. "It is not so long since the world was nothing to you. You have changed once. Perchance you may change again." "Cruel," he cried, "who hath changed me?" "And then your brother," she continued with a little laugh, disregarding his question. "Methinks this hath become a family custom amongst the Edricsons. Nay, I am sorry, I did not mean a jibe. But, indeed, Alleyne, this hath come suddenly upon me, and I scarce know what to say. Say some word of hope, however distant, some kind word that I may cherish in my heart." "Nay, Alleyne, it were a cruel kindness, and you have been too good and true a friend to me that I should use you despitefully. There cannot be a closer link between us. It is madness to think of it. Were there no other reasons, it is enough that my father and your brother would both cry out against it. My brother, what has he to do with it? And your father? Come, Alleyne, was it not you who would have me act fairly to all men, and certes, to my father amongst them?" "You say truly," he cried. "You say truly. But you do not reject me, Maud? You give me some ray of hope? I do not ask pledge or promise. Say only that I am not hateful to you, that on some happier day I may hear kinder words from you." Her eyes softened upon him, and a kind answer was on her lips, when a hoarse shout, with the clatter of arms and stamping of steeds, rose up from the bailey below. At the sound her face set, her eyes sparkled, and she stood with flushed cheek and head thrown back, a woman's body with a soul of fire. "My father hath gone down," she cried. "Your place is by his side. Now look not at me, Alleyne. It is no time for dallying. When my father's love, and all may follow. It is when the brave soldier hath done his devoir that he hopes for his reward. Farewell, and may God be with you." She held out her white, slim hand to him, but as he bent his lips over it she whisked away and was gone, leaving in his outstretched hand the very green veil for which poor Peter Tillake had craved in vain. Again the hoarse cheering burst out from below, and he heard the clang of the rising portcullis. Pressing the veil to his lips, he thrust it into the bosom of his tunic, and rushed as fast as feet could bear him to arm himself and join the muster. The raw morning had broken ere the hot spiced ale had been served round, and the last farewell spoken. A cold wind blew up from the sea, and ragged clouds drifted swiftly across the sky. The Christchurch townsfolk stood huddled about the bridge of Avon, the women pulling tight their shawls and the men swathing themselves in their gabardines, while down the winding path from the castle came the van of the little army, their feet clanging on the hard, frozen road. First came Black Simon with his banner, bestriding a lean and powerful dapple-gray charger, as hard and wiry and war-wise as himself. After him, riding 3 abreast, were 9 men-at-arms, all picked soldiers, who had followed the French wars before, and knew the marches of Picardy as they knew the downs of their native Hampshire. They were armed to the teeth with lance, sword, and mace, with square shields notched at the upper right-hand corner to serve as a spear rest. For defense each man wore a coat of interlaced leathern thongs, strengthened at the shoulder, elbow, and upper arm with slips of steel. Greaves and knee pieces were also of leather backed by steel, and their gauntlets and shoes were of iron plates, craftily jointed. So, with jingle of arms and clatter of hoofs, they rode across the bridge of Avon, while the burghers shouted lustily for the flag of the 5 Roses and its gallant guard. Close at the heels of the horses came 20 archers bearded and burly, their round targets on their backs and their long yellow bows, the most deadly weapon that the wit of man had yet devised, thrusting forth from behind their shoulders. From each man's girdle hung sword or axe, according to his humor, and over the right hip there jutted out the leathern quiver with its bristle of goose, pigeon, and peacock feathers. Behind the bowmen strode 2 trumpeters blowing upon nakers, and 2 drummers in party-colored clothes. After them came 27 sumpter horses carrying tent poles, cloth, spare arms, spurs, wedges, cooking kettles, horseshoes, bags of nails, and 100 other things which experience had shown to be needful in a harried and hostile country. A white mule with red trappings, led by a varlet, carried Sir Nigel's own napery and table comforts. Then came 20 more archers, 10 more men-at-arms, and finally a rear guard of 20 bowmen, with Big John towering in the front rank and the veteran Aylward marching by the side, his battered harness and faded surcoat in strange contrast with the snow-white jupons and shining brigandines of his companions. A quick crossfire of greetings and questions and rough West Saxon jests flew from rank to rank, or were bandied about betwixt the marching archers and the gazing crowd. "Hola, Gaffer Higginson!" cried Aylward, as he spied the portly figure of the village innkeeper. "No more of thy nut-brown, Mongar. We leave it behind us." "By St. Paul, no," cried the other. "You take it with you. Devil a drop have you left in the great Kilderkin. It was time for you to go. If your cask is lear, I warrant your purse is full, Gaffer," shouted Hortal John. "See that you lay in good store of the best for our homecoming. See that you keep your throat whole for the drinking of it, Archer," cried a voice, and the crowd laughed at the rough pleasantry. "If you will warrant the beer, I will warrant the throat," said John composedly. "Close up the ranks," cried Aylward. "In avant, mes enfants. Ah, by my finger bones, there is my sweet Mary from the Priory Mill. My foi, but she is beautiful. Adieu, Mary ma chérie. Mon cœur est toujours à toi. Brace your belt, Watkins man, and swing your shoulders as a free companion should. By my hilt, your jerkins will be as dirty as mine ere you clap eyes on Hengistbury Head again." The company had marched to the turn of the road ere Sir Nigel Loring rode out from the gateway, mounted on Palmer's, his great black war-horse, whose ponderous footfall on the wooden drawbridge echoed loudly from the gloomy arch which spanned it. Sir Nigel was still in his velvet dress of peace, with flat velvet cap of maintenance, and curling ostrich feather clasped in a golden brooch. To his 3 squires riding behind him, it looked as though he bore the bird's egg as well as its feather, for the back of his bald pate shone like a globe of ivory. He bore no arms save the long and heavy sword which hung at his saddle-bow. But Tillate carried in front of him the high wyvern-crested bassinet, Ford the heavy ash spear with swallowtail pennon, while Alleyne was entrusted with the emblazoned shield. The Lady Loring rode her palfrey at her lord's bridle arm, for she would see him as far as the edge of the forest, and ever and anon she turned her hard-lined face up wistfully to him and ran a questioning eye over his apparel and appointments. "I trust that there is nothing forgot," she said, beckoning to Alleyne to ride on her further side. "I trust him to you, Edricson. Hosen, shirts, cyclas, and underjupons are in the brown basket on the left side of the mule. His wine he takes hot when the nights are cold, Malvoisie or Vernage, with as much spice as would cover the thumbnail. See that he hath a change if he come back hot from the tilting. There is goose grease in a box, if the old scars ache at the turn of the weather. Let his blankets be dry and— Nay, my heart's life," the little knight interrupted, "trouble not now about such matters. Why so pale and wan, Edricson? Is it not enow to make a man's heart dance to see this noble company, such valiant men-at-arms, such lusty archers? By St. Paul, I would be ill to please if I were not blithe to see the red roses flying at the head of so noble a following. The purse I have already given you, Edricson," continued the lady. "There are in it 23 marks, 1 noble, 3 shillings and 4 pence, which is a great treasure for one man to carry. And I pray you to bear in mind, Edricson, that he hath 2 pair of shoes, those of red leather for common use, and the others with golden toe chains, which he may or should he chance to drink wine with the prince or with Chandos." "My sweet bird," said Sir Nigel, "I am right loath to part from you, but we are now at the fringe of the forest, and it is not right that I should take the chatelaine too far from her trust. But oh, my dear lord," she cried with a trembling lip, "let me bide with you for 1 furlong further, or 1.5 perhaps. You may spare me this out of the weary miles that you will journey along." "Come then, my heart's comfort," he answered, "but I must crave a gage from thee. It is my custom, dearling, and hath been since I have first known thee, to proclaim by herald in such camps, townships, or fortalices as I may chance to visit, that my lady love, being beyond compare the fairest and sweetest in Christendom, I should deem it great honor and kindly condescension if any cavalier would run 3 courses against me with sharpened lances, should he chance to have a lady whose claim he was willing to advance." I pray you then, my fair dove, that you will vouchsafe to me one of those doeskin gloves, that I may wear it as the badge of her, whose servant I shall ever be. Alack and alas for the fairest and sweetest, she cried. Fair and sweet I would fain be for your dear sake, my lord, but old I am and ugly, and the knights would laugh should you lay lance and rest in such a cause. Idrixon, quoth Sir Nigel, you have young eyes, and mine are somewhat bedimmed. Should you chance to see a knight laugh, or smile, or even, look you, arch his brows or purse his mouth, or in any way show surprise that I should uphold the Lady Mary, you will take particular note of his name, his coat armor, and his lodging. Your glove, my life's desire. The Lady Mary Loring slipped her hand from her yellow leather gauntlet, and he, lifting it with dainty reverence, bound it to the front of his velvet cap. It is with mine other guardian angels, quoth he, pointing at the saint's medals which hung beside it. And now, my dearest, you have come far enow. May the Virgin guard and prosper thee. One kiss. He bent down from his saddle, and then, striking spurs into his horse's sides, he galloped at top speed after his men, with his 3 squires at his heels. Half a mile further, where the road topped a hill, they looked back, and the Lady Mary on her white palfrey was still where they had left her. A moment later they were on the downward slope, and she had vanished from their view. Chapter 14. How Sir Nigel sought for a wayside venture. For a time Sir Nigel was very moody and downcast, with bent brows and eyes upon the pommel of his saddle. Idrixon and Terlake rode behind him in little better case, while Ford, a careless and light-hearted youth, grinned at the melancholy of his companions, and flourished his lord's heavy spear, making a point to right and a point to left, as though he were a paladin contending against a host of assailants. Sir Nigel happened, however, to turn himself, and his saddle Ford instantly became as stiff and as rigid as though he had been struck with a palsy. The 4 rode alone, for the archers had passed a curve in the road, though Alleyne could still hear the heavy clump of their marching, or catch a glimpse of the sparkle of steel through the tangle of leafless branches. "Ride by my side, friends, I entreat of you," said the knight, reining in his steed that they might come abreast of him. "For, since it hath pleased you to follow me to the wars, it were well that you should know how you may best serve me. I doubt not, Terlake, that you will show yourself a worthy son of a valiant father, and you, Ford, of yours, and you, Idrixon, that you are mindful of the old-time house from which all men know that you are sprung. And first I would have you bear very steadfastly in mind that our setting forth is by no means for the purpose of gaining spoil or exacting ransom, though it may well happen that such may come to us also. We go to France, and from thence I trust to Spain, in humble search of a field in which we may win advancement and perchance some small share of glory. For this purpose I would have you know that it is not my wont to let any occasion pass where it is in any way possible that honor may be gained. I would have you bear this in mind, and give great heed to it, that you may bring me word of all cartels, challenges, wrongs, tyrannies, infamies, and wronging of damsels. Nor is any occasion too small to take note of, for I have known such trifles as the dropping of a gauntlet, or the flicking of a breadcrumb, when well and properly followed up, lead to a most noble spear running. But, Idrixon, do I not see a cavalier who rides down yonder road amongst the nether shaw? It would be well, perchance, that you should give him greeting from me. And, should he be of gentle blood, it may be that he would care to exchange thrusts with me. Why, my lord, quoth Ford, standing in his stirrups and shading his eyes, it is old Hob Davidson, the fat miller of Milton. Ah, so it is indeed, said Sir Nigel, puckering his cheeks. But wayside ventures are not to be scorned, for I have seen no finer passages than are to be had from such chance meetings, when cavaliers are willing to advance themselves. I can well remember that 2 leagues from the town of Reims I met a very valiant and courteous cavalier of France, with whom I had gentle and most honorable contention for upwards of an hour. It hath ever grieved me that I had not his name, for he smote upon me with a mace, and when upon his way ere I was in condition to have much speech with him, but his arms were an Illyrian in chief above a fess azure. I was also on such an occasion thrust through the shoulder by Lion de Montcourt, whom I met on the high road betwixt Libourne and Bordeaux. I met him but the once, but I have never seen a man for whom I bear a greater love and esteem. And so also with the squire Bord Capulet, who would have been a very valiant captain had he lived. He is dead then? Asked Alleyne Adrixon. Alas! It was my ill fate to slay him in a bickering which broke out in a field near the township of Tarbes. I cannot call to mind how the thing came about, for it was in the year of the prince's ride through Languedoc, when there was much fine skirmishing to be had at barriers. By St. Paul, I do not think that any honorable cavalier could ask for better chance of advancement than might be had by spurring forth before the army, and riding to the gateways of Narbonne, or Bergerac, or Montgiscard, where some courteous gentleman would ever be at wait to do what he might to meet your wish, or ease you of your vow. Such a one at Venadour ran 3 courses with me betwixt daybreak and sunrise, to the great exultation of his lady. And did you slay him also, my lord? Asked Ford with reverence. I could never learn, for he was carried within the barrier, and as I had chanced to break the bone of my leg, it was a great unease for me to ride, or even to stand. Yet, by the goodness of heaven and the pious intercession of the valiant St. George, I was able to sit my charger in the ruffle of Poictiers, which was no very long time afterwards. But what have we here? A very fair and courtly maiden, or I mistake. It was indeed a tall and buxom country lass, with a basket of spinach leaves upon her head, and a great slab of bacon tucked under one arm. She bobbed a frightened curtsy as Sir Nigel swept his velvet hat from his head and reined up his great charger. God be with thee, fair maiden, said he. God guard thee, my lord, she answered, speaking in the broadest West Saxon speech, and balancing herself first on one foot and then on the other in her bashfulness. Fear not, my fair damsel, said Sir Nigel, but tell me if perchance a poor and most unworthy knight can in any wise be of service to you. Should it chance that you have been used despitefully, it may be that I may obtain justice for you. Lawk no, kind sir, she answered, clutching her bacon the tighter, as though some design upon it might be hid under this knightly offer. I be the milking wench o' fair Mare Arnold, and he be as kind a maester as heart could wish. It is well, said he, and with a shake of the bridle rode on down the woodland path. I would have you bear in mind, he continued to his squires, that gentle courtesy is not, as is the base use of so many false knights, to be shown only to maidens of high degree, for there is no woman so humble that a true knight may not listen to her tale of wrong. But here comes a cavalier who is indeed in haste. Perchance it would be well that we should ask him whither he rides, for it may be that he is one who desires to advance himself in chivalry. The bleak, hard, windswept road dipped down in front of them into a little valley, and then, riding up the heath's slope upon the other side, lost itself among the gaunt pine trees. Far away, between the black lines of trunks, the quick glitter of steel marked where the company pursued its way. To the north stretched the tree country, but to the south, between 2 swelling downs, a glimpse might be caught of the cold, gray shimmer of the sea, with the white fleck of a galley sail upon the distant skyline. Just in front of the travelers a horseman was urging his steed up the slope, driving it on with whip and spur as one who rides for a set purpose. As he clattered up, Alleyne could see that the roan horse was gray with dust and flecked with foam, as though it had left many a mile behind it. The rider was a stern-faced man, hard of mouth and dry of eye, with a heavy sword clanking at his side, and a stiff white bundle swathed in linen balanced across the pommel of his saddle. The king's messenger, he bawled as he came up to them. The messenger of the king. Clear the causeway for the king's own man. Not so loudly, friend, quoth the little knight, reining his horse half round to bar the path. I have myself been the king's man for 30 years or more, but I have not been wont to halloo about it on a peaceful highway. I ride in his service, cried the other, and I carry that which belongs to him. You bar my path at your peril. Yet I have known the king's enemies claim to ride in his same, said Sir Nigel. The foul fiend may lurk beneath a garment of light. We must have some sign or warrant of your mission. Then must I hew a passage, cried the stranger, with his shoulder braced round and his hand upon his hilt. I am not to be stopped on the king's service by every gadabout. Should you be a gentleman of quarterings and coat armor, lisped Sir Nigel, I shall be very blithe to go further into the matter with you. If not, I have 3 very worthy squires, any one of whom would take the thing upon himself, and debate it with you in a very honorable way." The man scowled from one to the other, and his hand stole away from his sword. "You asked me for a sign," he said. "Here is a sign for you, since you must have one." As he spoke, he whirled the covering from the object in front of him and showed to their horror that it was a newly severed human leg. "By God's tooth," he continued with a brutal laugh, "you ask me if I am a man of quarterings, and it is even so, for I am officer to the Verderer's court at Lyndhurst. This thievish leg is to hang at Milton, and the other is already at Brockenhurst, as a sign to all men of what comes of being overfond of venison pasty." "Faugh!" cried Sir Nigel. "Pass on the other side of the road, fellow, and let us have the wind of you. We shall trot our horses, my friends, across this pleasant valley, for, by Our Lady, a breath of God's fresh air is right welcome after such a sight. We hoped to snare a falcon," said he presently, "but we netted a carrion crow. My foi! But there are men whose hearts are tougher than a boar's hide. For me, I have played the old game of war since ever I had hair on my chin, and I have seen 10,000 brave men in one day with their faces to the sky, but I swear by him who made me that I cannot abide the work of the butcher. And yet, my fair lord," said Edricson, "there has, from what I hear, been much of such devil's work in France." Too much," he answered. "But I have ever observed that the foremost in the field are they who would scorn to mishandle a prisoner. By St. Paul, it is not they who carry the breach who are wont to sack the town, but the laggard knaves who come crowding in when a way has been cleared for them. But what is this among the trees?" "It is a shrine of Our Lady," said Terlake, "and a blind beggar who lives by the alms of those who worship there." "A shrine!" cried the knight. "Then let us put up an orison." Pulling off his cap and clasping his hands, he chanted in a shrill voice, "Benedictus Dominus Deus meus, cadocit manus meis ad proelium, et digitos meos ad bellum." A strange figure he seemed to his three squires, perched on his huge horse, with his eyes upturned and the wintry sun shimmering upon his bald head. "It is a noble prayer," he remarked, putting on his hat again, "and it was taught to me by the noble Chandos himself. But how fares it with you, father? Methinks that I should have ruth upon you, seeing that I am myself like one who looks through a horn window while his neighbors have the clear crystal. Yet, by St. Paul, there is a long stride between the man who hath a horn casement and him who is walled in on every hand. Alas! Fair sir," cried the blind old man, "I have not seen the blessed blue of heaven this 20 years, since a levin flash burned the sight out of my head." "You have been blind to much that is goodly and fair," quoth Sir Nigel, "but you have also been spared much that is sorry and foul. This very hour our eyes have been shocked with that which would have left you unmoved. But, by St. Paul, we must on, or our company will think that they have lost their captain somewhat early in the venture. Throw the man my purse, Edricson, and let us go." Alleyne, lingering behind, bethought him of the Lady Loring's counsel, and reduced the noble gift which the knight had so freely bestowed to a single penny, which the beggar with many mumbled blessings thrust away into his wallet. Then, spurring his steed, the young squire rode at the top of his speed after his companions, and overtook them just at the spot where the trees fringe off into the moor and the straggling hamlet of Hortle lies scattered on either side of the winding and deeply rutted track. The company was already well nigh through the village, but, as the knight and his squires closed up upon them, they heard the clamor of a strident voice, followed by a roar of deep-chested laughter from the ranks of the archers. Another minute brought them up with the rear guard, where every man marched with his beard on his shoulder and a face which was agrin with merriment. By the side of the column walked a huge red-headed bowman, with his hands thrown out in argument and expostulation, while close at his heels followed a little wrinkled woman who poured forth a shrill volley of abuse, varied by an occasional thwack from her stick, given with all the force of her body, though she might have been beating one of the forest trees for all the effect that she seemed likely to produce. "I trust, Aylward," said Sir Nigel gravely, as he rode up, "that this doth not mean that any violence hath been offered to women. If such a thing happened, I tell you that the man shall hang, though he were the best archer that ever wore brassard." "Nay, my fair lord," Aylward answered with a grin, "it is violence which is offered to a man. He comes from Hortle, And this is his mother, who hath come forth to welcome him. You rammucky lurden, she was howling, with a blow between each catch of her breath. You sham-mocking, yapping, overlong good-for-naught. I will teach thee, I will base thee, aye, by my faith. Whist, mother, said John, looking back at her from the tail of his eye. I go to France as an archer to give blows, and to take them. To France, quoth, cried the old dame. Bide here with me, and I shall warrant you more blows than you are like to get in France. If blows be what you seek, you need not go further than Hordle. By my hilt, the good dame speaks truth, said Aylward. It seems to be the very home of them. What have you to say, you clean-shaved galley beggar? Cried the fiery dame, turning upon the archer. Can I not speak with my own son, but you must let your tongue clack? A soldier, quotha, and never a hair on his face. I have seen a better soldier with pap for food and swaddling clothes for harness. Stand to it, Aylward, cried the archers, amid a fresh burst of laughter. Do not thwart her, comrade, said Big John. She hath a proper spirit for her years, and cannot abide to be thwarted. It is kindly and homely to me to hear her voice and to feel that she is behind me. But I must leave you now, mother, for the way is over rough for your feet. But I will bring you back a silken gown, if there be one in France or Spain, and I will bring Ginny a silver penny. So good-bye to you, and God have you in his keeping. Whipping up the little woman, he lifted her lightly to his lips, and then, taking his place in the ranks again, marched on with the laughing company. That was ever his way, she cried, appealing to Sir Nigel, who reined up his horse and listened with the greatest courtesy. He would jog on his own road for all that I could do to change him. First he must be a monk forsooth, and all because a wench was wise enough to turn her back on him. Then he joins a rascally crew and must needs traps off to the wars, and me with no one to bait the fire if I be out, or tend the cow if I be home. Yet I have been a good mother to him. 3 hazel switches a day have I broke across his shoulders, and he takes no more notice than you have seen him today. Doubt not that he will come back to you both safe and prosperous, my fair dame, quoth Sir Nigel. Meanwhile it grieves me, that as I have already given my purse to a beggar up the road, Nay, my lord, said Alleyne, I still have some moneys remaining. Then I pray you to give them to this very worthy woman. He cantered on as he spoke, while Alleyne, having dispensed 2 more pence, left the old dame standing by the furthest cottage of Hordle, with her shrill voice raised in blessings instead of revilings. There were 2 crossroads before they reached the Lymington ford, and at each of them Sir Nigel pulled up his horse, and waited with many a curvet and gambade, craning his neck this way and that to see if fortune would send him a venture. Crossroads had, as he explained, been rare places for nightly spear runnings, and in his youth it was no uncommon thing for a cavalier to abide for weeks at such a point, holding gentle debate with all comers, to his own advancement and the great honor of his lady. The times were changed, however, and the forest tracks wound away from them deserted and silent, with no trample of war-horse or clang of armor, which might herald the approach of an adversary, so that Sir Nigel rode on his way disconsolate. At the Lymington River they splashed through the ford, and lay in the meadows on the further side to eat the bread and salt meat which they carried upon the sumpter horses. Then, ere the sun was on the slope of the heavens, they had deftly trussed up again, and were swinging merrily upon their way, 200 feet moving like 2. There is a 3rd crossroad where the track from Bordeaux runs down to the old fishing village of Pittsdeep. Down this, as they came abreast of it, there walked 2 men, the one apace or 2 behind the other. The cavaliers could not but pull up their horses to look at them, for a stranger pair were never seen journeying together. The first was a misshapen, squalid man with cruel, cunning eyes and a shock of tangled red hair, bearing in his hands a small, unpainted cross, which he held high so that all men might see it. He seemed to be in the last extremity of fright, with a face the color of clay, and his limbs all a-shake, as one who hath an ague. Behind him, with his toe ever rasping upon the other's heels, there walked a very stern, black-bearded man with a hard eye and a set mouth. He bore over his shoulder a great knotted stick with 3 jagged nails stuck in the head of it, and from time to time he whirled it up in the air with a quivering arm, as though he could scarce hold back from dashing his companion's brains out. So in silence they walked under the spread of the branches on the grass-grown path from Bordeaux. "By St. Paul," quoth the knight, "but this is a passing strange sight, and perchance some very perilous and honorable venture may arise from it. I pray you, Edricson, to ride up to them and to ask them the cause of it." There was no need, however, for him to move, for the twain came swiftly towards them until they were within a spear's length, when the man with the cross sat himself down sullenly upon a tussock of grass by the wayside, while the other stood beside him with his great cudgel still hanging over his head. So intent was he that he raised his eyes neither to knight nor squires, but kept them ever fixed with a savage glare upon his comrade. "I pray you, friend," said Sir Nigel, "to tell us truthfully who you are, and why you follow this man with such bitter enmity." "So long as I am within the pale of the king's law," the stranger answered, "I cannot see why I should render account to every passing wayfarer." "You are no very shrewd reasoner, fellow," quoth the knight, "for if it be within the law for you to threaten him with your club, then it is also lawful for me to threaten you with my sword." The man with the cross was down in an instant on his knees upon the ground, with hands clasped above him, and his face shining with hope. "For dear Christ's sake, my fair lord," he cried in a crackling voice, "I have at my belt a bag with 100 rose nobles, and I will give it to you freely if you will but pass your sword through this man's body." "How, you foul knave!" exclaimed Sir Nigel hotly. "Do you think that a cavalier's arm is to be bought like a packman's ware? By St. Paul, I have little doubt that this fellow hath some very good cause to hold you in hatred." "Indeed, my fair sir, you speak sooth," quoth he with the club, while the other seated himself once more by the wayside. "For this man is Peter Peterson, a very noted reeve, drawlatch, and murderer, who has wrought much evil for many years in the parts about Winchester. It was but the other day, upon the feasts of the blessed Simon and Jude, that he slew my younger brother William in Bear Forest, for which, by the black thorn of Glastonbury, I shall have his heart's blood, though I walk behind him to the further end of earth." "But if this be indeed so," asked Sir Nigel, "why is it that you have come with him so far through the forest?" "Because I am an honest Englishman, and will take no more than the law allows. For when the deed was done, this foul and base wretch fled to sanctuary at St. Cross, and I, as you may think, after him with all the posse. The prior, however, hath so ordered that while he holds this cross no man may lay hand upon him without the ban of church, which heaven forfend from me or mine. Yet if for an instant he lay the cross aside, or if he fail to journey to Pitt's Deep, where it is ordered that he shall take ship to outland parts, or if he take not the first ship, or if until the ship be ready he walk not every day into the sea as far as his loins, then he becomes outlaw, and I shall forthwith dash out his brains." At this the man on the ground snarled up at him like a rat, while the other clenched his teeth and shook his club and looked down at him with murder in his eyes. Knight and squire gazed from rogue to avenger, but as it was a matter which none could mend, they tarried no longer, but rode upon their way. Alleyne, looking back, saw that the murderer had drawn bread and cheese from his scrip and was silently munching it, with the protecting cross still hugged to his breast, while the other, black and grim, stood in the sunlit road and threw his dark shadow athwart him. Chapter 15. How the Yellow Cog sailed forth from Leppey. That night the company slept at St. Leonard's in the great monastic barns and spicarium, ground well known both to Alleyne and to John, for they were almost within sight of the Abbey of Bordeaux. A strange thrill it gave to the young squire to see the well-remembered white dress once more, and to hear the measured tolling of the deep vespers bell. At early dawn they passed across the broad, sluggish, reed-girt stream, men, horses, and baggage in the flat ferry barges, and so journeyed on through the fresh morning air past Exbury to Leppey. Topping the heath adown, they came of a sudden full in sight of the old seaport, a cluster of houses, a trail of blue smoke, and a bristle of masts. To right and left the long blue curve of the Solent lapped in a fringe of foam upon the yellow beach. Some way out from the town a line of pescators, crayers, and other small craft were rolling lazily on the gentle swell. Further out still lay a great merchant ship, high-ended, deep-waisted, painted of a canary yellow, and towering above the fishing boats like a swan among ducklings. "By St. Paul," said the knight, "our good merchant of Southampton hath not played us false, for methinks I can see our ship down yonder. He said that she would be of great size and of a yellow shade." "By my hilt, yes," muttered Aylward. "She is yellow as a kite's claw, and would carry as many men as there are pips in a pomegranate." "It is as well," remarked Tollake, "for methinks, my fair lord, that we are not the only ones who are waiting a passage to Gascony. Mine eye catches at times a flash and sparkle among yonder houses which assuredly never came from shipman's jacket or the gabardine of a burgher." "I can also see it," said Alleyne, shading his eyes with his hand. "And I can see men-at-arms in yonder boats which ply betwixt the vessel and the shore. But methinks that we are very welcome here, for already they come forth to meet us." A tumultuous crowd of fishermen, citizens, and women had indeed swarmed out from the northern gate, and approached them up the side of the moor, waving their hands and dancing with joy, as though a great fear had been rolled back from their minds. At their head rode a very large and solemn man with a long chin and a drooping lip. He wore a fur tippet round his neck and a heavy gold chain over it, with a medallion which dangled in front of him. "Welcome, most puissant and noble lord," he cried, doffing his bonnet to Black Simon. "I have heard of your lordship's valiant deeds, and in sooth they might be expected from your lordship's face and bearing. Is there any small matter in which I may oblige you?" "Since you ask me," said the man-at-arms, "I would take it kindly if you could spare a link or two of the chain which hangs round your neck." "What, the corporation chain?" cried the other in horror. "The ancient chain of the township of Leppy. This is but a sorry jest, Sir Nigel." "What the plague did you ask me for then?" said Simon. "But if it is Sir Nigel Loring with whom you would speak, that is he upon the black horse." The mayor of Leppy gazed with amazement on the mild face and slender frame of the famous warrior. "Your pardon, my gracious lord," he cried. "You see in me the mayor and chief magistrate of the ancient and powerful town of Leppy. I bid you very heartily welcome, and the more so as you are come at a moment when we are sore put to it for means of defense." "Ah!" cried Sir Nigel, pricking up his ears. "Yes, my lord, for the town being very ancient and the walls as old as the town, it follows that they are very ancient too. But there is a certain villainous and bloodthirsty Norman pirate hight Tete Noir, who, with a Genoan called Tito Caracci, commonly known as Spadebeard, hath been a mighty scourge upon these coasts. Indeed, my lord, they are very cruel and black-hearted men, graceless and ruthless. And if they should come to the ancient and powerful town of Leppy then goodbye to the ancient and powerful town of Leppy," quoth Ford, whose lightness of tongue could at times rise above his awe of Sir Nigel. The knight, however, was too much intent upon the matter in hand to give heed to the flippancy of his squire. "Have you then cause," he asked, "to think that these men are about to venture an attempt upon you?" "They have come in 2 great galleys," answered the mayor, "with 2 bank of oars on either side, and great store of engines of war and of men-at-arms. At Weymouth and at Portland they have murdered and ravished. Yesterday morning they were at Cowes, and we saw the smoke from the burning crofts. Today they lie at their ease near Freshwater, and we fear much lest they come upon us and do us a mischief." "We cannot tarry," said Sir Nigel, riding towards the town with the mayor upon his left side. "The prince awaits us at Bordeaux, and we may not be behind the general muster. Yet I will promise you that on our way we shall find time to pass Freshwater, and to prevail upon these rovers to leave you in peace." "We are much beholden to you," cried the mayor, "but I cannot see, my lord, how, without a warship, you may venture against these men. With your archers, however, you might well hold the town and do them great scath if they attempt to land." "There is a very proper cog out yonder," said Sir Nigel. "It would be a very strange thing if any ship were not a warship when it had such men as these upon her decks. Certes, we shall do as I say, and that no later than this very day." "My lord," said a rough-haired, dark-faced man, who walked by the knight's other stirrup, with his head sloped to catch all that he was saying. "By your leave, I have no doubt that you are skilled in land fighting and the marshalling of lances, but by my soul, you will find it another thing upon the sea. I am the master shipman of this yellow cog, and my name is Goodwin Hawtane. I have sailed since I was as high as this staff, and I have fought against these Normans and against the Genoese, as well as the Scotch, the Bretons, the Spanish, and the Moors. I tell you, sir, that my ship is over light and over frail for such work, and it will but end in our having our throats cut, or being sold as slaves to the Barbary heathen. I also have experienced one or two gentle and honorable ventures upon the sea, quoth Sir Nigel, and I am right blithe to have so fair a task before us. I think, good master shipman, that you and I may win great honor in this matter, and I can see very readily that you are a brave and stout man. I like it not, said the other sturdily. In God's name, I like it not. And yet, Goodwin Hawtane is not the man to stand back when his fellows are for pressing forward. By my soul, be it sink or swim, I shall turn her beak into Freshwater Bay, and if good Master Witherton of Southampton like not my handling of his ship, then he may find another master shipman. They were close by the old north gate of the little town, and Alleyne, half turning in his saddle, looked back at the motley crowd who followed. The bowmen and men-at-arms had broken their ranks and were intermingled with the fishermen and citizens, whose laughing faces and hearty gestures bespoke the weight of care from which this welcome arrival had relieved them. Here and there among the moving throng of dark jerkins and of white surcoats were scattered dashes of scarlet and blue, the wimples or shawls of the women. Aylward, with a fishing lass on either arm, was vowing constancy alternately to her on the right and her on the left, while Big John towered in the rear, with a little chubby maiden enthroned upon his great shoulder, her soft white arm curled round his shining headpiece. So the throng moved on, until at the very gate it was brought to a stand by a wondrously fat man, who came darting forth from the town with rage in every feature of his rubicund face. "How now, Sir Mayor?" he roared in a voice like a bull. "How now, Sir Mayor? How of the clams and the scallops?" "By Our Lady, my sweet Sir Oliver," cried the mayor, "I have had so much to think of with these wicked villains so close upon us, that it had quite gone out of my head." "Words, words!" shouted the other furiously. "Am I to be put off with words? I say to you again, how of the clams and scallops?" "My fair sir, you flatter me," cried the mayor. "I am a peaceful trader, and I am not wont to be so shouted at upon so small a matter." "Small!" shrieked the other. "Small! Clams and scallops. Ask me to your table to partake of the dainty of the town, and when I come a barren welcome and a bare board. Where is my spear-bearer?" "Nay, Sir Oliver," cried Sir Nigel, laughing. "Let your anger be appeased, since instead of this dish you come upon an old friend and comrade." "By St. Martin of Tours," shouted the fat knight, his wrath all changed in an instant to joy, "if it is not my dear little game rooster of the Garonne. Ah, my sweet coz, I am right glad to see you. What days we have seen together!" "Aye, by my faith," cried Sir Nigel with sparkling eyes, "we have seen some valiant men, and we have shown our pennons in some noble skirmishes. By St. Paul, we have had great joys in France, and sorrows also," quoth the other. "I have some sad memories of the land. Can you recall that which befell us at Libourne?" "Nay, I cannot call to mind that we ever so much as drew sword at the place." Man," cried Sir Oliver, "your mind still runs on naught but blades and bassinets. Hast no space in thy frame for the softer joys. Ah, even now I can scarce speak of it unmoved. So noble a pie, such tender pigeons, and sugar in the gravy instead of salt. You were by my side that day, as were Sir Claude Latour and the Lord of Palmers." "I remember it," said Sir Nigel, laughing, "and how you harried the cook down the street, and spoke of setting fire to the inn. By St. Paul, most worthy mayor, my old friend is a perilous man, and I rede you that you compose your difference with him on such terms as you may." "The clams and scallops shall be ready within the hour," the mayor answered. "I had asked Sir Oliver Buttesthorn to do my humble board the honour to partake at it of the dainty upon which we take some little pride, but in sooth this alarm of pirates hath cast such a shadow on my wits that I am like one distraight. But I trust, Sir Nigel, that you will also partake of none meat with me." "I have overmuch to do," Sir Nigel answered, "for we must be aboard, horse and man, as early as we may." "How many do you muster, Sir Oliver?" 3 and 40. The 40 are drunk, and the 3 are, but indifferent sober. I have them all safe upon the ship. They had best find their wits again, for I shall have work for every man of them ere the sun set. It is my intention, if it seems good to you, to try a venture against these Norman and Genoese rovers. They carry caviar and certain very noble spices from the Levant aboard of ships from Genoa, quoth Sir Oliver. We may come to great profit through the business. I pray you, master shipman, that when you go on board you pour a helmetful of sea water over any of my rogues whom you may see there. Leaving the lusty knight and the mayor of Leppie, Sir Nigel led the company straight down to the water's edge, where long lines of flat lighters swiftly bore them to their vessel. Horse after horse was slung by main force up from the barges, and after kicking and plunging in empty air was dropped into the deep waist of the yellow cog, where rows of stalls stood ready for their safekeeping. Englishmen in those days were skilled and prompt in such matters, for it was so not long before that Edward had embarked as many as 50,000 men in the port of Orwell, with their horses and their baggage, all in the space of 24 hours. So urgent was Sir Nigel on the shore, and so prompt was Goodwin Hawtayne on the cog, that Sir Oliver Buttesthorn had scarce swallowed his last scallop ere the peal of the trumpet and clang of nacre announced that all was ready and the anchor drawn. In the last boat which left the shore the two commanders sat together in the sheets, a strange contrast to one another, while under the feet of the rowers was a litter of huge stones which Sir Nigel had ordered to be carried to the cog. These once aboard, the ship set her broad mainsail, purple in color, and with a golden streak Christopher bearing Christ upon his shoulder in the center of it. The breeze blew, the sail bellied, overheeled the portly vessel, and away she plunged through the smooth blue rollers, amid the clang of the minstrels on her poop and the shouting of the black crowd who fringed the yellow beach. To the left lay the green island of Wight, with its long, low, curving hills peeping over each other's shoulders to the skyline. To the right the wooded Hampshire coast as far as I could reach, above a steel-blue heaven, with a wintry sun shimmering down upon them, and enough of frost to set the breath a-smoking. By St. Paul, said Sir Nigel gaily, as he stood upon the poop and looked on either side of him, it is a land which is very well worth fighting for, and it were pity to go to France for what may be had at home. Did you not spy a crooked man upon the beach? Nay, I spied nothing, grumbled Sir Oliver, for I was hurried down with a clam stuck in my gizzard and an untasted goblet of cypress on the board behind me. I saw him, my fair lord, said Terlake, an old man with one shoulder higher than the other. 'Tis a sign of good fortune, quoth Sir Nigel. Our path was also crossed by a woman and by a priest, so all should be well with us. What say you, Edricson? I cannot tell, my fair lord. The Romans of old were a very wise people, yet, certes, they placed their faith in such matters. So, too, did the Greeks and divers other ancient peoples who were famed for their learning. Yet of the moderns there are many who scoff at all omens. There can be no manner of doubt about it, said Sir Oliver Buttesthorn. I can well remember that in Navarre one day it thundered on the left out of a cloudless sky. We knew that ill would come of it, nor had we long to wait. Only 13 days after, a haunch of prime venison was carried from my very tent door by the wolves, and on the same day 2 flasks of old vernage turned sour and muddy. You may bring my harness from below, said Sir Nigel to his squires, and also, I pray you, bring up Sir Oliver's, and we shall don it here. Ye may then see to your own gear. For this day you will, I hope, make a very honorable entrance into the field of chivalry, and prove yourselves to be very worthy and valiant squires. And now, Sir Oliver, as to our dispositions. Would it please you that I should order them, or will you, my cockerel you? By Our Lady, I am no chicken, but I cannot claim to know as much of war as the squire of Sir Walter Manny. Settle the matter to your own liking. You shall fly your pennon upon the forepart, then, and I upon the poop. For foreguard, I shall give you your own 40 men, with 20 archers. 20 men, with my own men-at-arms and squires, will serve as a poop guard. 10 archers, with 30 shipmen, under the master, may hold the waist while 10 lie aloft with stones and arbalests. How like you that? Good, by my faith, good. But here comes my harness, and I must a work, for I cannot slip into it, as I was wont when first I set my face to the wars." Meanwhile, there had been bustle and preparation in all parts of the great vessel. The archers stood in groups about the decks, new-stringing their bows, and testing that they were firm at the nocks. Among them moved Aylward and other of the older soldiers, with a few whispered words of precept here and of warning there. "Stand to it, my hearts of gold," said the old bowman as he passed from knot to knot. "By my hilt, we are in luck this journey. Bear in mind the old saying of the company." "What is that, Aylward?" cried several, leaning on their bows and laughing at him. "'Tis the master bowyer's rede, every bow well bit, every shaft well sent, every stave well knocked, every string well locked. There, with that jingle in his head, a bracer on his left hand, a shooting glove on his right, and a farthing's worth of wax in his girdle. What more doth a bowman need?" "It would not be amiss," said Hortal John, "if under his girdle he had 2 farthings worth of wine. Work first, wine afterwards, mon camarade. But it is time that we took our order, for methinks that between the Needle Rocks and the Alum Cliffs yonder, I can catch a glimpse of the topmasts of the galleys. Hewitt, Cook, Johnson, Cunningham, your men are of the poop guard. Thornbury, Walters, Hackett, Battlesmere, you are with Sir Oliver on the forecastle. Simon, you bide with your lord's banner. But 10 men must go forward." Quietly and promptly the men took their places, lying flat upon their faces on the deck, for such was Sir Nigel's order. Near the prow was planted Sir Oliver's spear, with his arms, a boar's head gules upon a field of gold. Close by the stern stood Black Simon with the pennon of the House of Loring. In the waist gathered the Southampton mariners, hairy and burly men, with their jerkins thrown off, their waists braced tight, swords, mallets, and poleaxes in their hands. Their leader, Goodwin Hawtayne, stood upon the poop and talked with Sir Nigel, casting his eye up sometimes at the swelling sail, and then glancing back at the 2 seamen who held the tiller. "Pass the word," said Sir Nigel, "that no man shall stand to arms or draw his bowstring until my trumpeter shall sound. It would be well that we should seem to be a merchant ship from Southampton and appear to flee from them." "We shall see them anon," said the master shipman. "Ah, said I not so? There they lie, the water snakes in Freshwater Bay, and mark the reek of smoke from yonder point, where they have been at their devil's work. See how their shallops pull from the land. They have seen us and called their men aboard. Now they draw upon the anchor. See them like ants upon the forecastle. They stoop and heave like handy shipmen. But my fair lord, these are no niefs, I doubt, but we have taken in hand more than we can do. Each of these ships is a galleass, and of the largest and swiftest make. I would I had your eyes," said Sir Nigel, blinking at the pirate galleys. "They seem very gallant ships, and I trust that we shall have much pleasance from our meeting with them. It would be well to pass the word that we should neither give nor take quarter this day. Have you perchance a priest or friar aboard this ship, Master Hawtayne?" "No, my fair lord." "Well, well, it is no great matter for my company, for they were all houselled and shriven ere we left Twynham Castle, and Father Christopher of the Priory gave me his word that they were as fit to march to heaven as to Gascony. But my mind misdoubts me as to these Winchester men who have come with Sir Oliver, for they appear to be a very ungodly crew. Pass the word that the men kneel, and that the under-officers repeat to them the Pater, the Ave, and the Credo. With a clank of arms, the rough archers and seamen took to their knees, with bent heads and crossed hands, listening to the hoarse mutter from the file leaders. It was strange to mark the hush, so that the lapping of the water, the straining of the sail, and the creaking of the timbers grew louder of a sudden upon the ear. Many of the bowmen had drawn amulets and relics from their bosoms, while he who possessed some more than usually sanctified treasure passed it down the line of his comrades, that all might kiss and reap the virtue. The yellow cog had now shot out from the narrow waters of the Solent, and was plunging and rolling on the long heave of the open channel. The wind blew freshly from the east, with a very keen edge to it, and the great sail bellied roundly out, laying the vessel over until the water hissed beneath her lee bulwarks. Broad and ungainly, she floundered from wave to wave, dipping her round bows deeply into the blue rollers, and sending the white flakes of foam in a spatter over her decks. On her larboard quarter lay the two dark galleys, which had already hoisted sail, and were shooting out from Freshwater Bay in swift pursuit, their double line of oars giving them a vantage which could not fail to bring them up with any vessel which trusted to sails alone. High and bluff the English cog, long, black, and swift the pirate galleys, like two fierce lean wolves which have seen a lordly and unsuspecting stag walk past their forest lair. "Shall we turn, my fair lord, or shall we carry on?" asked the master shipman, looking behind him with anxious eyes. "Nay, we must carry on and play the part of the helpless merchant. But your pennants? They will see that we have two knights with us. Yet it would not be to a knight's honor or good name to lower his pennon. Let them be, and they will think that we are a wine ship for Gascony, or that we bear the wool bales of some mercer of the staple. My foi, but they are very swift. They swoop upon us like two goshawks on a heron. Is there not some symbol or device upon their sails? That on the right," said Edrickson, "appears to have the head of an Ethiop upon it." "'Tis the badge of Tete Noir, the Norman," cried a seaman mariner. "I have seen it before, when he harried us at Winchelsea. He is a wondrous large and strong man, with no ruth for man, woman, or beast. They say that he hath the strength of 6, and certes, he hath the crimes of 6 upon his soul. See now, to the poor souls who swing at either end of his yardarm. At each end of the yard there did indeed hang the dark figure of a man, jolting and lurching with hideous jerkings of its limbs at every plunge and swoop of the galley. By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel, "and by the help of St. George and Our Lady, it will be a very strange thing if our black-headed friend does not himself swing thence ere he be many hours older. But what is that upon the other galley? It is the Red Cross of Genoa. This Spadebeard is a very noted captain, and it is his boast that there are no seamen and no archers in the world who can compare with those who serve the Doge Boccanegra. That we shall prove," said Goodwin Hawtayne, "but it would be well, ere they close with us, to raise up the mantlets and pavises as a screen against their bolts." He shouted a hoarse order, and his seamen worked swiftly and silently, heightening the bulwarks and strengthening them. The 3 ships' anchors were at Sir Nigel's command carried into the waist, and tied to the mast, with 20 feet of cable between, each under the care of 4 seamen. 8 others were stationed with leather water bags to quench any fire arrows which might come aboard, while others were sent up the mast to lie along the yard and drop stones or shoot arrows as the occasion served. "Let them be supplied with all that is heavy and weighty in the ship," said Sir Nigel. "Then we must send them up Sir Oliver Buttesthorn," quoth Ford. The knight looked at him with a face which struck the smile from his lips. "No squire of mine," he said, "shall ever make jest of a belted knight. And yet," he added, his eyes softening, "I know that it is but a boy's mirth, with no sting in it. Yet I should ill do my part towards your father if I did not teach you to curb your tongue play." "They will lay us aboard on either quarter, my lord," cried the master. "See how they stretch out from each other. The Norman hath a mangonel or a trabuc upon the forecastle. See, they bend to the levers. They are about to loose it." "Aylward," cried the knight, "pick your 3 trustiest archers, and see if you cannot do something to hinder their aim. Methinks they are within long arrow flight." 17 score paces, said the archer, running his eye backwards and forwards. "By my 10 finger bones, it would be a strange thing if we could not notch a mark at that distance. Here, Watkin of Soley, Arnold Long Williams, let us show the rogues that they have English bowmen to deal with." The 3 archers named stood at the further end of the poop, balancing themselves with feet widely spread and bows drawn, until the heads of the cloth-yard arrows were level with the center of the stave. "You are the surer, Watkin," said Aylward, standing by them with shaft upon string. "Do you take the rogue with the red coif? You 2 bring down the man with the headpiece, and I will hold myself ready if you miss. My foi, they are about to loose her. Shoot, mes garçons, or you will be too late." The throng of pirates had cleared away from the great wooden catapult, leaving 2 of their number to discharge it. One in a scarlet cap bent over it, steadying the jagged rock which was balanced on the spoon-shaped end of the long wooden lever. The other held the loop of the rope which would release the catch and send the unwieldy missile hurtling through the air. So for an instant they stood, showing hard and clear against the white sail behind them. The next, Redcap had fallen across the stone with an arrow between his ribs, and the other, struck in the leg and in the throat, was writhing and spluttering upon the ground. As he toppled backwards, he had loosed the spring, and the huge beam of wood, swinging round with tremendous force, cast the corpse of his comrade so close to the English ship that its mangled and distorted limbs grazed their very stern. As to the stone, it glanced off obliquely and fell midway between the vessels. A roar of cheering and of laughter broke from the rough archers and seamen at the sight, answered by a yell of rage from their pursuers. "Lie low, ass on fawn," cried Aylward, motioning with his left hand. "They will learn wisdom. They are bringing forward shield and mantlet. We shall have some pebbles about our ears ere long." Chapter 16. How the Yellow Sidgy fought the two rover galleys. The three vessels had been sweeping swiftly westwards, the cogs still well to the front, although the galleys were slowly drawing in upon either quarter. To the left was a hard skyline unbroken by a sail. The island already lay like a cloud behind them, while right in front was St. Albans Head, with Portland looming mistily in the farthest distance. Alleyne stood by the tiller, looking backwards, the fresh wind full in his teeth, the crisp winter air tingling on his face and blowing his yellow curls from under his bassinet. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes shining, for the blood of 100 fighting Saxon ancestors was beginning to stir in his veins. "What was that?" he asked, as a hissing, sharp-drawn voice seemed to whisper in his ear. The steersman smiled and pointed with his foot to where a short, heavy crossbow quarrel stuck quivering in the boards. At the same instant the man stumbled forward upon his knees and lay lifeless upon the deck, a blood-stained feather jutting out from his back. As Alleyne stooped to raise him, the air seemed to be alive with the sharp zip-zip of the bolts, and he could hear them pattering on the deck like apples at a tree shaking. "Raise 2 more mantlets by the poop lantern," said Sir Nigel quietly. "And another man to the tiller," cried the master shipman. "Keep them in play, Aylward, with 10 of your men," the knight continued, "and let 10 of Sir Oliver's bowmen do as much for the Genoese. I have no mind as yet to show them how much they have to fear from us." 10 picked shots under Aylward stood in line across the broad deck, and it was a lesson to the young squires who had seen nothing of war to note how orderly and how cool were these old soldiers, how quick the command, and how prompt the carrying out, 10 moving like one. Their comrades crouched beneath the bulwarks, with many a rough jest and many a scrap of criticism or advice. "Higher, what higher? Put thy body into it, Will. Forget not the wind, Hal." So ran the muttered chorus, while high above it rose the sharp twanging of the strings, the hiss of the shafts, and the short "draw your arrow, nick your arrow, shoot wholly together" from the master bowman. And now both mangonels were at work from the galleys, but so covered and protected that, save at the moment of discharge, no glimpse could be caught of them. A huge brown rock from the Genoese sang over their heads and plunged sullenly into the slope of a wave. Another from the Norman whizzed into the waist, broke the back of a horse, and crashed its way through the side of the vessel. 2 others, flying together, tore a great gap in the St. Christopher upon the sail, and brushed 3 of Sir Oliver's men-at-arms from the forecastle. The master shipman looked at the knight with a troubled face. "They keep their distance from us," said he. "Our archery is over good, and they will not close. What defense can we make against the stones? I think I may trick them," the knight answered cheerfully, and passed his order to the archers. Instantly 5 of them threw up their hands and fell prostrate upon the deck. One had already been slain by a bolt, so that there were but 4 upon their feet. "That should give them heart," said Sir Nigel, eyeing the galleys, which crept along on either side, with a slow, measured swing of their great oars, the water swirling and foaming under their sharp stems. "They still hold aloof," cried Hautane. "Then down with 2 more," shouted their leader. "That will do. My FOI. But they come to our lure like chicks to the fowler. To your arms, men. The pennon behind me, and the squires round the pennon. Stand fast with the anchors in the waist, and be ready for a cast. Now blow out the trumpets, and may God's benison be with the honest men, As he spoke, a roar of voices and a roll of drums came from either galley, and the water was lashed in a spray by the hurried beat of 100 oars. Down they swooped, one on the right, one on the left, the sides and shrouds black with men and bristling with weapons. In heavy clusters they hung upon the forecastle, all ready for a spring. Faces white, faces brown, faces yellow, and faces black, fair Norsemen, swore the Italians, fierce rovers from the Levant, and fiery Moors from the Barbary states, of all hues and countries, and marked solely by the common stamp of a wild beast ferocity. Rasping up on either side, with oars trailing to save them from snapping, they poured in a living torrent with horrid yell and shrill whoop upon the defenseless merchantmen. But wilder yet was the cry, and shriller still the scream, when there rose up from the shadow of those silent bulwarks the long lines of the English bowmen, and the arrows whizzed in a deadly sleet among the unprepared masses upon the pirate decks. From the higher sides of the cog the bowmen could shoot straight down, at a range which was so short as to enable a cloth-yard shaft to pierce through mail-coats or to transfix a shield, though it were an inch thick of toughened wood. One moment Alleyne saw the galley's poop crowded with rushing figures, waving arms, exultant faces. The next it was a blood-smeared shambles, with bodies piled 3 deep upon each other, the living cowering behind the dead to shelter themselves from that sudden storm blast of death. On either side, the seamen whom Sir Nigel had chosen for the purpose had cast their anchors over the side of the galleys, so that the 3 vessels, locked in an iron grip, lurched heavily forward upon the swell, and now set in a fell and fierce fight, one of 1,000 of which no chronicler has spoken and no poet sung. Through all the centuries and over all those southern waters, nameless men have fought in nameless places, their sole monuments a protected coast and an unravaged countryside. For in aft the archers had cleared the galley's decks, but from either side the rovers had poured down into the waist, where the seamen and bowmen were pushed back and so mingled with their foes that it was impossible for their comrades above to draw a string to help them. It was a wild chaos where axe and sword rose and fell, while Englishmen, Norman, and Italian staggered and reeled on a deck which was cumbered with bodies and slippery with blood. The clang of blows, the cries of the stricken, the short, deep shout of the islanders, and the fierce whoops of the rovers, rose together in a deafening tumult, while the breath of the panting men went up in the wintry air like the smoke from a furnace. The giant Tête Noire, towering above his fellows and clad from head to foot in plate of proof, led on his boarders, waving a huge mace in the air, with which he struck to the deck every man who approached him. On the other side, Spadebeard, a dwarf in height, but of great breadth of shoulder and length of arm, had cut a road almost to the mast, with 80 Genoese men-at-arms close at his heels. Between these 2 formidable assailants the seamen were being slowly wedged more closely together, until they stood back to back under the mast with the rovers raging upon every side of them. But help was close at hand. Sir Oliver Buttesthorn with his men-at-arms had swarmed down from the forecastle, while Sir Nigel, with his 3 squires, Black Simon, Aylward, Hortel John, and a score more, threw themselves from the poop and hurled themselves into the thickest of the fight. Alleyne, as in duty bound, kept his eyes fixed ever on his lord and pressed forward close at his heels. Often had he heard of Sir Nigel's prowess and skill with all knightly weapons, but all the tales that had reached his ears fell far short of the real quickness and coolness of the man. It was as if the devil was in him, for he sprang here and sprang there, now thrusting and now cutting, catching blows on his shield, turning them with his blade, stooping under the swing of an axe, springing over the sweep of a sword, so swift and so erratic that the man who braced himself for a blow at him might find him 6 paces off ere he could bring it down. 3 pirates had fallen before him, and he had wounded Spadebeard in the neck when the Norman giant sprang at him from the side with a slashing blow from his deadly mace. Sir Nigel stooped to avoid it, and at the same instant turned a thrust from the Genoese swordsman, but his foot slipping in a pool of blood, he fell heavily to the ground. Alleyne sprang in front of the Norman, but his sword was shattered, and he himself beaten to the ground by a second blow from the ponderous weapon. Ere the pirate chief could repeat it, however, John's iron grip fell upon his wrist, and he found that for once he was in the hands of a stronger man than himself. Fiercely he strove to disengage his weapon, but Hortal John bent his arm slowly back until, with a sharp crack, like a breaking stave, it turned limp in his grasp, and the mace dropped from the nerveless fingers. In vain he tried to pluck it up with the other hand. Back and back still his foeman bent him, until, with a roar of pain and of fury, the giant clanged his full length upon the boards, while the glimmer of a knife before the bars of his helmet warned him that short would be his shrift if he moved. Cowed and disheartened by the loss of their leader, the Normans had given back and were now streaming over the bulwarks onto their own galley, dropping a dozen at a time onto her deck. But the anchor still held them in its crooked claw, and Sir Oliver with 50 men was hard upon their heels. Now, too, the archers had room to draw their bows once more, and great stones from the yard of the cog came thundering and crashing among the flying rovers. Here and there they rushed with wild screams and curses, diving under the sail, crouching behind booms, huddling into corners like rabbits when the ferrets are upon them, as helpless and as hopeless. They were stern days, and if the honest soldier, too poor for a ransom, had no prospect of mercy upon the battlefield, what ruth was there for sea robbers, the enemies of humankind, taken in the very deed, with proofs of their crimes still swinging upon their yardarm? But the fight had taken a new and a strange turn upon the other side. Spadebeard and his men had given slowly back, hard-pressed by Sir Nigel, Aylward, Black Simon, and the poop guard. Foot by foot the Italian had retreated, his armor running blood at every joint, his shield split, his crest shorn, his voice fallen away to a mere gasping and croaking. Yet he faced his foemen with dauntless courage, dashing in, springing back, sure-footed, steady-handed, with a point which seemed to menace three at once. Beaten back onto the deck of his own vessel, and closely followed by a dozen Englishmen, he disengaged himself from them, ran swiftly down the deck, sprang back into the cog once more, cut the rope which held the anchor, and was back in an instant among his crossbowmen. At the same time the Genoese sailors thrust with their oars against the side of the cog, and a rapidly widening rift appeared between the two vessels. "By St. George," cried Ford, "we are cut off from Sir Nigel. He is lost," gasped Terlake. "Come, let us spring for it." The two youths jumped with all their strength to reach the departing galley. Ford's feet reached the edge of the bulwarks, and his hand clutching a rope, he swung himself on board. Terlake fell short, crashed in among the oars, and bounded off into the sea. Alleyne, staggering to the side, was about to hurl himself after him, but Hortal John dragged him back by the girdle. "You can scarce stand, lad, far less jump," said he. "See how the blood rips from your bassinet." "My place is by the flag," cried Alleyne, vainly struggling to break from the other's hold. "Bide here, man. You would need wings ere you could reach Sir Nigel's side." The vessels were indeed so far apart now that the Genoese could use the full sweep of their oars and draw away rapidly from the cog. "My God, but it is a noble fight," shouted Big John, clapping his hands. "They have cleared the poop, and they spring into the waist. Well struck, my lord! Well struck, Aylward! See to Black Simon, how he storms among the shipmen. But this Spadebeard is a gallant warrior. He rallies his men upon the forecastle. He hath slain an archer. Ha! My lord is upon him. Look to it, Alleyne. See to the whirl and glitter of it. By heaven, Sir Nigel is down," cried the squire. "Up!" roared John. "It was but a feint. He bears him back. He drives him to the side. Ah, by Our Lady, his sword is through him." They cry for mercy. Down goes the red cross, and up springs Simon with the scarlet roses. The death of the Genoese leader did indeed bring the resistance to an end. Amid a thunder of cheering from cog and from galleys, the forked pennon fluttered upon the forecastle, and the galley, sweeping round, came slowly back, as the slaves who rowed it learned the wishes of their new masters. The two knights had come aboard the cog, and the grapplings having been thrown off, the three vessels now moved abreast through all the storm and rush of the fight. Alleyne had been aware of the voice of Goodwin Hautayne, the master shipman, with his constant "Hail the bowline, veer the sheet," and strange it was to him to see how swiftly the blood-stained sailors turned from the strife to the ropes and back. Now the cog's head was turned Francewards, and the shipman walked the deck, a peaceful master mariner once more. "There is sad scath done to the cog, Sir Nigel," said he. "Here is a hole in the side 2 ells across, the sail split through the center, and the wood as bare as a friar's pole. In good sooth, I know not what I shall say to Master Witherton when I see the itchen once more. By St. Paul, it would be a very sorry thing if we suffered you to be the worse of this day's work," said Sir Nigel. "You shall take these galleys back with you, and Master Witherton may sell them. Then from the moneys he shall take as much as may make good the damage, and the rest he shall keep until our homecoming, when every man shall have his share. An image of silver 15 inches high I have vowed to the Virgin, to be placed in her chapel within the priory, for that she was pleased to allow me to come upon this spade-beard, who seemed to me, from what I have seen of him, to be a very sprightly and valiant gentleman. But how fares it with you, Edricson?" "It is nothing, my fair lord," said Alleyne, who had now loosened his bassinet, which was cracked across by the Norman's blow. Even as he spoke, however, his head swirled round, and he fell to the deck with the blood gushing from his nose and mouth. "He will come to anon," said the knight, stooping over him and passing his fingers through his hair. "I have lost one very valiant and gentle squire this day. I can ill afford to lose another. How many men have fallen?" "I have pricked off the tally," said Aylward, who had come aboard with his lord. "There are 7 of the Winchester men, 11 seamen, your squire, young Master Tollake, and 9 archers. And of the others? They are all dead, save only the Norman knight who stands behind you. What would you that we should do with him?" "He must hang on his own yard," said Sir Nigel. "It was my vow, and must be done." The pirate leader had stood by the bulwarks, a cord round his arms, and 2 stout archers on either side. At Sir Nigel's words he started violently, and his swarthy features blanched to a livid gray. "How, Sir Knight?" he cried in broken English. "Qu'dites vous?" "To hang, le mort du chien. To hang." "It is my vow," said Sir Nigel shortly. "From what I hear, you thought little enough of hanging others." "Peasants, base roturiers," cried the other. "It is their fitting death. Mais le seigneur d'Andelys, avec le sang de Royce dans ses veins. C'est incroyable." Sir Nigel turned upon his heel, while 2 seamen cast a noose over the pirate's neck. At the touch of the cord he snapped the bonds which bound him, dashed one of the archers to the deck, and seizing the other round the waist sprang with him into the sea. "By my hilt, he is gone!" cried Aylward, rushing to the side. "They have sunk together like a stone." "I am right glad of it," answered Sir Nigel, "for though it was against my vow to loose him, I deem that he has carried himself like a very gentle and debonair cavalier." Chapter 17. How the Yellow Cog crossed the bar of Gironde. For 2 days the yellow cog ran swiftly before a northeasterly wind, and on the dawn of the 3rd the high land of Ushant lay like a mist upon the shimmering skyline. There came a plump of rain towards midday, and the breeze died down, but it freshened again before nightfall, and Goodwin Hawtayne veered his sheet and held head for the south. Next morning they had passed Belle Isle, and ran through the midst of a fleet of transports returning from Guienne. Sir Nigel Loring and Sir Oliver Buttesthorn at once hung their shields over the side, and displayed their pennons as was the custom, noting with the keenest interest the answering symbols which told the names of the cavaliers who had been constrained by ill health or wounds to leave the prince at so critical a time. That evening a great dun-colored cloud banked up in the west, and an anxious man was Goodwin Hawtayne, for a 3rd part of his crew had been slain, and half the remainder were aboard the galleys, so that, with an injured ship, he was little fit to meet such a storm as sweeps over those waters. All night it blew in short, fitful puffs, heeling the great cog over until the water curled over her lee bulwarks. As the wind still freshened, the yard was lowered half way down the mast in the morning. Alleyne, wretchedly ill and weak, with his head still ringing from the blow which he had received, crawled up upon deck. Water swept and aslant. It was preferable to the noisome, rat-haunted dungeons which served as cabins. There, clinging to the stout halyards of the sheet, he gazed with amazement at the long lines of black waves, each with its curling ridge of foam, racing in endless succession from out the inexhaustible west. A huge, somber cloud, flecked with livid blotches, stretched over the whole seaward skyline, with long, ragged streamers whirled out in front of it. Far behind them, the two galleys labored heavily, now sinking between the rollers until their yards were level with the waves, and again shooting up with a reeling, scooping motion until every spar and rope stood out hard against the sky. On the left, the low-lying land stretched in a dim haze, rising here and there into a darker blur, which marked the higher capes and headlands. The land of France. Alleyne's eyes shone as he gazed upon it. The land of France. The very words sounded as the call of a bugle in the ears of the youth of England. The land where their fathers had bled, the home of chivalry and of knightly deeds, the country of gallant men, of courtly women, of princely buildings, of the wise, the polished, and the sainted. There it lay, so still and gray beneath the drifting wrack, the home of things noble and of things shameful, the theater where a new name might be made or an old one marred. From his bosom to his lips came the crumpled veil, and he breathed a vow that if valor and goodwill could raise him to his lady's side, then death alone should hold him back from her. His thoughts were still in the woods of Minstead and the old armory of Twynham Castle, when the hoarse voice of the master shipman brought them back once more to the Bay of Biscay. "By my troth, young sir," he said, "you are as long in the face as the devil at a christening, and I cannot marvel at it, for I have sailed these waters since I was as high as this wynyard, and yet I never saw a more sure promise of an evil night." "Nay, I had other things upon my mind," the squire answered. "And so has every man," cried Audiobooks in an injured voice. "Let the shipman see to it. It is the master shipman's affair. Put it all upon good Master Audiobooks. Never had I so much care since first I blew trumpet and showed cartel at the west gate of Southampton." "What is amiss, then?" asked Alleyne, for the man's words were as gusty as the weather. "Amiss, quotha? Here am I with but half my mariners, in a hole in the ship where that 20-devil stone struck us big enough to fit the fat widow of Northam through. It is well enough on this tack, but I would have you tell me what I am to do on the other. We are like to have salt water upon us until we be found pickled like the herrings in an Easterling's barrels. What says Sir Nigel to it? He is below pricking out the coat armor of his mother's uncle. Pester me not with such small matters, was all that I could get from him. Then there is Sir Oliver. Fry them in oil with a dressing of Gascony, quoth he, and then swore at me, because I had not been the cook. Wallowa, thought I, mad master, sober man, so away forward to the archers. Harrow, and alas! But they were worse than the others. Would they not help you then? Nay, they sat tway and tway at a board. Him that they call Aylward, and the great red-headed man who snapped the Norman's arm bone, and the black man from Norwich, and a score of others, rattling their dice in an archer's gauntlet for want of a box. The ship can scarce last much longer, my masters, quoth I. That is your business, old swine's head, cried the black galliard. Laudable tea and port, says Aylward. A 5, a 4 in the main, shouted the big man, with a voice like the flap of a sail. Hark to them now, young sir, and say if I speak not sooth. As he spoke, there sounded high above the shriek of the gale and the straining of the timbers a gust of oaths with a roar of deep-chested mirth from the gamblers in the forecastle. "Can I be of avail?" asked Alleyne. "Say the word, and the thing is done, if 2 hands may do it. Nay, nay, your head I can see is still toddy, and I faith little head would you have had your bassinet not stood your friend. All that may be done is already carried out, for we have stuffed the gape with sails, and corded it without and within. Yet when we bail our bowline and veer the sheet, our lives will hang upon the breach remaining blocked. See how yonder headland looms upon us through the mist. We must tack within 3 arrow flights, or we may find a rock through our timbers. Now, St. Christopher be praised. Here is Sir Nigel, with whom I may confer. I pry thee that you will pardon me," said the knight, clutching his way along the bulwark. "I would not show lack of courtesy toward a worthy man, but I was deep in a matter of some weight, concerning which, Alleyne, I should be glad of your rede. It touches the question of dimediation or impalement in the code of mine uncle, Sir John Leighton of Shropshire, who took unto wife the widow of Sir Henry Oglander of Nunwell. The case has been much debated by pursuivants and kings of arms. But how is it with you, master shipman? Ill enough, my fair lord. The cog must go about anon, and I know not how we may keep the water out of her." "Go call Sir Oliver," said Sir Nigel, and presently the portly knight made his way all astraddle down the slippery deck. "By my soul, master shipman, this passes all patience," he cried wrathfully. "If this ship of yours must needs dance and skip like a clown at a kermesse, then I pray you that you will put me into one of these galeasses. I had but sat down to a flask of Malvoisie and a mortress of brawn, as is my use about this hour, when there comes a share-king, and I find my wine over my legs and the flask in my lap, and then as I stoop to clip it there comes another cursed chirk, and there is a mortress of brawn stuck fast to the nape of my neck. At this moment I have 2 pages coursing after it from side to side, like hounds behind a leveret. Never did living pig gamble more lightly. But you have sent for me, Sir Nigel? I would fain have your rede, Sir Oliver, for Master Hautayne hath fears that when we veer there may come danger from the hole in our side." "Then do not veer," quoth Sir Oliver hastily. "And now, fair sir, I must hasten back to see how my rogues have fared with the brawn." "Nay, but this will scarce suffice," cried the shipman. "If we do not veer, we will be upon the rocks within the hour." "Then veer," said Sir Oliver. "There is my rede. And now, Sir Nigel, I must crave." At this instant, however, a startled shout rang out from 2 seamen upon the forecastle. "Rocks!" they yelled, stabbing into the air with their forefingers. "Rocks beneath our very bows!" Through the belly of a great black wave, not 100 paces to the front of them, there thrust forth a huge, jagged mass of brown stone, which spouted spray as though it were some crouching monster, while a dull, menacing boom and roar filled the air. "Yare! Yare!" screamed Goodwin Hautayne, flinging himself upon the long pole which served as a tiller. "Cut the halyard! Haul her over! Lay her 2 courses to the wind!" Over swung the great boom, and the cog trembled and quivered within 5 spear lengths of the breakers. "She can scarce draw clear," cried Hautayne, with his eyes from the sail to the seething line of foam. "May the holy Julian stand by us, and the thrice-sainted Christopher." "If there be such peril, Sir Oliver," quoth Sir Nigel, "it would be very knightly and fitting that we should show our penance. I pray you, Edricson, that you will command my guide and bearer to put forward my banner." "And sound the trumpets," cried Sir Oliver. "In manus tuas, Domini, I am in the keeping of James of Compostella, to whose shrine I shall make pilgrimage, and in whose honor I vow that I will eat a carp each year upon his feast day. Mon Dieu! But the waves roar. How is it with us now, master shipman?" We draw!" cried Hautayne, with his eyes still fixed upon the foam which hissed under the very bulge of the side. "Ah, Holy Mother, be with us now!" As he spoke the cog rasped along the edge of the reef, and a long, white curling sheet of wood was planed off from her side from waist to poop by a jutting horn of the rock. At the same instant she lay suddenly over, the sail drew full, and she plunged seawards amid the shoutings of the seamen and the archers. "The Virgin be praised!" cried the shipman, wiping his brow. "For this shall bell swing and candle burn when I see Southampton water once more. Cheerily, my hearts! Pull yarely on the bowline. By my soul, I would rather have a dry death," quoth Sir Oliver. "Though, mordieu, I have eaten so many fish that it were but justice that the fish should eat me. Now I must back to the cabin, for I have matters there which crave my attention." "Nay, Sir Oliver, you had best bide with us and still show your ensign," Sir Nigel answered. "For if I understand the matter aright, we have but turned from one danger to the other." "Good Master Hautayne," cried the boatswain, rushing aft, "the water comes in upon us apace. The waves have driven in the sail, wherewith we strove to stop the hole." As he spoke the seamen came swarming on to the poop and the forecastle to avoid the torrent which poured through the huge leak into the waist. High above the roar of the wind and the clash of the sea rose the shrill, half-human cries of the horses, as they found the water rising rapidly around them. "Stop it from without!" cried Hautayne, seizing the end of the wet sail with which the gap had been plugged. "Speedily, my hearts, or we are gone!" Swiftly they rove ropes to the corners, and then, rushing forward to the bows, they lowered them under the keel, and drew them tight in such a way that the sail should cover the outer face of the gap. The force of the rush of water was checked by this obstacle, but it still squirted plentifully from every side of it. At the sides the horses were above the belly, and in the center a man from the poop could scarce touch the deck with a 7-foot spear. The cog lay lower in the water, and the waves splashed freely over the weather bulwark. "I fear that we can scarce bide upon this tack," cried Hautane, "and yet the other will drive us on the rocks." "Might we not haul down sail and wait for better times?" suggested Sir Nigel. "Nay, we should drift upon the rocks. 30 years have I been on the sea, and never yet in greater straits. Yet we are in the hands of the saints." "Of whom," cried Sir Oliver, "I look more particularly to St. James of Compostela, who hath already befriended us this day, and on whose feast I hereby vow that I shall eat a second carp, if he will but interpose a second time." The wrack had thickened to seaward, and the coast was but a blurred line. 2 vague shadows in the offing showed where the galleasses rolled and tossed upon the great Atlantic rollers. Hautane looked wistfully in their direction. "If they would but lie closer, we might find safety, even should the cog founder. You will bear me out with good Master Witherton of Southampton, that I have done all that a shipman might. It would be well that you should doff camail and greaves, Sir Nigel, for, by the Black Rood, it is like enough that we shall have to swim for it." "Nay," said the little knight, "it would be scarce fitting that a cavalier should throw off his harness for the fear of every puff of wind and puddle of water. I would rather that my company should gather round me here on the poop, where we might abide together whatever God may be pleased to send. But, certes, Master Hautane, for all that my sight is none of the best, it is not the first time that I have seen that headland upon the left." The seaman shaded his eyes with his hand, and gazed earnestly through the haze and spray. Suddenly he threw up his arms and shouted aloud in his joy. "'Tis the point of La Tremblade," he cried. "I had not thought that we were as far as Oran. The Gironda lies before us, and once over the bar, and under shelter of the Tour de Cordouen, all will be well with us. Veer again, my hearts, and bring her to try with the main course." The sail swung round once more, and the cog, battered and torn and well-nigh waterlogged, staggered in for this haven of refuge. A bluff cape to the north and a long spit to the south marked the mouth of the noble river, with a low-lying island of silted sand in the center, all shrouded and curtained by the spume of the breakers. A line of broken water traced the dangerous bar, which in clear day and balmy weather has cracked the back of many a tall ship. "There is a channel," said Hautane, "which was shown to me by the prince's own pilot. Mark yonder tree upon the bank, and see the tower which rises behind it. If these two be held in a line, even as we hold them now, it may be done, though our ship draws 2 good ells more than when she put forth." "God speed you, Master Hautane," cried Sir Oliver. "Twice have we come scathless out of peril, and now for the 3rd time I commend me to the blessed James of Compostela, to whom I vow—" "Nay, nay, old friend," whispered Sir Nigel, "you are like to bring a judgment upon us with these vows, which no living man could accomplish. Have I not already heard you vow to eat 2 carp in one day, and now you would venture upon a 3rd? I pray you that you will order the company to lie down," cried Hautane, who had taken the tiller and was gazing ahead with a fixed eye. "In 3 minutes we shall either be lost or in safety." Chapter 18. How Sir Nigel Loring put a patch upon his eye. It was on the morning of Friday, the 28th day of November, 2 days before the feast of St. Andrew, that the cog and her 2 prisoners, after a weary tacking up the Gironda and the Garonne, dropped anchor at last in front of the noble city of Bordeaux. With wonder and admiration, Alleyne, leaning over the bulwarks, gazed at the forest of masts, the swarm of boats darting hither and thither on the bosom of the broad curving stream, and the gray crescent-shaped city which stretched with many a tower and minaret along the western shore. Never had he in his quiet life seen so great a town, nor was there in the whole of England, save London alone, one which might match it in size or in wealth. Here came the merchandise of all the fair countries which are watered by the Garonne and the Dordogne, the cloths of the south, the skins of Guienne, the wines of the Medoc, to be borne away to Hull, Exeter, Dartmouth, Bristol, or Chester, in exchange for the wools and wool fells of England. Here too dwelt those famous smelters and welders who had made the Bordeaux steel the most trusty upon earth, and could give a temper to lance or to sword which might mean dear life to its owner. Alleyne could see the smoke of their forges reeking up in the clear morning air. The storm had died down now to a gentle breeze, which wafted to his ears the long-drawn, stirring bugle calls which sounded from the ancient ramparts. "Hola, mon petit," said Aylward, coming up to where he stood. "Thou art a squire now, and like enough to win the golden spurs, while I am still the master bowman, and master bowman I shall bide. I dare scarce wag my tongue so freely with you as when we tramped together past Wilverley Chase. Else I might be your guide now, for indeed I know every house in Bordeaux, as a friar knows the beads on his rosary." "Nay, Aylward," said Alleyne, laying his hand upon the sleeve of his companion's frayed jerkin, "you cannot think me so thrall as to throw aside an old friend because I have had some small share of good fortune. I take it unkind that you should have thought such evil of me. Nay, mon gar, 'twas but a flight shot to see if the wind blew steady, though I were a rogue to doubt it. Why, had I not met you, Aylward, at the Lyndhurst Inn, who can say where I had now been? Certes, I had not gone to Twynham Castle, nor become squire to Sir Nigel, nor met." He paused abruptly and flushed to his hair, but the bowman was too busy with his own thoughts to notice his young companion's embarrassment. "It was a good hostel, that of the Pied Merlin," he remarked. "By my 10-finger bones, when I hang bow on nail and change my brigandine for a tunic, I might do worse than take over the dame and her business." "I thought," said Alleyne, "that you were betrothed to some one at Christ Church." "To three," Aylward answered moodily. "To three. I fear I may not go back to Christ Church. I might chance to see hotter service in Hampshire than I have ever done in Gascony. But mark you now yonder lofty turret in the center, which stands back from the river and hath a broad banner upon the summit. See, the rising sun flashes full upon it, and sparkles on the golden lions. 'Tis the royal banner of England, crossed by the prince's label. There he dwells in the Abbey of St. Andrew, where he hath kept his court these years back. Beside it is the minster of the same saint, who hath the town under his very special care. And how of yon grey turret on the left? 'Tis the fane of St. Michael, as that upon the right is of St. Remy. There, too, above the poop of yonder nef, you see the towers of St. Croix and of Pied Merlin. Mark also the mighty ramparts which are pierced by the 3 water gates, and 16 others to the landward side. And how is it, good Aylward, that there comes so much music from the town? I seem to hear 100 trumpets, all calling in chorus. It would be strange else, seeing that all the great lords of England and of Gascony are within the walls, and each would have his trumpeter blow as loud as his neighbor, lest it might be thought that his dignity had been abetted. My foi, they make as much louster as a Scotch army, where every man fills himself with girdle cakes, and sits up all night to blow upon the tootle pipe. See all along the banks how the pages water the horses, and there beyond the town how they gallop them over the plain. For every horse you see a belted knight hath herbergage in the town. For, as I learn, the men-at-arms and archers have already gone forward to Dax. I trust, Aylward, said Sir Nigel, coming upon deck, that the men are ready for the land. Go tell them that the boats will be for them within the hour. The archer raised his hand in salute and hastened forward. In the meantime Sir Oliver had followed his brother knight, and the two paced the poop together, Sir Nigel in his plum-colored velvet suit with flat cap of the same, adorned in front with the Lady Loring's glove and girt round with a curling ostrich feather. The lusty knight, on the other hand, was clad in the very latest mode, with cote-hardie, doublet, pourpoint, court pie, and paltock of olive green, picked out with pink and jagged at the edges. A red chaperon, or cap, with long hanging cornet, sat daintily on the back of his black curled head, while his gold-hued shoes were twisted up a la Polaine, as though the toes were shooting forth a tendril which might hope in time to entwine itself around his massive leg. Once more, Sir Oliver, said Sir Nigel, looking shorewards with sparkling eyes, do we find ourselves at the gate of honor, the door which hath so often led us to all that is knightly and worthy. There flies the prince's banner, and it would be well that we haste ashore and pay our obeisance to him. The boats already swarm from the bank. There is a goodly hostel near the west gate, which is famed for the stewing of spiced pullets, remarked Sir Oliver. We might take the edge of our hunger off ere we seek the prince. For though his tables are gay with damask and silver, he is no trencherman himself, and hath no sympathy for those who are his betters. His betters! His betters before the tranquire lad. Sniff not treason where none is meant. I have seen him smile in his quiet way, because I had looked for the fourth time towards the carving squire. And indeed to watch him dallying with a little gobbet of bread, or sipping his cup of thrice-watered wine, is enough to make a man feel shame at his own hunger. Yet war and glory, my good friend, though well enough in their way, will not serve to tighten such a belt as clasps my waist. How read you that coat which hangs over yonder galley, Alleyne? Asked Sir Nigel. Argent, a ben vert between codices dan sec gules. It is a northern coat. I have seen it in the train of the Percies. From the Shields, there is not one of these vessels which hath not knight or baron aboard. I would mine eyes were better. How read you this upon the left? Argent and azure, a berry wavy of 6. The horses both of knights and squires were speedily lowered into a broad lighter, and reached the shore almost as soon as their masters. Sir Nigel bent his knee devoutly as he put foot on land, and taking a small black patch from his bosom, he bound it tightly over his left eye. May the blessed Gorge and the memory of my sweet lady love raise high my heart, quoth he. And as a token, I vow that I will not take this patch from my eye until I have seen something of this country of Spain, and done such a small deed as it lies in me to do. And this I swear upon the cross of my sword, and upon the glove of my lady. In truth, you take me back 20 years, Nigel, quoth Sir Oliver, as they mounted and rode slowly through the Watergate. After Cadsand, I deemed that the French thought that we were an army of the blind, for there was scarce a man who had not closed an eye for the greater love and honor of his lady. Yet it goes hard with you that you should darken one side, when with both open you can scarce tell a horse from a mule. In truth, friend, I think that you step over the line of reason in this matter. Sir Oliver Buttesthorn, said the little knight shortly, I would have you to understand that, blind as I am, I can yet see the path of honor very clearly, and that is the road upon which I do not crave another man's guidance. By my soul, said Sir Oliver, you are as tart as verjuice this morning. If you are bent upon a quarrel with me, I must leave you to your humor and drop into the tete d'or here, for I marked a varlet past the door who bare a smoking dish, which had, methought, a most excellent smell. Ninny, ninny, cried his comrade, laying his hand upon his knee, we have known each other over long to fall out, Oliver, like two raw pages at their first approves. You must come with me first to the prince, and then back to the hostel, though sure I am that it would grieve his heart that any gentle cavalier should turn from his board to a common tavern. But is not that my Lord de Lure who waves to us? Ha! My fair lord, God and Our Lady be with you. And there is Sir Robert Cheney. Good morrow, Robert. I am right glad to see you. The two knights walked their horses abreast, while Alleyne and Ford, with John Norbury, who was squire to Sir Oliver, kept some paces behind them, a spear's length in front of Black Simon and of the Winchester guide-and-bearer. Norbury, a lean, silent man, had been to those parts before, and sat his horse with a rigid neck. But the two young squires gazed eagerly to right or left, and plucked each other's sleeves to call attention to the many strange things on every side of them. See to the brave stalls, cried Alleyne. See to the noble armor set forth, and the costly taffeta. And oh, Ford, see to where the scrivener sits with the pigments and the inkhorns, and the rolls of sheepskin as white as the bullion napery. Saw man ever the like before? Nay, man, there are finer stalls in Cheapside, answered Ford, whose father had taken him to London on occasion of one of the Smithfield joustings. I have seen a silversmith's booth there, which would serve to buy either side of this street. But mark these houses, Alleyne, how they thrust forth upon the top, and see to the coats of arms at every window, and banner or pencil on the roof. And the churches, cried Alleyne. The priory at Christ Church was a noble pile, but it was cold and bare, methinks, by one of these, with their frettings and their carvings and their traceries, as though some great ivy plant of stone had curled and wantoned over the walls. And hark to the speech of the folk, said Ford. Was ever such a hissing and clacking? I wonder that they have not wit to learn English now that they have come under the English crown. By Richard of Hampole, there are fair faces amongst them. See the wench with the brown wimple. Out on you, Alleyne, that you would rather gaze upon dead stone than on living flesh. It was little wonder that the richness and ornament, not only of church and of stall, but of every private house as well, should have impressed itself upon the young squires. The town was now at the height of its fortunes. Besides its trade and its armorers, other causes had combined to pour wealth into it. War, which had wrought evil upon so many fair cities around, had brought naught but good to this one. As her French sisters decayed, she increased. For here, from north, and from east, and from south, came the plunder to be sold and the ransom money to be spent. Through all her 16 landward gates there had set for many years a double tide of empty-handed soldiers hurrying Francewards, and of enriched and laden bands who brought their spoils home. The prince's court, too, with its swarm of noble barons and wealthy knights, many of whom, in imitation of their master, had brought their ladies and their children from England, all helped to swell the coffers of the burghers. Now, with this fresh influx of noblemen and cavaliers, food and lodging were scarce to be had, and the prince was hurrying forward his forces to Dax and Gascony to relieve the overcrowding of his capital. In front of the minster and abbey of St. Andrew's was a large square crowded with priests, soldiers, women, friars, and burghers, who made it their common center for sightseeing and gossip. Amid the knot of noisy and gesticulating townsfolk, many small parties of mounted knights and squires threaded their way towards the prince's quarters, where the huge iron-clamped doors were thrown back to show that he held audience within. 20 archers stood about the gateway, and beat back from time to time with their bow staves the inquisitive and chattering crowd who swarmed round the portal. 2 knights in full armor, with lances raised and closed visors, sat their horses on either side, while in the center, with 2 pages to tend upon him, there stood a noble-faced man in flowing purple gown, who pricked off upon a sheet of parchment the style and title of each applicant, marshalling them in their due order, and giving to each the place and facility which his rank demanded. His long white beard and searching eyes imparted to him an air of masterful dignity, which was increased by his tabard-like vesture and the heraldic barret cap with triple plume which bespoke his office. "It is Sir William de Pakington, the prince's own herald and scrivener," whispered Sir Nigel, as they pulled up amid the line of knights who waited admission. "Ill fares it with the man who would venture to deceive him. He hath by rote the name of every knight of France or of England, and all the tree of his family, with his kinships, coat armor, marriages, augmentations, abatements, and I know not what beside. We may leave our horses here with the varlets, and push forward with our squires." Following Sir Nigel's counsel, they pressed on upon foot until they were close to the prince's secretary, who was in high debate with a young and foppish knight, who was bent upon making his way past him. "Mackworth," said the king-at-arms, "it is in my mind, young sir, that you have not been presented before. Nay, it is but a day since I set foot in Bordeaux, but I feared lest the prince should think it strange that I had not waited upon him." "The prince hath other things to think upon," quoth Sir William de Pakington. "But if you be a Mackworth, you must be a Mackworth of Normanton, and indeed I see now that your coat is sable and ermine." "I am a Mackworth of Normanton," the other answered, with some uneasiness of manner. "Then you must be Sir Stephen Mackworth, for I learned that when old Sir Guy died, he came in for the arms and the name, the war-cry and the profit. Sir Stephen is my elder brother, and I am Arthur, the second son," said the youth. "In sooth and in sooth," cried the king-at-arms with scornful eyes. "And pray, Sir Second Son, where is the cadency mark which should mark your rank? Dare you to wear your brother's coat, without the crescent which should stamp you as his cadet? Away to your lodgings, and come not nigh the prince until the armorer hath placed the true charge upon your shield." As the youth withdrew in confusion, Sir William's keen eye singled out the 5 red roses from amid the overlapping shields and cloud of pennons which faced him. "Ha!" he cried, "there are charges here which are above counterfeit. The roses of Loring and the boar's head of Buttthorn may stand back in peace, but by my faith, they are not to be held back in war. Welcome, Sir Oliver, Sir Nigel. Chandos will be glad to his very heart-roots when he sees you. This way, my fair sirs. Your squires are doubtless worthy the fame of their masters. Down this passage, Sir Oliver. Edricson. Huh. One of the old strain of Hampshire Edricsons, I doubt not. And Ford, they are of a South Saxon stock, and of good repute. There are Norberries in Cheshire and in Wiltshire, and also, as I have heard, upon the borders. So, my fair sirs, and I shall see that you are shortly admitted. He had finished his professional commentary by flinging open a folding door and ushering the party into a broad hall, which was filled with a great number of people who were waiting, like themselves, for an audience. The room was very spacious, lighted on one side by 3 arched and mullioned windows, while opposite was a huge fireplace in which a pile of faggots was blazing merrily. Many of the company had crowded round the flames, for the weather was bitterly cold, but the 2 knights seated themselves upon a bancal, with their squires standing behind them. Looking down the room, Alleyne marked that both floor and ceiling were of the richest oak, the latter spanned by 12 arching beams, which were adorned at either end by the lilies and the lions of the royal arms. On the further side was a small door, on each side of which stood men-at-arms. From time to time, an elderly man in black with rounded shoulders and a long white wand in his hand came softly forth from this inner room, and beckoned to one or other of the company, who doffed cap and followed him. The 2 knights were deep in talk, when Alleyne became aware of a remarkable individual who was walking round the room in their direction. As he passed each knot of cavaliers, every head turned to look after him, and it was evident, from the bows and respectful salutations on all sides, that the interest which he excited was not due merely to his strange personal appearance. He was tall and straight as a lance, though of a great age, for his hair, which curled from under his velvet cap of maintenance, was as white as the new-fallen snow. Yet, from the swing of his stride and the spring of his step, it was clear that he had not yet lost the fire and activity of his youth. His fierce hawk-like face was clean-shaven like that of a priest, save for a long, thin wisp of white mustache which drooped down halfway to his shoulder. That he had been handsome might be easily judged from his high, aquiline nose and clear-cut chin, but his features had been so distorted by the seams and scars of old wounds, and by the loss of one eye which had been torn from the socket, that there was little left to remind one of the dashing young knight who had been 50 years ago the fairest as well as the boldest of the English chivalry. Yet what knight was there in that hall of St. Andrews who would not have gladly laid down youth, beauty, and all that he possessed to win the fame of this man? For who could be named with Chandos, the stainless knight, the wise counselor, the valiant warrior, the hero of Cressy, of Winchelsea, of Poictiers, of Orry, and of as many other battles as there were years to his life? "Ah, my little heart of gold," he cried, darting forward suddenly and throwing his arms round Sir Nigel. "I heard that you were here, and have been seeking you." "My fair and dear lord," said the knight, returning the warrior's embrace, "I have indeed come back to you. For where else shall I go that I may learn to be a gentle and a hardy knight?" "By my troth," said Chandos with a smile, "it is very fitting that we should be companions, Nigel. For since you have tied up one of your eyes, and I have had the mischance to lose one of mine, we have but a pair between us." "Ah, Sir Oliver, you were on the blind side of me, and I saw you not. A wise woman hath made prophecy that this blind side will one day be the death of me. We shall go in to the prince anon, but in truth he hath much upon his hands, for what with Pedro, and the king of Majorca, and the king of Navarre, who is no 2 days of the same mind, and the Gascon barons who are all chaffering for terms like so many hucksters, he hath an uneasy part to play. But how left you the Lady Loring? She was well, my fair lord, and sent her service and greetings to you. I am ever her knight and slave. And your journey, I trust that it was pleasant, as heart could wish. We had sight of 2 rover galleys, and even came to have some slight bickering with them. Ever in luck's way, Nigel, quoth Sir John. We must hear the tale anon, but I deem it best that ye should leave your squires and come with me. For, howsoever oppressed the prince may be, I am very sure that he would be loath to keep 2 old comrades in arms upon the further side of the door. Follow close behind me, and I will forestall old Sir William, though I can scarce promise to roll forth your style and rank as is his wont." So saying, he led the way to the inner chamber, the 2 companions treading close at his heels, and nodding to right and left as they caught sight of familiar faces among the crowd. Chapter 19. How there was stir at the Abbey of St. Andrews. The prince's reception room, although of no great size, was fitted up with all the state and luxury which the fame and power of its owner demanded. A high dais at the further end was roofed in by a broad canopy of scarlet velvet spangled with silver fleurs-de-lis, and supported at either corner by silver rods. This was approached by 4 steps carpeted with the same material, while all round were scattered rich cushions, oriental mats, and costly rugs of fur. The choicest tapestries which the looms of Arras could furnish draped the walls, whereon the battles of Judas Maccabeus were set forth, with the Jewish warriors in plate of proof, with crest and lance and banderole, as the naive artists of the day were wont to depict them. A few rich settles and bancals, choicely carved and decorated with glazed leather hangings of the sort termed or basane, completed the furniture of the apartment, save that at one side of the dais there stood a lofty perch, upon which a cast of 3 solemn Prussian gerfalcons sat, hooded and jesseled, as silent and motionless as the royal fowler who stood beside them. In the center of the dais were 2 very high chairs with dorserets, which arched forwards over the heads of the occupants, the whole covered with light blue silk thickly powdered with golden stars. On that to the right sat a very tall and well-formed man with red hair, a livid face, and a cold blue eye, which had in it something peculiarly sinister and menacing. He lounged back in a careless position, and yawned repeatedly as though heartily weary of the proceedings, stooping from time to time to fondle a shaggy Spanish greyhound which lay stretched at his feet. On the other throne there was perched bolt upright, with prim demeanor, as though he felt himself to be upon his good behavior, a little, round, pippin-faced person, who smiled and bobbed to every one whose eye he chanced to meet. Between and a little in front of them on a humble charrette or stool sat a slim, dark young man, whose quiet attire and modest manner would scarce proclaim him to be the most noted prince in Europe. A jupon of dark blue cloth, tagged with buckles and pendants of gold, seemed but a somber and plain attire amidst the wealth of silk and ermine and gilt tissue of fustian with which he was surrounded. He sat with his 2 hands clasped round his knee, his head slightly bent, and an expression of impatience and of trouble upon his clear, well-chiseled features. Behind the thrones there stood 2 men in purple gowns, with ascetic, clean-shaven faces, and half a dozen other high dignitaries and office-holders of Aquitaine. Below on either side of the steps were 40 or 50 barons, knights, and courtiers, ranged in a triple row to the right and the left, with a clear passage in the center. "There sits the prince," whispered Sir John Chandos, as they entered. "He on the right is Pedro, whom we are about to put upon the Spanish throne. The other is Don James, whom we purpose with the aid of God to help to his throne in Majorca. Now follow me, and take it not to heart if he be a little short in his speech, for indeed his mind is full of many very weighty concerns." The prince, however, had already observed their entrance, and, springing to his feet, he had advanced with a winning smile and the light of welcome in his eyes. "We do not need your good offices as herald here, Sir John," said he in a low but clear voice. "These valiant knights are very well known to me. Welcome to Aquitaine, Sir Nigel Loring and Sir Oliver Buttesthorn. Nay, keep your knee for my sweet father at Windsor. I would have your hands, my friends. We are like to give you some work to do ere you see the downs of Hampshire once more. Know you aught of Spain, Sir Oliver?" "Not, my sire, save that I have heard men say that there is a dish named an Alleyne which is prepared there, though I have never been clear in my mind as to whether it was but a ragout such as is to be found in the south, or whether there is some seasoning such as fennel or garlic which is peculiar to Spain." "Your doubts, Sir Oliver, shall soon be resolved," answered the prince, laughing heartily, as did many of the barons who surrounded them. "His Majesty here will doubtless order that you have this dish hotly seasoned when we are all safely in Castile." "I will have a hotly seasoned dish for some folk I know of," answered Don Pedro with a cold smile. "But my friend Sir Oliver can fight right heartily without either bite or sup," remarked the prince. "Did I not see him at Poictiers, when for 2 days we had not more than a crust of bread and a cup of foul water, yet carrying himself most valiantly? With my own eyes I saw him in the rout sweep the head from a knight of Picardy with one blow of his sword." The rogue got between me and the nearest French victual wain, muttered Sir Oliver, amid a fresh titter from those who were near enough to catch his words. How many have you in your train? Asked the prince, assuming a graver mien. I have 40 men at arms, sire, said Sir Oliver. And I have 100 archers and a score of lancers. But there are 200 men who wait for me on this side of the water upon the borders of Navarre. And who are they, Sir Nigel? They are a free company, sire, and they are called the White Company. To the astonishment of the knight, his words provoked a burst of merriment from the barons round, in which the two kings and the prince were fain to join. Sir Nigel blinked mildly from one to the other, until at last perceiving a stout black-bearded knight at his elbow, whose laugh rang somewhat louder than the others, he touched him lightly upon the sleeve. "Perchance, my fair sir," he whispered, "there is some small vow of which I may relieve you. Might we not have some honorable debate upon the matter? Your gentle courtesy may perhaps grant me an exchange of thrusts." "Nay, nay, Sir Nigel," cried the prince, "fasten not the offense upon Sir Robert Briquet, for we are one and all bogged in the same mire. Truth to say, our ears have just been vexed by the doings of the same company, and I have even now made vow to hang the man who held the rank of captain over it. I little thought to find him among the bravest of my own chosen chieftains. But the vow is now not, for, as you have never seen your company, it would be a fool's act to blame you for their doings." "My liege," said Sir Nigel, "it is a very small matter that I should be hanged, albeit the manner of death is somewhat more ignoble than I had hoped for. On the other hand, it would be a very grievous thing that you, the Prince of England and the flower of knighthood, should make a vow, whether in ignorance or no, and fail to bring it to fulfillment." "Vex not your mind on that," the prince answered, smiling. "We have had a citizen from Montauban here this very day, who told us such a tale of sack and murder and pillage that it moved our blood. But our wrath was turned upon the man who was in authority over them." "My dear and honored master," cried Nigel, in great anxiety, "I fear me much that in your gentleness of heart you are straining this vow which you have taken. If there be so much as a shadow of a doubt as to the form of it, it were 1,000 times best." "Peace, peace," cried the prince impatiently. "I am very well able to look to my own vows and their performance. We hope to see you both in the banquet hall anon. Meanwhile, you will attend upon us with our train." He bowed, and Chandos, plucking Sir Oliver by the sleeve, led them both away to the back of the press of courtiers. "Why, little coz," he whispered, "you are very eager to have your neck in a noose. By my soul, had you asked as much from our new ally Don Pedro, he had not balked you. Between friends, there is overmuch of the hangman in him, and too little of the prince. But indeed this White Company is a rough band, and may take some handling ere you find yourself safe in your captaincy. I doubt not, with the help of St. Paul, that I shall bring them to some order," Sir Nigel answered. "But there are many faces here which are new to me, though others have been before me since first I waited upon my dear master, Sir Walter. I pray you to tell me, Sir John, who are these priests upon the dais? The one is the Archbishop of Bordeaux, Nigel, and the other the Bishop of Agen. And the dark knight, with grey-streaked beard? By my troth, he seems to be a man of much wisdom and valor. He is Sir William Felton, who, with my unworthy self, is the chief counselor of the prince, he being high steward and I the seneschal of Aquitaine. And the knights upon the right, beside Don Pedro, they are cavaliers of Spain who have followed him in his exile. The one at his elbow is Fernando de Castro, who is as brave and true a man as heart could wish. In front to the right are the Gascon lords. You may well tell them by their clouded brows, for there hath been some ill will of late betwixt the prince and them. The tall and burly man is the Captal de Buck, whom I doubt not that you know, for a braver knight never laid lance in rest. That heavy-faced cavalier who plucks his skirts and whispers in his ear is Lord Oliver de Clisson, known also as the Butcher. He it is who stirs up strife, and forever blows the dying embers into flame. The man with the mole upon his cheek is the Lord Palmers, and his two brothers stand behind him, with the Lord Lespar, Lord de Rosam, Lord de Mucident, Sir Perducas d'Albret, the Soldich de la Train, and others. Further back are knights from Courcy, Limousin, Saintonge, Poitou, and Aquitaine. with the valiant Sir Guiscard d'Angle. That is he in the rose-colored doublet with the ermine. And the knights upon this side? They are all Englishmen, some of the household and others who, like yourself, are captains of companies. There is Lord Neville, Sir Stephen Cossington, and Sir Matthew Gorney, with Sir Walter Hute, Sir Thomas Banastre, and Sir Thomas Felton, who is the brother of the High Steward. Mark well the man with the high nose and flaxen beard, who hath placed his hand upon the shoulder of the dark, hard-faced cavalier in the rust-stained jupon. Aye, by St. Paul, observed Sir Nigel, they both bear the print of their armor upon their coats' hardies. Methinks they are men who breathe freer in a camp than a court. There are many of us who do that, Nigel, said Chandos, and the head of the court is, I dare warrant, among them. But of these two men the one is Sir Hugh Calverley, and the other is Sir Robert Knowles. Sir Nigel and Sir Oliver craned their necks to have the clearer view of these famous warriors, the one a chosen leader of free companies, the other a man who by his fierce valor and energy had raised himself from the lowest ranks until he was second only to Chandos himself in the esteem of the army. He hath no light hand in war, hath Sir Robert, said Chandos. If he passes through a country, you may tell it for some years to come. I have heard that in the north it is still the use to call a house which hath but the two gable ends left, without walls or roof, a Knowles mitre. I have often heard of him, said Nigel, and I have hoped to be so far honored as to run a course with him. But hark, Sir John, what is amiss with the prince? Whilst Chandos had been conversing with the two knights, a continuous stream of suitors had been ushered in, adventurers seeking to sell their swords and merchants clamoring over some grievance, a ship detained for the carriage of troops, or a ton of sweet wine which had the bottom knocked out by a troop of thirsty archers. A few words from the prince disposed of each case, and if the applicant liked not the judgment, a quick glance from the prince's dark eyes sent him to the door with the grievance all gone out of him. The younger ruler had sat listlessly upon his stool with the two puppet monarchs enthroned behind him, but of a sudden a dark shadow passed over his face, and he sprang to his feet in one of those gusts of passion which were the single blot upon his noble and generous character. "How now, Don Martin de la Cara?" he cried. "How now, sirrah? What message do you bring to us from our brother of Navarre?" The newcomer to whom this abrupt query had been addressed was a tall and exceedingly handsome cavalier who had just been ushered into the apartment. His swarthy cheek and raven-black hair spoke of the fiery south, and he wore his long black cloak swathed across his chest and over his shoulders in a graceful sweeping fashion, which was neither English nor French. With stately steps and many profound bows, he advanced to the foot of the dais before replying to the prince's question. "My powerful and illustrious master," he began, "Charles, King of Navarre, Earl of Evreux, Count of Champagne, who also writeth himself Overlord of Béarn, hereby sends his love and greetings to his dear cousin Edward, the Prince of Wales, Governor of Aquitaine, Grand Commander of—" "Tush! Tush!" Don Martin interrupted the prince, who had been beating the ground with his foot impatiently during this stately preamble. "We already know our cousin's titles and style, and, certes, we know our own. To the point, man, and at once. Are the passes open to us, or does your master go back from his word pledged to me at Libourne no later than last Michaelmas? It would ill become my gracious master, sire, to go back from promise given. He does but ask some delay and certain conditions and hostages." "Conditions? Hostages? Is he speaking to the Prince of England, or is it to the bourgeois provost of some half-captured town? Conditions, quotha? He may find much to mend in his own condition ere long. The passes are, then, closed to us? Nay, sire. They are open, then? Nay, sire, if you would but— "Enough, enough, Don Martin," cried the prince. "It is a sorry sight to see so true a knight pleading in so false a cause. We know the doings of our cousin Charles. We know that while with the right hand he takes our 50,000 crowns for the holding of the passes open, he hath his left outstretched to Henry of Trastamare, or to the King of France, all ready to take as many more for the keeping them closed. I know our good Charles, and by my blessed named Saint the Confessor, he shall learn that I know him. He sets his kingdom up to the best bidder, like some scullion farrier selling a glandered horse. He is." "My lord," cried Don Martin, "I cannot stand there to hear such words of my master. Did they come from other lips? I should know better how to answer them. Don Pedro frowned and curled his lip, but the prince smiled and nodded his approbation. By St. Paul, there appear to be some very worthy and valiant persons among them, observed Sir Nigel. They are men from whom, had they been of better birth, much honor and advancement might be gained. Even as it is a great pleasure to have seen them. But what is this that they are bringing forward? It is as I feared, growled Du Guesclin. They will burn us out, since they cannot win their way past us. Shoot straight and hard, archers, for by St. Ives, our good swords are of little use to us. As he spoke, a dozen men rushed forward, each screening himself behind a huge fardel of brushwood. Hurling their burdens in one vast heap within the portal, they threw burning torches upon the top of it. The wood had been soaked in oil, for in an instant it was ablaze, and a long, hissing, yellow flame licked over the heads of the defenders and drove them further up to the first floor of the keep. They had scarce reached it, however, ere they found that the wooden joists and planks of the flooring were already on fire. Dry and worm-eaten, a spark upon them became a smolder, and a smolder ablaze. A choking smoke filled the air, and the five could scarce grope their way to the staircase which led up to the very summit of the square tower. Strange was the scene which met their eyes from this eminence. Beneath them on every side stretched the long sweep of peaceful country, rolling plain, and tangled wood, all softened and mellowed in the silver moonshine. No light, nor movement, nor any sign of human aid could be seen, but far away the hoarse clangor of a heavy bell rose and fell upon the wintry air. Beneath and around them blazed the huge fire, roaring and crackling on every side of the bailey, and even as they looked the two corner turrets fell in with a deafening crash, and the whole castle was but a shapeless mass, spouting flames and smoke from every window and embrasure. The great black tower upon which they stood rose like a last island of refuge amid this sea of fire, but the ominous crackling and roaring below showed that it would not be long ere it was engulfed also in the common ruin. At their very feet was the square courtyard, crowded with the howling and dancing peasants, their fierce faces upturned, their clenched hands waving, all drunk with bloodshed and with vengeance. A yell of execration and a scream of hideous laughter burst from the vast throng, as they saw the faces of the last survivors of their enemies peering down at them from the height of the keep. They still piled the brushwood round the base of the tower, and gambled hand in hand around the blaze, screaming out the doggerel lines which had long been the watchword of the Jacquerie. Cesses, cesses, gens d'armes et paidons. De pillar et manger le bonhomme. Que de long temps Jacques Bonhomme. Say nami. Their thin, shrill voices rose high above the roar of the flames and the crash of the masonry, like the yelping of a pack of wolves who see their quarry before them and know that they have well nigh run him down. By my hilt, said Aylward to John, it is in my mind that we shall not see Spain this journey. It is a great joy to me that I have placed my feather-bed and other things of price with that worthy woman at Lyndhurst, who will now have the use of them. I have 13 arrows yet, and if one of them fly unfleshed, then, by the twang of string, I shall deserve my doom. First at him who flaunts with my lady's silken frock. Clap in the clout, by God, though a hand's breadth lower than I had meant. Now for the rogue with the head upon his pike. Ha! To the inch, John. When my eye is true, I am better at rovers than at long butts or hoyles. A good shoe for you also, John. The villain hath fallen forward into the fire. But I pray you, John, to loose gently, and not to pluck with the drawing hand, for it is a trick that hath marred many a fine bowman. Whilst the two archers were keeping up a brisk fire upon the mob beneath them, Du Guesclin and his lady were consulting with Sir Nigel upon their desperate situation. "'Tis a strange end for one who has seen so many stricken fields," said the French chieftain. "For me one death is as another, but it is the thought of my sweet lady which goes to my heart." "Nay, Bertrand, I fear it as little as you," said she. "Had I my dearest wish, it would be that we should go together." "Well answered, fair lady," cried Sir Nigel. "And very sure I am that my own sweet wife would have said the same. If the end be now come, I have had great good fortune in having lived in times when so much glory was to be won, and in knowing so many valiant gentlemen and knights. But why do you pluck my sleeve, Alleyne? If it please you, my fair lord, there are in this corner 2 great tubes of iron, with many heavy balls, which may perchance be those bombards and shot of which I have heard. By St. Ives, it is true, cried Sir Bertrand, striding across to the recess where the ungainly, funnel-shaped, thick-ribbed engines were standing. Bombards they are, and of good size. We may shoot down upon them. Shoot with them, quotha, cried Aylward in high disdain, for pressing danger is the great leveler of classes. How is a man to take aim with these fool's toys, and how can he hope to do scath with them? I will show you, answered Sir Nigel, for here is the great box of powder, and if you will raise it for me, John, I will show you how it may be used. Come hither, where the folk are thickest round the fire. Now, Aylward, crane thy neck, and see what would have been deemed an old wife's tale when we first turned our faces to the wars. Throw back the lid, John, and drop the box into the fire. A deafening roar, a fluff of bluish light, and the great square tower rocked and trembled from its very foundations, swaying this way and that like a reed in the wind. Amazed and dizzy, the defenders, clutching at the cracking parapets for support, saw great stones, burning beams of wood, and mangled bodies hurtling past them through the air. When they staggered to their feet once more, the whole keep had settled down upon one side, so that they could scarce keep their footing upon the sloping platform. Gazing over the edge, they looked down upon the horrible destruction which had been caused by the explosion. For 40 yards round the portal the ground was black with writhing, screaming figures, who struggled up and hurled themselves down again, tossing this way and that, sightless, scorched with fire bursting from their tattered clothing. Beyond this circle of death their comrades, bewildered and amazed, cowered away from this black tower and from these invincible men, who were most to be dreaded when hope was furthest from their hearts. "A sally, du Guesclin, a sally," cried Sir Nigel. "By St. Paul, they are in 2 minds, and a bold rush may turn them." He drew his sword as he spoke and darted down the winding stairs, closely followed by his 4 comrades. Ere he was at the first floor, however, he threw up his arms and stopped. "Mon Dieu," he said, "we are lost men." "What then?" cried those behind him. "The whale hath fallen in, the stair is blocked, and the fire still rages below. By St. Paul, friends, we have fought a very honorable fight, and may say in all humbleness that we have done our devoir, but I think that we may now go back to the Lady Typhane and say our orisons, for we have played our parts in this world, and it is time that we made ready for another." The narrow pass was blocked by huge stones littered in wild confusion over each other, with the blue choking smoke reeking up through the crevices. The explosion had blown in the wall and cut off the only path by which they could descend. Pent in, 100 feet from earth, with a furnace raging under them and a ravening multitude all round who thirsted for their blood, it seemed indeed as though no men had ever come through such peril with their lives. Slowly they made their way back to the summit, but as they came out upon it, the Lady Typhane darted forward and caught her husband by the wrist. "Bertrand," said she, "hush and listen. I have heard the voices of men all singing together in a strange tongue." Breathless they stood and silent, but no sound came up to them, save the roar of the flames and the clamor of their enemies. "It cannot be, lady," said du Guesclin. "This night hath overwrought you, and your senses play you false. What men are there in this country who would sing in a strange tongue?" "Hola!" yelled Aylward, leaping suddenly into the air with waving hands and joyous face. "I thought I heard it ere we went down, and now I hear it again. We are saved, comrades. By these 10 finger bones, we are saved. It is the marching song of the White Company. Hush!" With upraised forefinger and slanting head, he stood listening. Suddenly there came swelling up a deep-voiced, rollicking chorus from somewhere out of the darkness. Never did choice or dainty ditty of Provence or Languedoc sound more sweetly in the ears than did the rough-tongued Saxon to the 6 who strained their ears from the blazing keep. "We'll drink all together to the grey goose feather, and the land where the grey goose flew." "Ha! By my hilt!" shouted Aylward, It is the dear old bow song of the company. Here come 200 as tight lads as ever twirled a shaft over their thumbnails. Hark to the dogs! How lustily they sing! Nearer and clearer, swelling up out of the night, came the gay marching lilt. What of the bow? The bow was made in England, of true wood, of yew wood, the wood of English bows. For men who are free, love the old yew tree, and the land where the yew tree grows. What of the men? The men were bred in England, the bowmen, the yeomen, the lads of the dale and fell. Here's to you and to you, to the hearts that are true, and the land where the true hearts dwell. They sing very joyfully, said Du Guesclin, as though they were going to a festival. It is their wont when there is work to be done. By St. Paul, quoth Sir Nigel, it is in my mind that they come too late, for I cannot see how we are to come down from this tower. There they come, the hearts of gold, cried Aylward. See, they move out from the shadow. Now they cross the meadow. They are on the further side of the moat. Hola, camarada, hola! Johnston, Eccles, Cook, Harward Bligh. Would you see a fair lady and 2 gallant knights done foully to death? Who is there? Shouted a deep voice from below. Who is this who speaks with an English tongue? It is I, old lad. It is Sam Aylward of the company. And here is your captain, Sir Nigel Loring, and 4 others, all laid out to be grilled like an Easterling's herrings. Curse me if I did not think that it was the style of speech of old Samkin Aylward, said the voice, amid a buzz from the ranks. Wherever there are knocks going there is Sammy in the heart of it. But who are these ill-faced rogues who block the path? To your kennels, canal. What? You dare look us in the eyes? Out swords, lads, and give them the flat of them. Waste not your shafts upon such runagate knaves. There was little fight left in the peasants, however, still dazed by the explosion, amazed at their own losses and disheartened by the arrival of the disciplined archers. In a very few minutes they were in full flight for their brushwood homes, leaving the morning sun to rise upon a blackened and blood-stained ruin, where it had left the night before the magnificent castle of the Seneschal of Auvergne. Already the white lines in the east were deepening into pink as the archers gathered round the keep and took counsel how to rescue the survivors. Had we a rope, said Alleyne, there is one side which is not yet on fire, down which we might slip. But how to get a rope? It is an old trick, quoth Aylward. Allah! Johnston, cast me up a rope, even as you did at Maupertuis in the wartime. The grizzled archer thus addressed took several lengths of rope from his comrades, and knotting them firmly together, he stretched them out in the long shadow which the rising sun threw from the frowning keep. Then he fixed the yew-stave of his bow upon end and measured the long, thin, black line which it threw upon the turf. A 6-foot stave throws a 12-foot shadow, he muttered. The keep throws a shadow of 60 paces. 30 paces of rope will be in now, and to spare. Another strand, Watkin. Now pull at the end, that all may be safe. So, it is ready for them. But how are they to reach it? Asked the young archer beside him. Watch and see, young fool's head, growled the old bowman. He took a long string from his pouch and fastened one end to an arrow. All ready, Samkin? Ready, camarade? Close to your hand, then. With an easy pull he sent the shaft flickering gently up, falling upon the stonework within a foot of where Aylward was standing. The other end was secured to the rope, so that in a minute a good strong cord was dangling from the only sound side of the blazing and shattered tower. The Lady Typhane was lowered with a noose drawn fast under the arms, and the other 5 slid swiftly down, amid the cheers and joyous outcry of their rescuers. Chapter 32. How the company took counsel round the fallen tree. Where is Sir Claude Latour? Asked Sir Nigel, as his feet touched ground. He is in camp, near Montpezat, 2 hours' march from here, my fair lord, said Johnston, the grizzled bowman who commanded the archers. Then we shall march thither, for I would fain have you all back at Dax in time to be in the prince's vanguard. My lord, cried Alleyne joyfully, here are our chargers in the field, and I see your harness amid the plunder which these rogues have left behind them. By St. Ives, you speak sooth, young squire, said Du Guesclin. There is my horse and my lady's jennet. The knaves led them from the stables, but fled without them. Now, Nigel, it is great joy to me to have seen one of whom I have often heard. Yet we must leave you now, for I must be with the King of Spain ere your army crosses the mountains. I had thought that you were in Spain with the valiant Henry of Trastamare. I have been there, but I came to France to raise succor for him. I shall ride back, Nigel, with 4,000 of the best lances of France at my back, so that your prince may find he hath a task which is worthy of him. God be with you, friend, and may we meet again in better times. I do not think, said Sir Nigel, as he stood by Alleyne's side looking after the French knight and his lady, that in all Christendom you will meet with a more stout-hearted man or a fairer and sweeter dame. But your face is pale and sad, Alleyne. Have you perchance met with some hurt during the ruffle? Nay, my fair lord, I was but thinking of my friend Ford, and how he sat upon my couch no later than yesternight. Sir Nigel shook his head sadly. 2 brave squires have I lost, said he. I know not why the young shoot should be plucked and an old weed left standing. Yet certes there must become good reason, since God hath so planned it. Did you not note, Alleyne, that the Lady Typhane did give us warning last night that danger was coming upon us? She did, my lord. By St. Paul, my mind misgives me as to what she saw at Twynham Castle, and yet I cannot think that any Scottish or French rovers could land in such force as to beleaguer the fortalice. Call the company together, Aylward, and let us on, for it will be shame to us if we are not at Dax upon the trysting day. The archers had spread themselves over the ruins, but a blast upon a bugle brought them all back to muster, with such booty as they could bear with them stuffed into their pouches or slung over their shoulders. As they formed into ranks, each man dropping silently into his place, Sir Nigel ran a questioning eye over them, and a smile of pleasure played over his face. Tall and sinewy and brown, clear-eyed, hard-featured, with the stern and prompt bearing of experienced soldiers, it would be hard indeed for a leader to seek for a choicer following. Here and there in the ranks were old soldiers of the French wars, grizzled and lean, with fierce, puckered features and shaggy, bristling brows. The most, however, were young and dandy archers with fresh English faces, their beards combed out, their hair curling from under their close steel huffkins, with gold or jeweled earrings gleaming in their ears, while their gold-spangled baldricks, their silken belts, and the chains which many of them wore round their thick brown necks, all spoke of the brave times which they had had as free companions. Each had a yew or hazel stave slung over his shoulder, plain and serviceable with the older men, but gaudily painted and carved at either end with the others. Steel caps, male brigandines, white surcoats with the red lion of St. George, and sword or battle-axe swinging from their belts, completed this equipment, while in some cases the murderous maul or 5-foot mallet was hung across the bowstave, being fastened to their leathern shoulder belt by a hook in the center of the handle. Sir Nigel's heart beat high as he looked upon their free-bearing and fearless faces. For 2 hours they marched through forest and marshland, along the left bank of the river of Arun, Sir Nigel riding behind his company, with Alleyne at his right hand, and Johnston, the old master bowman, walking by his left stirrup. Ere they had reached their journeys, in the night had learned all that he would know of his men, their doings and their intentions. Once, as they marched, they saw upon the further bank of the river a body of French men-at-arms, riding very swiftly in the direction of Villefranche. "It is the Seneschal of Toulouse with his following," said Johnston, shading his eyes with his hand. "Had he been on this side of the water, he might have attempted something upon us. I think that it would be well that we should cross," said Sir Nigel. "It were pity to balk this worthy seneschal, should he desire to try some small feat of arms." "Nay, there is no ford nearer than Tourville," answered the old archer. "He is on his way to Villefranche, and short will be the shrift of any jacks who come into his hands, for he is a man of short speech. It was he and the Seneschal of Beaucaire who hung Peter Wilkins of the company, last Lamistide, for which, by the Black Rood of Waltham, they shall hang themselves, if ever they come into our power. But here are our comrades, Sir Nigel, and here is our camp." As he spoke, the forest pathway along which they marched opened out into a green glade, which sloped down towards the river. High, leafless trees girded in on 3 sides, with a thick undergrowth of holly between their trunks. At the farther end of this forest clearing there stood 40 or 50 huts, built very neatly from wood and clay, with the blue smoke curling out from the roofs. A dozen tethered horses and mules grazed around the encampment, while a number of archers lounged about, some shooting at marks, while others built up great wooden fires in the open and hung their cooking kettles above them. At the sight of their returning comrades there was a shout of welcome, and a horseman, who had been exercising his charger behind the camp, came cantering down to them. He was a dapper, brisk man, very richly clad, with a round, clean-shaven face and very bright black eyes, which danced and sparkled with excitement. "Sir Nigel," he cried. "Sir Nigel Loring, at last! By my soul, we have awaited you this month past. Right welcome, Sir Nigel. You have had my letter." "It was that which brought me here," said Sir Nigel. "But indeed, Sir Claude Latour, it is a great wonder to me that you did not yourself lead these bowmen, for surely they could have found no better leader." "None, none, by the Virgin of L'Espar," he cried, speaking in a strange, thick Gascon speech which turns every V into a B. "But you know what these islanders of yours are, Sir Nigel. They will not be led by any save their own blood and race. There is no persuading them. Not even I, Claude Latour, Seigneur of Montchateau, master of the high justice, the middle and the low, could gain their favor. They must needs hold a council and put their 200 thick heads together. And then there comes this fellow Aylward and another, as their spokesman, to say that they will disband unless an Englishman of good name be set over them. There are many of them, as I understand, who come from some great forest which lies in Hampy, or Hampty. I cannot lay my tongue to the name. Your dwelling is in those parts, and so their thoughts turn to you as their leader. But we had hoped that you would bring 100 men with you. They are already at Dax, where we shall join them," said Sir Nigel. "But let the men break their fast, and we shall then take counsel what to do." "Come into my hut," said Sir Claude. "It is but poor fare that I can lay before you, milk, cheese, wine, and bacon. Yet your squire and yourself will doubtless excuse it. This is my house where the pennon flies before the door, a small residence to contain the Lord of Montchateau." Sir Nigel sat silent and distrait at his meal, while Alleyne hearkened to the clattering tongue of the Gascon, and to his talk of the glories of his own estate, his successes in love, and his triumphs in war. "And now that you are here, Sir Nigel," he said at last, "I have many fine ventures all ready for us. I have heard that Montpezat is of no great strength, and that there are 200,000 crowns in the castle. At Castelnau also there is a cobbler who is in my pay, and who will throw us a rope any dark night from his house by the town wall. I promise you that you shall thrust your arms elbow deep among good silver pieces ere the nights are moonless again. For on every hand of us are fair women, rich wine, and good plunder, as much as heart could wish." "I have other plans," answered Sir Nigel curtly, "for I have come hither to lead these bowmen to the help of the prince, our master, who may have sore need of them ere he set Pedro upon the throne of Spain. It is my purpose to start this very day for Dax upon the Adour, where he hath now pitched his camp." The face of the Gascon darkened, and his eyes flashed with resentment. "For me," he said, "I care little for this war, and I find the life which I lead a very joyous and pleasant one. I will not go to Dax." "Nay, think again, Sir Claude," said Sir Nigel gently, "for you have ever had the name of a true and loyal knight. Surely you will not hold back now, when your master hath need of you." "I will not go to Dax," the other shouted. "But your devoir, your oath of fealty?" "I say that I will not go." "Then, Sir Claude, I must lead the company without you." "If they will follow," cried the Gascon with a sneer. "These are not hired slaves, but free companions, who will do nothing save by their own good wills. In very sooth, my Lord Loring, they are ill men to trifle with, and it were easier to pluck a bone from a hungry bear than to lead a bowman out of a land of plenty and of pleasure." "Then I pray you to gather them together," said Sir Nigel, "and I will tell them what is in my mind. For if I am their leader, they must to Dax, and if I am not, then I know not what I am doing in Auvergne. Have my horse ready, Alleyne, for by St. Paul, come what may, I must be upon the homeward road ere midday." A blast upon the bugle summoned the bowmen to council, and they gathered in little knots and groups around a great fallen tree which lay athwart the glade. Sir Nigel sprang lightly upon the trunk and stood with blinking eye and firm lips looking down at the ring of upturned warlike faces. "They tell me, bowmen," said he, "that ye have grown so fond of ease and plunder and high living that ye are not to be moved from this pleasant country. But, by St. Paul, I will believe no such thing of you, for I can readily see that you are all very valiant men, who would scorn to live here in peace when your prince hath so great a venture before him. Ye have chosen me as a leader, and a leader I will be if ye come with me to Spain. And I vow to you that my pennant of the 5 roses shall, if God give me strength and life, be ever where there is most honor to be gained. But if it be your wish to loll and loiter in these glades, bartering glory and renown for vile gold and ill-gotten riches, then ye must find another leader, for I have lived in honor, and in honor I trust that I shall die. If there be forest men or Hampshire men amongst ye, I call upon them to say whether they will follow the banner of Loring." "Here's a Romsey man for you," cried a young bowman with a sprig of evergreen set in his helmet. "And a lad from Alresford," shouted another. "And from Milton, and from Burley, and from Lymington, and a little one from Brockenhurst," shouted a huge-limbed fellow who sprawled beneath a tree. "By my hilt, lads," cried Aylward, jumping upon the fallen trunk, "I think that we could not look the girls in the eyes if we let the prince cross the mountains and did not pull string to clear a path for him. It is very well in time of peace to lead such a life as we have had together, but now the war banner is in the wind once more, and by these 10-finger bones, if he go alone, old Samkin Aylward will walk beside it." These words from a man as popular as Aylward decided many of the waverers, and a shout of approval burst from his audience. "Far be it from me," said Sir Claude Latour suavely, "to persuade you against this worthy archer, or against Sir Nigel Loring. Yet we have been together in many ventures, and perchance it may not be amiss if I say to you what I think upon the matter." "Peace for the little Gascon," cried the archers. "Let every man have his word. Shoot straight for the mark, lad, and fair play for all." "Bethink you, then," said Sir Claude, "that you go under a hard rule, with neither freedom nor pleasure. And for what? 4 6 a day, at the most. While now you may walk across the country and stretch out either hand to gather in whatever you have a mind for. What do we not hear of our comrades who have gone with Sir John Hawkwood to Italy? In one night they have held to ransom 600 of the richest noblemen of Mantua. They camp before a great city, and the base burghers come forth with the keys, and then they make great spoil. Or, if it please them better, they take so many horse-loads of silver as a composition, and so they journey on from state to state, rich and free and feared by all. Now, is not that the proper life for a soldier? The proper life for a robber?" roared Hortal John in his thundering voice. "And yet there is much in what the Gascon says," said a swarthy fellow in a weather-stained doublet. "And I for one would rather prosper in Italy than starve in Spain." "You were always a cur and a traitor, Mark Shaw," cried Aylward. "By my hilt, if you will stand forth and draw your sword, I will warrant you that you will see neither one nor the other." "Nay, Aylward," said Sir Nigel, "we cannot mend the matter by broiling. Sir Claude, I think that what you have said does you little honor, and if my words aggrieve you, I am ever ready to go deeper into the matter with you. But you shall have such men as will follow you, and you may go where you will, so that you come not with us. Let all who love their prince and country stand fast, while those who think more of a well-lined purse step forth upon the farther side." 13 bowmen, with hung heads and sheepish faces, stepped forward with Mark Shaw and ranged themselves behind Sir Claude. Amid the hootings and hissings of their comrades, they marched off together to the Gascon's hut, while the main body broke up their meeting and set cheerily to work packing their possessions, furbishing their weapons, and preparing for the march which lay before them. Over the Tarn and the Garonne, through the vast quagmires of Armagnac, past the swift-flowing Loss, and so down the long valley of the Adour. There was many a long league to be crossed ere they could join themselves to that dark war cloud which was drifting slowly southwards to the line of the snowy peaks, beyond which the banner of England had never yet been seen. Chapter 33. How the army made the passage of Roncesvalles. The whole vast plain of Gascony and of Languedoc is an arid and profitless expanse in winter save where the swift-flowing Adour and her snow-fed tributaries, the Louts, the Oloron, and the Pau, run down to the Sea of Biscay. South of the Adour, the jagged line of mountains which fringe the skyline send out long granite claws, running down into the lowlands and dividing them into gaves or stretches of valley. Hillocks grow into hills, and hills into mountains, each range overlying its neighbor, until they soar up in the giant chain which raises its spotless and untrodden peaks, white and dazzling, against the pale blue wintry sky. A quiet land is this, a land where the slow-moving Basque, with his flat beretta cap, his red sash, and his hempen sandals, tills his scanty farm or drives his lean flock to their hillside pastures. It is the country of the wolf and the isard, of the brown bear and the mountain goat, a land of bare rock and of rushing water. Yet here it was that the will of a great prince had now assembled a gallant army, so that from the Adour to the passes of Navarre the barren valleys and wind-swept wastes were populous with soldiers and loud with the shouting of orders and the neighing of horses. For the banners of war had been flung to the wind once more, and over those glistening peaks was the highway along which honor pointed in an age when men had chosen her as their guide. And now all was ready for the enterprise. From Dax to Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port the country was mottled with the white tints of Gascons, Aquitanians, and English, all eager for the advance. From all sides the free companions had trooped in, until not less than 12,000 of these veteran troops were cantonied along the frontiers of Navarre. From England had arrived the prince's brother, the Duke of Lancaster, with 400 knights in his train and a strong company of archers. Above all, an heir to the throne had been born in Bordeaux, and the prince might leave his spouse with an easy mind, for all was well with mother and with child. The keys of the mountain passes still lay in the hands of the shifty and ignoble Charles of Navarre, who had chaffered and bargained both with the English and with the Spanish, taking money from the one side to hold them open and from the other to keep them sealed. The mallet hand of Edward, however, had shattered all the schemes and wiles of the plotter. Neither entreaty nor courtly remonstrance came from the English prince, but Sir Hugh Calverley passed silently over the border with his company, and the blazing walls of the two cities of Miranda and Pointe de la Reina warned the unfaithful monarch that there were other metals besides gold, and that he was dealing with a man to whom it was unsafe to lie. His price was paid, his objections silenced, and the mountain gorges lay open to the invaders. From the Feast of the Epiphany there was mustering and massing, until in the first week of February, 3 days after the White Company joined the army, the word was given for a general advance through the defile of Roncesvalles. At 5 in the cold winter's morning the bugles were blowing in the hamlet of Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, and by 6 Sir Nigel's company, 300 strong, were on their way for the defile, pushing swiftly in the dim light up the steep curving road. For it was the prince's order that they should be the first to pass through, and that they should remain on guard at the further end until the whole army had emerged from the mountains. Day was already breaking in the east, and the summits of the great peaks had turned rosy red, while the valleys still lay in the shadow, when they found themselves with the cliffs on either hand and the long, rugged pass stretching away before them. Sir Nigel rode his great black war-horse at the head of his archers, dressed in full armor, with Black Simon bearing his banner behind him, while Alleyne at his bridle arm carried his blazoned shield and his well-steeled ashen spear. A proud and happy man was the knight, and many a time he turned in his saddle to look at the long column of bowmen who swung swiftly along behind him. "By St. Paul, Alleyne," said he, "this pass is a very perilous place, and I would that the King of Navarre had held it against us, for it would have been a very honorable venture had it fallen to us to win a passage. I have heard the minstrels sing of one Sir Roland who was slain by the infidels in these very parts." "If it please you, my fair lord," said Black Simon, "I know something of these parts, for I have twice served a term with the King of Navarre. There is a hospice of monks yonder, where you may see the roof among the trees, and there it was that Sir Roland was slain. The village upon the left is Orbicida, and I know a house therein where the right wine of Jurinkin is to be bought, If it would please you to quaff a morning cup, there is smoke yonder upon the right. That is a village named Les Aldudes, and I know a hostel there also where the wine is of the best. It is said that the innkeeper hath a buried treasure, and I doubt not, my fair lord, that if you grant me leave I could prevail upon him to tell us where he hath hid it. Nay, nay, Simon, said Sir Nigel curtly, I pray you to forget these free companion tricks. Ha! Idrixon, I see that you stare about you, and in good sooth these mountains must seem wondrous indeed to one who hath but seen Butser or the ports downhill. The broken and rugged road had wound along the crests of low hills, with wooded ridges on either side of it over which peeped the loftier mountains, the distant peak of the south, and the vast Altabisca, which towered high above them and cast its black shadow from left to right across the valley. From where they now stood they could look forward down a long vista of beech woods and jagged rock-strewn wilderness, all white with snow, to where the pass opened out upon the uplands beyond. Behind them they could still catch a glimpse of the gray plains of Gascony, and could see her rivers gleaming like coils of silver in the sunshine. As far as I could see from among the rocky gorges and the bristles of the pine woods there came the quick twinkle and glitter of steel, while the wind brought with it sudden distant bursts of martial music from the great host which rolled by every road and bypath towards the narrow pass of Roncesvalles. On the cliffs on either side might also be seen the flash of arms and the waving of pennons where the force of Navarre looked down upon the army of strangers who passed through their territories. By St. Paul, said Sir Nigel, blinking up at them, I think that we have much to hope for from these cavaliers, for they cluster very thickly upon our flanks. Pass word to the men, Aylward, that they unsling their bows, for I have no doubt that there are some very worthy gentlemen yonder who may give us some opportunity for honorable advancement. I hear that the prince hath the king of Navarre as hostage, said Alleyne, and it is said that he hath sworn to put him to death if there be any attack upon us. It was not so that war was made when good King Edward first turned his hand to it, said Sir Nigel sadly. Ah, Alleyne, I fear that you will never live to see such things, for the minds of men are more set upon money and gain than of old. By St. Paul, it was a noble sight when two great armies would draw together upon a certain day, and all who had a vow would ride forth to discharge themselves of it. What noble spear runnings have I not seen, and even in an humble way had a part in, when cavaliers would run a course for the easing of their souls and for the love of their ladies. Never a bad word have I for the French, for though I have ridden 20 times up to their array, I have never yet failed to find some very gentle and worthy knight or squire who was willing to do what he might to enable me to attempt some small feat of arms. Then, when all cavaliers had been satisfied, the two armies would come to handstrokes, and fight right merrily until one or other had the vantage. By St. Paul, it was not our wont in those days to pay gold for the opening of passes, nor would we hold a king as hostage lest his people come to thrust with us. In good sooth, if the war is to be carried out in such a fashion, then it is grief to me that I ever came away from Castle Twynham, for I would not have left my sweet lady had I not thought that there were deeds of arms to be done. But surely, my fair lord, said Alleyne, you have done some great feats of arms since we left the Lady Loring. I cannot call any to mind, answered Sir Nigel. There was the taking of the Sea Rovers, and the holding of the keep against the Jacks. Nay, nay, said the knight, these were not feats of arms, but mere wayside ventures and the chances of travel. By St. Paul, if it were not that these hills are oversteep for palmers, I would ride to these cavaliers of Navarre and see if there were not some among them who would help me to take this patch from mine eye. It is a sad sight to see this very fine pass, which my own company here could hold against an army, and yet to ride through it with as little profit as though it were the lane from my kennels to the Avon. All morning Sir Nigel rode in a very ill humor, with his company tramping behind him. It was a toilsome march over broken ground and through snow, which came often as high as the knee. Yet ere the sun had begun to sink, they had reached the spot where the gorge opens out onto the uplands of Navarre, and could see the towers of Pamplona jutting up against the southern skyline. Here the company were quartered in a scattered mountain hamlet, and Alleyne spent the day looking down upon the swarming army, which poured with gleam of spears and flaunt of standards through the narrow pass. Hola, mon gar, said Aylward, seating himself upon a boulder by his side. This is indeed a fine sight upon which it is good to look, and a man might go far ere he would see so many brave men and fine horses. By my hilt, our little lord is wroth because we have come peacefully through the passes, but I will warn him that we have fighting enow ere we turn our faces northward again. It is said that there are 80,000 men behind the King of Spain, with Du Guesclin and all the best lances of France, who have sworn to shed their heart's blood ere this Pedro come again to the throne. Yet our own army is a great one, said Alleyne. Nay, there are but 27,000 men. Chandos hath persuaded the prince to leave many behind, and indeed I think that he is right, for there is little food and less water in these parts for which we are bound. A man without his meat or a horse without his fodder is like a wet bowstring, fit for little. But voila, mon petit, here comes Chandos and his company, and there is many a pencil and banderole among yonder squadrons which show that the best blood of England is riding under his banners. Whilst Aylward had been speaking, a strong column of archers had defiled through the pass beneath them. They were followed by a banner-bearer who held high the scarlet wedge upon a silver field which proclaimed the presence of the famous warrior. He rode himself within a spear's length of his standard, clad from neck to foot in steel, but draped in the long linen gown or parement which was destined to be the cause of his death. His plumed helmet was carried behind him by his body squire, and his head was covered by a small purple cap, from under which his snow-white hair curled downwards to his shoulders. With his long beak-like nose and his single gleaming eye, which shone brightly from under a thick tuft of grizzled brow, he seemed to Alleyne to have something of the look of some fierce old bird of prey. For a moment he smiled, as his eye lit upon the banner of the 5 roses waving from the hamlet. But his course lay for Pampeluna, and he rode on after the archers. Close at his heels came 16 squires, all chosen from the highest families, and behind them rode 1,200 English knights, with gleam of steel and tossing of plumes, their harness jingling, their long straight swords clanking against their stirrup irons, and the beat of their chargers' hoofs like the low, deep roar of the sea upon the shore. Behind them marched 600 Cheshire and Lancashire archers, bearing the badge of the Audleys, followed by the famous Lord Audley himself, with the 4 valiant squires, Dutton of Dutton, Delves of Doddington, Foulhurst of Crewe, and Hawkstone of Wanehill, who had all won such glory at Poictiers. 200 heavily armed cavalry rode behind the Audley's standard, while close at their heels came the Duke of Lancaster with a glittering train, heralds tabard with the royal arms riding 3 deep upon cream-colored chargers in front of him. On either side of the young prince rode the 2 seneschals of Aquitaine, Sir Guiscard d'Angle and Sir Stephen Cossington, the one bearing the banner of the province and the other that of St. George. Away behind him as far as I could reach rolled the far-stretching, unbroken river of steel, rank after rank and column after column, with waving of plumes, glitter of arms, tossing of guidons, and flash and flutter of countless armorial devices. All day Alleyne looked down upon the changing scene, and all day the old bowman stood by his elbow, pointing out the crests of famous warriors and the arms of noble houses. Here were the gold mullets of the Packingtons, the sable and ermine of the Mackworths, the scarlet bars of the Wakes, the gold and blue of the Grosvenors, the cinquefoils of the Cliftons, the annulets of the Musgraves, the silver pinions of the Beauchamps, the crosses of the Molyneux, the bloody chevron of the Woodhouses, the red and silver of the Worsleys, the swords of the Clarks, the boar's heads of the Lucys, the crescents of the Boyntons, and the wolf and dagger of the Lipscombs. So through the sunny winter day, the chivalry of England poured down through the dark pass of Roncesvalles to the plains of Spain. It was on a Monday that the Duke of Lancaster's division passed safely through the Pyrenees. On the Tuesday there was a bitter frost, and the ground rung like iron beneath the feet of the horses. Yet ere evening the prince himself, with the main battle of his army, had passed the Gorge and united with his vanguard at Pampeluna. With him rode the King of Majorca, the hostage King of Navarre, and the fierce Don Pedro of Spain, whose pale blue eyes gleamed with a sinister light as they rested once more upon the distant peaks of the land which had disowned him. Under the royal banners rode many a bold Gascon baron and many a hot-blooded islander. Here were the high stewards of Aquitaine, of Saintonge, of La Rochelle, of Courcy, of Limousin, of Agenois, of Poitou, and of Bigorre, with the banners and musters of their provinces. Here also were the valiant Earl of Angus, Sir Thomas Banastre with his garter over his greave, Sir Nele Loring, second cousin to Sir Nigel, and a long column of Welsh footmen, who marched under the red banner of Merlin. From dawn to sundown, the long train wound through the pass, their breath reeking up upon the frosty air like the steam from a cauldron. The weather was less keen upon the Wednesday, and the rear guard made good their passage, with the bombards and the wagon train. Free companions and Gascons made up this portion of the army to the number of 10,000 men. The fierce Sir Hugh Calverley, with his yellow mane, and the rugged Sir Robert Knowles, with their war-hardened and veteran companies of English bowmen, headed the long column, while behind them came the turbulent bands of the Bastard of Breteuil, Nandon de Badgerant, One-Eyed Camus, Black Ortingo, La Newt, and others whose very names seemed to smack of hard hands and ruthless deeds. With them also were the pick of the Gascon chivalry, the old Duc d'Armagnac, his nephew Lord d'Albret, brooding and scowling over his wrongs, the giant Oliver de Clisson, the Captal de Buck, Pink of Knighthood, the sprightly Sir Perducas d'Albret, the red-bearded Lord d'Espard, and a long train of needy and grasping border nobles, with long pedigrees and short purses, who had come down from their hillside strongholds, all hungering for the spoils and the ransoms of Spain. By the Thursday morning the whole army was encamped in the Vale of Pampeluna, and the prince had called his council to meet him in the old palace of the ancient city of Navarre. Chapter 34. How the company made sport in the Vale of Pampeluna. Whilst the council was sitting in Pampeluna, the White Company, having encamped in a neighboring valley, close to the companies of La Newt and of Black Ortingo, were amusing themselves with sword play, wrestling, and shooting at the shields, which they had placed upon the hillside to serve them as butts. The younger archers, with their coats of mail thrown aside, their brown or flaxen hair tossing in the wind, and their jerkins turned back to give free play to their brawny chests and arms, stood in lines, each loosing his shaft in turn, while Johnston, Aylward, Black Simon, and half a score of the elders lounged up and down with critical eyes, and a word of rough praise or of curt censure for the marksman. Behind stood knots of Gascon and Brabant crossbowmen from the companies of Ortingo and of La Newt, leaning upon their unsightly weapons and watching the practice of the Englishmen. "A good shot, Hewitt, a good shot," said old Johnston to a young bowman, who stood with his bow in his left hand, gazing with parted lips after his flying shaft. "You see, she finds the ring, as I knew she would from the moment that your string twanged. Loose it easy, steady, and yet sharp," said Aylward. "By my hilt, Mongar, it is very well when you do but shoot at a shield, but when there is a man behind the shield, and he rides at you with wave of sword and glint of eyes from behind his visor, you may find him a less easy mark." "It is a mark that I have found before now," answered the young bowman, "and shall again, camarade, I doubt not. But hola, Johnston, who is this who holds his bow like a crow-keeper?" "It is Silas Peterson of Horsham." "Do not wink with one eye and look with the other, Silas, and do not hop and dance after you shoot, with your tongue out, for that will not speed it upon its way. Stand straight and firm, as God made you. Move not the bow arm, and steady with the drawing hand." "I faith," said Black Simon, "I am a spearman myself, and am more fitted for hand-strokes than for such work as this. Yet I have spent my days among bowmen, and I have seen many a brave shaft sped. I will not say but that we have some good marksmen here, and that this company would be accounted a fine body of archers at any time or place. Yet I do not see any men who bend so strong a bow or shoot as true a shaft as those whom I have known." "You say sooth," said Johnston, turning his seamed and grizzled face upon the man-at-arms. "See yonder," he added, pointing to a bombard which lay within the camp. "There is what hath done scath to good bowmanship, with its filthy soot and foolish roaring mouth. I wonder that a true knight, like our prince, should carry such a scurvy thing in his train. Robin, thou red-headed lurden, how oft must I tell thee not to shoot straight with a quarter wind blowing across the mark? By these 10-finger bones." "There were some fine bowmen at the intaking of Calais," said Aylward. "I well remember that, on occasion of an outfall, a Genoan raised his arm over his mantlet and shook it at us 100 paces from our line. There were 20 who loosed shafts at him, and when the man was afterward slain, it was found that he had taken 18 through his forearm. And I can call to mind, remarked Johnston, that when the great cog Christopher, which the French had taken from us, was moored 200 paces from the shore, 2 archers, little Robin with staff and Elias Battlesmere, in 4 shots each cut every strand of her hempen anchor cord, so that she well nigh came upon the rocks. Good shooting? I faith rare shooting, said Black Simon. But I have seen you, Johnston, and you, Samkin Aylward, and 1 or 2 others who are still with us, shoot as well as the best. Was it not you, Johnston, who took the fat ox at Finsbury, but's against the pick of London town? A sunburnt and black-eyed Brabanter had stood near the old archers, leaning upon a large crossbow and listening to their talk, which had been carried on in that hybrid camp dialect which both nations could understand. He was a squat, bull-necked man, clad in the iron helmet, mail tunic, and woolen gambeson of his class. A jacket with hanging sleeves, slashed with velvet at the neck and wrists, showed that he was a man of some consideration, an under-officer, or file leader of his company. I cannot think, said he, why you English should be so fond of your 6-foot stick. If it amuse you to bend it, well and good. But why should I strain and pull, when my little moulinet will do all for me, and better than I could do it for myself? I have seen good shooting with the prod and with the latch, said Aylward, but, by my hilt, camarade, with all respect to you and to your bow, I think that is but a woman's weapon, which a woman can point and loose as easily as a man. I know not about that, answered the Brabanter, but this I know, that though I have served for 14 years, I have never yet seen an Englishman do aught with the long bow which I could not do better with my arbalest. By the 3 kings, I would even go further, and say that I have done things with my arbalest which no Englishman could do with his long bow. Well said, mon gar, cried Aylward. A good cock has ever a brave call. Now, I have shot little of late, but there is Johnston here, who will try a round with you for the honor of the company. And I will lay a gallon of drink and wine upon the long bow, said Black Simon, though I had rather, for my own drinking, that it were a quart of Twynham ale. I take both your challenge and your wager, said the man of Brabant, throwing off his jacket and glancing keenly about him with his black, twinkling eyes. I cannot see any fitting mark, for I care not to waste a bolt upon these shields, which a drunken boor could not miss at a village kermesse. This is a perilous man, whispered an English man-at-arms, plucking at Aylward's sleeve. He is the best marksman of all the crossbow companies, and it was he who brought down the Constable de Bourbon at Bergnay's. I fear that your man will come by little honor with him. Yet I have seen Johnston shoot these 20 years, and I will not flinch from it. How say you, old warhound, will you not have a flight shot or 2 with this springled? Tut, tut, Aylward, said the old bowman. My day is past, and it is for the younger ones to hold what we have gained. I take it unkindly of thee, Samkin, that thou shouldst call all eyes thus upon a broken bowman who could once shoot a fair shaft. Let me feel that bow, Wilkins. It is a Scotch bow, I see, for the upper knock is without and the lower within. By the Blackrood, it is a good piece of you, well knocked, well strung, well waxed, and very joyful to the feel. I think even now that I might hit any large and goodly mark with a bow like this. Turn thy quiver to me, Aylward. I love an ash arrow pierced with cornel wood for a roving shaft. By my hilt, and so do I, cried Aylward. These 3 ganderwing shafts are such. So I see, comrade. It has been my wont to choose a saddleback feather for a dead shaft, and a swine-backed for a smooth flyer. I will take the 2 of them. Ah, Samkin, lad, the eye grows dim, and the hand less firm as the years pass. Come then, are you not ready? Said the Brabanter, who had watched with ill-concealed impatience the slow and methodic movements of his antagonist. I will venture a rover with you, or try long butts or hoyles, said old Johnston. To my mind the long bow is a better weapon than the arbalest, but it may be ill for me to prove it. So I think, quoth the other with a sneer. He drew his moulinet from his girdle, and fixing it to the windlass, he drew back the powerful double cord until it had clicked into the catch. Then from his quiver he drew a short, thick quarrel, which he placed with the utmost care upon the groove. Word had spread of what was going forward, and the rivals were already surrounded, not only by the English archers of the company, but by hundreds of arbalestiers and men-at-arms from the bands of Ortingo and Lanut, to the latter of which the Brabanter belonged. "There is a mark yonder on the hill," said he. "Mayhap you can discern it." "I see something," answered Johnston, shading his eyes with his hand. "But it is a very long shoot. A fair shoot, a fair shoot. Stand aside, Arnaud, lest you find a bolt through your gizzard. Now, comrade, I take no flight shot, and I give you the vantage of watching my shaft." As he spoke, he raised his arbalest to his shoulder and was about to pull the trigger, when a large gray stork flapped heavily into view, skimming over the brow of the hill, and then soaring up into the air to pass the valley. Its shrill and piercing cries drew all eyes upon it, and as it came nearer, a dark spot which circled above it resolved itself into a peregrine falcon, which hovered over its head, poising itself from time to time, and watching its chance of closing with its clumsy quarry. Nearer and nearer came the two birds, all absorbed in their own contest, the stork wheeling upwards, the hawk still fluttering above it, until they were not 100 paces from the camp. The Brabanter raised his weapon to the sky, and there came the short, deep twang of his powerful string. His bolt struck the stork just where its wing meets the body, and the bird whirled aloft in a last convulsive flutter before falling wounded and flapping to the earth. A roar of applause burst from the crossbowmen. But at the instant that the bolt struck its mark, old Johnston, who had stood listlessly with arrow on string, bent his bow and sped a shaft through the body of the falcon. Whipping the other from his belt, he sent it skimming some few feet from the earth with so true an aim that it struck and transfixed the stork for the second time ere it could reach the ground. A deep-chested shout of delight burst from the archers at the sight of this double feat, and Aylward, dancing with joy, threw his arms round the old marksman and embraced him with such vigor that their mail tunics clanged again. "Ah, camarade," he cried, "you shall have a stoop with me for this." "What then, old dog? Would not the hawk please thee? But thou must have the stork as well." "Oh, to my heart again. It is a pretty piece of you, and well strung," said Johnston with a twinkle in his deep-set gray eyes. "Even an old broken bowman might find a clout with a bow like this." "You have done very well," remarked the Brabanter in a surly voice. "But it seems to me that you have not yet shown yourself to be a better marksman than I, for I have struck that at which I aimed, and by the 3 kings, no man could do more." "It would ill beseem me to claim to be a better marksman," answered Johnston, "for I have heard great things of your skill. I did but wish to show that the long bow could do that which an arbalest could not do, for you could not with your molinet have your string ready to speed another shaft ere the bird dropped to the earth." "In that you have vantage," said the crossbowman. "By St. James, it is now my turn to show you where my weapon has the better of you. I pray you to draw a flight shaft with all your strength down the valley, that we may see the length of your shoot." "That is a very strong prod of yours," said Johnston, shaking his grizzled head as he glanced at the thick arch and powerful strings of his rival's arbalest. "I have little doubt that you can overshoot me, and yet I have seen bowmen who could send a cloth-yard arrow further than you could speed a quarrel." "So I have heard," remarked the Brabanter, "and yet it is a strange thing that these wondrous bowmen are never where I chance to be. Pace out the distances with a wand at every 5 score, and do you, Arnaud, stand at the 5th, want to carry back my bolts to me?" A line was measured down the valley, and Johnston, drawing an arrow to the very head, sent it whistling over the row of wands. "Bravely drawn! A rare shoot!" shouted the bystanders. "It is well up to the 4th mark. By my help, it is over it," cried Aylward. "I can see where they have stooped to gather up the shaft." "We shall hear anon," said Johnston quietly, and presently a young archer came running to say that the arrow had fallen 20 paces beyond the 4th wand. "400 paces and a score," cried Black Simon. "I' faith, it is a very long flight. Yet wood and steel may do more than flesh and blood." The Brabanter stepped forward with a smile of conscious triumph and loosed the cord of his weapon. A shout burst from his comrades as they watched the swift and lofty flight of the heavy bolt. "Over the 4th," groaned Aylward. "By my hilt, I think that it is well up to the 5th." "It is over the 5th," cried a Gascon loudly, and a comrade came running with waving arms to say that the bolt had pitched 8 paces beyond the mark of the 500. "Which weapon hath the vantage now?" cried the Brabanter, strutting proudly about with shouldered arbalest, amid the applause of his companions. "You can overshoot me," said Johnston gently. "Or any other man who ever bent a long bow," cried his victorious adversary. "Nay, not so fast," said a huge archer, whose mighty shoulders and red head towered high above the throng of his comrades. "I must have a word with you ere you crow so loudly. Where is my little popper? By Sainted Dick of Hampole, it will be a strange thing if I cannot outshoot that thing of thine, which to my eyes is more like a rat trap than a bow. Will you try another flight, or do you stand by your last?" 508 paces will serve my turn," answered the Brabanter, looking askance at this new opponent. "Tut, John," whispered Aylward, "you never were a marksman. Why must you thrust your spoon into this dish? Easy and slow, Aylward. There are very many things which I cannot do, but there are also one or two which I have the trick of. It is in my mind that I can beat this shoot, if my bow will but hold together. Go on, old babe of the woods. Have at it, Hampshire," cried the archers, laughing. "By my soul, you may grin," cried John, "but I learned how to make the long shoot from old Hob Miller of Milford." He took up a great black bow as he spoke, and sitting down upon the ground, he placed his 2 feet on either end of the stave. With an arrow fitted, he then pulled the string towards him with both hands until the head of the shaft was level with the wood. The great bow creaked and groaned, and the cord vibrated with the tension. "Who is this fool's head who stands in the way of my shoot?" said he, craning up his neck from the ground. "He stands on the further side of my mark," answered the Brabanter, "so he has little to fear from you." "Well, the saints ass oil him," cried John, "though I think he is over near to be scathed." As he spoke, he raised his 2 feet, with the bow stave upon their sawls, and his cord twanged with a deep, rich hum which might be heard across the valley. The measurer in the distance fell flat upon his face, and then jumping up again, he began to run in the opposite direction. "Well shot, old lad. It is indeed over his head," cried the bowman. "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed the Brabanter. "Who ever saw such a shoot?" "It is but a trick," quoth John. "Many a time have I won a gallon of ale by covering a mile in 3 flights down Wilverley Chase." "It fell 130 paces beyond the 5th mark," shouted an archer in the distance. 630 paces. Mon Dieu! But that is a shoot, and yet it says nothing for your weapon, mon gros camarade, for it was by turning yourself into a crossbow that you did it. By my hilt, there is truth in that," cried Aylward. "And now, friend, I will myself show you a vantage of the long bow. I pray you to speed a bolt against yonder shield with all your force. It is an inch of elm with bull's hide over it. I scarce shot as many shafts at Brignays," growled the man of Brabant, "though I found a better mark there than a cantle of bull's hide. But what is this, Englishman? The shield hangs not 100 paces from me, and a blind man could strike it." He screwed up his string to the furthest pitch and shot his quarrel at the dangling shield. Aylward, who had drawn an arrow from his quiver, carefully greased the head of it and sped it at the same mark. "Run, Wilkins," quoth he, "and fetch me the shield." Long were the faces of the Englishmen, and broad the laugh of the crossbowmen as the heavy mantlet was carried towards them, for there in the center was the thick Brabant bolt driven deeply into the wood, while there was neither sign nor trace of the cloth-yard shaft. "By the 3 kings," cried the Brabanter, "this time at least there is no gainsaying which is the better weapon, or which the truer hand that held it. You have missed the shield, Englishman. Tarry a bit, mon gar," quoth Aylward, and turning round the shield, he showed a round, clear hole in the wood at the back of it. "My shaft has passed through it, camarade, and I trow the one which goes through is more to be feared than that which bides on the way." The Brabanter stamped his foot with mortification, and was about to make some angry reply, when Alleyne Edricson came riding up to the crowds of archers. "Sir Nigel will be here anon," said he, "and it is his wish to speak with the company." In an instant order and method took the place of general confusion. Bows, steel caps, and jacks were caught up from the grass. A long cordon cleared the camp of all strangers, while the main body fell into 4 lines with under-officers and file leaders in front and on either flank. So they stood, silent and motionless, when their leader came riding towards them, his face shining and his whole small figure swelling with the news which he bore. "Great honor has been done to us, men," cried he, "for of all the army, the prince has chosen us out that we should ride onwards into the lands of Spain to spy upon our enemies. Yet, as there are many of us, and as the service may not be to the liking of all, I pray that those will step forward from the ranks who have the will to follow me." There was a rustle among the bowmen, but when Sir Nigel looked up at them, no man stood forward from his fellows, but the 4 lines of men stretched unbroken as before. Sir Nigel blinked at them in amazement, and a look of the deepest sorrow shadowed his face. "That I should live to see the day!" he cried. "What? Not one?" "My fair lord," whispered Alleyne, "they have all stepped forward. Ah, by St. Paul, I see how it is with them. I could not think that they would desert me. We start at dawn tomorrow, and ye are to have the horses of Sir Robert Cheney's company. Be ready, I pray ye, at early cock-crow." A buzz of delight burst from the archers, as they broke their ranks and ran hither and thither, whooping and cheering like boys who have news of a holiday. Sir Nigel gazed after them with a smiling face, when a heavy hand fell upon his shoulder. "What ho! My knight-errant of Twynham," said a voice. "You are off to Ebro, I hear, and, by the holy fish of Tobias, you must take me under your banner." "What? Sir Oliver Buttesthorn?" cried Sir Nigel. "I had heard that you were coming to camp, and had hoped to see you. Glad and proud shall I be to have you with me." "I have a most particular and weighty reason for wishing to go," said the sturdy knight. "I can well believe it," returned Sir Nigel. "I have met no man who is quicker to follow where honor leads. Nay, it is not for honor that I go, Nigel." "For what then? For pullets?" "Pullets? Yes, for the rascal vanguard have cleared every hen from the countryside. It was this very morning that Norbury, my squire, lammed his horse in riding round in quest of one, for we have a bag of truffles, and not to eat with them. Never have I seen such locusts as this vanguard of ours. Not a pullet shall we see until we are in front of them. So I shall leave my Winchester runagates to the care of the provost marshal, and I shall hie south with you, Nigel, with my truffles at my saddle-bow." "Oliver, Oliver, I know you over well," said Sir Nigel, shaking his head, and the 2 old soldiers rode off together to their pavilion. Chapter 35. How Sir Nigel hawked at an eagle. To the south of Pamplona in the kingdom of Navarre there stretched a high tableland, rising into bare, sterile hills, brown or gray in color, and strewn with huge boulders of granite. On the Gascon side of the great mountains there had been running streams, meadows, forests, and little nestling villages. Here, on the contrary, were nothing but naked rocks, poor pasture, and savage, stone-strewn wastes. Gloomy defile or barrancas intersected this wild country, with mountain torrents dashing and foaming between their rugged sides. The clatter of waters, the scream of the eagle, and the howling of wolves the only sounds which broke upon the silence in that dreary and inhospitable region. Through this wild country it was that Sir Nigel and his company pushed their way, riding at times through vast defile where the brown, gnarled cliffs shot up on either side of them, and the sky was but a long winding blue slit between the clustering lines of box which fringed the lips of the precipices, or, again leading their horses along the narrow and rocky paths worn by the muleteers upon the edges of the chasm, where under their very elbows they could see the white streak which marked the gave which foamed 1,000 feet below them. So for 2 days they pushed their way through the wild places of Navarre, past Fuente, over the rapid Ege, through Estella, until upon a winter's evening the mountains fell away from in front of them, and they saw the broad blue Ebro curving betwixt its double line, or homesteads and of villages. The fishers of Viana were aroused that night by rough voices speaking in a strange tongue, and ere morning Sir Nigel and his men had ferried the river and were safe upon the land of Spain. All the next day they lay in a pine wood near to the town of Legrano, resting their horses and taking counsel as to what they should do. Sir Nigel had with him Sir William Felton, Sir Oliver Buttesthorn, stout old Sir Simon Burley, the Scotch knight-errant, the Earl of Angus, and Sir Richard Coston, all accounted among the bravest knights in the army, together with 60 veteran men-at-arms and 320 archers. Spies had been sent out in the morning, and returned after nightfall to say that the King of Spain was encamped some 14 miles off in the direction of Bordeaux, having with him 20,000 horse and 45,000 foot. A drywood fire had been lit, and round this the leaders crouched, the glare beating upon their rugged faces, while the hardy archers lounged and chatted amid the tethered horses, while they munched their scanty provisions. "For my part," said Sir Simon Burley, "I am of opinion that we have already done that which we have come for. For do we not now know where the king is, and how great a following he hath, which was the end of our journey?" "True," answered Sir William Felton, "but I have come on this venture, because it is a long time since I have broken a spear in war, and, certes, I shall not go back until I have run a course with some cavalier of Spain. Let those go back who will, but I must see more of these Spaniards ere I turn." "I will not leave you, Sir William," returned Sir Simon Burley, "and yet, as an old soldier and one who hath seen much of war, I cannot but think that it is an ill thing for 400 men to find themselves between an army of 60,000 on the one side and a broad river on the other." "Yet," said Sir Richard Coston, "we cannot for the honour of England go back without a blow struck." "Nor for the honour of Scotland either," cried the Earl of Angus. "By St. Andrew, I wish that I may never set eyes upon the water of Leith again. If I pluck my horse's bridle ere I have seen this camp of theirs. By St. Paul, you have spoken very well," said Sir Nigel, "and I have always heard that there were very worthy gentlemen among the Scots, and fine skirmishing to be had upon their border. Bethink you, Sir Simon, that we have this news from the lips of common spies, who can scarce tell us as much of the enemy and of his forces as the prince would wish to hear." "You are the leader in this venture, Sir Nigel," the other answered, "and I do but ride under your banner. Yet I would fain have your rede and counsel, Sir Simon. But, touching what you say of the river, we can take heed that we shall not have it at the back of us, for the prince hath now advanced to Salvatierra, and thence to Vittoria, so that if we come upon their camp from the further side we can make good our retreat." "What then would you propose?" asked Sir Simon, shaking his grizzled head as one who is but half convinced. "That we ride forward ere the news reach them that we have crossed the river. In this way we may have sight of their army, and perchance even find occasion for some small deed against them." "So be it, then," said Sir Simon Burley, and the rest of the council having approved, a scanty meal was hurriedly snatched, and the advance resumed under the cover of the darkness. All night they led their horses, stumbling and groping through wild defile and rugged valleys, following the guidance of a frightened peasant who was strapped by the wrist to Black Simon's stirrup leather. With the early dawn they found themselves in a black ravine, with others sloping away from it on either side, and the bare brown crags rising in long bleak terraces all round them. "If it please you, fair lord," said Black Simon, "this man hath misled us, and since there is no tree upon which we may hang him, it might be well to hurl him over yonder cliff." The peasant, reading the soldier's meaning in his fierce eyes and harsh accents, dropped upon his knees, screaming loudly for mercy. "How comes it, dog?" asked Sir William Felton in Spanish. "Where is this camp to which you swore that you would lead us?" "By the sweet Virgin, by the blessed Mother of God," cried the trembling peasant, "I swear to you that in the darkness I have myself lost the path." "Over the cliff with him," shouted half a dozen voices. But ere the archers could drag him from the rocks to which he clung, Sir Nigel had ridden up and called upon them to stop. "How is this, sirs?" said he. "As long as the prince doth me the honour to entrust this venture to me, it is for me only to give orders. And by St. Paul, I shall be right blithe to go very deeply into the matter with any one to whom my words may give offence. How say you, Sir William? Or you, my Lord of Angus? Or you, Sir Richard?" "Nay, nay, Nigel," cried Sir William. "This base peasant is too small a matter for old comrades to quarrel over. But he hath betrayed us, and certes he hath merited a dog's death." "Hark ye, fellow," said Sir Nigel, "we give you one more chance to find the path. We are about to gain much honour, Sir William, in this enterprise, and it would be a sorry thing if the first bloodshed were that of an unworthy boor. Let us say our morning orisons, and it may chance that ere we finish he may strike upon the track." With bowed heads and steel caps in hand, the archers stood at their horses' heads, while Sir Simon Burley repeated the Pater, the Ave, and the Credo. Long did Alleyne bear the scene in mind. The knot of knights in their dull leaden-hued armor, the ruddy visage of Sir Oliver, the craggy features of the Scottish Earl, the shining scalp of Sir Nigel, with the dense ring of hard, bearded faces and the long brown heads of the horses, all topped and circled by the beetling cliffs. Scarce had the last deep amen broken from the company, when, in an instant, there rose the scream of 100 bugles, with the deep rolling of drums and the clashing of cymbals, all sounding together in one deafening uproar. Knights and archers sprang to arms, convinced that some great host was upon them. But the guide dropped upon his knees and thanked heaven for its mercies. "We have found them, caballeros," he cried. "This is their morning call. If you will but deign to follow me, I will set them before you ere a man might tell his beads." As he spoke, he scrambled down one of the narrow ravines, and, climbing over a low ridge at the further end, he led them into a short valley with a stream purling down the center of it, and a very thick growth of elder and of box upon either side. Pushing their way through the dense brushwood, they looked out upon a scene which made their hearts beat harder and their breath come faster. In front of them there lay a broad plain, watered by two winding streams and covered with grass, stretching away to where, in the furthest distance, the towers of Bordeaux bristled up against the light blue morning sky. Over all this vast meadow there lay a great city of tents, thousands upon thousands of them, laid out in streets and in squares like a well-ordered town. High silken pavilions or colored marquees, shooting up from among the crowd of meaner dwellings, marked where the great lords and barons of Leon and Castile displayed their standards, while over the white roofs, as far as I could reach, the waving of ancients, pavons, pencils, and banderoles, with flash of gold and glow of colors, proclaimed that all the chivalry of Iberia were mustered in the plain beneath them. Far off, in the center of the camp, a huge palace of red and white silk, with the royal arms of Castile waving from the summit, announced that the gallant Henry lay there in the midst of his warriors. As the English adventurers, peeping out from behind their brushwood screen, looked down upon this wondrous sight, they could see that the vast army in front of them was already afoot. The first pink light of the rising sun glittered upon the steel caps and breastplates of dense masses of slingers and of crossbowmen, who drilled and marched in the spaces which had been left for their exercise. 1,000 columns of smoke reeked up into the pure morning air, where the faggots were piled and the camp kettles already simmering. In the open plain, clouds of light horse galloped and swooped with swaying bodies and waving javelins, after the fashion which the Spanish had adopted from their Moorish enemies. All along by the sedgy banks of the rivers long lines of pages led their masters' chargers down to water, while the knights themselves lounged in gaily dressed groups about the doors of their pavilions, or rode out, with their falcons upon their wrists and their greyhounds behind them, in quest of quail or of leveret. "By my hilt, mon gar," whispered Aylward to Alleyne, as the young squire stood with parted lips and wondering eyes, gazing down at the novel scene before him. "We have been seeking them all night, but now that we have found them, I know not what we are to do with them." "You say sooth, Samkin," quoth old Johnston. "I would that we were upon the far side of Ebro again, for there is neither honor nor profit to be gained here." "What say you, Simon?" "By the rood," cried the fierce man-at-arms, "I will see the color of their blood ere I turn my mare's head for the mountains. Am I a child, that I should ride for 3 days and not but words at the end of it?" "Well said, my sweet honeysuckle," cried Hortal John. "I am with you like hilt to blade. Could I but lay hands upon one of those gay prancers yonder, I doubt not that I should have ransom enough from him to buy my mother a new cow." "A cow," said Aylward. "Say rather 10 acres and a homestead on the banks of Avon." "Say you so? Then, by Our Lady, here is for yonder one in the red jerkin." He was about to push recklessly forward into the open, when Sir Nigel himself darted in front of him, with his hand upon his breast. "Back," said he. "Our time is not yet come, and we must lie here until evening. Throw off your jacks and headpieces, lest their eyes catch the shine, and tether the horses among the rocks." The order was swiftly obeyed, and in 10 minutes the archers were stretched along by the side of the brook, munching the bread and the bacon which they had brought in their bags, and craning their necks to watch the ever-changing scene beneath them. Very quiet and still they lay, save for a muttered jest or whispered order, for twice during the long morning they heard bugle calls from amid the hills on either side of them, which showed that they had thrust themselves in between the outposts of the enemy. The leaders sat amongst the boxwood, and took counsel together as to what they should do, while from below there surged up the buzz of voices, the shouting, the neighing of horses, and all the uproar of a great camp. "What boots it to wait?" said Sir William Felton. "Let us ride down upon their camp ere they discover us." "And so say I," cried the Scottish Earl, "for they do not know that there is any enemy within 30 long leagues of them." "For my part," said Sir Simon Burley, "I think that it is madness, for you cannot hope to rout this great army. And where are you to go, and what are you to do when they have turned upon you? How say you, Sir Oliver Buttthorn?" "By the apple of Eve," cried the fat knight, "it appears to me that this wind brings a very savory smell of garlic and of onions from their cooking kettles. I am in favor of riding down upon them at once, if my old friend and comrade here is of the same mind." "Nay," said Sir Nigel, "I have a plan by which we may attempt some small deed upon them, and yet, by the help of God, may be able to draw off again, which, as Sir Simon Burley hath said, would be scarce possible in any other way." "How then, Sir Nigel?" asked several voices. "We shall lie here all day, for amid this brushwood it is ill for them to see us. Then when evening comes we shall sally out upon them, and see if we may not gain some honorable advancement from them." "But why then rather than now?" "Because we shall have nightfall to cover us when we draw off, so that we may make our way back through the mountains. I would station a score of archers here in the pass, with all our pennons jutting forth from the rocks, and as many nakers and drums and bugles as we have with us, so that those who follow us in the fading light may think that the whole army of the prince is upon them, and fear to go further. What think you of my plan, Sir Simon?" "By my troth, I think very well of it," cried the prudent old commander. "If 400 men must needs run a tilt against 60,000, I cannot see how they can do it better or more safely." "And so say I," cried Felton, heartily. "But I wish the day were over, for it will be an ill thing for us if they chance to light upon us." The words were scarce out of his mouth when there came a clatter of loose stones, the sharp clink of trotting hoofs, and a dark-faced cavalier, mounted upon a white horse, burst through the bushes and rode swiftly down the valley from the end which was farthest from the Spanish camp. Lightly armed, with his visor open and a hawk perched upon his left wrist, he looked about him with the careless air of a man who is bent wholly upon pleasure, and unconscious of the possibility of danger. Suddenly, however, his eyes lit upon the fierce faces which glared out at him from the brushwood. With a cry of terror, he thrust his spurs into his horse's sides and dashed for the narrow opening of the gorge. For a moment it seemed as though he would have reached it, for he had trampled over or dashed aside the archers who threw themselves in his way. But Hortel John seized him by the foot in his grasp of iron and dragged him from the saddle, while 2 others caught the frightened horse. "Ho, ho!" roared the great archer. "How many cows wilt by my mother, if I set thee free?" "Hush that bull's bellowing," cried Sir Nigel impatiently. "Bring the man here. By St. Paul, it is not the first time that we have met, for if I mistake not, it is Don Diego Alvarez, who was once at the prince's court." "It is indeed I," said the Spanish knight, speaking in the French tongue, "and I pray you to pass your sword through my heart, for how can I live, I, a caballero of Castile, after being dragged from my horse by the base hands of a common archer?" "Fret not for that," answered Sir Nigel, "for in sooth, had he not pulled you down, a dozen cloth-yard shafts had crossed each other in your body. By St. James, it were better so than to be polluted by his touch," answered the Spaniard, with his black eyes sparkling with rage and hatred. "I trust that I am now the prisoner of some honorable knight or gentleman." "You are the prisoner of the man who took you, Sir Diego," answered Sir Nigel. "And I may tell you that better men than either you or I have found themselves before now prisoners in the hands of archers of England." "What ransom, then, does he demand?" asked the Spaniard. Big John scratched his red head and grinned in high delight when the question was propounded to him. "Tell him," said he, "that I shall have 10 cows and a bull too, if it be but a little one. Also a dress of blue sendal for mother and a red one for Joan, with 5 acres of pasture land, 2 scythes, and a fine new grindstone. Likewise a small house, with stalls for the cows, and 36 gallons of beer for the thirsty weather. "Tut, tut," cried Sir Nigel, laughing. "All these things may be had for money, and I think, Don Diego, that 5,000 crowns is not too much for so renowned a knight. It shall be duly paid him. For some days we must keep you with us, and I must crave leave also to use your shield, your armor, and your horse." "My harness is yours by the law of arms," said the Spaniard, gloomily. "I do but ask the loan of it. I have need of it this day, but it shall be duly returned to you. Set guards, ailward, with arrow on string, at either end of the pass, for it may happen that some other cavaliers may visit us ere the time be come." All day the little band of Englishmen lay in the sheltered gorge, looking down upon the vast host of their unconscious enemies. Shortly after midday, a great uproar of shouting and cheering broke out in the camp, with mustering of men and calling of bugles. Clambering up among the rocks, the companions saw a long rolling cloud of dust along the whole eastern skyline, with the glint of spears and the flutter of pennons, which announced the approach of a large body of cavalry. For a moment a wild hope came upon them that perhaps the prince had moved more swiftly than had been planned, that he had crossed the Ebro, and that this was his vanguard sweeping to the attack. "Surely I see the red pile of Chandos at the head of yonder squadron," cried Sir Richard Coston, shading his eyes with his hand. "Not so," answered Sir Simon Burley, who had watched the approaching host with a darkening face. "It is even as I feared. That is the double eagle of Du Guesclin." "You say very truly," cried the Earl of Angus. "These are the levies of France, for I can see the ensigns of the Marshal d'Andreghen, with that of the Lord of Antoing and of Brazil, and of many another from Brittany and Anjou." "By St. Paul, I am very glad of it," said Sir Nigel. "Of these Spaniards I know nothing, but the French are very worthy gentlemen, and will do what they can for our advancement. There are at the least 4,000 of them, and all men at arms," cried Sir William Felton. "See, there is Bertrand himself beside his banner, and there is King Henry, who rides to welcome him. Now they all turn and come into the camp together." As he spoke, the vast throng of Spaniards and of Frenchmen trooped across the plain, with brandished arms and tossing banners. All day long the sound of revelry and of rejoicing from the crowded camp swelled up to the ears of the Englishmen, and they could see the soldiers of the two nations throwing themselves into each other's arms and dancing hand in hand round the blazing fires. The sun had sunk behind a cloud bank in the west before Sir Nigel at last gave word that the men should resume their arms and have their horses ready. He had himself thrown off his armor, and had dressed himself from head to foot in the harness of the captured Spaniard. "Sir William," said he, "it is my intention to attempt a small deed, and I ask you therefore that you will lead this outfall upon the camp. For me, I will ride into their camp with my squire and 2 archers. I pray you to watch me, and to ride forth when I am come among the tents. You will leave 20 men behind here, as we planned this morning, and you will ride back here after you have ventured as far as seems good to you. I will do as you order, Nigel. But what is it that you propose to do? You will see anon, and indeed it is but a trifling matter. Alleyne, you will come with me, and lead a spare horse by the bridle. I will have the 2 archers who rode with us through France, for they are trusty men and of stout heart. Let them ride behind us, and let them leave their bows here among the bushes, for it is not my wish that they should know that we are Englishmen. Say no word to any whom we may meet, and if any speak to you, pass on as though you heard them not. Are you ready?" "I am ready, my fair lord," said Alleyne. And I," cried Aylward and John. "Then the rest I leave to your wisdom, Sir William, and if God sends us fortune, we shall meet you again in this gorge ere it be dark." So saying, Sir Nigel mounted the white horse of the Spanish cavalier, and rode quietly forth from his concealment with his 3 companions behind him, Alleyne leading his master's own steed by the bridle. So many small parties of French and Spanish horse were sweeping hither and thither that the small band attracted little notice, and making its way at a gentle trot across the plain, they came as far as the camp without challenge or hindrance. On and on they pushed past the endless lines of tents, amid the dense swarms of horsemen and of footmen, until the huge royal pavilion stretched in front of them. They were close upon it when of a sudden there broke out a wild hubbub from a distant portion of the camp, with screams and war cries and all the wild tumult of battle. At the sound, soldiers came rushing from their tents. Knights shouted loudly for their squires, and there was mad turmoil on every hand of bewildered men and plunging horses. At the royal tent, a crowd of gorgeously dressed servants ran hither and thither in helpless panic, for the guard of soldiers who were stationed there had already ridden off in the direction of the alarm. A man-at-arms on either side of the doorway were the sole protectors of the royal dwelling. "I have come for the king," whispered Sir Nigel, "and by St. Paul, he must back with us, or I must bide here." Alleyne and Aylward sprang from their horses and flew at the two sentries, who were disarmed and beaten down in an instant by so furious and unexpected an attack. Sir Nigel dashed into the royal tent and was followed by Hortal John as soon as the horses had been secured. From within came wild screamings and the clash of steel, and then the two emerged once more, their swords and forearms reddened with blood, while John bore over his shoulder the senseless body of a man whose gay surcoat, adorned with the lions and towers of Castile, proclaimed him to belong to the royal house. A crowd of white-faced sewers and pages swarmed at their heels, those behind pushing forwards, while the foremost shrank back from the fierce faces and reeking weapons of the adventurers. The senseless body was thrown across the spare horse. The four sprang to their saddles, and away they thundered with loose reins and busy spurs through the swarming camp. But confusion and disorder still reigned among the Spaniards, for Sir William Felton and his men had swept through half their camp, leaving a long litter of the dead and the dying to mark their course. Uncertain who were their attackers, and unable to tell their English enemies from their newly arrived Breton allies, the Spanish knights rode wildly hither and thither in aimless fury. The mad turmoil, the mixture of races, and the fading light were all in favor of the four who alone knew their own purpose among the vast, uncertain multitude. Twice ere they reached open ground, they had to break their way through small bodies of horses, and once there came a whistle of arrows and singing of stones about their ears. But, still dashing onwards, they shot out from among the tents and found their own comrades retreating for the mountains at no very great distance from them. Another 5 minutes of wild galloping over the plain, and they were all back in their gorge, while their pursuers fell back before the rolling of drums and blare of trumpets, which seemed to proclaim that the whole army of the prince was about to emerge from the mountain passes. "By my soul, Nigel," cried Sir Oliver, waving a great boiled ham over his head, "I have come by something which I may eat with my truffles." I had a hard fight for it, for there were 3 of them with their mouths open and the knives in their hands, all sitting agape round the table, when I rushed in upon them. "How say you, Sir William? Will you not try the smack of the famed Spanish swine, though we have but the brook water to wash it down?" "Later, Sir Oliver," answered the old soldier, wiping his grimed face. "We must further into the mountains ere we be in safety. But what have we here, Nigel?" "It is a prisoner whom I have taken, and in sooth, as he came from the royal tent and wears the royal arms upon his jupon, I trust that he is the King of Spain." "The King of Spain!" cried the companions, crowding round in amazement. "Nay, Sir Nigel," said Felton, peering at the prisoner through the uncertain light, "I have twice seen Henry of Transtamare, and certes this man in no way resembles him." "Then, by the light of heaven, I will ride back for him," cried Sir Nigel. "Nay, nay, the camp is in arms, and it would be rank madness. Who are you, fellow?" he added in Spanish, "and how is it that you dare to wear the arms of Castile?" The prisoner was bent, recovering the consciousness which had been squeezed from him by the grip of Hortal John. "If it please you," he answered, "I and 9 others are the body squires of the king, and must ever wear his arms, so as to shield him from even such perils as have threatened him this night. The king is at the tent of the brave Du Guesclin, where he will sup tonight. But I am a caballero of Aragon, Don Sancho Penalosa, and, though I be no king, I am yet ready to pay a fitting price for my ransom." "By St. Paul, I will not touch your gold," cried Sir Nigel. Go back to your master and give him greeting from Sir Nigel Loring of Twynham Castle, telling him that I had hoped to make his better acquaintance this night, and that if I have disordered his tent, it was but in my eagerness to know so famed and courteous a knight. Spur on, comrades, for we must cover many a league ere we can venture to light fire or to loosen girth. I had hoped to ride without this patch tonight, but it seems that I must carry it yet a little longer. Chapter 36. How Sir Nigel took the patch from his eye. It was a cold, bleak morning in the beginning of March, and the mist was drifting in dense, rolling clouds through the passes of the Cantabrian mountains. The company, who had passed the night in a sheltered gully, were already astir, some crowding round the blazing fires, and others romping or leaping over each other's backs, for their limbs were chilled and the air biting. Here and there, through the dense haze which surrounded them, there loomed out huge pinnacles and jutting boulders of rock, while high above the sea of vapor there towered up one gigantic peak, with the pink glow of the early sunshine upon its snow-capped head. The ground was wet, the rocks dripping, the grass and evergreens sparkling with beads of moisture. Yet the camp was loud with laughter and merriment, for a messenger had ridden in from the prince with words of heart-stirring praise for what they had done, and with orders that they should still abide in the forefront of the army. Round one of the fires were clustered 4 or 5 of the leading men of the archers, cleaning the rust from their weapons, and glancing impatiently from time to time at a great pot which smoked over the blaze. There was Aylward squatting cross-legged in his shirt, while he scrubbed away at his chain-mail brigandine, whistling loudly the while. On one side of him sat old Johnston, who was busy in trimming the feathers of some arrows to his liking, and on the other Hortal John, who lay with his great limbs all asprawl, and his headpiece balanced upon his uplifted foot. Black Simon of Norwich crouched amid the rocks, crooning an Eastland ballad to himself, while he whetted his sword upon a flat stone which lay across his knees, while beside him sat Alleyne and Norbury, the silent squire of Sir Oliver, holding out their chilled hands towards the crackling faggots. Cast on another culpon, John, and stir the broth with thy sword sheath, growled Johnston, looking anxiously for the 20th time at the reeking pot. By my hilt, cried Aylward, now that John hath come by this great ransom, he will scarce abide the fare of poor archer lads. How say you, camarade? When you see Hortal once more, there will be no penny ale and fat bacon, but Gascon wines and baked meats every day of the 7. I know not about that, said John, kicking his helmet up into the air and catching it in his hand. I do but know that whether the broth be ready or no, I am about to dip this into it. It simmers and it boils, cried Johnston, pushing his hard-lined face through the smoke. In an instant the pot had been plucked from the blaze, and its contents had been scooped up in half a dozen steel headpieces, which were balanced betwixt their owners' knees, while, with spoon and gobbet of bread, they devoured their morning meal. It is ill weather for bows, remarked John at last, when, with a long sigh, he drained the last drop from his helmet. My strings are as limp as a cow's tail this morning. You should rub them with water glue, quoth Johnston. You remember, Samkin, that it was wetter than this on the morning of Cressy, and yet I cannot call to mind that there was aught amiss with our strings. It is in my thoughts, said Black Simon, still pensively grinding his sword, that we may have need of your strings ere sundown. I dreamed of the red cow last night. And what is this red cow, Simon? Asked Alleyne. I know not, young sir, but I can only say that on the eve of Cad Sand, and on the eve of Cressy, and on the eve of Nogent, I dreamed of a red cow, and now the dream has come upon me again, so I am now setting a very keen edge to my blade. Well said, old war dog, cried Aylward. By my hilt, I pray that your dream may come true, for the prince hath not set us out here to drink broth or to gather whortleberries. One more fight, and I am ready to hang up my bow, marry a wife, and take to the fire corner. But how now, Robin? Whom is it that you seek? The Lord Loring craves your attendance in his tent, said a young archer to Alleyne. The squire rose and proceeded to the pavilion, where he found the knight seated upon a cushion, with his legs crossed in front of him and a broad ribbon of parchment laid across his knees, over which he was poring with frowning brows and pursed lips. It came this morning by the prince's messenger, said he, and was brought from England by Sir John Fallis Lee, who is new come from Sussex. What make you of this upon the outer side? It is fairly and clearly written, Alleyne answered, and it signifies to Sir Nigel Loring, Knight Constable of Twynham Castle, by the hand of Christopher, the servant of God at the Priory of Christchurch. So I read it, said Sir Nigel. Now I pray you to read what is set forth within. Alleyne turned to the letter, and, as his eyes rested upon it, his face turned pale, and a cry of surprise and grief burst from his lips. What then? Asked the knight, peering up at him anxiously. There is naught amiss with the Lady Mary or with the Lady Maud. It is my brother, my poor unhappy brother, cried Alleyne with his hand to his brow. He is dead, by St. Paul. I have never heard that he had shown so much love for you that you should mourn him so. Yet he was my brother, the only kith or kin that I had upon earth. Mayhap he had cause to be bitter against me, for his land was given to the Abbey for my upbringing. Alas! Alas! And I raised my staff against him when last we met. He has been slain, and slain, I fear, amidst crime and violence. Ah, said Sir Nigel. Read on, I pray you. God be with thee, my honored lord, and have thee in his holy keeping. The Lady Loring hath asked me to set down in writing what hath befallen at Twynham, and all that concerns the death of thy ill neighbor the sockman of Minstead. For when ye had left us, this evil man gathered around him all outlaws, villains, and masterless men, until they were come to such a force that they slew and scattered the king's men who went against them. Then, coming forth from the woods, they laid siege to thy castle, and for 2 days they girt us in and shot hard against us with such numbers as were a marvel to see. Yet the Lady Loring held the place stoutly, and on the 2nd day the sockman was slain, by his own men, as some think, so that we were delivered from their hands, for which praise be to all the saints, and more especially to the holy Anselm, upon whose feast it came to pass. The Lady Loring and the Lady Maud, thy fair daughter, are in good health, and so also am I, save for an impethum of the toe joint, which hath been sent me for my sins. May all the saints preserve thee. It was the vision of the Lady Typhane, said Sir Nigel, after a pause. Mark you not how she said that the leader was one with a yellow beard, and how he fell before the gate? But how came it, Alleyne, that this woman, to whom all things are as crystal, and who hath not said one word which has not come to pass, was yet so led astray as to say that your thoughts turned to Twynham Castle even more than my own? My fair lord, said Alleyne, with a flush on his weather-stained cheeks, the Lady Typhane may have spoken sooth when she said it. For Twynham Castle is in my heart by day and in my dreams by night. Ah, cried Sir Nigel, with a sidelong glance. Yes, my fair lord, for indeed I love your daughter, the Lady Maud, and unworthy as I am, I would give my heart's blood to serve her. By St. Paul. Edricson, said the knight coldly, arching his eyebrows, you aim high in this matter. Our blood is very old, and mine also is very old, answered the squire. And the Lady Maud is our single child. All our name and land center upon her. Alas, that I should say it, but I also am now the only Edricson. And why have I not heard this from you before, Alleyne? In sooth, I think that you have used me ill. Nay, my fair lord, say not so, for I know not whether your daughter loves me, and there is no pledge between us. Sir Nigel pondered for a few moments, and then burst out a-laughing. By St. Paul, said he, I know not why I should mix in the matter, for I have ever found that the Lady Maud was very well able to look to her own affairs. Since first she could stamp her little foot, she hath ever been able to get that for which she craved. And if she set her heart on thee, Alleyne, and thou on her, I do not think that this Spanish king, with his 70,000 men, could hold you apart. Yet this I will say, that I would see you a full night ere you go to my daughter with words of love. I have ever said that a brave lance should wed her, and by my soul, Edricson, if God spare you, I think that you will acquit yourself well. But enough of such trifles, for we have our work before us, and it will be time to speak of this matter when we see the white cliffs of England once more. Go to Sir William Felton, I pray you, and ask him to come hither, for it is time that we were marching. There is no pass at the further end of the valley, and it is a perilous place should an enemy come upon us. Alleyne delivered his message, and then wandered forth from the camp, for his mind was all in a whirl with this unexpected news, and with his talk with Sir Nigel. Sitting upon a rock, with his burning brow resting upon his hands, he thought of his brother, of their quarrel, of the Lady Maud in her bedraggled riding dress, of the grey old castle, of the proud pale face in the armory, and of the last fiery words with which she had sped him on his way. Then he was but a penniless, monk-bred lad, unknown and unfriended. Now he was himself sockman of Minstead, the head of an old stock, and the lord of an estate which, if reduced from its former size, was still ample to preserve the dignity of his family. Further, he had become a man of experience, was counted brave among brave men, had won the esteem and confidence of her father, and above all, had been listened to by him when he told him the secret of his love. As to the gaining of knighthood, in such stirring times, it was no great matter for a brave squire of gentle birth to aspire to that honor. He would leave his bones among these Spanish ravines, or he would do some deed which would call the eyes of men upon him. Alleyne was still seated on the rock, his griefs and his joys drifting swiftly over his mind like the shadow of clouds upon a sunlit meadow, when of a sudden he became conscious of a low, deep sound which came booming up to him through the fog. Close behind him he could hear the murmur of the bowmen, the occasional bursts of hoarse laughter, and the champing and stamping of their horses. Behind it all, however, came that low-pitched, deep-toned hum, which seemed to come from every quarter and to fill the whole air. In the old monastic days he remembered to have heard such a sound when he had walked out one windy night at Bucklershard, and had listened to the long waves breaking upon the shingly shore. Here, however, was neither wind nor sea, and yet the dull murmur rose ever louder and stronger out of the heart of the rolling sea of vapor. He turned and ran to the camp, shouting in alarm at the top of his voice. It was but 100 paces, and yet ere he had crossed it every bowman was ready at his horse's head, and the group of knights were out and listening intently to the ominous sound. "It is a great body of horse," said Sir William Felton, "and they are riding very swiftly hitherwards. Yet they must be from the prince's army," remarked Sir Richard Coston, "for they come from the north." "Nay," said the Earl of Angus, "it is not so certain, for the peasant with whom we spoke last night said that it was rumored that Don Teo, the Spanish king's brother, had ridden with 6,000 chosen men to beat up the prince's camp. It may be that on their backward road they have come this way." "By St. Paul," cried Sir Nigel, "I think that it is even as you say, for that same peasant had a sour face and a shifting eye, as one who bore us little goodwill. I doubt not that he has brought these cavaliers upon us. But the mist covers us," said Sir Simon Burley. "We have yet time to ride through the further end of the pass." "Were we a troop of mountain goats, we might do so," answered Sir William Felton, "but it is not to be passed by a company of horsemen. If these be indeed Don Teo and his men, then we must bide where we are, and do what we can to make them rue the day that they found us in their path." "Well spoken, William," cried Sir Nigel, in high delight. "If there be so many as has been said, then there will be much honor to be gained from them, and every hope of advancement. But the sound has ceased, and I fear that they have gone some other way, or mayhap they have come to the mouth of the gorge, and are marshalling their ranks. Hush and hearken, for they are no great way from us." The company stood peering into the dense fog wreath, amidst a silence so profound that the dripping of the water from the rocks and the breathing of the horses grew loud upon the ear. Suddenly from out the sea of mist came the shrill sound of a neigh, followed by a long blast upon a bugle. "It is a Spanish call, my fair lord," said Black Simon. "It is used by their prickers and huntsmen when the beast hath not fled, but is still in its lair." "By my faith," said Sir Nigel, smiling, "if they are in a humor for venery, we may promise them some sport ere they sound the mort over us. But there is a hill in the center of the gorge on which we might take our stand." "I marked it yesternight," said Felton, "and no better spot could be found for our purpose, for it is very steep at the back. It is but a bow shot to the left, and indeed I can see the shadow of it." The whole company, leading their horses, passed across to the small hill which loomed in front of them out of the mist. It was indeed admirably designed for defense, for it sloped down in front, all jagged and boulder-strewn, while it fell away in a sheer cliff of 100 feet or more. On the summit was a small, uneven plateau with a stretch across of 100 paces and a depth of half as much again. "Unloose the horses," said Sir Nigel. "We have no space for them, and if we hold our own we shall have horses and to spare when this day's work is done. Nay, keep yours, my fair sirs, for we may have work for them. Aylward, Johnston, let your men form a harrow on either side of the ridge. Sir Oliver and you, my Lord Angus, I give you the right wing, and the left to you, Sir Simon, and to you, Sir Richard Coston. I and Sir William Felton will hold the center with our men-at-arms. Now order the ranks, and fling wide the banners, for our souls are God's, and our bodies the King's, and our swords for St. George and for England." Sir Nigel had scarcely spoken when the mist seemed to thin in the valley, and to shred away into long, ragged clouds which trailed from the edges of the cliffs. The gorge in which they had camped was a mere wedge-shaped cleft among the hills, 3/4 of a mile deep, with the small rugged rising upon which they stood at the further end, and the brown crags walling it in on 3 sides. As the mist parted and the sun broke through, it gleamed and shimmered with dazzling brightness upon the armor and headpieces of a vast body of horsemen who stretched across the barranca from one cliff to the other, and extended backwards until their rear guard were far out upon the plain beyond. Line after line, and rank after rank, they choked the neck of the valley with a long vista of tossing pennons, twinkling lances, waving plumes, and streaming banderols, while the curvets and gambades of the chargers lent a constant motion and shimmer to the glittering, many-colored mass. A yell of exultation, and a forest of waving steel through the length and breadth of their column, announced that they could at last see their entrapped enemies, while the swelling notes of 100 bugles and drums, mixed with the clash of Moorish cymbals, broke forth into a proud peal of martial triumph. Strange it was to these gallant and sparkling cavaliers of Spain to look upon this handful of men upon the hill, the thin lines of bowmen, the knots of knights and men-at-arms with armor rusted and discolored from long service, and to learn that these were indeed the soldiers whose fame and prowess had been the campfire talk of every army in Christendom. Very still and silent they stood, leaning upon their bows, while their leaders took counsel together in front of them. No clang of bugle rose from their stern ranks, but in the center waved the leopards of England, on the right the ensign of their company with the roses of Loring, and on the left, over 60 of Welsh bowmen, there floated the red banner of Merlin with the boar's heads of the butt-thorns. Gravely and sedately they stood beneath the morning sun waiting for the onslaught of their foemen. "By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel, gazing with puckered eye down the valley, "there appear to be some very worthy people among them. What is this golden banner which waves upon the left?" "It is the ensign of the Knights of Calatrava," answered Felton. "And the other upon the right?" "It marks the Knights of Santiago, and I see by his flag that their Grand Master rides at their head. There, too, is the banner of Castile amid yonder sparkling squadron which heads the main battle. There are 6,000 men-at-arms with 10 squadrons of slingers as far as I may judge their numbers." "There are Frenchmen among them, my fair lord," remarked Black Simon. "I can see the pennons of de Cavet, de Brieux, St. Pol, and many others who struck in against us for Charles of Blois." "You are right," said Sir William, "for I can also see them. There is much Spanish blazonry also, if I could but read it. Don Diego, you know the arms of your own land. Who are they who have done us this honor?" The Spanish prisoner looked with exultant eyes upon the deep and serried ranks of his countrymen. "By St. James," said he, "if ye fall this day, ye fall by no mean hands, for the flower of the knighthood of Castile ride under the banner of Don Tello, with the chivalry of Asturias, Toledo, Leon, Cordova, Galicia, and Seville. I see the guidons of Albornez, Cacorla, Rodriguez, Tavora, with the 2 great orders, and the knights of France and of Aragon. If you will take my rede, you will come to a composition with them, for they will give you such terms as you have given me. Nay, by St. Paul, it were pity if so many brave men were drawn together, and no little deed of arms to come of it. Ha! William, they advance upon us, and by my soul, it is a sight that is worth coming over the seas to see." As he spoke, The two wings of the Spanish host, consisting of the Knights of Calatrava on the one side and of Santiago upon the other, came swooping swiftly down the valley, while the main body followed more slowly behind. 500 paces from the English, the two great bodies of horse crossed each other, and sweeping round in a curve, retired in feigned confusion towards their center. Often in bygone wars had the Moors tempted the hot-blooded Spaniards from their places of strength by such pretended flights, but there were men upon the hill to whom every ruse and trick of war were as their daily trade and practice. Again and even nearer came the rallying Spaniards, and again with cry of fear and stooping bodies they swerved off to right and left, but the English still stood stolid and observant among their rocks. The vanguard halted a long bow shot from the hill, and with waving spears and vaunting shouts challenged their enemies to come forth, while two cavaliers, pricking forward from the glittering ranks, walked their horses slowly between the two arrays with targets braced and lances in rest like the challengers in a tourney. "By St. Paul," cried Sir Nigel, with his one eye glowing like an ember, "these appear to be two very worthy and debonair gentlemen. I do not call to mind when I have seen any people who seemed of so great a heart and so high of enterprise. We have our horses, Sir William. Shall we not relieve them of any vow which they may have upon their souls?" Felton's reply was to bound upon his charger, and to urge it down the slope, while Sir Nigel followed, not 3 spears' lengths behind him. It was a rugged course, rocky and uneven, yet the two knights, choosing their men, dashed onwards at the top of their speed, while the gallant Spaniards flew as swiftly to meet them. The one to whom Felton found himself opposed was a tall stripling with a stag's head upon his shield, while Sir Nigel's man was broad and squat with plain steel harness, and a pink and white torse bound round his helmet. The first struck Felton on the target with such force as to split it from side to side, but Sir William's lance crashed through the camail which shielded the Spaniard's throat, and he fell, screaming hoarsely, to the ground. Carried away by the heat and madness of fight, the English knight never drew rein, but charged straight on into the array of the Knights of Calatrava. Long time the silent ranks upon the hill could see a swirl and eddy deep down in the heart of the Spanish column, with a circle of rearing chargers and flashing blades. Here and there tossed the white plume of the English helmet, rising and falling like the foam upon a wave, with the fierce gleam and sparkle ever circling round it until at last it had sunk from view, and another brave man had turned from war to peace. Sir Nigel, meanwhile, had found a foeman worthy of his steel, for his opponent was none other than Sebastian Gomez, the picked lance of the monkish knights of Santiago, who had won fame in 100 bloody combats with the Moors of Andalusia. So fierce was their meeting that their spears shivered up to the very grasp, and the horses reared backwards until it seemed that they must crash down upon their riders. Yet with consummate horsemanship they both swung round in a long curvet, and then plucking out their swords they lashed at each other, like two lusty smiths hammering upon an anvil. The chargers spun round each other, biting and striking, while the two blades wheeled and whizzed and circled in gleams of dazzling light. Cut, parry, and thrust followed so swiftly upon each other that the eye could not follow them, until at last, coming thigh to thigh, they cast their arms around each other and rolled off their saddles to the ground. The heavier Spaniard threw himself upon his enemy, and pinning him down beneath him raised his sword to slay him, while a shout of triumph rose from the ranks of his countrymen. But the fatal blow never fell, for even as his arm quivered before descending, the Spaniard gave a shudder, and stiffening himself rolled heavily over upon his side, with the blood gushing from his armpit and from the slit of his visor. Sir Nigel sprang to his feet with his bloody dagger in his left hand and gazed down upon his adversary. But that fatal and sudden stab in the vital spot, which the Spaniard had exposed by raising his arm, had proved instantly mortal. The Englishman leaped upon his horse and made for the hill, at the very instant that a yell of rage from 1,000 voices and the clang of a score of bugles announced the Spanish onset. But the islanders were ready and eager for the encounter. With feet firmly planted, their sleeves rolled back to give free play to their muscles, their long yellow bow staves in their left hands, and their quivers slung to the front, they had waited in the 4-deep harrow formation which gave strength to their array, and yet permitted every man to draw his arrow freely without harm to those in front. Aylward and Johnston had been engaged in throwing light tufts of grass into the air to gauge the wind force, and a hoarse whisper passed down the ranks from the file leaders to the men, with scraps of advice and admonition. "Do not shoot outside the 15 score paces," cried Johnston. "We may need all our shafts ere we have done with them." "Better to overshoot than to undershoot," added Aylward. "Better to strike the rear guard than to feather a shaft in the earth." "Loose quick and sharp when they come," added another. "Let it be the eye to the string to the shaft, and the shaft to the mark. By Our Lady! Their banners advance, and we must hold our ground now, if ever we are to see Southampton Water again." Alleyne, standing with his sword drawn amidst the archers, saw a long toss and heave of the glittering squadrons. Then the front ranks began to surge slowly forward, to trot, to canter, to gallop, and in an instant the whole vast array was hurtling onward, line after line, the air full of the thunder of their cries, the ground shaking with the beat of their hoots, the valley choked with the rushing torrent of steel, topped by the waving plumes, the slanting spears and the fluttering banderols. On they swept over the level and up to the slope, ere they met the blinding storm of the English arrows. Down went the whole ranks in a whirl of mad confusion, horses plunging and kicking, bewildered men falling, rising, staggering on or back, while ever new lines of horsemen came spurring through the gaps and urged their chargers up the fatal slope. All around him Alleyne could hear the stern, short orders of the master bowman, while the air was filled with the keen twanging of the strings and the swish and patter of the shafts. Right across the foot of the hill, there had sprung up a long wall of struggling horses and stricken men, which ever grew and heightened as fresh squadrons poured on the attack. One young knight on a gray jennet leaped over his fallen comrades and galloped swiftly up the hill, shrieking loudly upon St. James, ere he fell within a spear length of the English line, with the feathers of arrows thrusting out from every crevice and joint of his armor. So for 5 long minutes the gallant horsemen of Spain and of France strove ever and again to force a passage, until the wailing note of a bugle called them back, and they rode slowly out of bowshot, leaving their best and their bravest in the ghastly, blood-mottled heap behind them. But there was little rest for the victors. Whilst the knights had charged them in front, the slingers had crept round upon either flank and had gained a footing upon the cliffs and behind the outlying rocks. A storm of stones broke suddenly upon the defenders, who, drawn up in lines upon the exposed summit, offered a fair mark to their hidden foes. Johnston, the old archer, was struck upon the temple and fell dead without a groan, while 15 of his bowmen and 6 of the men-at-arms were struck down at the same moment. The others lay on their faces to avoid the deadly hail, while at each side of the plateau a fringe of bowmen exchanged shots with the slingers and crossbowmen among the rocks, aiming mainly at those who had swarmed up the cliffs, and bursting into laughter and cheers when a well-aimed shaft brought one of their opponents toppling down from his lofty perch. "I think, Nigel," said Sir Oliver, striding across to the little knight, "that we should all acquit ourselves better had we our none meet, for the sun is high in the heaven." "By St. Paul," quoth Sir Nigel, plucking the patch from his eye, "I think that I am now clear of my vow, for this Spanish knight was a person from whom much honor might be won. Indeed, he was a very worthy gentleman, of good courage and great hardiness, and it grieves me that he should have come by such a hurt. As to what you say of food, Oliver, it is not to be thought of, for we have nothing with us upon the hill." "Nigel," cried Sir Simon Burley, hurrying up with consternation upon his face, "Aylward tells me that there are not 10 score arrows left in all their sheaves. See, they are springing from their horses, and cutting their sollerets that they may rush upon us. Might we not even now make a retreat?" "My soul will retreat from my body first," cried the little knight. "Here I am, and here I bide, while God gives me strength to lift a sword." "And so say I," shouted Sir Oliver, throwing his mace high into the air and catching it again by the handle. "To your arms, men," roared Sir Nigel. "Shoot while you may, and then out sword, and let us live or die together." Chapter 37. How the White Company came to be disbanded. Then up rose from the hill in the rugged Cantabrian valley a sound such as had not been heard in those parts before, nor was again, until the streams which rippled amid the rocks had been frozen by over 400 winters and thawed by as many returning springs. Deep and full and strong it thundered down the ravine, the fierce battle call of a warrior race, the last stern welcome to whoso should join with them in that world-old game where the stake is death. Thrice it swelled forth, and thrice it sank away, echoing and reverberating amidst the crags. Then, with set faces, the company rose up among the storm of stones and looked down upon the thousands who sped swiftly up the slope against them. Horse and spear had been set aside, but on foot, with sword and battle-axe, their broad shields slung in front of them, the chivalry of Spain rushed to the attack. And now arose a struggle so fell, so long, so evenly sustained, that even now the memory of it is handed down amongst the Cantabrian mountaineers, and the ill-omened knoll is still pointed out by fathers to their children as the Altura de los Inglesos, where the men from across the sea fought the great fight with the knights of the south. The last arrow was quickly shot, nor could the slingers hurl their stones, so close were friend and foe. From side to side stretched the thin line of the English, lightly armed and quick-footed, while against it stormed and raged the pressing throng of fiery Spaniards and of gallant Bretons. The clink of crossing sword blades, the dull thudding of heavy blows, the panting and gasping of weary and wounded men, all rose together in a wild, long-drawn note, which swelled upwards to the ears of the wondering peasants who looked down from the edges of the cliffs upon the swaying turmoil of the battle beneath them. Back and forward reeled the leopard banner, now borne up the slope by the rush and weight of the onslaught, now pushing downwards again as Sir Nigel, Burleigh, and Black Simon with their veteran men-at-arms flung themselves madly into the fray. Alleyne, at his lord's right hand, found himself swept hither and thither in the desperate struggle, exchanging savage thrusts one instant with a Spanish cavalier, and the next torn away by the whirl of men, and dashed up against some new antagonist. To the right Sir Oliver, Aylward, Hortal John, and the bowmen of the company fought furiously against the monkish knights of Santiago, who were led up the hill by their prior, a great, deep-chested man, who wore a brown monastic habit over his suit of mail. 3 archers he slew in 3 giant strokes, but Sir Oliver flung his arms round him, and the two, staggering and straining, reeled backwards and fell, locked in each other's grasp, over the edge of the steep cliff which flanked the hill. In vain his knights stormed and raved against the thin line which barred their path. The sword of Aylward and the great axe of John gleamed in the forefront of the battle, and huge, jagged pieces of rock, hurled by the strong arms of the bowmen, crashed and hurtled amid their ranks. Slowly they gave back down the hill, the archers still hanging upon their skirts, with a long litter of writhing and twisted figures to mark the course which they had taken. At the same instant the Welshmen upon the left, led on by the Scotch Earl, had charged out from among the rocks which sheltered them, and by the fury of their outfall had driven the Spaniards in front of them in headlong flight down the hill. In the center only things seemed to be going ill with the defenders. Black Simon was down, dying, as he would wish to have died, like a grim old wolf in its lair with a ring of his slain around him. Twice Sir Nigel had been overborne, and twice Alleyne had fought over him until he had staggered to his feet once more. Burleigh lay senseless, stunned by a blow from a mace, and half of the men-at-arms lay littered upon the ground around him. Sir Nigel's shield was broken, his crest shorn, his armor cut and smashed, and the visor torn from his helmet. Yet he sprang hither and thither with light foot and ready hand, engaging 2 Bretons and a Spaniard at the same instant, thrusting, stooping, dashing in, springing out, while Alleyne still fought by his side, stemming with a handful of men the fierce tide which surged up against them. Yet it would have fared ill with them had not the archers from either side closed in upon the flanks of the attackers, and pressed them very slowly and foot by foot down the long slope, until they were on the plain once more, where their fellows were already rallying for a fresh assault. But terrible indeed was the cost at which the last had been repelled. Of the 370 men who had held the crest, 172 were left standing, many of whom were sorely wounded and weak from loss of blood. Sir Oliver Buttesthorn, Sir Richard Coston, Sir Simon Burley, Black Simon, Johnston, 150 archers, and 47 men-at-arms had fallen, while the pitiless hail of stones was already whizzing and piping once more about their ears, threatening every instant to further reduce their numbers. Sir Nigel looked about him at his shattered ranks, and his face flushed with a soldier's pride. "By St. Paul," he cried, "I have fought in many a little bickering, but never one that I would be more loath to have missed than this. But you are wounded, Alleyne?" "It is not," answered his squire, stanching the blood which dripped from a sword cut across his forehead. "These gentlemen of Spain seem to be most courteous and worthy people. I see that they are already forming to continue this debate with us. Form up the bowmen 2 deep instead of 4. By my faith, some very brave men have gone from among us. Aylward, you are a trusty soldier, for all that your shoulder has never felt accolade, nor your heels worn the gold spurs. Do you take charge of the right? I will hold the center, and you, my Lord of Angus, the left." "Oh, for Sir Samkin Aylward," cried a rough voice among the archers, and a roar of laughter greeted their new leader. "By my hilt," said the old bowman, "I never thought to lead a wing in a stricken field. Stand close, camarada, for by these finger bones, we must play the man this day. Come hither, Alleyne," said Sir Nigel, walking back to the edge of the cliff which formed the rear of their position. "And you, Norbury," he continued, beckoning to the squire of Sir Oliver, "do you also come here?" The 2 squires hurried across to him, and the 3 stood looking down into the rocky ravine which lay 150 feet beneath them. "The prince must hear of how things are with us," said the knight. "Another onfall we may withstand, but they are many and we are few, so that the time must come when we can no longer form line across the hill. Yet if help were brought us, we might hold the crest until it comes. See yonder horses which stray among the rocks beneath us? I see them, my fair lord. And see yonder path which winds along the hill upon the further end of the valleys? I see it. Were you on those horses, and riding up yonder track, steep and rough as it is, I think that ye might gain the valley beyond. Then on to the prince, and tell him how we fare." "But, my fair lord, how can we hope to reach the horses?" asked Norbury. "Ye cannot go round to them, for they would be upon ye ere ye could come to them. Think ye that ye have heart enough to clamber down this cliff? Had we but a rope? There is one here. It is but 100 feet long, and for the rest ye must trust to God and to your fingers. Can you try it, Alleyne?" "With all my heart, my dear lord. But how can I leave you in such a strait? Nay, it is to serve me that ye go. And you, Norbury?" The silent squire said nothing, but he took up the rope, and having examined it, he tied one end firmly round a projecting rock. Then he cast off his breastplate, thigh pieces, and greaves, while Alleyne followed his example. "Tell Chandos, or Calverley, or Knowles, should the prince have gone forward," cried Sir Nigel. "Now may God speed ye, for ye are brave and worthy men." It was, indeed, a task which might make the heart of the bravest sink within him. The thin cord dangling down the face of the brown cliff seemed from above to reach little more than halfway down it. Beyond stretched the rugged rock, wet and shining, with a green tuft here and there thrusting out from it, but little sign of ridge or foothold. Far below, the jagged points of the boulders bristled up, dark and menacing. Norbury tugged thrice with all his strength upon the cord, and then lowered himself over the edge, while 100 anxious faces peered over at him as he slowly clambered downwards to the end of the rope. Twice he stretched out his foot, and twice he failed to reach the point at which he aimed. But even as he swung himself, for a third effort a stone from a sling buzzed like a wasp from amid the rocks and struck him full upon the side of his head. His grasp relaxed, his feet slipped, and in an instant he was a crushed and mangled corpse upon the sharp ridges beneath him. "If I have no better fortune," said Alleyne, leading Sir Nigel aside, "I pray you, my dear lord, that you will give my humble service to the Lady Maud, and say to her that I was ever her true servant and most unworthy cavalier." The old knight said no word, but he put a hand on either shoulder and kissed his squire, with the tears shining in his eyes. Alleyne sprang to the rope, and sliding swiftly down, soon found himself at its extremity. From above it seemed as though rope and cliff were well-nigh touching. But now, when swinging 100 feet down, the squire found that he could scarce reach the face of the rock with his foot, and that it was as smooth as glass, with no resting place where a mouse could stand. Some 3 feet lower, however, his eye lit upon a long, jagged crack which slanted downwards, and this he must reach if he would save not only his own poor life, but that of the 80 men above him. Yet it were madness to spring for that narrow slit with naught but the wet, smooth rock to cling to. He swung for a moment, full of thought, and even as he hung there another of the hellish stones sang through his curls, and struck a chip from the face of the cliff. Up he clambered a few feet, drew up the loose end after him, unslung his belt, held on with knee and with elbow while he spliced the long, tough leathern belt to the end of the cord. Then, lowering himself as far as he could go, he swung backwards and forwards until his hand reached the crack, when he left the rope and clung to the face of the cliff. Another stone struck him on the side, and he heard a sound like a breaking stick, with a keen stabbing pain which shot through his chest. Yet it was no time now to think of pain or ache. There was his lord and his 80 comrades, and they must be plucked from the jaws of death. On he clambered, with his hand shuffling down the long, sloping crack, sometimes bearing all his weight upon his arms, at others finding some small shelf or tuft on which to rest his foot. Would he never pass over that 50 feet? He dared not look down, and could but grope slowly onwards, his face to the cliff, his fingers clutching, his feet scraping and feeling for a support. Every vein and crack and mottling of that face of rock remained forever stamped upon his memory. At last, however, his foot came upon a broad resting place, and he ventured to cast a glance downwards. Thank God! He had reached the highest of those fatal pinnacles upon which his comrade had fallen. Quickly now he sprang from rock to rock until his feet were on the ground, and he had his hand stretched out for the horse's rein, when a sling stone struck him on the head, and he dropped senseless upon the ground. An evil blow it was for Alleyne, but a worse one still for him who struck it. The Spanish slinger, seeing the youth lie slain, and judging from his dress that he was no common man, rushed forward to plunder him, knowing well that the bowmen above him had expended their last shaft. He was still 3 paces, however, from his victim's side when John upon the cliff above plucked up a huge boulder, and, poising it for an instant, dropped it with fatal aim upon the slinger beneath him. It struck upon his shoulder, and hurled him, crushed and screaming, to the ground, while Alleyne, recalled to his senses by these shrill cries in his very ear, staggered onto his feet, and gazed wildly about him. His eyes fell upon the horses, grazing upon the scanty pasture, and in an instant all had come back to him. His mission, his comrades, the need for haste. He was dizzy, sick, faint, but he must not die, and he must not tarry, for his life meant many lives that day. In an instant he was in his saddle, and spurring down the valley. Loud rang the swift charger's hoofs over rock and reef, while the fire flew from the stroke of iron, and the loose stones showered up behind him. But his head was whirling round, the blood was gushing from his brow, his temple, his mouth. Ever keener and sharper was the deadly pain which shot like a red-hot arrow through his side. He felt that his eye was glazing, his senses slipping from him, his grasp upon the reins relaxing. Then, with one mighty effort, he called up all his strength for a single minute. Stooping down, he loosened the stirrup straps, bound his knees tightly to his saddle flaps, twisted his hands in the bridle, and then, putting the gallant horse's head for the mountain path, he dashed the spurs in and fell forward fainting with his face buried in the coarse black mane. Little could he ever remember of that wild ride. Half conscious, but ever with the one thought beating in his mind, he goaded the horse onwards, rushing swiftly down steep ravines over huge boulders, along the edges of black abysses. Dim memories he had of beetling cliffs, of a group of huts with wondering faces at the doors, of foaming, clattering water, and of a bristle of mountain beaches. Once, ere he had ridden far, he heard behind him 3 deep, sullen shouts, which told him that his comrades had set their faces to the foe once more. Then all was blank, until he woke to find kindly blue English eyes peering down upon him, and to hear the blessed sound of his country's speech. They were but a foraging party, 100 archers and as many men at arms, But their leader was Sir Hugh Calverley, and he was not a man to bide idle when good blows were to be had not 3 leagues from him. A scout was sent flying with a message to the camp, and Sir Hugh, with his 200 men, thundered off to the rescue. With them went Alleyne, still bound to his saddle, still dripping with blood, and swooning and recovering, and swooning once again. On they rode, and on, until, at last, topping a ridge, they looked down upon the fateful valley. Alas, and alas, for the sight that met their eyes! There, beneath them, was the blood-bathed hill, and from the highest pinnacle there flaunted the yellow and white banner with the lions and the towers of the royal house of Castile. Up the long slope rushed ranks and ranks of men exultant, shouting, with waving pennons and brandished arms. Over the whole summit were dense throngs of knights, with no enemy that could be seen to face them, save only that at one corner of the plateau, an eddy and swirl amid the crowded mass seemed to show that all resistance was not yet at an end. At the sight a deep groan of rage and of despair went up from the baffled rescuers, and, spurring on their horses, they clattered down the long and winding path which led to the valley beneath. But they were too late to avenge, as they had been too late to save. Long ere they could gain the level ground, the Spaniards, seeing them riding swiftly amid the rocks, and being ignorant of their numbers, drew off from the captured hill, and having secured their few prisoners, rode slowly in a long column, with drum beating and cymbal clashing, out of the valley. Their rear ranks were already passing out of sight ere the newcomers were urging their panting, foaming horses up the slope which had been the scene of that long-drawn and bloody fight. And a fearsome sight it was that met their eyes. Across the lower end lay the dense heap of men and horses where the first arrow storm had burst. Above, the bodies of the dead and the dying, French, Spanish, and Aragonese, lay thick and thicker, until they covered the whole ground 2 and 3 deep in one dreadful tangle of slaughter. Above them lay the Englishmen in their lines, even as they had stood, and higher, yet upon the plateau, a wild medley of the dead of all nations, where the last deadly grapple had left them. In the further corner, under the shadow of a great rock, there crouched 7 bowmen, with Great John in the center of them, all wounded, weary, and in sorry case, but still unconquered, with their blood-stained weapons waving and their voices ringing a welcome to their countrymen. Alleyne rode across to John, while Sir Hugh Calverley followed close behind him. "By St. George," cried Sir Hugh, "I have never seen signs of so stern a fight, and I am right glad that we have been in time to save you." "You have saved more than us," said John, pointing to the banner which leaned against the rock behind him. "You have done nobly," cried the old free companion, gazing with a soldier's admiration at the huge frame and bold face of the archer. "But why is it, my good fellow, that you sit upon this man?" "By the rood, I had forgot him," John answered, rising and dragging from under him no less a person than the Spanish caballero, Don Diego Alvarez. "This man, my fair lord, means to me a new house, 10 cows, 1 bull, if it be but a little one, a grindstone, and I know not what besides, so that I thought it well to sit upon him, lest he should take a fancy to leave me." "Tell me, John," cried Alleyne faintly, "where is my dear lord Sir Nigel Loring?" "He is dead, I fear. I saw them throw his body across a horse and ride away with it, but I fear the life had gone from him. Now woe worth me! And where is Aylward?" "He sprang upon a riderless horse and rode after Sir Nigel to save him. I saw them throng around him, and he is either taken or slain." "Blow the bugles," cried Sir Hugh, with a scowling brow. "We must back to camp, and ere 3 days I trust that we may see these Spaniards again. I would fain have ye all in my company." "We are the White Company, my fair lord," said John. "Nay, the White Company is here disbanded," answered Sir Hugh solemnly, looking round him at the lines of silent figures. "Look to the brave squire, for I fear that he will never see the sun rise again." Chapter 38 of the Homecoming to Hampshire. It was a bright July morning 4 months after that fatal fight in the Spanish barranca. A blue heaven stretched above, a green rolling plain undulated below, intersected with hedgerows and flecked with grazing sheep. The sun was yet low in the heaven, and the red cows stood in the long shadow of the elms, chewing the cud and gazing with great vacant eyes at two horsemen who were spurring it down the long white road which dipped and curved away back to where the towers and pinnacles beneath the flat-topped hill marked the old town of Winchester. Of the riders, one was young, graceful, and fair, clad in plain doublet and hosen of blue Brussels cloth, which served to show his active and well-knit figure. A flat velvet cap was drawn forward to keep the glare from his eyes, and he rode with lips compressed and anxious face, as one who has much care upon his mind. Young as he was, and peaceful as was his dress, the dainty golden spurs which twinkled upon his heels proclaimed his knighthood, while a long seam upon his brow and a scar upon his temple gave a manly grace to his refined and delicate countenance. His comrade was a large, red-headed man upon a great black horse, with a huge canvas bag slung from his saddlebow, which jingled and clinked with every movement of his steed. His broad, brown face was lighted up by a continual smile, and he looked slowly from side to side with eyes which twinkled and shone with delight. Well might John rejoice, for was he not back in his native Hampshire? Had he not Don Diego's 5,000 crowns rasping against his knee? And above all, was he not himself squire now to Sir Alleyne Edricson, the young sockman of Minstead, lately knighted by the sword of the Black Prince himself, and esteemed by the whole army as one of the most rising of the soldiers of England? For the last stand of the company had been told throughout Christendom, wherever a brave deed of arms was loved, and honors had flowed in upon the few who had survived it. For 2 months Alleyne had wavered betwixt death and life, with a broken rib and a shattered head. Yet youth and strength and a cleanly life were all upon his side, and he awoke from his long delirium to find that the war was over, that the Spaniards and their allies had been crushed at Navarrete, and that the prince had himself heard the tale of his ride for succor, and had come in person to his bedside to touch his shoulder with his sword, and to ensure that so brave and true a man should die, if he could not live, within the order of chivalry. The instant that he could set foot to ground, Alleyne had started in search of his lord, but no word could he hear of him, dead or alive, and he had come home now sad-hearted, in the hope of raising money upon his estates, and so starting upon his quest once more. Landing at London, he had hurried on with a mind full of care, for he had heard no word from Hampshire since the short note which had announced his brother's death. "By the rood!" cried John, looking around him exultantly. "Where have we seen since we left such noble cows, such fleecy sheep, grass so green, or a man so drunk as yonder rogue who lies in the gap of the hedge?" "Ah, John," Alleyne answered wearily, "it is well for you, but I never thought that my homecoming would be so sad a one. My heart is heavy for my dear lord, and for Aylward, and I know not how I may break the news to the Lady Mary and to the Lady Maud, if they have not yet had tidings of it." John gave a groan which made the horses shy. "It is indeed a black business," said he, "but be not sad, for I shall give half these crowns to my old mother, and half will I add to the money which you may have, and so we shall buy that yellow cog wherein we sailed to Bordeaux, and in it we shall go forth and seek Sir Nigel." Alleyne smiled, but shook his head. "Were he alive, we should have had word of him ere now," said he. "But what is this town before us?" "Why, it is Romsey," cried John. "See the tower of the old grey church, and the long stretch of the nunnery. But here sits a very holy man, and I shall give him a crown for his prayers." 3 large stones formed a rough cot by the roadside, and beside it, basking in the sun, sat the hermit, with clay-colored face, dull eyes, and long withered hands. With crossed ankles and sunken head, he sat as though all his life had passed out of him, with the beads slipping slowly through his thin, yellow fingers. Behind him lay the narrow cell, clay-floored and damp, comfortless, profitless, and sordid. Beyond it there lay amid the trees the wattle-and-daub hut of a laborer, the door open, and the single room exposed to the view. The man, ruddy and yellow-haired, stood leaning upon the spade wherewith he had been at work upon the garden patch. From behind him came the ripple of a happy woman's laughter, and 2 young urchins darted forth from the hut, bare-legged and towsy, while the mother, stepping out, laid her hand upon her husband's arm and watched the gambols of the children. The hermit frowned at the untoward noise which broke upon his prayers, but his brow relaxed as he looked upon the broad silver piece which John held out to him. "There lies the image of our past, end of our future," cried Alleyne, as they rode on upon their way. "Now, which is better, to till God's earth, to have happy faces round one's knee, and to love and be loved, or to sit forever moaning over one's own soul, like a mother over a sick babe's?" "I know not about that," said John, "for it casts a great cloud over me when I think of such matters. But I know that my crown was well spent, for the man had the look of a very holy person. As to the other, there was not holy about him that I could see, and it would be cheaper for me to pray for myself than to give a crown to one who spent his days in digging for lettuces." Ere Alleyne could answer, there swung round the curve of the road a lady's carriage drawn by 3 horses abreast with a postilion upon the outer one. Very fine and rich it was, with beams painted and gilt, wheels and spokes carved in strange figures, and over all an arched cover of red and white tapestry. Beneath its shade there sat a stout and elderly lady in a pink cote-hardie, leaning back among a pile of cushions, and plucking out her eyebrows with a small pair of silver tweezers. None could seem more safe and secure and at her ease than this lady. Yet here also was a symbol of human life, for in an instant, even as Alleyne reined aside to let the carriage pass, a wheel flew out from among its fellows, and over it all toppled, carving, tapestry, and gilt, in one wild heap, with the horses plunging, the postilion shouting, and the lady screaming from within. In an instant Alleyne and John were on foot, and had lifted her forth all in a shake with fear, but little the worse for her mischance. "Now woe worth me," she cried, "an ill fall on Michael Easover of Romsey, for I told him that the pin was loose, and yet he must needs gainsay me, like the foolish daft that he is." "I trust that you have taken no hurt, my fair lady," said Alleyne, conducting her to the bank, upon which John had already placed a cushion. "Nay, I have had no scath, though I have lost my silver tweezers. Now, lackaday, did God ever put breath into such a fool as Michael Easover of Romsey? But I am much beholden to you, gentle sirs. Soldiers ye are, as one may readily see. I am myself a soldier's daughter," she added, casting a somewhat languishing glance at John, "and my heart ever goes out to a brave man." Chapter 38 of the Homecoming to Hampshire. It was a bright July morning 4 months after that fatal fight in the Spanish barranca. A blue heaven stretched above, a green rolling plain undulated below, intersected with hedgerows and flecked with grazing sheep. The sun was yet low in the heaven, and the red cows stood in the long shadow of the elms, chewing the cud and gazing with great vacant eyes at 2 horsemen who were spurring it down the long white road which dipped and curved away back to where the towers and pinnacles beneath the flat-topped hill marked the old town of Winchester. Of the riders, one was young, graceful, and fair, clad in plain doublet and hosen of blue Brussels cloth, which served to show his active and well-knit figure. A flat velvet cap was drawn forward to keep the glare from his eyes, and he rode with lips compressed and anxious face, as one who has much care upon his mind. Young as he was, and peaceful as was his dress, the dainty golden spurs which twinkled upon his heels proclaimed his knighthood, while a long seam upon his brow and a scar upon his temple gave a manly grace to his refined and delicate countenance. His comrade was a large, red-headed man upon a great black horse, with a huge canvas bag slung from his saddle-bow, which jingled and clinked with every movement of his steed. His broad, brown face was lighted up by a continual smile, and he looked slowly from side to side with eyes which twinkled and shone with delight. Well might John rejoice, for was he not back in his native Hampshire? Had he not Don Diego's 5,000 crowns rasping against his knee? And above all, was he not himself squire now to Sir Alleyne Edricson, the young sockman of Minstead, lately knighted by the sword of the Black Prince himself, and esteemed by the whole army as one of the most rising of the soldiers of England? For the last stand of the company had been told throughout Christendom, wherever a brave deed of arms was loved, and honors had flowed in upon the few who had survived it. For 2 months Alleyne had wavered betwixt death and life, with a broken rib and a shattered head. Yet youth and strength and a cleanly life were all upon his side, and he awoke from his long delirium to find that the war was over, that the Spaniards and their allies had been crushed at Navarrete, and that the prince had himself heard the tale of his ride for succor, and had come in person to his bedside to touch his shoulder with his sword, and to ensure that so brave and true a man should die, if he could not live, within the order of chivalry. The instant that he could set foot to ground, Alleyne had started in search of his lord, but no word could he hear of him, dead or alive, and he had come home now sad-hearted, in the hope of raising money upon his estates, and so starting upon his quest once more. Landing at London, he had hurried on with a mind full of care, for he had heard no word from Hampshire since the short note which had announced his brother's death. "By the rood!" cried John, looking around him exultantly. "Where have we seen since we left such noble cows, such fleecy sheep, grass so green, or a man so drunk as yonder rogue who lies in the gap of the hedge?" "Ah, John," Alleyne answered wearily, "it is well for you, but I never thought that my homecoming would be so sad a one. My heart is heavy for my dear lord, and for Aylward, and I know not how I may break the news to the Lady Mary and to the Lady Maud, if they have not yet had tidings of it." John gave a groan which made the horses shy. "It is indeed a black business," said he, "but be not sad, for I shall give half these crowns to my old mother, and half will I add to the money which you may have, and so we shall buy that yellow cog wherein we sailed to Bordeaux, and in it we shall go forth and seek Sir Nigel." Alleyne smiled, but shook his head. "Were he alive, we should have had word of him ere now," said he. "But what is this town before us?" "Why, it is Romsey," cried John. "See the tower of the old grey church, and the long stretch of the nunnery. But here sits a very holy man, and I shall give him a crown for his prayers." 3 large stones formed a rough cot by the roadside, and beside it, basking in the sun, sat the hermit, with clay-colored face, dull eyes, and long withered hands. With crossed ankles and sunken head, he sat as though all his life had passed out of him, with the beads slipping slowly through his thin, yellow fingers. Behind him lay the narrow cell, clay-floored and damp, comfortless, profitless, and sordid. Beyond it there lay amid the trees the wattle-and-daub hut of a laborer, the door open, and the single room exposed to the view. The man, ruddy and yellow-haired, stood leaning upon the spade wherewith he had been at work upon the garden patch. From behind him came the ripple of a happy woman's laughter, and 2 young urchins darted forth from the hut, bare-legged and towsy, while the mother, stepping out, laid her hand upon her husband's arm and watched the gambols of the children. The hermit frowned at the untoward noise which broke upon his prayers, but his brow relaxed as he looked upon the broad silver piece which John held out to him. "There lies the image of our past and of our future," cried Alleyne, as they rode on upon their way. "Now, which is better, to till God's earth, to have happy faces round one's knee, and to love and be loved, or to sit forever moaning over one's own soul, like a mother over a sick babe's?" "I know not about that," said John, "for it casts a great cloud over me when I think of such matters. But I know that my crown was well spent, for the man had the look of a very holy person. As to the other, there was not holy about him that I could see, and it would be cheaper for me to pray for myself than to give a crown to one who spent his days in digging for lettuces." Ere Alleyne could answer, there swung round the curve of the road a lady's carriage drawn by 3 horses abreast with a postilion upon the outer one. Very fine and rich it was, with beams painted and gilt, wheels and spokes carved in strange figures, and over all an arched cover of red and white tapestry. Beneath its shade there sat a stout and elderly lady in a pink cote-hardie, leaning back among a pile of cushions, and plucking out her eyebrows with a small pair of silver tweezers. None could seem more safe and secure and at her ease than this lady. Yet here also was a symbol of human life, for in an instant, even as Alleyne reined aside to let the carriage pass, a wheel flew out from among its fellows, and over it all toppled, carving, tapestry, and gilt, in one wild heap, with the horses plunging, the postilion shouting, and the lady screaming from within. In an instant Alleyne and John were on foot, and had lifted her forth all in a shake with fear, but little the worse for her mischance. "Now woe worth me," she cried, "an ill fall on Michael Easover of Romsey, for I told him that the pin was loose, and yet he must needs gainsay me, like the foolish daft that he is." "I trust that you have taken no hurt, my fair lady," said Alleyne, conducting her to the bank, upon which John had already placed a cushion. Nay, I have had no scath, though I have lost my silver tweezers. Now, lackaday, did God ever put breath into such a fool as Michael Easover of Romsey? But I am much beholden to you, gentle sirs. Soldiers ye are, as one may readily see. I am myself a soldier's daughter, she added, casting a somewhat languishing glance at John, and my heart ever goes out to a brave man. We are indeed fresh from Spain, quoth Alleyne. From Spain, say you? Ah, it was an ill and sorry thing that so many should throw away the lives that heaven gave them. In sooth, it is bad for those who fall, but worse for those who bide behind. I have but now bid farewell to one who hath lost all in this cruel war. And how that, lady? She is a young damsel of these parts, and she goes now into a nunnery. Alack! It is not a year since she was the fairest maid from Avon to Itchen, and now it was more than I could abide to wait at Romsey Nunnery to see her put the white veil upon her face, for she was made for a wife and not for the cloister. Did you ever, gentle sir, hear of a body of men called the White Company over yonder? Surely so, cried both the comrades. Her father was the leader of it, and her lover served under him as squire. News hath come that not one of the company was left alive, and so, poor lamb, she hath. Lady, cried Alleyne, with catching breath, is it the Lady Maud Loring of whom you speak? It is in sooth, Maud, and in a nunnery. Did then the thought of her father's death so move her? Her father, cried the lady, smiling. Nay, Maud is a good daughter, but I think it was this young, golden-haired squire of whom I have heard who has made her turn her back upon the world. And I stand talking here, cried Alleyne wildly. Come, John, come. Rushing to his horse, he swung himself into the saddle, and was off down the road in a rolling cloud of dust as fast as his good steed could bear him. Great had been the rejoicing amid the Romsey nuns when the Lady Maud Loring had craved admission into their order. For was she not sole child and heiress of the old knight, with farms and fiefs which she could bring to the great nunnery? Long and earnest had been the talks of the gaunt Lady Abbess, in which she had conjured the young novice to turn forever from the world, and to rest her bruised heart under the broad and peaceful shelter of the church. And now, when all was settled, and when Abbess and Lady Superior had had their will, it was but fitting that some pomp and show should mark the glad occasion. Hence was it that the good burghers of Romsey were all in the streets, that gay flags and flowers brightened the path from the nunnery to the church, and that a long procession wound up to the old arched door leading up the bride to these spiritual nuptials. There was lay Sister Agatha with the high gold crucifix, and the 3 incense-bearers, and the 22 garbed in white, who cast flowers upon either side of them, and sang sweetly the while. Then, with 4 attendants, came the novice, her drooping head wreathed with white blossoms, and behind, the abbess and her council of older nuns, who were already counting in their minds whether their own bailiff could manage the farms of Twynham, or whether a reeve would be needed beneath him to draw the utmost from these new possessions which this young novice was about to bring them. But alas, for plots and plans when love and youth and nature, and above all, fortune are arrayed against them. Who is this travel-stained youth who dares to ride so madly through the lines of staring burghers? Why does he fling himself from his horse and stare so strangely about him? See how he has rushed through the incense-bearers, thrust aside lay Sister Agatha, scattered the 22 damosels who sang so sweetly, and he stands before the novice with his hands outstretched and his face shining, and the light of love in his gray eyes. Her foot is on the very lintel of the church, and yet he bars the way, and she thinks no more of the wise words and holy rede of the Lady Abbess, but she hath given a sobbing cry, and hath fallen forward with his arms around her drooping body and her wet cheek upon his breast. A sorry sight this for the gaunt abbess, an ill lesson too for the stainless 22 who have ever been taught that the way of nature is the way of sin. But Maud and Alleyne care little for this. A dank, cold air comes out from the black arch before them. Without, the sun shines bright, and the birds are singing amid the ivy on the drooping beeches. Their choice is made, and they turn away hand in hand, with their backs to the darkness and their faces to the light. Very quiet was the wedding in the old priory church at Christchurch, where Father Christopher read the service, and there were few to see save the Lady Loring and John, and a dozen bowmen from the castle. The Lady of Twynham had drooped and pined for weary months, so that her face was harsher and less comely than before. Yet she still hoped on, for her lord had come through so many dangers that she could scarce believe that he might be stricken down at last. It had been her wish to start for Spain and to search for him, but Alleyne had persuaded her to let him go in her place. There was much to look after, now that the lands of Minstead were joined to those of Twynham, and Alleyne had promised her that if she would but bide with his wife, he would never come back to Hampshire again until he had gained some news, good or ill, of her lord and lover. The Yellow Cog had been engaged, with Goodwin Hawtayne in command, and a month after the wedding Alleyne rode down to Bucklershire to see if she had come round yet from Southampton. On the way he passed the fishing village of Pittsdeep, and marked that a little crayer or brig was tacking off the land, as though about to anchor there. On his way back, as he rode towards the village, he saw that she had indeed anchored, and that many boats were round her, bearing cargo to the shore. A bowshot from Pittsdeep, there was an inn a little back from the road, very large and widespread, with a great green bush hung upon a pole from one of the upper windows. At this window he marked, as he rode up, that a man was seated who appeared to be craning his neck in his direction. Alleyne was still looking up at him, when a woman came rushing from the open door of the inn, and made as though she would climb a tree, looking back the while with a laughing face. Wondering what these doings might mean, Alleyne tied his horse to a tree, and was walking amid the trunks towards the inn, when there shot from the entrance a second woman, who made also for the trees. Close at her heels came a burly, brown-faced man, who leaned against the doorpost and laughed loudly with his hand to his side. "Es Bells," he cried, "and is it thus you treat me? Es Petites. I swear by these finger bones that I would not hurt a hair of your pretty heads. But I have been among the black Paynim, and by my hilt, it does me good to look at your English cheeks. Come, drink a stoup of muscadine with me. Es Angies, for my heart is warm to be among ye again." At the sight of the man Alleyne had stood staring, but at the sound of his voice, such a thrill of joy bubbled up in his heart that he had to bite his lip to keep himself from shouting outright. But a deeper pleasure yet was in store. Even as he looked, the window above was pushed outwards, and the voice of the man whom he had seen there came out from it. "Aylward," cried the voice, "I have seen, just now, a very worthy person come down the road, though my eyes could scarce discern whether he carried coat armor. I pray you to wait upon him, and tell him that a very humble knight of England abides here, so that if he be in need of advancement, or have any small vow upon his soul, or desire to exalt his lady, I may help him to accomplish it." Aylward, at this order, came shuffling forward amid the trees, and in an instant the two men were clinging in each other's arms, laughing and shouting and patting each other in their delight, while old Sir Nigel came running with his sword, under the impression that some small bickering had broken out, only to embrace and be embraced himself, until all three were hoarse with their questions and outcries and congratulations. On their journey home, through the woods, Alleyne learnt their wondrous story. How, when Sir Nigel came to his senses, he with his fellow captive had been hurried to the coast, and conveyed by sea to their captor's castle. How upon the way they had been taken by a Barbary rover, and how they exchanged their light captivity for a seat on a galley bench and hard labor at the pirates' oars. How, in the port at Barbary, Sir Nigel had slain the Moorish captain, and had swum with Aylward to a small coaster which they had taken, and so made their way to England with a rich cargo to reward them for their toils. All this Alleyne listened to, until the dark keep of Twynham towered above them in the gloaming, and they saw the red sun lying athwart the rippling Avon. No need to speak of the glad hearts at Twynham Castle that night, nor of the rich offerings from out that Moorish cargo which found their way to the chapel of Father Christopher. Sir Nigel Loring lived for many years, full of honor and laden with every blessing. He rode no more to the wars, but he found his way to every jousting within 30 miles, and the Hampshire youth treasured it as the highest honor when a word of praise fell from him as to their management of their horses, or their breaking of their lances. So he lived and so he died, the most revered and the happiest man in all his native shire. For Sir Alleyne Edricson, and for his beautiful bride the future, had also naught but what was good. Twice he fought in France, and came back each time laden with honors. A high place at court was given to him, and he spent many years at Windsor under the second Richard and the fourth Henry, where he received the honor of the Garter, and won the name of being a brave soldier, a true-hearted gentleman, and a great lover and patron of every art and science which refines or ennobles life. As to John, he took unto himself a village maid, and settled in Lyndhurst, where his 5,000 crowns made him the richest franklin for many miles around. For many years he drank his ale every night at the Pied Merlin, which was now kept by his friend Aylward, who had wedded the good widow to whom he had committed his plunder. The strong men and the bowmen of the country round used to drop in there of an evening to wrestle a fall with John or to shoot around with Aylward. But though a silver shilling was to be the prize of the victory, it has never been reported that any man earned much money in that fashion. So they live, these men, in their own lusty, cheery fashion, rude and rough, but honest, kindly, and true. Let us thank God if we have outgrown their vices. Let us pray to God that we may ever hold their virtues. The sky may darken, and the clouds may gather, and again the day may come when Britain may have sore need of her children, on whatever shore of the sea they be found. Shall they not muster at her call? The end.